транспортное средство или попросить кого-то из знакомых, потому что от нашего дома это примерно 4 километра. Это невозможно пройти пешком. Где-то с 26 февраля у нас уже не было автобусного автобусы у нас уже не ходили, никакие транспорт у нас не ходил, ни такси, ничего, только личный транспорт. Это было невозможно для многих.
Well, she's not sure, but she believes that in February, up to 2,000 civilians were rescued, and they were able to leave Mariupol and go to the west of Ukraine. She said that a lot of civilians was refusing to leave because, again, they did not believe that it's going to get worse, and especially since the left bank of the city was suffering the most. People from other areas kind of felt a little bit safer. Also, she's saying that in order to leave, you have to use only train. And then she said that all railway carriages were full of people, but it was really hard to get to them because any public transportation. There was no public transportation by that time, so you had to have your own vehicle. And she said that she lives 4 kilometers from a train station, so she obviously couldn't walk, especially with a little child.
Были очень сильные обстрелы, это было слышно. Ну, когда после того, как мне позвонила свекровь, естественно, я уже открыла окно, я прислушалась. Да, это было действительно очень страшно. Мы были все очень напуганы. Наш город приблизительно через неделю был окружен, и у нас не было возможности уже ни выехать, не пускали никакие продукты. То есть люди это знали, и начался очень большой ажиотаж в магазинах, в продуктовых. Были бешеные очереди, продуктовые магазины, аптеки, банкоматы, все что угодно. То есть люди просто целый день стояли в очереди, чтобы получить хоть что-то. Но у многих на тот момент не было денег. То есть возможность не голодать весь этот период была только у тех, у кого были наличные средства на тот момент, и кто мог выстоять эту очередь и что-то приобрести для себя.
So she said that in 1 week the shelling was really hard, and they were very scared, very much scared. And then she said, I think that was the moment when people realized the seriousness of the situation, and they were panicking. And she said that there was lines of people in grocery stores and trying to get cash, and but she said that everything was closing, so it was really hard to get money or food.
What happened then, from your perspective? I mean, we are looking at Mariupol from the outside. We get a lot of information from the outside. It looks terrifying, but you are actually in there. You're in the cauldron. What happens next?
Мы были в середине города, и все жители этого города думали, что до нашего района, до Ильичевского района, это не дойдет. Все думали, что будут обстреляны только окраины, и украинская армия, в том числе Азов, защитит нас. И, естественно, мы боялись, мы ходили в бомбоубежище. У кого были знакомые или какие-нибудь знакомые знакомых, которые могли сообщить о том, что информацию из первых уст от украинских солдат, что направляется колонна. Несколько дней в нашу сторону ехала колонна со стороны Запорожья, колонна российской техники. И, естественно, у кого были знакомые, всем озвучивали, что вы должны пройти в бомбоубежище, специализированное для этого. В Мариуполе у нас их можно пересчитать по пальцам. И очень мало кто знал о бомбоубежище в Азовстале. Только родственники рабочих людей.
Again, she emphasizes that people who were living in the center of the city did not believe that the shell will come to that area, and they thought that on the outskirts of the city will be attacked, and they really were relying on Azov to come and help them. So she said that there was a lot of Russian military vehicles moving from Zaporozhye, and they were told to hide in bomb shelters. And she said that there was only a few in the city, and a lot of people didn't even know those bomb shelters because there was no phone connections, and sometimes people could just get the information.
We understand that many people, as a consequence, ended up in the cellars to the extent that they existed in their panelaki, in their general apartment blocks. Victoria, передать?
Axel, can you please repeat that?
Sure. We understand that because of the difficulty of getting to the shelters and knowing where they were, many people simply ended up being in cellars of apartment blocks.
Она, Axel, говорит, что мы понимаем, что людям было действительно, так как не было информации, где эти бомбоубежища, и люди зачастую не могли найти их, то они попадали под обстрел. Можете продолжать вашу историю?
У нас были обычные подвалы в каждом доме. То есть люди, которые не могли добраться до бомбоубежища, естественно, единственный вариант защитить себя хоть как-нибудь — это был подвал. Но это не оборудованные убежища абсолютно. Это просто нулевой этаж, как цоколь для коммуникаций. Пыльно. Естественно, нет электричества после 2 марта. 26, если не ошибаюсь, февраля у нас отключили отопление, то есть в квартирах было очень холодно, это зима, это около плюс 10 в квартирах. Мы сидели в пыльных подвалах без света, практически ни у кого не было свечек. У нас было несколько, но мы не знали, когда мы их сможем купить, поэтому экономили их, насколько это было возможно.
Аня, скажите, пожалуйста, какого числа вы потеряли электричество?
2 марта в 4 вечера у нас отключили электричество.
Well, Anna said that they lost electricity on March 2nd. So, and since, as I said earlier, a lot of people couldn't make it to proper shelters. So people use their basements to hide. And of course, if you understand, like regular basements, it was just dusty, pretty much hole in the ground. It was just very often.
We all know them.
Yeah, you too. So yeah, it was really tough because they lost electricity, and she said that there was plus 10 degrees in their condos and houses, and it was really, really cold.
So that was both cold, uninviting, terrifying, dark for her, the kids, the neighbors, everyone. How many people had to be accommodated there?
Туда спускались все люди из дома. Мы жили... В нашем дворе было 2 дома. Это 4-подъездные 9-этажки, то есть каждый дом включает в себя примерно 240 квартир. И люди, кто могли передвигаться, они спускались в подвалы, потому что было действительно страшно. То есть это были полные подвалы людей, не хватало места, естественно, не было где присесть. Дети плакали, дети боялись. Мало того, что взрывы, темнота, пыль. Детям не разрешали спокойно гулять. Родители боялись за жизнь своих детей, никуда их не отпускали. Это была жуткая атмосфера. И мы ночевали в подвалах около 2 недель, в общем. Это было крайне сложно с моей дочерью, поэтому основную массу времени мы провели в квартире на свой страх и риск.
So where Anna lives, it's I mean, if you imagine, so there's 2 big houses, 4 stairs each, and so there was approximately 240 people living there, and so they had only a couple basements. So you can imagine that those basements were full of people. And she said it was very, very scary because children were crying all the time because it was dark and cold. She said that she spent 2 weeks on the basement, but she said it was really hard to manage with her little daughter. So it was very risky, but she still chose to stay in her condo.
Также у нас не было электрических плит, как это нормально в Финляндии. У нас только газовые плиты, и готовили мы всегда на газу кушать. 6 марта, возможно, 5, я не могу быть уверена, попали в газопровод центральный, и по городу отключили поставку газа. Все люди вышли готовить, кушать себе на кострах. То есть большинство людей погибло в Мариуполе из-за того, что они просто готовили себе кушать на улице и не успели убежать от бомб.
She said that most of the time people cook their food on gas stove, not electricity. And then she said that on March 6th or 5th, she doesn't remember exactly, the city gas pipeline was damaged. So people also lost gas. And then she said that people were coming outside to cook. They were literally just making a fire. And then she said that a lot of people actually died because they literally just couldn't get proper food, and when they were just dying from cold.
So the cold and hunger killed many, many people. We've seen diary entries and people being buried outside houses. Only those who could sustain that survived. How did it continue?
Анна, продолжайте, пожалуйста, вашу историю.
Где-то 12 марта российские войска прошли большую половину города, и они приблизились на 1,5 километра к нашему дому. Это было ближе до моих прародителей. И 25 марта в квартиру моих бабушки и дедушки попал снаряд. Они чудом спаслись, они жили на 2 этаже, и только они вышли из квартиры, были очень сильные обстрелы. Пожилые люди зачастую чувствовали себя более, скажем так, смело, и они не покидали свои квартиры. Но бабушка как предчувствовала что-то, она сказала, что она позвала дедушку, сказала: «Нам нужно спускаться в подвал очень срочно». Они только вышли из квартиры и спустились с полэтажа. Попал снаряд в их квартиру, и полетела входная дверь. То есть если бы они оставались там еще 30 секунд, их бы не было.
She said that on March 12th, Russian armed forces got close to her house, and they were like 1.5 kilometers from her house. And then she said that the house of her grandparents got bombed and have destroyed, and it was just a miracle that they survived. She said that they went to the basement like 30 seconds before. So it was just like a miracle. If they would stay in the condo for 30 more seconds, they would be dead today. And she also emphasized that old people are a little bit more stubborn, and they refuse to leave their houses.
25 числа, когда попали в квартиру моих бабушки и дедушки, мы забрали их к себе. До этого мы уже жили в квартире моих родителей. Это соседний дом, потому что не было средств связи, и мы посчитали более безопасным для нашего морального состояния и для того, чтобы было больше продуктов в доме. Мы соединили моя семья, муж и ребенок, и мои родители. 25 марта к нам присоединились еще бабушка и дедушка. Мы жили в 3-комнатной квартире всемиром, плюс собака. Мы жили на 8 этаже, естественно, нет света. Из-за этого отсутствует водоснабжение по всему городу, соответственно, нет электричества. Мы вынуждены были с 8 этажа спускаться, постоянно готовить себе кушать. За воду мы добывали, нам повезло. В 2 километрах от нас был как природный родник, и мой муж с моим папой под обстрелами ходили и приносили в 5-литровых бутылях воду нам.
Well, she's saying that so her and her husband and her daughter moved to the house of her parents, and on March 25th, they were also joined by their grandparents. So she said that they were living on the 8th floor, 7 of them and a dog, and there was no water, no electricity. So they had to go just look for it. And she said that it was really fortunate that they have like a natural spring not too far away from their house. So at least they were able to get clean water to drink.
Примерно после 26 марта российские войска продвинулись еще ближе к нашему дому. Я не знаю точной даты, потому что у нас были выключены мобильные телефоны, и мы рисовали календарь от руки, но это примерно были первые числа апреля, когда в наш двор, в наш дом зашли российские войска, но это были ДНР. Они поселились в нашем доме. Мы жили во 2-м подъезде, а в 1-м подъезде они устроили склад боеприпасов. Приезжала огромная машина, выгружала боеприпасы. И после этого все подразделения, которые были уже на тот момент, приезжали, брали необходимые боеприпасы для них и уезжали. То есть весь день у нас во дворе постоянно было движение российской техники, и около 20-30 солдат оставались там постоянно. Они всегда были с оружием в руках, и когда они пришли, они озвучили нам, что если они вдруг заподозрят, что они видят где-то здесь украинского солдата, они будут расстреливать всех, кого увидят на улице, без разбора, женщин, детей в том числе.
She said she doesn't remember exactly the date, but it was the beginning of April when Russian armed forces advanced and they got really close to the house. And some of them were actually from Donetsk People Republic. You have to understand, she lived in a house with in a condo. So somewhere on the first floor in the same house, they pretty much set up a big storage with ammunition. And then they were telling them that if they suspect anyone from the Ukrainian army, or maybe even anyone who is potentially affiliated with the Ukrainian army, they would just kill them all immediately.
Также мы, естественно, я не могла выходить со своим ребенком на улицу, даже просто подышать свежим воздухом на 5-10 минут, потому что постоянно возле нашего дома были российские солдаты. И до момента, как они в тот день, когда они зашли, за 1,5 часа до этого, я могу со 100% уверенностью озвучить, что это были солдаты именно ДНР, потому что в той стороне, с их слов, уже не было несколько дней украинской армии. Со стороны Запада мой дом, где у нас была 3-комнатная квартира, купленная год назад, был расстрелян в упор. Это было на вид приблизительно больше 20 попаданий из танка.
Well, she said that she couldn't go even outside because she was really scared of Russian soldiers. And she said that she is very much sure that they were from Donetsk People Republic, because according to the soldiers, there was no Ukrainian army from the West by that time. So, and she said that at the house when they lived before, it was pretty much destroyed.
После того, как они зашли на территорию нашего двора, приехало очень много техники, танки, БТР и очень много других, в которых я не хотела разбираться до этого. Были очень сильные бои с одной из фабрик, завод «Азовмаш» и Ильича. Они находились по левую сторону от нашего дома. ДНР выставил свои танки по 2 сторонам нашего дома, и они стреляли весь день, может быть, с небольшими перерывами около получаса в сторону завода. Естественно, со стороны завода пытались уничтожить эту технику, и также летела так называемая ответка в нашу сторону.
She said that people from Donetsk People Republic brought a lot of tanks and military vehicles, and so they live not too far away from two big plants of Ilicha and Azovmash, and and all those tanks were pretty much shooting all the time.
We heard, Anna, at the same time that the missile strikes and artillery strikes had increased to the point that every 10 minutes, as it was reported, something actually hit the city. Did you have a lot of indirect fire in your region as well?
Аксель говорит, что мы знаем, что взрывы были почти каждые 10 минут. И скажите, пожалуйста, то есть много ли снарядов попадало? Может, не именно, ну, то есть где-то в вашем районе?
Так как обстрелы продвигались медленно по территории города, когда уже они пришли в наш район, была проблема для них вычислить украинскую армию, но очень много людей из города за деньги сдавали места, где находятся украинские солдаты, и с того момента особо не пользовались наземной техникой, как танками российские солдаты. Они использовали в большей степени самолеты. И самолет может нанести большее поражение, естественно. Они били точечно, но, естественно, это невозможно было всегда просчитать до миллиметра, и страдали, естественно, жилые дома тоже. То есть из самолета это было реже, может быть, раз в 20 минут, может быть, раз в полчаса. Я не могу утверждать точный счет времени. У нас не было такой задачи, потому что у нас была задача только спасти жизнь. Но когда с самолета падали бомбы, даже в районе 2 километров от нашего дома наш дом колебался как маятник.
Well, she said that Russian armed forces had a hard time calculating where the Ukrainian army was. So, unfortunately, there were just people who would provide this information for money. People from Mariupol providing this information for money. So, Russian armed forces didn't use tanks as much, but they were using planes. So, like air forces, and so this way. They were just bombing from the planes.
В нашем районе, получается, наш район был заключительным для российской армии, потому что мы были самая середина города, и по мере поступления украинские солдаты, естественно, концентрировались в нашем районе, то есть остался только 2 фабрики Ильича и Азовсталь. Ильича и Азовсталь примерно на одинаковом расстоянии от нашего дома. Также были еще небольшие другие здания, но самые сложные для них были эти 2 фабрики, потому что там были бомбоубежища. По слухам жителей города и работников, 8 метров бетона, под 8 метрами бетона было убежище, в котором находились эти солдаты. То есть для того, чтобы пробить эти 8 метров бетона, с самолетов сбрасывали бомбы постоянно, но в большую степень они делали это ночью. Они считали, что ночью, может, менее, даже не знаю, как это сказать, что проще будет сделать это ночью, и не так следят солдаты, может быть. И, естественно, больше людей мирных гибло в это время, потому что, во-первых, это были осколки, во-вторых, это были неправильные рассчитанные координаты, это попадали в частные дома.
Скажите, пожалуйста, еще раз, я не поняла, то есть где этот был, этот большой 8 метров бетона? Это было в Азовстале?
Азовсталь и Ильича — это вот эти два завода. Во всех заводах у нас были бомбоубежища, и у двух этих заводов бомбоубежища находились под 8 метрами бетона. То есть для того, чтобы добраться до самих солдат, им нужно было сначала поразить этот бетон, потому что Ильича, как один из вариантов, по размерам больше, чем княжество Монако. Они не могли знать, где именно находятся солдаты украинской армии сейчас. Им нужно было обстреливать всю территорию завода.
Well, Anna was saying that their area was pretty much the last one that was occupied by Russians, and there was several bomb shelters in two big plains, Azovstali and Ilicha, and then those bomb shelters were under 8 meters of concrete. This is where a lot of people were hiding in Ukrainian soldiers, along with Ukrainian soldiers. And because you have to imagine that the territory of those plants looks so big that Russian forces couldn't figure out where exactly those bomb shelters are, so they had to pretty much hit the whole area. And you have to imagine that a lot of people were dying, like civilians, from fragments and explosions, because Russian forces were just shelling and bombing like pretty much all the time, and because they couldn't find where exactly those bomb shelters are.
Когда мы выезжали 29 апреля, за неделю до этого, может, за 1,5 недели до этого, солдаты, которые находились в заводе Ильича, получили приказ сдаться в плен. И оставались только солдаты в заводе Азовсталь. И ДНР для того, чтобы поддержать свою значимость, показать, что Украина нас не защищает, что Украина сдала позиции, они также пускали ложные данные о том, что Азовсталь тоже сдался, о том, что теперь вся территория Мариуполя принадлежит только российским войскам. И также они подделывали голосом Зеленского ложную информацию о многих других вещах. Они рассказывали о том, что если мужчина из Мариуполя военного призывного возраста приедет на территорию Украины, неоккупированную территорию Украины, то ему грозит тюремный срок 10 лет за то, что он, как они озвучивали, это было озвучено голосом Зеленского, это слышал мой муж лично, что 5 лет ты будешь иметь срок за то, что ты не пошел служить украинской армии сразу же. Ну, у Мариуполя не было этой возможности, естественно. И 5 лет за то, что ты брал гуманитарную помощь от России. Из-за этого большая часть, как минимум, мужчин из этих оккупированных областей уехали в сторону России.
So she said that she left on April 29th, excuse me. But the week before that, the Ukrainian soldiers that were hiding in Ilyich clan, they just got an order to surrender. But she said that Russians were also spreading fake information that Azovstal is also surrendered. While we know that it wasn't true. And she also said that there was a they were spreading so much false information. There were videos where they used fake Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, voice.
Не видео, у нас не было интернета, это было радио. Они знали, что у некоторых людей есть радио. И они перехватывали радиоволну и голосом Зеленского подделывали эту информацию.
Yeah, she's correcting me. There wasn't videos, it was radio. So where they used false voice of Zelensky saying that pretty much everybody surrendered. And she also said that they were saying that men from Mariupol, if they would go to the territory of Ukraine, they would end up in jail for 10 years. 5 years that they did not join Ukrainian army, and another 5 years for taking humanitarian aid from Russia.
29 апреля утром у нас была где-то середина апреля мобильная связь очень плохого качества. Это внутренняя связь оккупантов «Феникс». Мой муж купил сим-карту, пополнил счет уже в российской валюте. Они принимали гривны, но переводили это все в российскую валюту, в рубли. Мой муж пополнил счет. И я смогла дозвониться до одной подруги. Она передала информацию о том, что мы живы для Колиных родителей, которые были на территории неоккупированной и более безопасной Украины. И Колина мама моего мужа смогла договориться с пастором соседнего города, одной из церквей пятидесятников, чтобы он приехал и забрал меня, моего мужа и нашего ребенка на машине и вывез из оккупированного Мариуполя в сторону России. Это было возможно для людей, которые жили в оккупированных городах уже 8 лет, они имели номерные знаки ДНР. И это было более реально передвигаться через вот эти вот блокпосты. 29-го за нами приехал пастор церкви, и он вывез нас в соседнее село Безыменное. Там началась наша история фильтрации.
Да. Victoria?
She said that at some point they were able to put money on their phone, and by that time they already used Russian currency. So she was able to call members of her family, and there was a church not far away. So it was like humanitarian, like it was like volunteer help. So the priest from the church came to pick up her and her family. So he took them to the village that's called Bezimyanne, and this is where the story with filtration camps started.
Нас привезли в это село Безыменное, и в этом селе фильтрация проходила только у людей, у которых был личный транспорт. Нас познакомили с одним парнем, у него была машина, и он был на тот момент примерно 900-й в очереди на фильтрацию. То есть это должно было занять около 10-12 дней ожидания. Нам озвучили, что есть льготная очередь, так называемая, для семей с детьми до 3 лет. Так как у нас дочери младше, мы попытались на следующий день попробовать встать в эту очередь, но со следующего дня эту льготную очередь отменили, видимо, потому что у одного из оккупантов изменилось настроение. Они не давали объяснения своим действиям. Они говорили: да, вчера эта очередь была, сегодня ее нет, и вам нужно ждать 12 дней. У нас было где остановиться, у моего мужа там в этом селе живет бабушка, то есть мы ночевали там.
Анна, скажите, а как вы познакомились с этим парнем, у которого была машина?
Пастор церкви, который нас привез, он также помог выехать этому парню. Он помогал ему просто, как я понимаю, информацией, потому что у того была личная машина. То есть он просто нас подвез к этой машине, представил нас этому парню, сказал, что с ним у нас будет возможность. Только так. В этом селе нельзя было пройти фильтрацию пеши, только на транспорте, то есть только люди, которые сидели в машине, никак иначе.
So in that village, Bezimyanne, there was a filtration camp, but you could only go through this if you have your own vehicle. So the priest that helped them to escape Mariupol introduced them to another man who was, the priest also previously helped that man to escape too. So they were supposed to go to a filtration camp with that another man. So, and she said that there were number 900. So the filtration line was so long, so the number was like 900. So she said that would take 10 to 12 days to get through there. She said that there was a special line for families with little children, and so she joined that line. But she said that the next day it was canceled because some kind of Russian soldier just was in a bad mood, and they just pretty much canceled that line.
Мы прождали очередь 4 суток. К этому моменту я смогла найти перевозчика. Я заплатила деньги одному мужчине, который смог забрать также из Мариуполя моих родителей. Мы прождали 4 дня там и решили, что быстрее и проще с моим мужем и с папой будет выехать эвакуационным транспортом в России. В этом поселке Безыменное была школа, в которой сидела российская армия ДНР, и они записывали в очередь на эти автобусы. Мы должны были уехать в другой город. Это чуть ниже Донецка, Старобешево. Фильтрация для пешеходов проходила там. Мы записались в очередь, прождали ее 2 суток. Мы приходили каждое утро и ждали просто, сможем мы сегодня уехать на автобусе или нам не хватит места, мы должны ждать следующие автобусы. Мы пришли в первый день, автобусы не приехали, мы прождали их около 5 часов. На следующий день мы ждали тоже очень долго, но автобусы приехали, мы смогли уехать, и нас привезли в... Это не город, это, наверное, больше тоже село Старобешево. Нас привели в дворец спорта, очень советского вида. 8 лет уже в этом городе была оккупация, соответственно, ничего адекватного мы там увидеть не могли. Нам сказали, мы приехали 120 человек. Мужчина, который давал нам инструкции, сказал, что у них есть спортивный зал, в котором стоят раскладушки, но спальных мест там 80. То есть женщины и дети могут отдыхать, пожилые или инвалиды. Все остальные могут спать сидя, если они хотят, в актовом зале.
So they spent 4 days there, and then they just realized that maybe it would be easier to do. It was another way to go to Russia without your own vehicle. So they joined that line where you could go like on your foot. So they were taken to another town, and they were settled, and it's like a cultural center, like old, that looks like very Soviet old looking building. So they were put in a gym where people were just sleeping in sleeping bags, and there was approximately 120 people there.
Нас направили в ближайший полицейский участок. Мы стояли в очереди, хотя было забронировано якобы время для нас. Нас разделили на женщин и мужчин. Меня не пускали с маленьким ребенком. Я должна была оставить своего ребенка на входе в полицейский участок. Никого не интересовало, что она боится оставаться без меня, она боится терять меня из вида. Женщины заходили в один кабинет, мужчины заходили в 2 кабинета. С нас снимали отпечатки пальцев, ладони, делали фото, профиль, анфас. Сканировали наши документы. У кого были телефоны Android, они выкачивали всю информацию. У них даже была программа, они могли выкачать удаленные данные. Моя фамилия Зеленская. Мне задавали очень много вопросов касательно родственных связей. Очень много шутили, предлагали сменить фамилию. Моему мужу было 2 допроса. Я извиняюсь, вы сейчас переводите, я отлучусь, у меня очень сильно плачет ребенок.
Да, конечно, Анна,
Да.
конечно. She said that next day they were taken to the police station, and then they would just separate man and woman, and they also wouldn't let her child to go with her. She said that they didn't even care, that she was really scared to be without her mom, and she was crying. So she said that they would take the pictures, they would wipe off everything, like any information from their phones. So I assume there was a it's they were trying to check if there was any affiliation with the Ukrainian army or government, and so her last name is Zelenskaya, and so they were making fun of it, and they were just checking if there's any connection, and then they were just saying that she needs to change her last name. She also said that her daughter is crying and she'll be back soon.
That's okay. So how did Victoria experience this?
Аня,
Да, я
Аня,
здесь.
просто вы можете или выключить микрофон, либо как вы хотите. Мы можем сейчас с Викторией пообщаться. Вы можете к нам присоединиться позже, или вы продолжаете свою историю.
Давайте я уже, закончу, чтобы не путать слушателей.
Да, конечно.
После того, как мы прошли фильтрацию, мы переночевали одну ночь в этом дворце спорта. На утро нас ждали автобусы, которые везли нас на границу с Россией, в Успенновка-Ростовская область. Там у нас было 2 дополнительные фильтрации. Одна на границе территории ДНР, вторая на таможне России. Фильтрацию на территории ДНР у нас было, видимо, хорошее настроение у этих солдат, и они просто взяли наши документы, посмотрели, отсканировали и пересчитали в автобусе сидящих людей, только это. А на таможне России всех мужчин призывного возраста и некоторых женщин выборочно отвели в комнату для допроса. Моего мужа и моего папу отвели тоже в эту комнату для допроса. Они требовали переписать номера телефонов всех людей, с кем они движутся в сторону России, указать причину, почему они выехали. Задавали, естественно, очень много глупых вопросов мужу касательно фамилии. Задавали вопросы, с какой целью едем в Россию, что мы... Да, красный, не трогай, пожалуйста.
Ну я переведу пока. Well, she said that after that filtration camp... Выключите сейчас микрофон на секундочку. So she, after that filtration camp, they were transferred to... There was 2 more camps. One camp was on the border with Donetsk People Republic, and another one on the border with Russia. And then she said that on the border with Donetsk People Republic, that was easy. Apparently, they was in a good mood, so they did not even check them. They just went on the bus, and then it just scanned, just like did like a little scanning, so nothing huge. But on the border with Russia, there was a room for interrogation, and they were taking men and women in there, and it's afraid she stopped.
Мы прождали мужа и папу 3,5 часа. Они заполнили несколько анкет, в которых они указали номера телефона, дата рождения, полные личные данные, фамилия, имя, отчество, людей, с которыми они движутся. Мой папа служил в армии, еще при Советском Союзе, во Владивостоке, это территория нынешней России. Ему задали вопрос, остался ли он верен Красному Знамени, имеется в виду Советскому Союзу, и поддерживает ли он коммунизм до сих пор. Проверили телефоны, соцсети, проверили все переписки, задавали, естественно, вопрос, нет ли знакомых, родственников, или знаем ли они вообще кого-нибудь, кто как-нибудь связан с украинской армией, особенно их интересовал Азов. Также они пытались, и у них получалось из-за того, что очень много людей поддались пропаганде, они вычисляли людей, которые говорили, что да, город разбила Украина, нас обстреливала Украина, а российские солдаты нас спасали.
She said that they were waiting 3.5 hours for her dad and her husband. And of course, they were making fun of her husband because obviously his last name was Zelensky. And they were asking them a bunch of questions. They want to know all their information of all their friends and relatives, and it was if there was any connection with Ukrainian army, and especially they were interested in Azov. So and also her dad was serving in Russian. It was Soviet army when he was young. It was in Vladivostok. So they were asking him if he still supports communism and what he thinks about that. And I was just trying to convince them that there was the Ukrainian forces were shelling and destroying buildings and killing civilians in Mariupol. It wasn't Russian.
Также мой муж сказал, что была анкета, опросник, в котором нужно было ответить на вопросы, как они относятся к правительству со стороны Украины последние 8 лет, включая Зеленского, как они относятся к тому, что на территорию Мариуполя сейчас зашла Россия. Естественно, в целях безопасности, потому что никто не знал, что может произойти, все лгали в пользу России.
She said that there was a form that they had to fill out with a bunch of questions, like, do you support Ukrainian government? Like in the last 8 years, and including Zelensky, and how do they feel about the fact that Mariupol is occupied by the Russian forces right now? And of course, she said that even though they were pro-Ukrainian, they were so scared that they wouldn't pass this filtration camp, so they had to lie, and they were just saying that yes, we do support Russia, of course.
После того, как муж с папой вышли из этого, закончили допрос, и они покинули этот кабинет, прошли границу, нам сказали, что мы можем пройти 200 метров от границы, и там стоял палаточный лагерь, в котором нам дали чай, макароны быстрого приготовления, дорожную версию для ребенка предложили несколько подгузников поштучно и дали как вариант тушенки. Это каша с фаршем для ребенка. Это было предложено, но ребенок это есть не стал. Естественно, мы покупали еду для нее сами. Через, может быть, полчаса приехали 2 автобуса, которые отвезли нас в пункт временного размещения в Таганроге. Это огромный спортивный комплекс, 2 больших спортивных зала, в котором рядами стояли раскладушки. В каждом зале примерно 250 человек. Мы провели в этом помещении 7 ночей. Нам озвучивали, что мы должны ждать поезд распределения по другим городам. В нашем случае это была Калуга. Объясню, почему мы это все ждали. Когда мы выехали из Мариуполя, у нас не было ни единой мысли, куда мы можем двигаться сейчас, в нашем случае, когда мы потеряли все. У нас не было родственников и знакомых в других странах, нигде, кто мог нам как-либо помочь. То есть мы просто решили, что мы сейчас доверимся судьбе, поедем туда, куда нас везут, а дальше уже будем по месту, не в этих лагерях, а в более-менее спокойной атмосфере думать, куда мы будем ехать дальше.
So fortunately for them, they passed that filtration camp, and 200 meters from the filtration camp, there was just like a waiting area where they were given some tea and some quick spaghetti for quick cooking, and even some diapers for her daughter. And then she said after that, there was buses. They were taken to city in Ukraine, in Russia it's called Taganrog, and and they would just settle in a big. It's like another civic cultural center, and there was approximately 250 people in one room. So they spent 7 days, and after that they were transferred to a city called Kaluga, and so there was a distribution. So they did not have a choice where to go. So you have to understand they were just transferred to another city, Kaluga, without making this decision. But she said they did not really care. They thought that they will just think about their destiny, later, because they did not have any relatives, any friends in other countries. So they literally didn't know what is going to happen next. So they thought they're just going to get to that city and then see what happens next.
В Таганроге были волонтеры из Пятидесятнической церкви российской. Эти люди помогали детям, приносили сладости по возможности, насколько это было возможно. Они находили каких спонсоров, людей, которые мыслят адекватно в России. Эти люди спонсировали покупку сладостей для детей, подгузников и прочих необходимых вещей. Некоторые люди приносили одежду, потому что мы выезжали в основном без ничего. И один из волонтеров подсказал нам, что есть возможность уехать в Европу, даже если у нас нет денег на дорогу. Он нам дал контакт одного из волонтеров, я не буду озвучивать имена в целях безопасности. Это волонтер не из России. Я связалась, и мне сказали, что есть возможность уехать в страну Финляндия. Мы не слышали о ней ничего до этого, кроме о том, что здесь есть Лапландия. И
Анна, скажите, пожалуйста, а вы до Калуги не доехали, я так понимаю, правильно?
Мы доехали до Калуги, провели там 3 ночи, и после этого волонтеры помогли нам выехать, за нами приехали. Так как я сказала, что мы с очень маленьким ребенком, волонтеры прислали за нами машину и помогли нам пройти границу России. Нас довезли до Белоруссии, из Беларуси нас довезли в Литву, а из Литвы нас забрали волонтеры из Финляндии. То есть мы 7 дней провели в Таганроге, 3 дня провели в Калуге, но на последний день нахождения в Таганроге мы уже имели связь с волонтерами, и они нам сказали, что проще нас будет забрать из Калуги. Это меньше по времени для них.
Я поняла. So they spent 7 days in Taganrog, and while they were waiting to go to Kaluga, there were volunteers from the local church. So they were providing them food and even maybe some sweet, like candies and sweetness for children. And so there was one volunteer, and she said that she cannot say the name, of course, when he wasn't from Russia, said that there's an opportunity if she wants to go to Finland. So, and then after that they went to Kaluga and they spent 3 days there, and pretty much so she contacted those volunteers and they helped her to cross the border to Belarus. And after that, they were picked up by volunteers and taken to Finland.
Хочу рассказать историю о том, как нас забирали. Это был поезд из Таганрога до Калуги. Озвучено изначально было, что мы можем уехать туда только по собственному желанию. Если у нас нет желания ехать в город, который предлагается сейчас, мы можем подождать и выбрать другой, более подходящий вариант для нас. Так как у нас уже была договоренность с волонтерами, мы ехали в Калугу, но у нас были некоторые контакты волонтеров из Таганрога. Потом мы связались с ними и нам озвучили, что Люди, которые остались и не пожелали уехать в Калугу, допрашивала их полиция российская, допрашивала в том числе волонтеров. Они пытались выяснить, почему те или иные люди не захотели ехать. И большинство из этих людей, которые остались, насильно посадили в поезд.
И куда, подожди, куда они посадили в поезд? Какой поезд?
Посадили в этот поезд, который едет в Калугу. То есть это было добровольно-принудительно, скажем так, но озвучивалось это, что это исключительно наше желание должно быть.
So yeah, there was a train that they took to Kaluga, and even those people, even though it sounded like it's just their choice, there were people who just were refusing to go there. They were still forcibly taken and put in that train. So at the end of the day, people had no choice.
По
How
приезду
many people were on the train, roughly?
примерно 250 человек было в поезде.
Да.
There was 250 people on that train.
По приезду в Калугу мы приехали туда около 3 часов ночи. В 8 утра объявили по рации, что мы должны пройти в административный корпус, якобы для медицинского осмотра. Там была медсестра, которая замерила давление по желанию, завели медицинские карты, спросили, есть ли какие-то жалобы на здоровье. А через полчаса в соседнем кабинете приехали ФСБ и прокуратура. Они допрашивали всех. Как новая фильтрация была. И они сравнивали данные с тем, что мы говорили в Донецке, что мы говорили на границе России. Они спрашивали, какие цели. И особенно пристрастие у них было, естественно, к молодым семьям. Нам повезло, что мой ребенок еще не говорил на тот момент, потому что дети, которые могли уже что-то рассказать, когда им задают вопросы, если ребенок путался в своих показаниях, к этим семьям был максимальный допрос. Они брали все контакты, они как будто мы подозреваемся в чем. То есть это была полноценная еще одна фильтрация.
So when they made it to Kaluga, there was pretty much another filtration camp. So there was a medical center when they would check their blood pressure and, ask them their medical history, if there any concerns. And then she said that after that, there was FSB arrived and there was a new interrogation. So, and they were comparing what they were saying previous filtration camps. So they were comparing the information, making sure that people have providing the same information. And they were even asking children some questions. And if little children were getting confused and were just saying some different information, so those families were interrogated even more. And they were just getting special attention.
Мы провели в Калуге 3 дня. За нами приехал волонтер, и мы поехали на границу в сторону Белоруссии. Там у России с Белоруссией нет границ, у них только как таможенный союз и как таможенный контроль, скорее всего. Это не граница, но все равно у нас был допрос. Мы ехали уже, получается, на машине. Волонтер озвучил нам, что нам ни в коем случае нельзя говорить, что это волонтеры, это было логично. Мы познакомились с ним более близко, он рассказал о своей семье, я рассказала о своей семье. Мы запомнили фамилии друг друга, возраст, даты рождения, все, что можно было сделать за короткий срок, пока мы ехали. Когда мы приехали на границу, мы озвучили, что это знакомый, что это давний друг моего дедушки, что он нам помог выехать, и что он только довезет нас до Белоруссии, до Минска, до ЖД вокзала, а дальше мы поедем своим ходом, то есть он не просто поможет нам транспортно. Этого мужчину тоже допрашивали, делали фото его документов, делали фото номерных знаков его автомобиля. Пытались подловить нас на лжи. Волонтеры дали мне для правдоподобности точный адрес. Мы озвучивали, что мы едем в Польшу. Нам нельзя было говорить, что мы едем в Финляндию, потому что это было до момента, как Финляндии отказали в НАТО вступлении. Это был вот как раз вопрос о вступлении Финляндии в НАТО. И волонтеры сказали, что безопаснее для нас будет озвучивать, что мы едем в Польшу. У меня был от волонтеров точный адрес и контактные данные одного реального человека из Польши. И я показывала эти данные людям, что я еду туда, меня там встретят. Но они пытались меня постоянно подловить на лжи. Они меня спрашивали, еду ли я в какой-то фильтрационный центр, еду я в миграционный центр, в какой именно город я еду. Они постоянно пытались меня запутать и подловить меня на лжи.
They left Kaluga and then they went to Minsk, and while the Russia and Belarus are different countries, even though they don't really have a border, so they have just a customs center. They just had to went through, and it was like another filtration point, because there was another interrogation, and they were going with a volunteer from Finland. And the volunteer told them that under any circumstances, they cannot say that he's a volunteer. So they were just saying that he is a friend of her grandfather. And by the time there was news about Finland possibly joining NATO, so it was, and he also told them that they cannot say that they're going to Finland. They should say that they're going to Poland. It would be just more secure. But they were still asking a lot of questions, and where they're going, and all the like information, collecting more information.
С нами на границе в очереди нас специально держали по времени, нас запугивали, что нас не пропустят или не пропустят моего мужа на основании того, что он призывного возраста, хотя все прекрасно понимают, что мы не граждане России, нас не могут призвать в этой стране служить в российскую армию. Я отправила мужа гулять с ребенком на улицу, просто чтобы они не задавали вопросов и ему, чтобы он не путался в информации, потому что мы очень переживали по этому поводу. С нами в очереди была также семья из Мариуполя, тоже с маленьким ребенком. Там была такая же ситуация. Они действительно ехали в Польшу. Им тоже задавали очень много наводящих вопросов, тоже пытались подловить на лжи. Постоянно задавали вопрос, почему вы хотите ехать именно в Польшу, почему вы не хотите остаться в России. Уговаривали остаться в России, сказали, что будет все хорошо, мы же можем здесь получить гражданство, что они нас любят, что они нас спасают. Один мужчина, получается, была наша семья, еще одна семья с маленьким ребенком. Один мужчина, он ехал один, он тоже из Мариуполя. На вид ему, может, около 40. Он очень сильно нервничал, когда ему задавали вопросы, он имел неосторожность сказать, что Мариуполь оккупированный город. После этого солдаты на этой границе начали задавать ему очень много вопросов. Они начали выражаться некультурно. Мы очень переживали, что они его в лучшем случае не выпустят из страны, потому что они были очень агрессивно настроены в его сторону. Пропустили всех людей, но просто это было жуткое моральное давление, это было осознанно. И такое ощущение, будто у них есть приказ морально нас уничтожать вот в этих местах.
So in that filtration camp, there was another interrogation, and then her husband is military, even though he's military age, so they were just, even though they cannot, because he is a citizen of another country, obviously he cannot join the Russian army. They were still asking a lot of questions, and they were just asking, like, why would you go to Poland? Like, why do you want to do that? Why wouldn't you stay in Russia? We love you, and it's so easy to get citizenship in Russia. And there were just a bunch of questions like this. And then she said that there was another family, And the man from that family said that just accidentally say that Mariupol is occupied right now, and she said that we were really worried that they're going to kill him because they were so aggressive against him for saying that. Oh, Анна, здесь?
Да.
Анна, сейчас вас будет переводить Константин. Он хорошо?
Да, хорошо.
Привет, это я Костя. Приятно познакомиться, буду переводить.
Да, привет. Замечательно. Дальше, получается, мы прождали на границе 5,5 часов. Мы просто сидели и ждали, наши документы сфотографировали. И, как я поняла, все эти фотографии наших документов, фотографии нас, фотографии водителя, который нас вез, его номерных знаков, его документов были отправлены по WhatsApp кому-то званием выше в этом таможенном контроле.
Давайте я переведу сейчас это. So at the border, while they were waiting, they took their pictures of their documents and sent them someone of high rank through WhatsApp application. Продолжайте, пожалуйста.
Мы прождали 5,5 часов, после чего нам сказали, что да, мы можем пересекать границу и ехать в Белоруссию. Дальше волонтеры...
We waited 5 hours, and then we were told that we can cross the border and move further.
Мы уехали от границы. Волонтеры дали нам возможность отдохнуть от этого всего морально. Мы переночевали 3 ночи в доме у волонтеров. Дальше эти же люди отвезли нас в Вильнюс. Одну ночь мы остановились в церкви пятидесятнической, и из этой церкви уже нас забрали волонтеры Operation Hope. И на машине мы проехали из Вильнюса и вот до Финляндии. Сейчас мы в Эспо.
So then they were allowed to cross the border, and they spent 3 nights. They crossed the border and spent 3 nights in the village, in some village, and after that, the volunteers from the church took them to Vilnius, and after that, they went to Finland. В каком вы городе в Финляндии?
Эспо.
Еще раз.
Эспо.
And right now,
it's closer to Helsinki.
In Finland. Подскажите, а были у вас кто-то, кто не смог во время всей этой истории, с кем вы начинали, кто не доехал? Вы слышали о таких историях?
Я не слышала историй именно, когда не смогли выехать из России, но я слышала истории, когда с неоккупированных территорий Украины люди хотели вернуться к себе домой, на территории, которые сейчас оккупированы. Это не из первых уст информации, естественно. Я слышала, что много людей, молодых людей, парней, пропадают на пути из Запорожья до других оккупированных городов. То есть вот этот путь неоккупированный и оккупированный просто забирают молодых парней призывного возраста из машин, и дальше их судьба неизвестна.
Okay, so I've asked if she heard or seen stories where people don't actually get to the final destination, and she's saying that she personally does not know, but she heard a lot of stories when people try to come back from Russia back to their home in occupied or not occupied Ukraine, and those people, they just disappear. No one knows where they are.
Также когда мы были в Безыменное, в школе, могу ошибаться, что это школа, это какое-то административное здание, находилось около 40, может быть, 50 мужчин призывного возраста из Мариуполя. Мой папа лично знает одного из них, я слышала разговор лично. Этот мужчина жил в одном из районов Мариуполя, недалеко от завода Ильича. И во время сильных боев некоторые украинские солдаты, опасаясь за свою жизнь, нашли в раздевалках рабочую одежду завода Invades, и они переоделись просто в рабочую одежду и смогли так спастись, сбежать, может, кто-то на территорию России. И русские солдаты узнали об этом, и они в районе, с которого могли сбежать эти солдаты, забрали всех парней, кого увидели на улице призывного возраста, и отвезли в это село безыменное. Этот мужчина сказал, что он находился на тот момент, это было 3 мая, на тот момент он находился там 1,5 месяца. У многих забрали телефоны, но у него было 2 телефона, 1 кнопочный, и он его просто не показал. Забрали все паспорта, все были без документов. Им сказали, что они должны ждать фильтрацию, но когда эта фильтрация будет, им никто не озвучивал. Дальнейшая судьба этого мужчины мне неизвестна, с ним связь оборвалась.
So when they were fleeing from Mariupol at the filtration camp in Bezymane, they saw a group of around 50 men of the commissioning age young men, and one of them, her father knew personally, and he told them that Russians has heard that some of the Russian Ukrainian defenders from Azovstal had changed their cloth into the Azovstal workers' uniform and tried to escape. So what Russian did is, for everyone who was from that neighborhood, they were put into filtration, additional filtering, and they were double checked. And she does not know what happened to him next. So no information on him anymore.
Не знаю, что я еще могу вам рассказать, если честно.
So if you
Если
have any
есть вопросы, да.
if you have any questions, you can ask them.
We do. How did Victoria experience the filtration?
Как Виктория, как прошла фильтрация это у Виктории? Если Виктория, можешь сейчас разговаривать.
Да, добрый вечер. Меня зовут Виктория, мне 38 лет. Я выросла, жила, работала в Мариуполе. У меня есть дочь, ей 12 лет. Работала учителем в школе, учителем физкультуры. И все это время, вплоть до 5 июля, я 5 июля выехала из Мариуполя. Я была там.
Hello, my name this is Victoria. She's 38 years old. She was working as a teacher, and she has a 12-year-old child, and they stayed in Mariupol up to 5th of July.
5th of July.
Как было это у меня? Анину историю я услышала. Очень много похожих моментов, хотя я живу в Приморском районе. И 24 февраля я еще была на работе, я еще проводила уроки. 25-го мы уже все выносили со школы, все ценное, чтобы это не досталось российским солдатам.
So when all she heard the story from Anna, and it's very similar, lots of similarities with hers, and so for her it started everything on February 24th, and February 23rd they were still working in the school teaching. And the next day they were moving everything out from the school to make sure that that Russian soldiers would not loot anything.
Так же, как и все мариупольцы, мы надеялись, что все закончится, как и в 2014 году. Все будет не больше 3 дней, но не получилось. С 26 числа мы перешли в подвал после того, как с корабля с порта был выстрел по нашему дому.
They were hoping that everything is going to be like in 2014, where when Mariupol was liberated in 3 days, but unfortunately it did not happen. So they were staying in their apartment up until the moment where Russian ship struck something really explosive nearby from the Sea of Azov, from the port.
Снаряд попал в угол дома, поэтому разрушений больших сначала не было. Люди спустились в подвал. Во всем доме, 6-подъездный дом, 5-этажка, не было стекол ни у кого.
So the projectile hit the corner of the house. So there were not that many destruction did not cause too much destruction, but all the residents tried to move into the basement for security.
Все это время мы находились в подвале. С нами вместе в одном из подвалов, а в доме их 2, было 33 человека. Среди них пожилые люди и дети.
Together with them in the basement there were 33 people with elderly and kids.
Все это время мы находились без света, без воды, без связи, так как подвалы не оборудованы. Они только, как говорила уже Аня, для коммуникаций.
So all this time they spent there, they were without any food, without any heating, water or electricity. In those basements, they are not shelters. They are only designed for communication, like pipes, wires, etc.
Иногда мы выходили посмотреть, что и как на улице творится, но опять это было недолго для того, чтобы глаза немножко отошли от темноты.
So sometimes they would go outside just to see, for a really short period of time, and they needed to do this not that much to check what is happening, but more to give their eyes relief from being in the dark all the time.
Постоянные обстрелы школы, жилых домов, неработающего аэропорта старого, спальных районов. Постоянно нельзя было даже ночью лечь отдохнуть. Как вы понимаете, лечь в подвале не на чем. Это были старые из квартир одеяла, где можно было на полу, на бетоне, в пыли просто присесть и попытаться заснуть.
So they were bombing the residential buildings, they were bombing schools, they were shooting at the old non-functioning airport, and they could not sleep at night because of all the shelling. It was really hard, and also the basement itself, it was not designed for anything like that, and they used blankets to put them on the concrete floor and try to sleep and get some rest from time to time, but it was really hard because of all the endless shelling.
В момент затишья, когда не было обстрелов, с мужчинами по очереди ходили к роднику набирать питьевую воду. Готовили на мангале, на костре, который был рядом возле подвала, возле выхода, чтобы хоть как-то немного успокоить детей. Находили листы бумаги, карандаши, чтобы как-то привести их в чувство, потому что обстрелы с 1 марта, когда пропала связь, начались сильнее.
So they when shelling when there were shelling stopped. they had they would go to the they had a stream of water nearby, and they would go there to get some water, and they had like a somewhat like a barbecue to cook the food on it. They also were looking for paper and pencils to entertain the kids and bring them, try to normalize their life so they would not go insane.
8 марта все, наверное, запомнят, Мариуполь, в частности, и наш дом. С 6 утра и до 24:00 был непрерывный обстрел. Это обстрелы были из всех орудий. Мы уже на звук научились их различать. Не давали передохнуть никому, не выйти, не приготовить, ничего. Постоянный был обстрел.
So 8th of March, starting 6 o'clock in the morning up to late, up to the midnight, they were endlessly shelled, and it was Russians were shooting absolutely every piece of artillery that they had, and it was so intense. But that time they learned to differentiate different types of artillery and knew could understand what's being fired.
В моменты затишья, когда мужчины могли выйти и посмотреть, что к чему, насколько были поражены и дома, и вокруг район, то находили метки, которые пытались убрать. Это и мелом нарисованные, и на подъездах, а также на крышах. Пытались как-то смыть, закрыть, потому что все понимали, это не просто так, туда будет лететь снаряд с самолета.
So the man, from time to time, when it became a bit quieter, the man would go out to see the damage and to see what is happening. They would find markings on the ground made with chalk or other stuff, or with a paint. They would find them on the roofs, and they tried to wash them off, because they understood that those markings were placed by saboteurs and if there is such mark, probably the plane is gonna drop a bomb over there.
После 10 апреля, когда уже захватили город войска ДНР, к нам в подвал зашли солдаты и сказали, что если мы прячем кого-то из украинских военных, то они закроют нас снаружи и подожгут подвал, мы никто не выйдем, если не отдадим солдат.
So then, when the city was captured by Russian proxies from Donetsk and Lugansk, their troops came into the basement.
Konstantin? I think we just lost Konstantin's audio.
Yeah. I'm just going to finish this. What she said. She said that they would burn the basement, and if they wouldn't give away the soldiers.
После того, как войска зашли в наш район, всех переписали все данные паспортов и сказали, что явиться в центральный отдел, где надо пройти фильтрацию в городе, для того, чтобы спокойно передвигаться по городу. Естественно, очереди были километровые, и добиться фильтрации в городе практически нереально, поэтому отправляли всех в другие города и поселки пройти фильтрацию.
Well, Victoria is saying that they were collecting all the data from their passports in order to go to filtration camps, because that would give them the opportunity to move around the city. So without going through the filtration camp, you pretty much cannot go anywhere. So they were collecting all the passport data.
So the soldiers came to the houses and collected data.
Yes, and then she said that there was a lines of people waiting for those filtration camps.
После того, как люди более-менее спокойно могли передвигаться по городу, были абсолютно невозможные психологические условия для жизни. Давление было ужасное. То есть на нас смотрели как на отбросов. Что мы должны русских солдат просто говорить им спасибо за то, что нас освободили. Но мы не просили, чтобы нас освобождали. Мы жили спокойной жизнью, ходили на работу, были друзья, какие-то свои заботы. Человеческая нормальная жизнь. И в один миг это все рухнуло.
She said that even they were able to move around the city, the Russian soldiers were looking at them like garbage. They thought that they were supposed to say thank you so much for saving us, for rescuing us. Even though Victoria was pre-Ukrainian, and she knew that they did not have to come and rescue them. Konstantin, you're gonna take from here?
Ну и когда была...
Victoria, подождите.
Да.
Konstantin, are you here?
Not yet, he's coming up. One sec.
Okay.
Все, можно?
Да, Виктория, продолжайте.
После того, как стало невозможно находиться в городе, то есть это и очереди людей, которые хотят есть, а магазинов нет, все разрушено. Воды нет, света нет, связи нет. Ничего нет. Я приняла решение выезжать любым способом. Я знала, что будет тяжело, но все-таки решила выезжать из города.
She said that it was almost impossible to stay in the city because there was no food, there was no water, no electricity, and just a bunch of hungry people. So she made the decision to leave the city, even though she knew there's going to be a lot of obstacles on her way. But she made the decision to leave.
Были автобусы на одном из пунктов эвакуации, скажем так. Отправлялись автобусы на Таганрог. Нужно было записаться и каждый день приходить и спрашивать, поедут ли сегодня автобусы, набрались ли люди. Людей в очереди очень много, поэтому уехать на следующий день, в принципе, было нереально.
She said that there was buses. They were going to Taganrog, it's a city in Russia, and she said that so you have to leave your information, just sign up, in the line, and then you had to come back there every day and see if you can go. And she said that because there were just so many people that wanted to leave, the lines were like really, really long.
How were they treated when they came there?
Скажите,
When they came to the line to the bus station?
Виктория, скажите, пожалуйста, как они с вами обращались? Вот когда вы стояли в очереди, то есть как с вами обращались?
Дело в том, что обращались, как роботы, да? Смотрели фамилия, следующий. Просто было настолько неприятно, ты себя чувствовал, не человеком.
They said that they were treating them like robots. They were just asking their last names, and they did not really treat them like human beings. So there was a lot of pressure, and they pretty much look at them as like garbage.
После того, как нам сообщили, что мы можем пересесть в автобус и ехать, мы с дочерью сели и поехали в сторону Таганрога. На пункте пропуска в Таганрог мы прождали 5 часов, пока автобус наш пропустят, но это затянулось еще на 4 часа, потому что колонна была очень большая.
So when it was their turn to leave, they had to wait 5 hours, and then they had to wait another 4 hours. So it was just a lot of waiting time.
Опять же, солдаты заходили, смотрели паспорта, смотрели, сколько мужчин, и не всех выпускали. Со мной ехал мальчик с папой, мальчик призывного возраста. Их садили с автобуса, и дальше их судьба неизвестна. Мама поехала дальше в автобусе, как потом выяснилось.
Я дальше буду переводить. When they got on the bus, they were passports were checking, and there was a young man of the conscription age who was with them. He was taken off the bus, and his mother. He was separated with his mother, and she traveled further, but he disappeared, and no one ever heard from him afterwards.
Пока мы стояли на границе, нам предлагали воду и для тех, кто хочет, подобие горячего супа. Ну, это супом назвать сложно, потому что это вода и плавало три картошки.
They were offered at some point. They were offered food. It was some kind of soup that did not taste like anything good. It was garbage. It was just lots of water and 3 potatoes flowing on in the huge pot. And it was not any good.
После того, как мы приехали в Таганрог, нас расселили в спорткомплексе. Там, как Аня уже говорила, это этот же спорткомплекс, но уже было 300 человек в каждом из 2 залов спортивных. Жара была больше 30 градусов, и находиться в закрытом помещении, а окна там были все закрыты, открывать их не разрешали, было очень тяжело дышать, практически было нечем.
So afterwards, they were taken to Taganrog to the same facility, sport facility, where Anna was taken. But right now it was much. It was more people were there. It was two spaces with 300 people, around 300 people each. All the windows were closed, and it was summer, so the temperature rise up to 90 degrees Fahrenheit or around 30 degrees Celsius. It was really hot. There was no air conditioning. У меня к вам такой вопрос.
Да.
Вам можно было выходить оттуда?
Можно было передвигаться по территории, но вы же понимаете, да, все равно за нами смотрели, когда мы выходим, когда мы заходим, постоянно просили, покажите документы.
So they could. I asked if they could go in and out from there, and they said yes. So they could move in and out a bit, but they were always watched. Someone was watching them. They were constantly changed the documents. Every their move was documented.
Находясь в Таганроге, в этом центре, в этом распределительном лагере, скажем так, нам объявили, что все, кто находится в этом спортзале и в соседнем, будут ждать поезда, на Ставрополь.
So this was like a distribution center basically, and they were told that everyone will wait for. I'm sorry, поезда или автобуса вы сказали?
Поезда.
So everyone would have to wait for train to Stavropol. That's city in Russia.
Тот, кто был не согласен, должен был указать, выехать из этого центра и указать, куда, в какой город и к кому он будет двигаться дальше, если он не хочет ехать в Ставрополь. Естественно, указать причину, почему.
So everyone who did not want to go to Stavropol would have to write like report and saying that, explaining why he does not want to do it, where he wants to go instead, why he wants to do it, and give a lot of explanation why he's not doing that, and he then would be allowed to leave that center.
Пока люди ждали поезда на Ставрополь, это было как раз 2 недели, я искала волонтеров, потому что в Ставрополь я не хотела ехать. Я искала волонтеров и нашла тех же волонтеров церкви, которые помогли нам выбраться сначала в Ростов, а после через Беларусь, Эстонию, Латвию, уже в Финляндию.
She did not want to go to Stavropol, and she was looking to volunteers who would help them get to Belarus, Poland, and Lithuania, Latvia, and then to Finland. Продолжайте, пожалуйста.
Ну и спасибо большое этим волонтерам, не будем называть. Они нас привезли в Финляндию. Сейчас мы находимся в Финляндии с дочерью Веспа.
She thanks volunteers a lot. She cannot say their names for obvious reasons, and they helped transported them. And right now she's in Espoo in Finland with her with дочерью, да?
Да.
С дочерью, да.
В Мариуполе у меня...
Извини.
Sorry.
When both of you, when both of you were in the filtration camps, if you look back, how many of the men were separated? And how many of them were able to later on get on transport?
Пока вы были в фильтрационных лагерях этих, как много людей, мужчин вы видели, разделились со своими семьями, видели вы такое, смогли ли они потом воссоединиться?
Очень много людей, и мужчин ехало именно принудительно. Именно вот в Ставрополь их прям силком затягивали, даже если не хотели, затаскивали всех. На границе, когда, если призывной возраст и опять же были вопросы, то саживали и оставляли до выяснения обстоятельств.
So in Stavropol, in Taganrog Center filtration camp, they were all the men were forcefully sent to Stavropol from there. Those who tried to refuse, they were sent there by force. And also at the border, there were a lot of people. If they would be of the conscription age, they would be stopped and taken off the bus for additional processing, and no one knows what happens with them next.
Видя мою профессию, а мне приходилось говорить, что я учитель физкультуры, мне предлагали остаться в России и пойти защищать российскую армию нашу, да, вот эту, которая нас якобы освободила в кавычках. На что я говорила нет, потому что я с дочерью, я буду уезжать. Говорить свою настоящую позицию было опасно.
Because everyone was asking the profession, and her profession was PE, teacher of PE, and the Russians were telling her to physical education. Russians were telling her you should go and join Russian army and help invade Ukraine further. But she was always saying, no, I cannot, because I have a small daughter, and she could not tell her real position, and her real position is to send them to hell. But it was too dangerous to say anything like that.
Если есть вопросы, задавайте.
If you have any further questions, please ask.
I have one kind of important one. They both said that every movement was documented, and that in successive filtration camps, they kept asking the same questions. How exactly, with what means? Pen on paper, in a phone, in a computer, were all of these things documented?
Doman, could you repeat the question, because I got distracted for a second, please?
I can translate that.
Давай.
Викториана, это, наверное, вопрос к вам обеим. То есть, когда вам на каждом фильтрационном лагере вам задавали одни и те же вопросы, что не использовали для документации? То есть, была ли это просто письменно, просто лист бумаги, был ли это компьютер? То есть, куда они вносили данные, которые они собирали?
В моем случае это был и бумажный носитель, и компьютер. Так же, как и у Ани, это все сканировалось, данные с телефона скачивались, просматривались социальные сети, искали связи с военными.
She said that they were using paper forms, but they also use computers. They were checking their phones, scanning all the information. They were pretty much looking for any possible affiliation with Ukrainian army.
Did it sound like they were trying to catch them out, telling different stories to different in different filtration camps?
I think they did. That's at some point, Anna was just saying, because they were asking the same questions. So they were just trying to see if they would have the same answers. And I think that's why they were asking children. Remember, I told you at some point they were asking little kids, see what answers they have.
So the reason why I'm asking is if they compared notes from camp to camp, that means that they have notes on everyone, or at least the vast majority of people they deported, right? And that means that there will be a way to identify all of those who were taken and who couldn't get out to Finland or Estonia or Latvia or anywhere else.
Well, I'm sure they have information about every person. Анна и Виктория, Доман спрашивает, что так как они спрашивали одни и те же вопросы и вносили эту информацию в компьютеры, то, скорее всего, у них есть данные о каждом человеке. Правильно мы понимаем?
Правильно, потому что строго очень на всех пунктах пропуска, да, на всех вот этих границах, и по всем домам ходили и записывали сначала на бумажный носитель, а после уже и в компьютер они заносили все наши данные, данные паспортов, родственников. Ну, вопросы, да, вы правы, одни и те же постоянно.
Yeah, she's saying pretty much what I just said. So they were very strictly about asking questions. So they were just, or was it infiltration camps, or they were just coming from house to house. They were just collecting all the data and just put it in a computer. So they have data for every person, I'm sure.
Did you hear back from any of the people who went to Stavropol, right? Victoria, Stavropol was where most went. Did you hear from any that they managed to get south to Georgia, to Грузия?
Никакой информации и о судьбе тех, кто уехал в Ставрополь, у меня, к сожалению, нет. И в Мариуполе у меня осталась мама, поэтому я связь еще с Мариуполем поддерживаю. В Ставрополе никого.
She said that she has no information about those who went to Stavropol, but she still has her mom in Mariupol, so she has a connection with her right now.
When you were spoken to by soldiers from Donetsk People's Republic, designated as Donetsk People's Republic, were you spoken with as equals or as something less?
I missed that. Down. Say again, please.
When you were spoken to by people from Donetsk People's Republic, by soldiers from Donetsk People's Republic, were you spoken with as equals or as something less?
Когда с вами разговаривали солдаты из Донецкой Народной Республики, так званой, то есть как они с вами обращались как со своими, то есть как вообще происходило ваше общение?
Нет, мы сидели друг напротив друга и задавали вопросы, ну так, пытаясь, как на допросе, вот абсолютно идентичные условия. И на границе в Таганроге даже просили, я была в футболке и рубашке, меня просили снять рубашку для того, чтобы посмотреть, есть ли у меня следы на руках, синяки и татуировки.
She said that there was a very rough communication, and even in Taganrog, they even asked her to undress to see if she has any tattoos on her body.
А что происходило с теми, вот, у кого находили татуировки, например,
Их
какие-то вы...
оставляли. Если это находили в автобусе, да, подозрения у кого были, те оставались, не ехали дальше до выяснения.
So those who
Там
were...
своеобразные татуировки, дело в том, что они знали, что они ищут.
So they were looking for specific tattoos, and those who had those tattoos were taken off the bus for further processing, and no one knows what happened further with them.
Did anyone that you know from Mariupol, did anyone still think that they would be like the same, that they would be actually friendly or kind to people of Mariupol? And how many days did it take before it was clear to everyone that nobody would be treating them nicely?
Could you repeat that once again, Doman? Sorry.
Did anyone still think before, especially the Donetsk People's Republic forces reached Mariupol, that they would be treating the population nicely? And how many days did it take for everyone to realize that nobody would be treated kindly?
Were there people who expected
Russian, Konstantin.
Извиняюсь. Были там люди, которые ожидали, что к ним хорошо будут относиться как их назвать, ДНР, хорошо в ДНР, но потом быстро поняли, что...
Я вас поняла. Да, были и такие, но на данный момент люди увидели реальную картину. Я говорю, потому что с мамой разговаривала буквально сегодня. Людей заставляют принимать гражданство Донецкой Народной Республики. Принудительно заставляют получать паспорта.
So there were people that expected to be treated well by Russian proxies in Donetsk and Lugansk, but that quickly evaporated. And she talked with her mother, and she told that they're being forced, for example, right now to get so-called citizenship of that so-called republic, and it's done forcefully.
У меня вопрос к вам, Виктория.
Да.
Вы говорите, что они принимают гражданство Донецкой Народной Республики, не России. I'm asking you a question. I'm just a little confused here because I thought that they would just force them to take Russian citizenship.
Я объясню. Прежде чем, как объяснили это маме, но мама моя против Донецкой Народной Республики, но для того, чтобы выжить, вы понимаете, да, какие-то минимальные к существованию средства иметь, ей придется получить паспорт Донецкой Народной Республики. Пока в Мариуполе не прошел референдум и официально не присоединили Мариуполь к России, людям выдают паспорта Донецкой Народной Республики.
So her mother will have to, she has no choice to survive. She may have to take that passport, and they will not get Russian citizenship anywhere in any future unless Russia tries to annex and say that Mariupol is part of Russia now. They will not get, no one will get Russian passports, but and will have to take passport from DNR because they have no choice to survive.
After Russian forces invaded Mariupol, and this is for Victoria because she was there longer, there were reports about cholera and abysmal hygiene conditions in Mariupol. What were the hygiene conditions in Mariupol in May and June?
Какие, Виктория, подскажите, мы получали здесь информацию о том, что в городе холера и ужасные условия в плане гигиены. Вы не могли бы, пожалуйста, про это немного поговорить и рассказать, какие были санитарное состояние города?
Ну, скажу только про свой район, за остальные районы не знаю, потому что передвигаться по району опасно. Везде лежали осколки снарядов, не разорвавшиеся снаряды. Скажу только про свой район. Да, санитарные условия ужасающие, потому что воды нет. Та вода, которая есть, ее приходилось очищать, отстаивать. Те трупы, которые захоранивались прямо во дворах, ну, вы понимаете, что была зима, и в условиях войны выкопать глубоко нельзя было яму. Людей сбрасывали в одну, и двое, и трое. У нас во дворе лежало трое. Закапывать глубоко не было возможности. И с приходом тепла, когда все потеплело, и животные помогли, ну, было ужасно. Это все лежало на поверхности.
I'm sorry, someone was speaking. So the conditions were terrible. They did not have water, clean water that they could drink, and they had to do filter it out or boil it themselves somehow. It was hard and hard process. Also, the bodies of the dead that were buried in the neighborhoods during the winter. Because of the ground was frozen, they could not dig too deep to bury them. So you understand what would happen was the body that is not too deep. The dogs and animals would dig it up, and those bodies were rotting on the streets, and hygiene was terrible, and it was just absolutely worst condition that one can imagine. Подскажите, а про холеру было что-то? Это реальность? То есть была вспышка холеры или вы не знаете?
Я не знаю, потому что информация официальная. Связи ж нет. Был только Феникс, который можно было и то не везде достать. Это был дефицит.
Кто вы говорите?
Связь
Феникс?
российская, да, называется Феникс. И тоже не у всех, поэтому только так, из уст в уста можно было передавать. Он действительно ли была холера, я не могу вам сказать, не знаю.
So she cannot confirm that there was cholera, or I don't know how to say it right in English, sorry. Cholera, yeah. She cannot confirm that because she does not know information. They were very limited they had very limited communications. They could speak only with themselves and the friends that they knew personally, because there was no communications. The cell phone network was not working, internet was not working, and there was only Russian cell phone provider called Phoenix. But getting their cards and was really hard. They were not on sale, and most of the information was traveling like from mouth to ear, from mouth to mouth, from people that know each other, and you could not get any outside information. So she may not know that something cholera may have happened somewhere. There may be spikes, but she does not know because she simply does not have any information.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Victoria. Благодарю вас за показания. Nina.
Thank you, Domen. Victoria and I guess Anna is the other person here. Thank you so much for giving a voice to those horrific experiences that you have gone through in the war in Ukraine, and I have to say that that was maybe one of the worst times during the war for me. I was thinking of Mariupol and Azovstal day and night, and the people who were there. And you are so brave to come here and tell about your experience. I would like to ask you, first of all, Victoria, what do you feel that was the most difficult thing in the whole thing, and what was where did you find strength to believe or trust that you could stay alive? Thank you.
She wants to thank you for
На
На русском, Константин.
Да, я извиняюсь. Нина хочет сказать вам спасибо за то, что вы озвучили это все и позволили этой информации просочиться наружу, и чтобы об этом услышал мир. Это очень важно, и это были для нее самые сложные дни этой войны, когда вот те моменты, которые вы описываете в Мариуполе. Она очень благодарна вам и надеется, что у вас все теперь будет отлично. Она, я так понимаю, из Финляндии тоже. Я, может, чуть-чуть не совсем понял, что сказали, но мне кажется, в целом именно это.
Большое спасибо хочу сказать всем тем, кто помог добраться, и волонтерам, и всем людям в Финляндии. Большущее спасибо за помощь, за то, что дали второй шанс начать жизнь с нуля.
So she thanks everyone, all the volunteers, all the people who helped get out of that hell and get into the safety. And thanks for everyone for letting them start their life from the beginning.
Konstantin.
Yes, and
I'll say, Nina is in Espoo and would like to get in touch with Anna and Victoria. Would that be all right with Anna and Victoria?
Нина живет в Эспо тоже, и она спрашивает, может ли она, будет ли нормально, если она с вами свяжется, и как-то свяжется с вами в Финляндии, ну, в городе.
Да,
Вы не против?
Да, конечно.
Yes, they are totally all right with that. So you can reach out to them.
thank you. And I suspect we are neighbors.
And она думает, что вы соседи. Подозревает, что вы соседи.
Maybe.
Excellent. Thank you. Irina, if you want to give Konstantin a break, you can say it both in English and Russian yourself.
Yes, thank you. Я имею один вопрос. I will translate it later if it's okay. The question, but first I ask her. Я вот стараюсь, спасибо большое, что вы сейчас нам это рассказываете. Я сама живу в Германии. И вот мой вопрос немножко вот понять русскую пропаганду и насколько вот эта шизофрения сейчас, вот разбивали вот этот город, ну, ракетами, и есть еще там население, или они слышали вот эту русскую пропаганду во время мирного времени и настолько верили вот эти бандеровские, вот эти все так званые, ну, вы знаете эти все истории,
Да,
которые они рассказывают. И вот я вот не понимаю, вот уже расстреливали, вот видно, ну, они не знают, что это были русские, я вот не понимаю, как могут потом по телевизору показывать вот этих мариупольцев, которые как бы ну, как бы русский мир как бы ждали и такие рады, что они придут. Это только для телевизора. И сколько процентов вот этих людей? Я только приведу вот вопрос. I just ask you because I'm really interested in this
Я вас услышала, да.
Да.
Я не могу сказать точно, но, по моему мнению, может быть, опять же, это мое мнение субъективное, может быть, 10% из всего города поддерживали российскую власть. Пропаганда ведется и на сегодняшний день. Вот эти зомби-мобили приезжают там, где ведутся зоны торговли, приезжает большой экран, большой автомобиль, и показывают, как хорошо живется в России. Вы видели по роликам, наверное, в интернете вот эти дома, домики вот эти, извините, конечно, что выражусь именно так, домики поросят. Это картонные домики, на которые можно дунуть, и домик просто улетит. Это все картинка. Картинка для тех, кто еще сомневался или сомневается. Те, кто действительно живет в Мариуполе, те и были в этот момент, когда с 24-го начали обстрел, те реально понимают, что это все не сказки.
Они понимают. Это потому что они знают, что это была русня, которая их обстреляла. Но как можно потом? Все ясно. Хорошо. I just asked the question because I was really this schizophrenic situation. You see people in Mariupol who knew that they were shelled by Russians, and still we see some pro-Russian citizens or like Mariupol citizens who are claiming and waiting for the Russian world. And I was just asking how big is this percentage and how it can be that they know that they are shelled by Russians and they still believe this propaganda. And she was really answering, we all know this zombie TV, big screens they have spread in the center of Mariupol, and around 10% believed Russian propaganda in Mariupol. And now she says they know it. Probably they have fears. So it is not a big part who still believes it. So it gives me a bit hope because I couldn't believe it that after this massive shelling and this awful, there is some person who really believes them. Probably out of fear, they just want to survive. But I think this is the last. Putin actually made a really. It got all doubts from pro-Russian, let's say, population, which was living there. I hope that it is now clear for everyone who is who. Yeah. Thank you very much. Спасибо большое.
И вы понимаете, да, насколько здравомыслящий человек должен, видя эту картину, но не может народ сам разрушить свой город до основания, лишить жизни всех без разбора людей, детей, инфраструктуру всю уничтожить, а потом сказать это не я.
Yeah, they know that no one can shell themselves like Ukrainians. Actually, before they were living peacefully, and all of a sudden the Ukrainian army started to shell themselves. So everybody knows it. Но когда было мирные времена, они смотрели русское телевидение, вот эта часть. Вот их зомбировали в Украине практически, правда? Это как бы, они были, вот это, вот что вы думаете, надо делать в Украине в будущем, чтобы такое больше не случалось, чтобы вот это не было вот этой пропаганды, вот этого зомбирования в твоей стране, чтобы потом иметь вот такие, конфликт в своей стране.
Украинцы сильная нация, и вы это видите. Мы все преодолеем, все сможем. Спасибо за помощь другим странам. Мы покажем на своем примере, что, как на самом деле правда выглядит. Очень хочется донести до каждого и всех. Не надо всему верить, что показывают по телевизору.
I just asked her that during the peaceful times, probably they were still watching this little part of Mariupol, the older one, the people who experienced Soviet times and had some nostalgia. We have to know also, she didn't say it, but I know that Mariupol was settled with many Russians. It was like this all the time, like 100 years ago, we had Holodomor, all this genocide. They killed Ukrainian patriots and just repopulated with Russian population, and Mariupol had a lot of them. So this some part of this population was really watching Russian TV in Ukraine and got zombied. And but the way she says, now they all know who is who, and she's very optimistic about Ukrainian future, because it's a very, very powerful and strong nation, and we will conquer this. And yeah. Спасибо вам. Всего вам наилучшего.
So, where do we go from here? When you are now in Espoo, safe in Finland, in a civilized society, and you watch what's happening currently in Kharkiv, you see that this will be probably still hard for Ukraine to prosecute. How do you feel today on this very momentous weekend?
Девочки, вопрос к вам. То есть сегодня вы находитесь в цивилизованном обществе, и вы видите, что происходит в Харькове. Как вы вообще, как вы чувствуете по этому поводу? Что вы вообще думаете по этому поводу?
Я слышала, когда еще Мариуполь начали бомбить, также начали бомбить и Харьков, одну сторону Харькова. Очень тяжело видеть и сейчас слышать, как прилетает туда, в жилые районы. Не хочется, чтобы был еще один Мариуполь. Очень переживаем за все новости, абсолютно все просматриваем, читаем, обмениваемся мнениями. Очень рады за наши ЗСУ, что мальчишки все-таки находят силы и освобождают один за одним села и города. Мы в них верим.
Well, they're really worried about other cities of Ukraine, and they would hate to have another Mariupol somewhere else. But at the same time, they're very proud of Ukrainian forces and about their latest achievements, and they're very, very proud of them. So they just hope for the best.
When would you go back to Ukraine?
Скажите, пожалуйста, вы хотели бы вернуться в Украину, и если да, то когда?
Самый сложный вопрос на сегодняшний день. Может быть, но это будет уже другой город. Это уже будет не мой город. Мой город остался в голове, да, в памяти и на фотографиях. Вернуться и когда, давайте сначала выиграем эту войну.
She says probably the most difficult question, because even if she comes back one day, it's going to be another city, completely different city, and then she just keeps the good memories from living here. So she said that she doesn't know if she ever comes back, and if she does, she doesn't know. She just said, let's just win this war first, and then we'll see what happens next.
Anna?
Анна, можете тоже ответить на этот вопрос, пожалуйста? Анна, вы с нами или нет? I think we lost her. I think we lost Anna, so I don't think she's going to answer that question.
No problem. She has a little child with her as well. Yeah, Victoria. Now, what shall we expect? What do you think will happen to all those people who are still there, who had to continue suffering from hunger, will get cold soon. At the moment, it still isn't, but it will. When does, from your perspective, when you've lived in Mariupol for long, when does it become uncomfortable in autumn? And what would people have to expect if they're still there in mid-October?
На ваше мнение, скажите, пожалуйста, что вы ожидаете, что вы думаете случится дальше с теми людьми, которые остались в Мариуполе, которые продолжают продолжать быть под оккупацией? Скажите, пожалуйста, как вы думаете, вот что случится, скажем так, к середине октября?
Прогнозировать не знаю, скажу свое мнение. Дело в том, что тут надо четко понимать, люди, у которых нет возможности выехать физической или еще какой-то, это одно дело, они заложники ситуации. А люди, которые сотрудничают, да, являются коллаборантами, здесь уже надо действовать только по закону. Была такая старая поговорка: если не знаешь, как поступить, поступи по закону.
Well, she's not sure what's going to happen next, but she said that we have to understand that there's different types of people who stayed in Mariupol. Some people just cannot leave for some reasons. They're not obviously pro-Russian. They just cannot leave. That's one story. But there's also those who support Russia and maybe even help them. Then she said that they should be judged by law.
Understood. We've heard more recently that the Ukrainian government and the relevant ministry expects still about 90,000 people, civilians, to be in and around Mariupol. Does that number sound large, or would you think that this could be realistic?
Axel, can you repeat 90,000? What happened to those people?
90,000 civilians are still expected in Mariupol, according to government sources. But there is a lot of traffic going through to filtration camps. Does the number sound large, or would it sound realistic to her, given the fact that she left later than?
Виктория, Axel спрашивает, что согласно украинскому правительству, то там осталось примерно 90 тысяч людей. Мы не знаем этих цифр, потому что, возможно, люди были проданы, то есть многие прошли через фильтрационные лагеря. То есть как вы думаете вообще, по поводу статистики?
Данных у меня конкретных нет, но я не думаю, что столько людей осталось. На мой взгляд, их осталось еще меньше.
She said that she doesn't know the data, but she doesn't think that there's so many people left. She thinks there's less people than that.
Yeah, the expectation was that in the last 2 to 3 weeks, the Russian occupiers will have depleted the number further, but it's very hard to keep track of that. Okay, well, Victoria, thank you very much for sparing your time with us. And as a friend of mine says, speaking truth to power. It's absolutely vital that this information does not just remain hidden in those who have suffered through it. We need to bring it out to the world. And that's what we're doing here. Thank you very much for taking the time.
Эксел вас благодарит за то, что вы присоединились сегодня к нашему эфиру, и он говорит, что это жизненно важно говорить правду, то есть чтобы мир услышал ваши истории, чтобы люди знали правду. Поэтому спасибо вам огромное, что вы поделились вашими историями. Мы очень вас благодарны. И просто знайте, что мир вас услышал.
Это самое главное.
And I'm personally very glad to hear that our friend, whose birthday yesterday was celebrated in Finland, had your company yesterday with everybody else. And I hope that you have seen how many people support Ukraine, support those who have fled, and will continue supporting Ukraine, both during the war and in reconstruction. sincerely appreciate it. I hope you had a good afternoon and a good evening nevertheless yesterday.
Вы поняли, да, что он сказал?
Almost.
Okay. She understood you.
No. I'm very glad that everybody was happy. And in between all the horrors and in between all those days, it is very important that from time to time we all gather and have a little bit of levity and a smile. So
Yes,
it's
you're
a pity
right.
that we couldn't be there yesterday, but we shall see each other soon.
Виктория, спасибо вам большое еще раз. Вот. Мы надеемся, что вы, может быть, вернетесь к нам в эфир. Просто дайте мне знать. Вы знаете мой номер телефона, давайте остаемся на связи.
Да, давайте.
Друг другу. Украинцы должны помогать друг другу. Но у нас просто, знаете, что у нас еще есть друзья на Западе. То есть у нас в эфире вы найдете самых преданных и самых лучших друзей Украины. Я вам просто это гарантирую. Поэтому просто дайте знать.
Спасибо большое. Не хотелось повторяться, потому что мы займем очень много эфирного времени. Это все-таки выходной день, воскресенье. У нас важный вопрос, но и не хочется забирать у людей ночь. Поэтому я не повторялась на всех этих ужасах. Аня уже и так рассказала все, что творилось в городе.
Мы здесь 24 часа в сутки, поэтому вы никогда нам не помешаете. Нет ничего более важного, чем слышать голоса украинцев. Поэтому даже не обязательно это должно быть ваше. Если вы, может быть, просто захотите поделиться любой информацией, как вы сейчас живете, и просто поздороваться с нами. Поэтому заходите в любое время.
Конечно, теперь уже буду, теперь уже умею.
Well, I just told her, sorry, we just speak in Russian. I was just telling her that we work 24/7 and we will be more than happy to have them back to the space. And I said that is, I told her to let's just stay in touch as Ukrainians, but also I told her that she will find the best friends of Ukraine in that space and people who really, truly support Ukraine. And told her that she can come back anytime, even if she just wants to say hi. It's really important for us to hear Ukrainian voices.
Yes, and we want to know how she progresses, how the story continues for her, for Anna, for the children, and what comes next. Because there is a lot of life to be lived.
Да, мы очень бы хотели узнать вообще как вашу дальнейшую жизнь, то есть как вы, что происходит. Просто заходите к нам и поделиться вашими новостями. Спасибо вам огромное еще раз.
И вам спасибо за то, что можно было рассказать, да, выговориться. Вы сработали как психологи сегодня.
She's saying thank you so much for listening, and then she said that it almost was like you like psychologist. You were treating her like psychologist, so she feels very comfortable. Thank you so much.
You've just made thousands of friends who have listened to you. So thank you so much. Спасибо вам. Слава Украине.
Героям слава, слава нації.
Слава
Смерть ворогам. All righty, Toman. What an evening, what a day, what a Sunday.
No more Russians in Kharkiv Oblast, that's a start.
Exactly. Kharkiv Oblast is completely free. There's just a few stragglers somewhere in the forest waiting to be picked up.
Axel, can I have a quick word here?
You're speaking.
Okay. Victoria, thank you. And I look forward hearing from you. And I hope that I will meet you. And yes, I look forward hearing from you. And if you need any advice and or help, I will be ready to help you. Thank you.
Nina, you're not telling this to me, right?
No, not to you.
Виктория, вы здесь еще?
Да.
Нина вам передает, что она очень... Я вам сброшу ее номер с телефона, она бы очень хотела с вами пообщаться. Может быть, вам нужен какой-то совет или помощь, просто любая поддержка. Она бы очень хотела бы с вами связаться.
Хорошо, без проблем.
Yeah, Nina, she would be more than happy.
Excellent.
Slava
Wow.
Ukraini.
Героям
Героям
слава.
слава, слава нації.
Смерть ворогам. Doman, we can't say this often enough, can we?
Nope, definitely not. Definitely not.
So, where does this bring us now? We understand that in Kherson, the Russians are shortening the line of defense so that they are closer to their own artillery because they have evidently exactly the supply problems CJ, Yehuda, and our friends, including David, have always said they would have. So, it's not just Kharkiv, it's not just what's happening right now in Donbass, it is also in Kherson.
Yeah, it's funny because you posted it like 6 minutes after I did. The same Polish map.
I'm not looking at what you're doing, mate, during the interview. But I received the notice that I should really look at this, and then Yaroslav said that he is absolutely certain that the data is like this. So I found it funny.
No, makes sense to me, right? So basically, what the Russians are doing, they're doing a massive retreat from across Kherson Oblast on the right bank of the Dnieper, as the west bank, as the exposed bank, where they had a toehold, but clearly not a substantial enough one, not without advancing to Mykolaiv as well. And they were already given up on that 5 months ago. So they're shortening the lines. They're moving closer to the cities of Kherson and Novakhovka, so that they can actually use and shell the front lines with regular tubed artillery from the left bank of the Dnieper, from the other bank, the side that has Crimea on it, right? Because this way they don't have to take all of these thousands of heavy artillery shells across the river, which is a massive pain for them right now. Because also, Axel, did you hear about the reports of a submarine in the river?
Yes, I heard it a couple of times now.
It's amazing.
Has anybody spotted it?
Well, apparently they did, and the first explanation that came out was that it was either an Ural or a Kamaz truck. And my initial comment was to that, look, it's really a shame that it's a truck, because really what it should be a car, a Moskvich.
Jesus. Okay, people, I will grab a glass of red wine now.
The full of Moskva went and became a submarine in the big water, and in the little
Yes.
Moskvich car went and became a submarine in the littler water. Still a pretty big water.
Don't forget, the Moskvich was always oversized for its engine. So hey, how fitting.
Yes, exactly. There you go. So I think it'd be quite appropriate. Alas, we believe it was actually probably a Kamaz or something. But there's apparently so much stuff, so much waste now in the Dnieper that who knows what all is in there and could have been seen or maybe not seen. Our Galatian friend Daniel Arfir has been sending me some stuff, and apparently one translation says basically, look. Somebody talked to a pilot, and by pilot, I think they mean like a tugboat pilot, kind of pilot. And the pilot laughed loudly at it, saying that, look, in that area around Lvove, that's just downstream from Novakhovka, even taking into account that the submarine might have been on the surface, there's so much equipment in that crossing that's been sunk that it makes the passage of a submarine virtually impossible, even a small one. And the Dnipro normally has to get cleared for navigation, the translation says. What this means is it needs to get dredged, right? And for at least the last 7 months, this hasn't been done, which severely reduces the passability of the river as well. They're also 99% sure that this is just a coincidence, stress, and the imagination of eyewitnesses. Light refracted from the flashes of the sun, whatever, and probably it bounced off of some polished metal surface of some theoretically amphibious vehicle that the Russians ended up getting sunk in the middle of the river. Now, my question, Axel, is now that the Russians are shortening the lines on the right bank of Kherson, what are Ukrainians to do to push them all the way out of the right bank? What are they to do with all of that artillery on the left bank firing at them on the right bank? How do they deal with this best?
Well, they don't have to go there first and foremost. Why would they walk into a field of fire? They can just simply adjust their firing solutions, use their M777s and a couple of MLRS, and just to hit the living daylights out of the Russian troops on the western side. So it's no problem. Wait until they're completely attrited, starved, without food, small arms capacity and ammunition. And at the appropriate moment, then take out the artillery on the other side with HIMARS.
I'm also being told now, actually, I'm very sorry, but I have to say this here. Apparently, the Russian army is on the verge of being demoted to only the fourth most powerful army in Ukraine, after, of course, the Ukrainian army, the Ukrainian tractor brigades, and the fish that live in the Dnipro River.
Well, the fish living in the Dnipro River are currently facing the hard task of deciding whether they want to remain vegetarian, plankton or phytoplankton focused, or whether they turn into piranhas.
I mean, they're literally swimming in heavy weaponry.
Well, not just heavy weapons, they're also swimming in a puddle of human debris.
I do suspect that tends to wash off more quickly than and go downstream a bit more quickly than the BMPs tend to.
As we all know, them currents are not so fast there.
No, especially not with the flow through the Novakhovka hydroelectric plant. A little bit constricted, right? That's I think that's quite right as well. No, it's very interesting. You know how sometimes a city has the cleanup project for the river and they pull out bicycles and shopping carts out? I mean, my God, what will they be doing in Novakhovka for the next decade?
Well, human remains.
No, again, I think those are gonna get flushed off much more quickly than the heavy pig iron stuff. Anyway, either way,
You should not advocate introducing invasive species into the Dnipro. You don't want to bring Brazilian piranhas there to clean up.
God, no, I don't. I definitely don't. I think the Ukrainians would just when the flows are low, they'll just open the dam at some point a little bit and give it a nice good wash through.
Something else. You said something about Polish before, or was it Polish? I wasn't quite sure what I heard from you. But with Polish, I was thinking about the unpolished, slightly rusty surfaces of tanks.
What about slightly rusty, unpolished surfaces of tanks? I mean, you wouldn't generally go polish a tank, would you? Because that make it more visible, more reflective. You want to keep it nice and matte. And if it's a bit green and a bit brown in spots, that's pretty good camouflage, right? That's kind of forest colors.
Yeah, but you saw this wonderful column of battle-hardened and really battle-tested tanks earlier today. Obviously, those were Twardies. Having seen those, they all had nice crosses on them, did they not?
Yeah. Apparently, a cross, a nice plus, is what the Ukrainians use as their IFF, as their identification friend or foe, which makes good sense, right? It's easy to draw. It looks quite different from a Z or a V or whatever poor imitation of that Harry Potter thing that they're drawing on the 3rd Army Corps tanks now.
The interesting thing being that we are now finding other tanks and other tank designs with crosses.
It is interesting. It is interesting. I mean, Ukraine does now operate a very varied fleet that has to be taken into consideration, right? There's lots of different tanks. There's T-64s and T-72s of various types. T-80s of various types, a few T-90s of some types apparently now as well. No, it's a lot of different kinds of tanks, isn't it?
Yeah, I think I've seen an artillery officer from the States post something else, and it's not quite sure what kind of vegetation is around that. That could be equally Central European or something American, but why would an American tank in America have a white cross painted on it? That ain't making sense.
Better a plus than a minus.
What did Lloyd Austin say when asked about?
There is
M1
progress
Abrams?
being
Ah.
made.
Yeah, interesting statement, isn't it?
Oh, very interesting, very interesting. Is this is not just under consideration? It's not just under active consideration. I would suggest the paperwork has been found, and they're actually doing something with it now.
Should they put it in the red box then for the evening read?
I think they ought to. I really do.
Well, at least this doesn't have to get parked and to be reviewed in the fullness of time.
No, this is the sort of thing that needs to be dealt with well before we reach the fullness of time. Well before.
Right. So, and if anyone has any questions, we highly recommend to go after our friends and regular participant in the conundrum of this meandering stream of information awareness creation at the MriyaReport, CJ, the casual RT fan, and his wonderful postings on the interwebs, on Twitter. Have a little look, see what you find there, tank-wise, hidden in nice vegetation, with a white cross on it. If I were Russian, I'd start running.
Nina, go ahead.
Damen, thank you. I have a question, but before I ask the question, I have to say that I really enjoyed hearing you and Axel laughing, and the laugh was like different from it's been during this 6 months. It was like more, there was relief, some kind of relief in the laugh, and it was like yes, it was wonderful to hear. My question is, Axel, because I haven't really read about this, and this is not new news. What happened in Ramstein? What was the biggest outcome? Thank you.
That there was so little being said, but so much being done.
Okay, can you elaborate on that a little bit to me? Thank you.
Well, it seems that the pressures exerted by the peers within that coalition of the willing have been so substantial that a lot of movement came into topics which otherwise took longer. Look at the fact that even the European Union, where the bureaucrats and the decision makers could have well postponed beyond Friday, coming to an agreement to release another, what is it, Doman, 5 billion? They thought better of it and did it right away, rather than waiting for another round robin circus, which they were about to do, which would have given this another 8 to 10 days. So that's a good sign. Then we hear that IFVs are not just under active consideration, and we see that information has been released as to previous accounting practices of the DoD, meaning what kind of values, accounting values, were actually assigned to HIMARS launching systems. So in order to make sure that we understand that they were really only applying historical values, and therefore there was a lot more in the one package of 1 billion a few weeks ago, which by that time made Dr. Paul, CJ, and myself shake our heads and think as to how much money might have been left for ammunition. Now it seems that there was at least another 118 million in there. So, as opposed to assigning it to values for replacement costs. So, in that regard, all this information coming out just makes it clearer how much actually is being delivered. Whilst at the same time, in the Kharkiv offensive, Ukrainian troops make great use of a number of pieces of kit, meaning very old ones, M113s, but also the German Gepards, and seemingly with a lot of ammunition. If only, Doman, if only nobody had misinformed us about how suitable, how effective, how stuck some of the Norwegian ammunition was supposed to have been, where on earth would all the other ordnance have come from? So a lot of stuff is coming out, and a lot of stuff is being seen as a result in the battlefield. And if you compare, therefore, what you could have expected, or sorry, by the name of it, by the statements of it, by the public disclosure of it, what you should have expected in the battlefield, we're seeing a lot more. We see a lot more comprehensive support. We see a lot more kit available, and we see Ukrainian troops with a massive amount of small arms fire capacity and night vision goggles. And we see them with better counter-battery radars. We see them training on kit in various nations, including in Spain. Domin, what kind of a holiday are the Ukrainian troops undertaking in Spain at the moment?
Unlike most, they're not at the beach. I think they're out where it's kind of flat and pretty hot during the day and kind of dusty. Honestly, I don't know why they chose that as their destination spot.
Well, it makes you wonder what on earth the Spaniards have in mind.
I mean,
training the poor. I mean, they're training the poor Ukrainians in systems which are not available, right? Or are they?
No, and do you know what the really weird thing is? Why would the Ukrainians go on a vacation to somewhere that looks just so much like southern Ukraine? They could have just stayed at home.
A bit sandy there.
Can I guess, like, if they are in Spain training, can it be like leopards?
Domin, is that a natural habitat for a leopard?
Well, it depends. Depends whether is it a regular leopard or a snow leopard.
Ah, yeah, of course. Spanish mountain range is snowy and stuff. Yes, of course. I forgot. Of course. So we will see the Spanish mountain leopards then soon.
No, unlike a
in their
tiger,
natural habitat.
Unlike a tiger, a leopard can't change its stripes.
Oh, all right. Well, my dear fellow listeners, you will therefore see the Spanish snow leopard rumbling through the steppes of southeastern Ukraine soon.
Axel Attenberg.
So
give
anyway,
give me another glass of red wine, and we'll do it one more time.
I want to say something here because it's something that a number of people have messaged me and are asking me to read out the following. There's a speech made by Ukrainian President Zelensky today. Very clearly, it's aimed at a particular audience. I'll let you guess what the audience is. It's not that long, but it's very good. So I'll go ahead and read out the couple of paragraphs from the middle.
Ukrainian?
No, in English. This is an English translation. I could read it in Ukrainian.
Okay, it's fine.
I could read it out in Ukrainian if you wanted to, but I think fewer people would understand it that way. Do you still think we are one people? Do you still think you can scare us, break us, force us to make concessions? Don't you really get it? Don't you understand who we are, what we stand for, what we are all about? Read my lips. Without gas or without you? Without you. Without light or without you? Without you. Without water or without you? Without you. Without food or without you? Without you. Cold, hunger, darkness, and thirst are not as frightening and deadly for us as your friendship and brotherhood. But history will put everything in its place. And we will be with gas, light, water, and food, and without you.
Mic check.
Axel, you still there?
We're still here.
I wanted to ask Axel if he's ever been to Hungary.
I'm sure. I am absolutely sure Axel has been to Hungary.
Well, I just got off the phone about half an hour ago with a group of Ukrainians that just went through the border coming from Poland to Hungary. And if you give me 2 minutes, I just like describe the welcome that they got in Hungary. Where
There's no border between Poland and Hungary.
well, they had to get off the train in Hungary, and I guess they went through border control in Hungary because they were coming from Lviv, and they were stuck there for 3 hours going through border control, where the Hungarian border guards took apart all the passengers' suitcases and mocked them as gypsies, and yeah, just great Orban Hungarian welcome. So I just wanted to put that out there, because I think that's some of the things that, and that's not the first time that's happened to them in the last 2 months. So just wanted to put that out there. That's maybe something some reporter can do a report on, because obviously that's not being reported. So the Hungarians are just, I guess they want to be Putin light or Russians light or something like that. I just wanted to put that out there for the people to hear.
Irina?
This comes from Orban makes a really big anti-Ukrainian propaganda, because I think in the deep dreams he had some agreement with Putin: when Ukraine will fall, they will get Transcarpathia, because this is the same narrative which he is spreading, that minority of Hungarians in Transcarpathia is discriminated, and fascist, like the usual thing, or let's say the nationalistic Ukrainians are suppressing them. So he wanted, in my opinion, the same thing as for Donbass, and entire his campaign was based on such separatist like desires, and so he is like pursuing his aim, and he is radicalizing his population, and this is what is continuing. Little, as you say, Putin 2.0. Yeah, I just wanted to comment this. This is all is tragedy.
Thank you, Irina, because this needs to be out there, and I still don't understand why the EU hasn't put the screws on Orban and threatened them with sanctions, because you know, that they've been the big loophole in all of this. I mean,
Yes.
they've been appalling to the Ukrainians, and I've been hearing stories, and I just had friends of mine that just went through it for the second time because they thought maybe the first time is like you know, maybe it was just that group of border guards, but it's become commonplace. So thank you for reinforcing what I just said here.
And EU has to be more strict. They get money from EU, and they cannot always just observe like such radicalized societies are more and more have complete anti-democratic like behavior, because he won't, because he has all media coverage in his hands. So how can we always just observe how such countries are in front of our eyes, like, okay, Serbia is not in EU, but the same thing. We have to talk to these people strictly and just leave them aside, because it will not work this way. You cannot appease such mini dictators. You have to be clear from the beginning.
Yes, and the German press and some of the Western press was very quick to, you know, criticize Ukraine and for supposed corruption. Yet they have one of their own EU states that has become pretty much almost like you know, a semi-dictatorship, a semi-authoritarian country with hardly any freedom of the press. And yet they turn a blind eye because it's in their backyard. It's just ridiculous. I mean, at this point, what does the EU get from Hungary? Like, what's their number one export besides fascism?
Well, paprika, and they make really good wine.
They don't have pro-Kremlin agents in Germany who are talking anti-Hungarian. They talk anti-Ukrainian. This is the difference.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes, exactly. You know, that's exactly. The anti-corruption measures have to be done in a lot of the European governments at this point. Some Kremlin mouthpieces, and they need to start looking they need to get some guys from the IRS here from the United States and start going through their finances and see how many have links to FSB accounts.
You'd be surprised how many have property in New York and Washington, Chicago, and Los Angeles. I mean, if that stuff is American soil, that's IRS. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I'm sure. But maybe the EU equivalent of the IRS can come here, and then our guys can go there. That way, we can get some independent accounting going on.
I wonder what was in that tax treaty where they got the corporation tax to be agreed at, whatever it was, like a year ago. I wonder is there something in the fine print about reciprocity. But I like your thinking, man. I think it's, you know, for people who are on civil servant or politician wages, how are they sustaining X kind of lifestyle? I think it's a reasonable question.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is. Okay, thank you, everyone. I don't understand why there was even a border that they had to cross that had checks like that, because I didn't know the Schengen was suspended from Hungary towards the north. From the north towards Hungary. But hey, weirder things have happened, I guess.
Yeah, that's the thing, Doman. So when a train leaves Ukraine and is stopping in Budapest, they go through passport or whatever you want to call it control there.
That I understand. But George, you said they came from Poland.
Through Poland. I'm sorry. Through Poland.
So they went from Ukraine into Poland, but didn't enter into Schengen in Poland when they crossed into Poland.
That's where I'm perplexed. So the train.
Well, that's where I'm perplexed.
Yes.
So look, if we're both perplexed, this isn't going to work.
The passport control happened when they reached Budapest. That's when they went through the first control. That's what
in Budapest. Once they got to I must have missed something in Europe over the past some number of months. But this is very odd. And if anyone can come and explain, is Nick listening? Nick Brown, are you listening? If you're listening, please come and explain what the hell happened here. Anyway, in the meantime, I'll try to figure out
I've
what's
had a
going
similar
on.
experience though, man. I once took a train from Berlin to Poland, with one of the cities in Poland as the final destination, and you were given fairly terrible passport checks. I don't know why. To be fair, that's not the full story. The full story was when the passport check actually came when we come to leave Poland, going into Czech Republic as it was at the time. And we were surprised then, and I'm surprised to hear this now, but I've had a similar experience
What year was
inside
this?
Schengen. 2008. They were in Schengen by then.
Were they? Okay. Anyway, I'm confused.
Border guards have nothing to do, and they watch TV and maybe cause trouble with some Ukrainians. They see.
Let's
I can
go to
imagine
someone who hopefully isn't confused yet. Tom. Hopefully you're not so confused, because we're all confused.
I just wanted to say something. Can I add to this point, and then I will
go
to
right
the
ahead.
Okay, the Hungarian border guards, they are the worst. Trust me, I have been in many countries, and I got many passport controls, and the Hungarians are the worst. Why? Because first of all, they are like this to everyone. Domen knows that I just went to my country, Turkey, and every year we are going by car just to have a good road trip. And when we were coming back, we decided to go to Romania to see Transfaragashan and other places. And yeah, as you know, Romania is not in Schengen, so there is a border control between Hungary and Romania. And when we reached the border, I had to unload 6 suitcases, and also I had a lot of stuff, and they took out everything inside the suitcases, and meanwhile my 2 kids were crying inside the car. And and I was like, kids are crying, can I just show specific things? No, everything. I opened up everything, and they didn't let me, for example, to take to Poland 1 liter of olive oil from my uncle, homemade, because it was in plastic bottle. And they were going to write me a fine, and I was started being Turkish person. And then they decided, okay, we are not writing a fine, but we are not letting you take this olive oil to European Union. And I said, it is olive oil. And they were like, I don't care. So in case the judgment, the Hungarian border guards to everyone is like this, even to Hungarians, they are like this. And the second thing, if you are coming from Poland to Hungary and the train went through Romania, there is no Schengen between Hungary and Romania, so they might get border control. And also once when I was going from Czech Republic to Germany, I got controlled by the German border guards because I was not looking like a German or who would have a German citizenship, because I couldn't speak German. So that might be the reason also.
Yeah.
They have right to check.
It is what it is, but it's just odd that it was in Budapest. That's particularly odd because, anyway, Tom.
Hello, thanks very much. Does anyone know if from the Kharkiv games there are any major economic centers, plants, industry up there, something that will help Ukraine close its monthly budget gap and can boost the economy a bit?
Wait, can you say if they got any boost the economy from the liberation?
Yeah, I mean, basically, if you add a territory with people and economy there, it should be a net boost to the economy. There might be some humanitarian expenses which could be taken care of by international organizations. Should be a bit of a boost to the whole thing. And I'm just wondering whether there are any centers there that you're aware of, any industry that they got through these games today.
So anything that will come from basic, reconstruction and the like. Note that quite a lot of the territories that were liberated are very close to the Russian border, so they will still be experiencing shelling, especially all the places immediately to the north of Kharkiv, where Russians held that relatively narrow strip on the border. So there's that. Beyond that, the major cities that were liberated that aren't right on the border are Izium and Kupiansk. These are not very large cities. Izium was maybe 50, 60,000 people before the war, if I remember correctly, maybe a little bit more. Someone could correct me on that, but these aren't major centers. Note that Russians will have destroyed quite a lot of stuff in those areas. I wouldn't, there isn't any big industry or big exports or anything like that you would be expecting from those areas. Certainly not. Actually, this is really a question for you. I don't know if you heard it, but I think you're much better suited to answer this.
2 minutes. I need to do something.
Okay.
First.
Then we shall swing back to Tom. Hang about, and we'll re-ask your question to Axel when he comes back. Okay, because maybe he'll know more about this. Thanks, Tom. Jens.
Yeah, I'm confused. CJ posted a picture of an Abraham-shaped object with a cross on. Have you talked about that?
Yes, we have.
What is the verdict?
That it's an Abraham-shaped object with a cross on it.
Okay.
It's a beautiful cross. In a forest. In a forest.
Thank you.
Jens, hang about. We'll have CJ on sooner rather than later. He better come sooner rather than later. And I'm sure we're going to talk more about it then.
So it's confirmed that it's a picture of an Abraham-shaped object with a cross on it in a forest.
Definitely, undoubtedly a picture of an Abraham-shaped object with a little plus on the front of it.
I knew I could rely on you guys.
Yeah, no doubt in that whatsoever. No doubt whatsoever. Okay, thank you, Jens. Bertrand Russell's puppy.
Good evening or good morning. Now, just on the specific border control or quote-unquote border control in Hungary, I confirm what a couple of previous speakers have said. So, the confusion might possibly come from conflating border control with police control. Of course, there is no border control in Schengen borders, although can happen occasionally when situations like COVID and the like require it. But there is no such a situation, to my understanding, at the moment. However, nothing prevents the police to perform random checks. I mean, they can do either on a highway while you're driving the car, they can stop the car and they can search the car. And the same can happen in trains, and it does happen. It happened to me, myself and other people several times. So it's it sounds like it has been targeted, which would be let's use an understatement, disappointing, but it is of course something that the police can do anywhere.
Yeah, that's true. It should seem different in principle, at least. They can suspend Schengen on borders, of course. They can do that for special events. There are still borders in which Schengen suspended for the last 7 years within Schengen, in theory. But yeah, it is what it is. It's just odd for it to be at Keleti or whatever the rail station was. That's particularly odd. Okay, Robert.
Thank you again for everything that you do. I just wanted to backtrack a little bit and caution us against any kind of whataboutism when we talk about corruption in Ukraine. I strongly believe that Ukraine has to come out of this country, out of this war, as a better country.
Robert, who's been talking about corruption in Ukraine? Because if you say you have to caution us about whataboutism when talking about corruption in Ukraine, one would presume that you were referencing to somebody having been talking about corruption in Ukraine. Otherwise, that sentence structure makes no sense.
Somebody said something about complaining about corruption in Ukraine when I don't know. The person who was talking about Hungary also being corrupt, talking about, well, what about Hungary and what's going on there?
Before David said that EU is always complaining, or Germany is complaining about corruption in Ukraine and not looking at Hungary. This is what he means.
Right, and that the European politicians themselves have their money, some in properties and business here in the United States, which will bring it into the realm of the IRS. That's what I was mentioning about European corruption.
Yeah, and so we have to look, I believe we have to look at Ukrainian corruption as a standalone thing, and Ukraine has to come out of this war as
but
a
no one
much
has
better
mentioned it except
country.
yourself, Robert.
I'm sorry?
No one has mentioned those two words together, Ukraine and corruption, up until this point when you mentioned it, is what I'm trying to point out.
Right, and what I'm saying is Ukraine has to become a better country in terms of corruption, perhaps a new constitution, because of the
So does
judiciary.
America, so does England, so does France. I mean, now is not the time. I think you got to shoot the alligator close to your canoe.
So, and there you're doing whataboutism again.
I don't think it's a fair
No, that
accusation. I
that
think you should
wasn't
prove
what
your
about
point rather than just making
Robert.
stated.
David, give me a second. Robert,
No, I think I have a right
David,
to reply there, Domin. It's a
David,
false
no,
accusation
let
being
me,
made. I don't think the man understands the words he's using, and I refute what he has said.
Please let me, David. Robert, David didn't say what about the US. He's merely saying that there's a lot of countries that need to do this. Every country needs to do this. That's all he's saying. He's not saying that it's excused in any way. He's not dismissing one for the sake of the other, and that is what whataboutism does. It inherently dismisses one for the sake of the other. Precision in these things is quite important. You weren't actually listening to David when you said that he's engaging in whataboutism.
Okay.
And unlike many countries, Ukraine is making vast improvements.
I haven't made a
And
misstatement. I demand you take it back, Robert, if you have the decency to.
Okay, I'll take back the whataboutism and just point out that I have a number of acquaintances in Ukraine who considered it before the war a failed state, not that much different than Russia.
How's that looking for them now, eh, Rob? Some failed state, eh? Shame on you.
Let's see if Ukraine can fix itself after the war.
Well, I may be able to give some advice from someone who's been in Ukraine since 1996 on a very regular basis. And I, for very good reasons, left any business activity in Russia at the beginning of 1999, because Russia at that point in time, this is a little while after the ruble moratorium, which allowed, by the way, Russian banksters, and you can't describe them in any other way at that time, of a series of Russian banks, all of whom were well connected with the Siloviki, to attain shareholdings in industrial companies, because those could not repay their loans to the banks in a format as required, because their trade was interrupted, because these banks couldn't pay their own loans back to international banks under direct correspondent banking financial institution limits and facilities. So the banks, who had no other collateral than the share pledges, executed against those companies. And I have seen firsthand for 1.5 years to what that led, meaning that those bankers became industrial oligarchs very quickly, and that they were using the security forces already at that time to execute their will, if and when international banks did not have the decency to go around those banks and provide industrial companies who had long-standing relationships with Western importers and Western parties to their trades to get fresh money and repay the loan to the Russian bank in this triangle and get rid of the share pledge. These possibilities existed, but very few of them were used. And as a consequence, the Siloviki helped the banks to take over the share pledges, and later they took over those people's shares by removing those parties. That's one of many, many moves, many, many games. But there's a reason why leaving Russia in 1999 made a lot of sense. We never had to leave Ukraine. There was no need. Ukraine was always under suppression, always had an unfriendly trade neighbor with a massive amount of propaganda, always had significant meddling. And Robert, this is where I can provide you comfort, because after this war, the meddling will have stopped. Mr. Medvedchuk, the guy who was so heavily invested, who was also the owner of industrial assets, both on the Russian as well as on the Ukrainian side, who was handpicked to be one of the three potential replacements for President Zelensky, and then fled. This collaborant. He and others who have collaborated, and for many years were the gateways to that corruption element which you encountered in Ukraine from time to time. And corruption, as always, the fish stinks from the head, is what the Frisians, the Germans, the Poles, the Ukrainians do say. Corruption trickles down. It is poisonous. And if introduced by a suppressive, agitation and propaganda wielding Russian Empire, where people do speak the language and try to undermine the other country, then corruption is their element. The bribe is their instrument. It's a sweet poison, and it's dangerous, and it goes hand in hand with propaganda. So I can disabuse you of the risk of Ukraine not being able to pursue that properly. Because after having removed Russia from the equation, that suppressive element, that infiltration, that corruption, which has been introduced from the outside, will certainly be gone. No Ukrainian veteran will tolerate it day in, day out.
I certainly hope that you are right. And David, I do apologize and take back my whataboutism comment.
Much appreciated.
Okay, we have Axel back. Tom, you had an excellent question that I think Axel can help address.
Yeah, hey Axel, just wanted to know if in the Kharkiv region that Ukraine got back, there were any major economic centers, any plants, industrial values, something that will contribute to the economy, help Ukraine close its monthly budget gap.
This was Murphy's Law. Tom, you started speaking, and I was spoken to by the powers that be here, meaning a 13-year-old teenager requesting immediate assistance. Would you please repeat the question? I apologize.
No problem. The Kharkiv region that Ukraine just got back, are there any economic centers, any plants, industry, exports from there that Ukraine just got back that can help Ukraine close its monthly budget gap, which is, I think, still a pretty important factor?
Not really. Not really in terms of production. It's logistically so important. It is so vital to have that region integrally, say, in its integrity back. It is so important that Kharkiv be protected. And now that both counter-battery artillery, rocket artillery, and NASAMS can do the job of protecting Ukraine and protecting Kharkiv specifically. Kharkiv itself is one of the most important cities for Ukrainian growth. It had one, and now completely destroyed, largely destroyed, one of the best universities in Ukraine. Engineering departments, programmers, labs, yes, biolabs, but not for bioweapons, for increasingly important research for food production and for medicine, meaning real medicine, not terrible vaccines, real medicine, stuff which makes products, which is the basis for pharmaceutical products at a later stage. So Kharkiv is really important. It did fantastic research also in physics and in chemistry. So the university has to be reenacted. The whole cluster has to be rebuilt. But that does not get you anywhere today. But without having the region safe from Russian access and suppression, you cannot rebuild. This is the starting blow, so to say, in that fight to rebuild Kharkiv Oblast, and have access further to the south. And Izium is important as a logistics center. Liman is very important as a logistics access and rail yard point, but it is not, shall we say, Dnipro, and Dnipro is free. Now, Dnipro needs to be free from shelling. It is not Poltava, it is not Kryvyi. Both are free, but they're not regularly free from shelling. So there is, in the center of Ukraine today, a lot of industry, extremely important, which is free. There are, however, a lot of assets under the ground in Izium and in the whole area, which in the very near future will become available. And for example, you can frack shale gas there. And having taken it in such a fashion that the region, the cities are largely intact. Yes, civilians have been killed, suppressed, tortured, abused, displaced, but people can now start to come back. So what Ukraine got back is more important than a capital asset.
Yeah, excellent point. Excellent. I hadn't thought of that, but basically this allows Kharkiv to get back to business, their second largest city, and a major industrial hub, which I'm sure has been operating on a skeleton basis with all the shelling that's going on. That's it's hard to believe how people. Yeah, and that's
you're right. It's a start for that.
I would expect the pop that'll be basically the economy follows people. If you see people migrating back there because they feel safer, if it in fact is safer, just the only thing they've got now is missiles, and they just don't have enough of those. But if the shelling stops, it might mean that the city gets back to business and really starts contributing a lot. So very exciting.
It is, and it's a hard way back. Kharkiv has been shelled like few other. Kharkiv is under threat. It's still being shelled every day. But now people know that there's no Russian troops anymore within direct striking distance. People will be able to go out, sit outside, and talk more freely. They can start clearing up the streets. Our firefighter from Kharkiv will be extremely happy because there's less likelihood of artillery strikes. There's less likelihood of rocket artillery strikes. Yes, there may be ballistic missiles. That may happen. But it is a significant improvement. I am quite sure that there's many, many people today in Kharkiv who would have literally partied with whatever moonshine they could find.
And as far as artillery shelling, how far is it to the border?
Well, the closest part, Doman, the closest part is what, 46?
Something like that, and then the city center is about 60. So basically the difference today made was Russians held a sliver on the border, hugging the border, and 10, 15 kilometers wide, basically wide enough so that they could reach quite a bit of Kharkiv with tubed artillery, but more importantly with rocket artillery more easily. Now that's going to be made a lot more difficult. Yes, they can still lob cruise missiles at Kharkiv like they did do it at Dnipro or Kiev or whatever other city in Ukraine, but it's out of reach of the cheaper stuff. that comes in greater volume, and that's the big difference, right? So Tom, earlier, I'm sorry, I was not thinking very well, and I was just thinking in terms of the specific areas that have been liberated, which aren't as significant. But what is very significant indeed is the difference that makes to the big center, Kharkiv itself. So yeah, thank you, Tom. See, I knew it was a much better question than I could answer initially. So there you go.
No, great answers. I hadn't thought of that myself, and yeah, that's very, very exciting. Actually, I think the country, every country needs a couple of big centers of economic activity. No doubt, this will contribute. Wonderful.
And Tom, as I understand, you are in software, so you will appreciate that Kharkiv had some of the best software engineering departments you could find, both in the university, in its clusters around the university, and a very lively scene of programmers and developers. It was a fantastic center of innovation. I have lots and lots of friends there. One of them, shout out to him, Dr. Pavel Krashenko, is a fantastic chap who has managed to create digital certificates, which the Ukrainian National Bank is using at this point in time. He is an advocate of, say, the use of digital certification for the purpose of that digital transformation Ukraine needs so much for, by the way, another point for Robert, to reduce bureaucratic mess and transaction cost, which then removes the possibility for people to easily take bribes or exploit bureaucratic procedures. And that is the same technology Estonia has essentially employed already since the mid-noughties so successfully with its own digital ID system. And they have just taken it further. As I said earlier today, Ukraine, with its capacity, with its wealth, its fertile ground, not just the ground for agriculture, but its fertile ground in both natural and capital and human resources, is essentially in future Estonia on steroids.
Yeah, brilliant. And certainly their IT industry software developers are amazing. They've continued working, I know, and I think overall it's they've actually had growth, which is amazing during this time period. The export software industry exports have grown this year, is my understanding.
That's true. CJ, you're there.
Yes.
You have to answer. You have to answer now. So Dorman and I have now, for the better part of an hour, explained that yes, there was an Abrams-shaped form. It is
with a plus.
With a plus, and it's in a forest.
Hey, Axel, I'm just celebrating.
You broke the internet. You broke the internet.
It's up in the nest for anybody who wants to see what we're referring to. CJ, what do you have to say for yourself?
Well, I was just trying to celebrate International Tank Day, and I guess it went horribly, horribly wrong. But since it's gained so much traction, and mainly in the German and Finnish media sphere, which is very interesting to me. I don't know, Axel, your favorite reporter retweeted me and said this is a great time to get Olaf Scholz to try and convince Ukraine to get more tanks. So I guess mission accomplished.
So when you say favorite reporter, CJ, can you name the favorite reporter? Because I'm not sure if you're being sarcastic.
Our dear friend Julian, of course.
Oh, well, he hasn't blocked you?
Yeah, he unblocked me, and I think he maybe forgot because he has quite a few people blocked and shared my post as evidence that if America can give tanks, then Germany should too. So I guess, the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Yeah, he's just a little bit confused, as you know.
Well, I had to stop myself, Axel, from commenting, well, Ukraine, lost a tank or two in this counteroffensive, so clearly it failed.
I mean, CJ, riddle me this. Why did America send all those Bradleys that the Russian MOD reported they've destroyed?
but wouldn't send any Abrams. I mean, it makes no sense to me.
Well, we know that they claim they destroyed Abrams and Kherson at the beginning of the counteroffensive. So I haven't,
Exactly.
Basically in the reports from Russian Telegram over the last week, they've said they've destroyed, well, not that actually they destroyed a lot of NATO tanks, but that NATO equipment was the reason why they had to withdraw, because their stuff was too old. So definitely interesting in there.
Russian Telegram said there were Leopard 2s, no, 2 A4s, no, 2 A6s, no, it's actually 2 A4s that were in Kherson. But Russian Ministry of Defense actually said they destroyed 4 Bradleys.
Yes. So go figure, right?
What I don't understand is why the US didn't send more Bradleys. I mean, if they sent some, why not send loads? It's not like they're exactly, new pieces of equipment that aren't slated for replacement anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. Although I had a couple Polish commenters send me some pictures after the fact of very similar looking tanks leaving bases in Poland and heading east. Now, they could be just going to the border, of course, but they could also be going further.
And also, if I may just add, why on earth did you not send us those photos?
Oh, well, I'll maybe get to it in a bit. Since everyone, I guess if you guys have been bothered by this, I'll do my best to explain myself here so you can use this ammunition moving forward. So let me explain what happened, because clearly it's only been up for an hour, but it's broken the goddamn Ukraine Twitter world. So, okay, here's how it went. So first, I'm just scrolling through a couple small Ukrainian military telegrams, right?
Stop right there. You're not going to tell the secret now, how you went into Ukraine and as a good 82nd Airborne member snuck out of Ukraine, walked into another forest, wiped the sweat off your forehead and said, "Hey, I have photos. Do you want to see some photos? Here they are." Right?
No,
you're not going to tell that story.
Actually, look, of course he didn't do this. There's a no-fly zone over Ukraine. You can't just parachute in. And that's the only way CJ goes anywhere.
Doman's right. Yes, I only assault by air. And so what was interesting, all I'm doing on these Telegram channels is I'm trying to see the artillery pieces, right? I'm just an artillery fan. I'm no more. I'm not an armor fan. And I'm looking for all the Mista Bs. I'm looking for all the Mista Ms. It's quite an impressive collection that Ukraine has picked up in the past week. I mean, honest to God, it's now up to about 150 artillery pieces intact they've recaptured, which are just going to make a huge difference moving forward. So I'm trying to understand that so I can be a better contributor to the space and kind of explain what Ukraine's picked up. And lo and behold, all the caption says is "seen inside Izium," baking in the sun. And I scrolled down and I did a double take, right? And I was like, wait a second, that's certainly not an artillery piece. It's just a tank. And then I went back and I looked closer and I saw the V-shaped, turret marking underneath the hole. And I'm like, that's a goddamn Abrams tank. So again, I'm like, okay, there's a lot of crap posted on Telegram that is not, very good. So in this situation where it seems very sketchy, first step is to go put it in the, a reverse image search, right? So I checked 5 of them. It's never been posted online before. So someone didn't just grab it from a training thing. So I said, okay, well, then maybe it was on someone's photo roll and then they photoshopped the cross on it. Well, then I took it to 3 different Photoshop apps, no evidence of photoshopping. And so I was sitting there like, this is very strange. This is definitely real Abrams, and it hasn't been photoshopped. And then everything else is pretty much speculation at that point, right? Is it actually in Ukraine? Well, it definitely could be, but it also could be in Western Ukraine. It could be in Poland. Some people said, well, the trees there only grow in Georgia in the United States. And then other people came back and said,
I can already tell you that's not true.
That's not, some people, yeah, exactly. As Axel pointed out, said that's not true. A couple of Ukrainians said that's certainly an Izium. I know generally what the woods look like there. So I'm left just shrugging at this point. What I can tell you, what we do know, is that about 15 tanks from the Ukrainian side that were allegedly a combination of contributions from NATO and not broke through at least one armored brigade of the Russians, right? And that's difficult to do for Ukrainian tanks, which they're mainly using T-64s and anything they've captured since then. It's not really a tank that's superior to the T-90s and the updated T-80s that the Russians had and they left. And something was causing the Russians to flee for their lives. So, yeah, that's kind of where we're at right now. I've got a lot of hateful posts. I've got a lot of people saying, well, now no one's going to give anything because the U.S. Has maybe given these, and other people are saying no. I mean, this is a great sign. If it is true, then other countries should be, basically see this and also donate some tanks as well. So I don't really know. That's about all the information I have. Trust me, if I had some other inside information, I would share it with the great people of this space. But that's about it.
Okay, now explain to people, please, what it means. I mean, 15 is an odd number anyway, but 15 tanks, that's pretty much a very small group. I mean, you can pair them up in twos, 1, 8, 1, 7. But if you move with 15 tanks, they must be very good, very fast, and very imposing, have very, very decent gunnery in order to make a huge difference. I mean, as much as we like the Twardies, that ain't happening.
Yeah, it's hard to say, right? Because if the whole tank force was Abrams, I mean, it would be clearly known. I mean, I don't think this is supposed to be a secret necessarily, right? If I thought this was going to hurt Ukraine's chances in any situation, I wouldn't be posting it. But no one's actually claimed that. So, I mean, something is going on here that's worth exploring a bit, because, the idea is, in my head, right? Ukraine is very successful at combined arms. We know this. We've known this for quite some time, even when they didn't have the support. And this kind of picture might suggest that support, not less. It shows they can support, not less. It shows they can be trusted with higher and higher levels of gear to the years ago hitting you, right? It's not just the speed, it's the gyroscopes and the auto loaders and just the superior optics of the Abrams. I mean, that's why they have an extra person, right? The person is the auto loader, and they can shoot very effectively on the move, whereas some of these other Soviet tanks simply can't. And if you wanted to make sure you broke through in one place because you knew the Russian defense there was a goddamn house of cards that would collapse under the slightest inkling of pressure, especially if it was pretty strong from the get-go, then you definitely want to put those tanks at that place to basically cause the most amount of havoc, even if you lost some along the way, because just the amount of advantages and opportunities you could get would just be astounding. And that's basically what we've seen. We've seen Ukraine attack Kharkiv Oblast with probably less troops than were there, so completely defying the 3-to-1 ratio. But the difference is that they probably had superior firepower, not just in artillery, but probably in main battle tanks as well.
You know what? If I had seen a white cross on a tank from its back, even if the tank was somewhat in a haze or in a kind of, dusk or dawn environment, I'd know exactly which tank it was. And it would definitely be in its natural habitat. Because that would be Leopard.
Yeah. And I mean, the other thing too with that, actually, German tanks and I know American tanks. And one thing I can tell you is with this tank here, not only is it definitely an American tank, again, the question of where, I'm not going to speculate necessarily directly, but what I will say is, do you know the kind of approval you would need to bash up a brand new tank? I mean, people are saying this is an American unit in Georgia, right? With brand new tanks. They're undergoing modernization right now. They're getting new Abrams and new Bradleys. The idea that some people could just go out to their tank and use just non-DoD approved paint on it, clearly, if it was an effort to convince people that there were tanks were here from the Americans, then good on them, because I think they just mission accomplished. I personally
think they don't know the Army.
Yeah, they don't know the Army or how it works. I think, to be quite honest, I would believe more that this was, Russia got their hands on an Abrams and painted it this way to try and explain how badly they've lost recently, right? Because as I've said a couple times on Twitter, what's more embarrassing than losing to 15 Abrams? Well, it would be losing to maybe 20 or 30 T-64s. I mean, Jesus Christ, Ukraine just whooped Russia pretty hard with way less people, and their whole army is collapsing from outside in and from inside out. It would probably be in their best interest to make it seem like it was Abrams, because that would be much less embarrassing, and they could maybe save a little bit more face than they could if their own tanks from 60 years ago with people they think are inferior are beating them. You know what I mean?
I get it. Agitation and propaganda, in this case, negative projection. Bah, it's NATO.
I mean, if you look at the NATO logo, right, it looks kind of like a plus. I mean, it's pointy, but that's kind of hard to do with a spray can and when you're trying to do it quickly. I mean, that's what it is, right?
Well, yeah, that would have been funnier if they had put the NATO symbol on the tank, because otherwise the cross is just the recently used Ukrainian marking symbol. So, and again, I want to point out to people that keep DMing me that it's photoshopped. It absolutely is not. I'm not saying it's a tank that really is an Izium, as the Telegram post claimed. I'm saying it really is the real tank, and it is not photoshopped, unless whoever did it has such a high level of Photoshop. But again, that doesn't explain why the front is rusted, all these other things that would be an absolute no-go in the American military, unless the entire American military was behind this. But if they meant for me to see it, they should have just DM'd me instead of making me scroll through billions of effing Telegram posts to find it.
Making you? They didn't make you.
Look, Dominic, I mean, it's a pretty simple formula, right? I see American gear on Telegram in a language that's not English, I post it. That's pretty much the end of it there.
U.S. Army procedure. Book 6, page 13. I see American material, I post it.
Okay, CJ, question here from the audience. What is that cross supposed to mean on the tank? Is that a symbol to verify identity, or is it for a specific campaign/offensive?
So, it's for vehicle ID marking. So, funnily enough, they're basically put on all of the Soviet and newer Russian tanks that they've captured, in order to, if you're looking down the crosshairs of another tank, you can quickly see if it's friendly or not, right? Because the profile and the thermal imagery, it's going to look very similar. And so before you make that split-second call to shoot, you'd want to know if it's friendly or not. And so what will be interesting about that, of course, as well, the Russians don't have any Abrams, so the fact they're putting it on it is just, again, a little bit weird. But they have put it on Humvees and other vehicles that the Russians don't have, so it's not that strange, I guess.
Is there any way this can be geolocated, CJ? That's another question. I'm saying no, because it's a forest. There's nothing distinguishable about it.
Yeah, I mean, again, the plant theory would be maybe the only way, but so far that's been proven to be not necessarily the case. Other than someone going back there, I mean, the tank is probably gone for sure at this point. I mean, hopefully, regardless of whether it was in America or Ukraine. But if people in Izium know where that is, it sounds like there's some, drive now to figure out if this is real or not. So that probably can be figured out relatively easily after the fact.
Well, I'm telling you two things. All right. So that, how do Americans call this dang thing? This plate, the shield which you have at the front right of the tank. All right. That shield is pretty dang dirty. That's good. Showcases that something is going on there. Then somebody left something outside of that little, what we call look, which definitely does not look very American. Let's put it this way. Then look at that blue little item, and then look to the left of the tank where you see a field in the background. What do you see in the back of the field? Do you see the yellow and green in the back of the field?
Yes, I do. What are you thinking?
What do you think is still currently in that area blooming?
Tunnesol.
Aha. Sunflowers. Do you have sunflowers in Georgia?
Well, that I certainly haven't seen anything like that, and I've been there for about 6 months of my life, so I know they got a lot of peaches. What I'll also say too is if our audience that's getting a chance to look at it can identify exactly as what is sitting on the tank, that could be helpful. People proved pretty easily that the helmets, of course, were not necessarily U.S. standard, crew helmets. So that was a point for it being in Ukraine, and the second point was what the can or box. People are trying to argue if it's RC or Pepsi. So I'd ask, while we have a dedicated audience, if you want to DM me, I mean, I'll take anything at this point. This is a super interesting thing to come out because, at the end of the day, Ukraine still has to move forward. They've captured 8,000 square kilometers in the last week. I mean, it's an incredible achievement, but, for the time being, there's
It's
still
a Red Bull box. It's
Yeah,
a Red
which is
Bull
not
box as it's sold in both Poland as well as in Ukraine.
And if it really is, Axel, and I trust you there, that's not the drink of choice of most American service members. It's more so Monster and other things. So bit by bit, this thing is coming together.
The crew helmet is definitely not, as you said, American. The crew helmet has an opening. If you want, you can go after pictures of Polish tankers, and they have crew helmets which have the same kind of opening because they wear different headsets.
Yeah, and so I know people keep DMing me here that it's photoshopped. It's again, we've applied about 20 different types of software over the course of 2 hours to show it hasn't been touched digitally unless the people that did it have, again, a higher degree of skill than the FSB, which is certainly very possible considering how shoddy their work is. So, people are zooming in on it and saying, well, it looks a little altered. That's not how that works necessarily. Again, I'm not an expert in this, but I would defer to people that are photo forensic experts because I think they could maybe speak more to this than I can.
The shade of the tank on the vegetation is correct. The reflection of parts of the tank on the leaves top right is okay. The photo is just in a bad resolution, which is on the bottom right. Somebody deleted a marking on the image, which was there before. That's a marking, which could be, by the way, a marking of someone who has to do this for a living within the armed forces, meaning photographing tanks in maneuver if and when they have driven into an area where they should not be stuck, which is how this tank looks like.
And the other thing too to note, for the most maybe plausible theory so far is, of course, it came from Poland or something of the like, is that 30 Abrams showed up in Poland as part of the training program, which was actually also a part of Lend-Lease and a couple aid packages, was to give Poland Abrams quicker than was initially scheduled because they had, so graciously, we'll say, decided to give Ukraine a lot of their T-72s, if not, I think, almost all of them. And so these things showed up at a training area in Poland back in July, and there was also Ukrainians training there on other things. So I'll just leave that at that, I guess.
Yeah, the Ukrainians trained on new funky bicycles, which, funny enough, have 2 wheels. It's astonishing. It's an innovation for Ukrainians. Beforehand they were on motorcycles. Now they go to bicycles, and this training session happened right next to the same training ground where our Polish friends trying to paint tanks properly.
But look at that. Ask and you shall receive, Axel. We have a tanker in our midst.
Oh, we are so delighted.
On Tanker Day.
Tankers United.
Better Football Club.
Sorry, Daryl, are you a union member too? Because then Tankers United actually has meaning.
Yes, I am a union member. Here's one significant thing about that thing sitting there. There's no Georgia clay. If that thing was anywhere in the east of the U.S., it would have clay on it. There's no Georgia clay on that thing. So it would be orange if it was anywhere in the east, because unless it would have to be out west somewhere, and there's nowhere that dense and muddy that you wouldn't have that orange all over it. So this is not in the U.S. And if anybody knows anything about Georgia clay, it sticks to everything.
Yeah, you can never ever go there anywhere and come back to the parade ground and have clean shoes. It's impossible.
Yeah, I mean that's that. When I looked at it and everybody was talking about, oh, this is in Georgia, I'm like, no. When I looked at that thing, the first thing that caught me was the styrofoam, dinner box on the top. But I'm like, okay, that could be anywhere. But when I started looking, I said, wait a minute, this thing ain't orange. It ain't. It's if it was in Camp Lejeune or in Georgia down south somewhere, that thing would be totally orange, especially going down the tank trails.
So is EJ. 15.
I mean, CJ told me that the Russians were exaggerating when they said it was 15. So I'm guessing it was probably just 4 or something, right? That's what you meant, CJ.
I mean, I hope the Ukrainians wouldn't do 4. I mean, I think 12 is the average tank company. So 15 would be a little bit stronger than a tank company. So I think that number, but that number could be under or over exaggerated, right? I said that to mean, that's the Russian source on what attacked at Balaklia and got behind their positions pretty quickly. So, we have to take that with a grain of salt until, Ukraine wants to debrief us on exactly how they attacked these Russian positions. But that might be a little time before they do that.
What about a command? You would actually have the command tank. I mean, it's normally you would have the platoon, but then you also have the command tanks.
Yeah, see this, Daryl. This is why I'm not a casual armor fan like you are. I was just saying that to mean, it's definitely more than, because basically at this point, all Russian and Ukrainian formations are under strength for the most part due to casualties or manning or vehicle losses or whatever the reason. So when people that actually know more than me, which is pretty much everyone on this issue, were saying that 15 was a bit more than a company, I took their word for it. But that seems to check with my understanding of general task organizations. But what's interesting about it is, of course, this tank formation, from what we know, first appeared somewhere near in between Verbivka and Balaklia, broke through, got all the Russians' attentions, and then seemingly disappeared and hit Balaklia in the back, right? So this was a pretty skilled maneuver. It wasn't their first rodeo, and they definitely didn't have, poor equipment to kind of execute that so quickly and well, too.
Are the Russian tanks just as quick? Because if they on open space, we know that the M1 can fly. If they got it ready to go, it can fly. So are the Russian tanks as quick?
That would be something not in my wheelhouse. What I know for certain is that, with the additional person, Abrams can shoot on the move more quickly than the Soviet ones can, due to slightly better electronics and gyroscopes. We need probably Raver to answer that more directly, but
yeah, well, they can fire on one and shoot and be aiming at the next one. And so when they finish up, when that round goes downfield, that barrel is automatically turned into the next target. It's got a forward advanced targeting system somewhat, and that barrel does not move. It can be going across rough terrain and it stays on target. So yeah, they can do that, and they can probably shoot 2 to 3 times the rounds that the Russian tanks can in a volley.
Luca.
Hey guys. Yeah, I DM'd CJ before. CJ's causing trouble sending out these pictures home.
He broke the internet, Luca.
Yes, it did. I was like, who's posted this? Oh wait, he's our friend CJ. Yeah, actually I'm gonna talk about something else. So I was reading some like theorist of war. I forgot who is. It was like speculating that Ukraine has assembled 3 attack groups, and we've seen the actions of 2 of them. I don't know if you guys read this, but the narrative goes as there is an attack group in Kherson. Russia knew that, so they move everybody there, and then second one pops up in on the east, and that wreak havoc on the Russians. And then now this guy was saying there is a third one somewhere in the middle. Let's just generally say Zaporizhia area, that it's gonna cut through, reach the Sea of Azov and end the war, because effectively severing any link of the famous infamous land bridge. And I was like, okay, that's a cool theory, but it's just a theory. And then reading the tea leaves, suddenly you guys probably have noticed today a whole bunch of troops moving towards Mariupol, Russian troop reinforcements. And then just like an hour ago, I read about Ukraine entering a small village called Dorodzinianka. I geolocated it, and it's about 57 miles from Bryansk, and they probably were moving south. So I don't know. Maybe maybe the good news are not over, as in we might get a third front. That's kind of like what I wanted to say.
There's a lot more coming.
Okay, good.
And Russian Twitter, it does exist. Russian Telegram, VKontakte, they're all over it. They're already, since a few hours, in absolute sheer panic.
About that?
A few things there.
So just to note, look at Dorozhnyanka, if it's the one between Hulepolie and Polochy, that's been the front line for like months now.
Yeah, but he's right about one thing. There's a lot of movement there. And currently we're looking at slightly west, a few clicks west of Polochy. We're looking at something which is, funny enough, very strange. A few quick clicks to the northwest of Tokmak. And
so
there's a lot of stuff happening about 18 kilometers southeast of Vuhledar.
Okay, Vuhledar, I knew about. That's fine. So, but if you're a few kilometers to the west of Polochy, you're just south of Orikhiv, or somewhere between Polochy and Orikhiv. And Orikhiv has been free for a while, right?
Yeah, a bit further. But yes. Because some of what has been free for a while has just, captivated the ingenuity of combat engineers and people.
Well, very good, very good. Yeah, I mean, it's not spring, but sometimes it's time to clean up.
CJ, can you find us a tank with a slightly different environment, please?
What kind are you looking for, Axel?
Less full of trees.
Something which, lives in this kind of habitat, this kind of,
friendly tank country, something which is a bit lighter.
Look, Axel, I mean, people legitimately think that this was all a masterstroke by Russia to draw Ukraine into some sort of double envelopment pincer movement. So I think some of these people are beyond convincing.
We should ask our friend in Edmonton what happened to the things which were on the train 2 months ago.
Again, this is, I guess this, I have never been the subject of this kind of thing before. I think people really don't know how to discredit something, right? Because we have people here saying, well, this was taken in America, and other people that were saying, well, they were given to Poland. Well, I just reread the article from 1 week ago from the defense minister of, guess what, Ukraine, saying they expect to receive Abrams in the near future. So I don't know what else to tell people, but I guess this is just how social media goes, you know?
Oh, sorry, and the confirmation in the article by Zaluzhny, what Ukraine expects to do, and this is based on pieces of kit delivered. So, what did Minister Reznikov tell Annalena Baerbock in the meeting with the foreign minister and Ms. Baerbock? Ah, yeah, of course. That they shall gladly, other than best wishes, receive Leopard 2s. They shall gladly receive. I think that is a nice opening for a public meeting. After this dramatic pause, Doman, let's go to Hans.
That's okay. We have Nina next, and Dan, and then Christopher. Nina.
Thank you, Domen. And CJ, I understand this is a tank, and I don't understand more what tank it is. But I was looking at it, and as you might know, I'm a photographer, and I use different kind of like for processing pictures, and I didn't check this like any way like you do, but I checked it and it's not photoshopped. What is this?
Somebody having trouble with audio.
Somebody has a problem with audio. That is NLE Chopper.
It wasn't me.
It's awfully choppy.
It wasn't me.
I think NLE Chopper just stepped out of his helicopter on his helipad somewhere in Dubai and thought it's a good idea to find ways to, give us a bit of static. Doman,
Okay.
you want to have the young man back with his chopper, or can we just,
Can I
let's have Nina finish her thoughts without additional chopper noises.
How can I pull myself together here? CJ, first of all, I looked at the twigs which were in the front, like on the tank. It would be like a crazy job to Photoshop that. It would be like so crazy that you have to be crazy to do it. So I say it's not Photoshopped.
Well, I appreciate that, Nina, because I know that is your job, is photography. That unfortunately won't help all the people that are telling me the trees are 4 different types that are grown in 4 different parts of the world, and people are adamant that they're right, which is fine. But I'm not a botanist, so if anyone's a botanist and wants to comment, that would probably be honestly.
Good that you just said this, CJ. Good that you just said this. I received just a message from a friend who is the 3rd one to try to sell me that those trees are essentially in Western Ukraine.
Well, you know, we have places also in Finland where there are many different kind of trees, and
Yes, like a park, a botanical garden, lots of kind of trees. But
well,
actually, did you say Western Ukraine or Eastern Ukraine?
This is evidently an image which is not in Eastern Ukraine. The National Biosphere Park or the National Biosphere in and around Izium doesn't show that image. But hey, that doesn't matter. This could be further north to the basin where these tanks are supposed to have been, to Kupiansk or Kubansk, and then those trees would look right. CJ, where were these 15 tanks? Was this push not going to Kupiansk?
I don't know exactly. I know our friend Annalie Chapa has been messaging me that he actually saw them en route to Poland. So if we can fix his audio stuff, he may have a better answer for us.
We're trying to get him up.
Yeah. What I would say, Nina, is just while you're up here is I can't thank the Finnish defense community enough, where about 6 of our previous Finnish speakers immediately commented it had a very fruitful argument that was very polite and actually left sort of in the same place we're at, where no one's quite sure what to make of it. So that was very interesting to see them come in and just like a well-oiled machine and talk through all the options and then promptly leave. I thought that was kind of humorous, to be honest.
Hello? Does anyone hear me?
Okay, Emily. So you saw these on the way to Poland or in Poland?
Do you guys hear me? I'm sorry, like I had like audio issues.
Yeah, we hear you now. Previously,
Yes.
what
Okay.
we heard was a bunch of static. It was quite painful. Okay.
Yeah, I apologize for it. This is actually a second account. I don't use this. It's like a throwaway account because I'm kind of scared about the information I'm about to give, because I made pictures myself and I don't want to be held accountable. So I live in the Netherlands myself, right? I drive every day 1 hour to work, and I see mostly in the morning and towards like 6 a.m. or in the midday. Sorry. So in the morning, I've seen maybe 3 or 4 months ago. I've never seen this in my whole life before. I live in a pretty peaceful country like the Netherlands, and I have seen a lot of NATO from the UK driving towards like the western of my country.
Yeah,
It looks
that was
like
the 16 AA.
it looks like they came from Germany. But so I live in the middle of the Netherlands, and I usually go west as well. But at this time, I've seen, like a few months ago, I have seen Polish trucks with M1 Abrams, the one with the desert camo, like the beige one that they use in the Middle East. And I have seen the big US, like those patrol troop cars, like the big ones. It's not like Humvees too, but also like they use it in Syria right now. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. It's like hard to describe. I've seen like those big trucks, and I have seen minesweepers for the Abrams, like a ton of them, like at least 10 plus on like maybe 3 trucks. And they were heading from the morning. So let's say like 7 a.m. in the morning. It kind of makes sense then, because they went the direction of Germany and they were on Polish trucks. They were probably heading straight to Poland, I think. But the thing is, what I want to add to that is we don't know if they're actually in Ukraine. The only thing I have seen with my own eyes, I've actually taken pictures of them as well. That's why I use this account. We don't know if they're in Ukraine. But one thing is for sure, there's a lot of US armory that's been sent from the Netherlands to Poland on Polish trucks. And this happened like maybe 3 or 4 months ago, plus minus. But that was it. But what CJ is saying is maybe true, but we cannot say 100% they are in Ukraine. I don't believe they are not yet in Ukraine yet. But I think I can back up CJ with this, but they have been sent to Poland. That's a 1,000,000% sure. That was it.
Enhanced forward presence.
I think
right, lots of stuff has been sent to Poland and the Baltics and other places on the eastern front of NATO, and that's all a part of the enhanced forward presence, right? So, I mean, I don't think you have to be worried about anything.
Yeah, but
it's just perfectly normal for allied countries to have movements of military equipment around, especially when we know where it's headed as a part of the enhanced forward presence. Or is that the right word, CJ? Is there a different? Am I slightly butchering the term?
What? No, that's the correct term. I just don't know the exact authority in which those are being sent. It may be under the EFP, but it might be under something else. Because when they stood up Fifth Corps in Poland as well, alongside the additional rotational brigade, I think it got a new name, but that name and everything was actually pending last time I saw.
If I want to add one more thing, realistically speaking, or like about this whole situation, whether there's like M1 Abrams in Ukraine or not, I don't think we should go think that our M1 Abrams within Ukraine, we didn't see one yet, maybe like visual pictures or videos yet. So I think they are not in Ukraine yet, but I think they're very close, at least on the border. Maybe they're about to be sent or not, but I don't think we should think that they are in Ukraine yet until we actually see them.
See, the funny thing is, Russian telegrams have been writing a couple of weeks ago when the Kherson counteroffensive started. Yeah, no, they had Leopards, Leopard 2s, Leopard 2A4s, no, Leopard 2A6s, no, actually Leopard 2A4s. And then the Russian Ministry of Defense reported that Russian troops have destroyed 4 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles on the Kherson front. So clearly, I think what we should say is, look, Russia clearly doesn't consider this anything like an escalatory measure, because their Ministry of Defense didn't do anything when they announced that the US that they have destroyed 4 US IFVs, right, 4 Bradley. So clearly, what the collective West should do is send more, loads more, just really send it, because now we have the black and white proof that Russia doesn't consider this to be anything like a big deal. And it would obviously help Ukraine a lot. That's really where I end with this question. Thank you, Anneli. Glad to be able to actually hear you. Right, let's go to Dan, to Christopher, to Jose, to Ant, and to Jens. Dan.
Hi, how's everybody tonight? Sound great. I might go off topic a little, only because I want to talk about the
Then
previous.
don't.
Well,
Just tell us upfront what you want, and then you can go off topic.
Okay.
Stay on topic first, and then go off topic later.
Because I was listening to the forum all day, the economic thing. My question is mostly for you. Do you think Ukraine should be trading after this is all over with Russia, and how extensive or non-existent should it be? And that's my question.
Good point. My personal opinion is that I follow the guidance of the Ukrainian government in that regard, who have clearly stated that their interest is to win the war, and thereafter to ensure that Russia does not impair and in any shape or form infiltrate Ukraine. If you trade, you exchange not just goods and services, you also exchange communication. Communication by Russia in trade with the West has always been used in order to infiltrate, in order to inseminate their views and impose their tactics and find ways as to how to seek out those who are most vulnerable because they don't think about the real security implications.
Right.
If you take this to a logical conclusion, the statement by the Ukrainian government is as consistent with what I would have had personally advocating here all the time, that after this, I want a DMZ at the border and an absolute containment, North Korea style, of that conundrum of the Russian imperialist agglomeration, which I still haven't found a real name for, because from the Duchy of Muscovy to the current Russian Federation, all of this is so shambolic. It's the same kind of hoardish behavior. But there you go. That's my answer.
Okay.
In short, no.
Okay, because the other day I heard somebody talking about that they need to start trading right away with Russia.
Yeah, I heard people say these kind of things, and Well,
think it's foolish?
I've lived and worked in Russia and in the CIS. I've facilitated trade. I worked for companies who financed trade and structured finance and project finance. I've visited things as far as Komsomolsk na Amurie, Khabarovsk, Vladivostok, and the likes, and Omsk,
Right.
Tomsk, Irkutsk, Norilsk, and the likes. I am not impressed. And I don't think, and I'm very sorry to say this, I don't think that many of those extinguished folk, other than maybe the Tatars in Tatarstan and the Komi, few of them remain, by the way,
Right.
can actually find a way out of this, but the Komi are just not strong enough. The Tatars in Tatarstan have a different position, but if Tatarstan ever were to become an independent nation, that is unthinkable without Russia completely disintegrating, which I don't see, because Tatarstan is as landlocked as they come.
Right. Okay, well, you answered my question. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Christopher.
Hi, Dolan, Axel, CJ. Hello, how's everybody?
We're still looking for that tank.
Yes. Well, my very, very amateur sleuthing with a plant identifying app puts most of the plants in the scene in the eastern United States. So, I don't know, for what it's worth.
I did the same thing, Crystal, and I can find the same plants in eastern Silesia, which is today Poland, and in western Ukraine, as well as in the Carpathian Mountains.
How would it get there?
The plant? Or
no,
tank?
not the plant, the tank.
Oh, the dang thing. Oh, sorry.
Tanks are tanks. Look, no. I understand, Christopher, why you're asking this, because tanks are famously stationary.
I just really I said I just came to say for all of those who are remembering 9/11, we have our thoughts and prayers with Ukraine, and the young ladies that were on this afternoon and the levity that was somewhat introduced and brought in and a laugh, and it was really good to see. It was really heartwarming, and I always love the chef too. So thanks guys for all that you do, and Slava Ukraini. I'll drop down to listen.
Slava.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. Smet Warham. Axel, quick request here from a listener, but please do it in 5 sentences or fewer. Could Axel please describe Norilsk to us?
Norilsk is one of the worst places ever to be at. The swampy road to get there. Fortunately, I didn't have to do this in winter, but I'm told that there's no good time to get there. Norilsk is the end of the world in an apocalyptic scenario. Why the question?
I think the questioner knew that it was kind of a shitty place and wanted you to
he just
describe
wanted
it in
to know
unfortunate
whether
terms.
I worked in a firm. No, he just wanted to know whether I worked in a firm participating in
Well,
the
nickel.
financings of Norilsk nickel. Yes, we went there. Yes, we didn't close the deal, but we went there.
I'm honestly, judging by who this came from, I don't think it was about the nickel. I think it was just because Norilsk sounds funny in their native language. Anyway,
I can highlight that Omsk,
yes.
Tomsk, and Irkutsk,
Tomsk pretty cool,
as
no?
empty
I
as
just
they
went
may
there to
sound,
Tomsk.
are funnier.
But Tomsk is pretty interesting, isn't it? There's quite a lot of old architecture, like 200 plus years old, if I remember correctly. Anyway, this isn't a travel show advertising the provincial cities of Russia. So let's go to Jose.
Hey guys, can you guys hear me okay?
We can hear just fine.
Yep. thank you. First of all, thank you for the amazing work you guys do. Just a few things. The first one is I have a few friends in Las Vegas, and talking about travel, right? A few months ago, they actually reported that a very large movement of equipment. If you take a look at the map, Vegas is cut through railways. And one of my friends was actually sitting for about 45 minutes watching a train go by full of equipment. They have a few bases in the area. Probably all that equipment came from High Sierra, which is on the other side, but usually the Army doesn't send equipment through California. They prefer to go through Nevada because it's a big desert. Anyway, we were always wondering where all that equipment went through, and our best guess was NATO in general. But hopefully it actually made it to Ukraine, I guess. On another question, actually, is there are news about blackouts happening in Ukraine. So I want to know if you guys have any information about the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, because earlier today they actually shut down the only reactor they had it. If they had a blackout, that means that they were on generators. So is there any information about what's going on locally there?
So I can start off, and actually you can start off.
No, shoot. Go the full route. 10 days, everything, blah blah.
I'm not gonna go into 10 days. I'm just gonna say Russia is a sore loser. So when they got kicked out of Kharkiv, I mean when they orderly retreated from Kharkiv like they planned all along, they started launching cruise missiles at cities across Ukraine, destroying utilities, connections, electricity, water, etc. And now you have a lot of Ukrainian, what is it? Is it civil engineers? Whatever they're called. You know who I'm talking about. Trying to fix it all again. This is not connected with what's going on at the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. Reactor number 6 has been offline. The last one has been offline for much of the day. I think they've been running on diesel, to the best of my understanding. Anyway, because the cables connecting it to elsewhere keep getting disconnected because the Russians are really dumb. And that's a technical assessment, and if anybody wants to quibble with that, tough.
Okay, and they can cool it down. They can cool it down for 5 days without any hic. They then would have to activate significantly more generator capacity, which they have on hand. They can switch it around, and there is. Roman, are you going to throw everything in the kitchen around just because I'm talking about it?
Apologies.
He doesn't like it. No, he doesn't like it when I talk about generators powering nuclear power plants, because that is the inefficient thing. It's completely ludicrous, and why would we have to ever do this? But there you go, it's wartime. Having said this, by the way, is there a wine pairing for a cooling period for a nuclear power plant? Please, Norso, something like it. Anyway, having
something nice and boring.
Yeah, a light ice. Okay, ice cold, served, fresh, something 2019 somewhere.
No, Dunhof.
No, that is too sour. Herrenbaum Garden, somewhere, that area. Anyway, having said this, we went astray. I apologize. For everybody who knows where that is on the map, they should go to Austria for that matter. Very, very nice microclimate, fantastic white wine, and there's good wine pairing there. And it fits with the toning down of a nuclear power plant, because that is not a mellow process. It is a very swift process, and then it requires massive cooling. At the same time, it needs exacting management of the process. Fortunately, as Olga Koshardna had advocated here, the right people are on site. And as you heard, if you had the time, and if you haven't, then I shall recommend it to you. Please go onto YouTube and listen yet again to the calm, assertive, clear, and extremely well-structured presentation in the press conference Mr. Grossi had at Schwechat Airport, yet again in Vienna, so close enough to Herrenbaumgarten and the Weißburgunder, after his return from the due diligence visit of the IAEA at the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. And if you remember, since that day, less fear porn has been effective. Yes, it has been spread continuously, drip, 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 as the Russian agitprop does, but it has not been as effective because that press conference ensured that even the most physics illiterate journalists in Europe, which includes about 95% of them, were unable to discard the notion that the people in the plant know what they're doing and that the IAEA is not leaving. And that there is absolutely nothing the Russians can do bar a full-blown nuclear strike, which would run counter to everything they would do. And therefore, that bluff has been called. Domen, did I manage to forget anything other than maybe naming the right year or vintage of that Weißburgunder?
No, I think 2019 is just for right now. I think CJ wants to talk more about the specific method by which Russians caused all of these blackouts around large swaths of Ukraine today.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I'll say is this is about all they can muster right now, right? They did some caliber strikes, some Iskander strikes, pretty much. Well, unfortunately, business is normal, but they're, I don't think they've done this many concentrated attacks on power plants in quite some time. It's quite clear they're trying to up the level of civilian chaos. I mean, we don't really need to remind everyone how much damage taking out a power plant does, right? Everyone on the ventilator is threatened. Anyone that needs life-saving medical equipment is threatened. I mean, it's just a terrible, terrible war crime. So
was it on power plants or substations? I thought it was in substations, but I didn't actually read that. I just presumed because that's what they've done previously.
No, I'm not sure either. I saw the strike footage on a building and then the power went out. So that's about all I can say on that. But, really shows you how badly Russia must be losing if they're, turning to this because it's a stationary target and they can't seem to figure out how to hit the Ukrainian military. So they might as well cause as much chaos as possible. And this is reflected in Russian Telegram and other Russian sources too, where they're, they about 12 hours ago, they stopped talking and went solely to talking about the NPP, their strikes on Kharkiv, their strikes on Chuiv, just normal BS to try and detract from how badly they're losing. I mean, it's hard to kind of really grasp what this is going to do to the Russian army. The fact that they may have lost 10,000 soldiers, either killed, captured, or wounded, is just not something you can come back from, especially when you didn't really have that many people in theater to begin with, and you can't mobilize people that easily. So they're going to do, I mean, again, as we said numerous times in the space, of course, they're going to ramp up this sort of disinformation and misinformation, and also just terror bombings. And also, again, what I noted when Ukraine started the Kherson counteroffensive is Russia was putting out media releases about how many people they killed in Mariupol, right? Almost 100,000 people, if not more. Why would Russia release something like that at that time unless it was to distract from Ukrainian military success? So as Ukraine continues to be more successful on the battlefield, this is only going to get worse. So it's important to talk about, but also important to understand why Russia is saying these things when they're saying them.
Thank you, CJ. Jens.
Yeah, I was just trying to remember how the HIMARS arrived or were announced. I think they were actually announced and then they were dripped in. It was just trying to remember if they were snuck in and we first discovered them in the field, just to compare it with how they would announce Abrams. But they were announced and they were fed in like for a piece. So I think, yeah, never mind. Sorry.
Well, no, I'll say on a similar note, Russia had a lot of success in the Donbass in May, and then of course continuing to June, but at the end of June, HIMARS were in play and, they were basically wiping Russian ammo from the field and severely decreasing the Russian rate of fire. And this is when they started, doing a couple more significant terror bombing strikes, just trying to do anything they can to distract from their sort of operational pause, as we called it, of course, or they called it. And we kind of used it mockingly, but now it's not much of a pause because the Ukrainians aren't letting off the gas. So yeah, no, there's but a bunch of times this war where Russia has sort of pivoted to more terror than normal. Obviously, understanding every time they shell a city with civilians in it, it's a terror bombing to one degree or another. So yeah, this is only going to get probably worse, but Ukraine's ready for it. They're definitely ready to see this thing through to the end.
I'm
Okay, I
having
think
a
we have a.
discussion with a botanist and an amateur botanist.
Okay, you carry that on. I'm
not
gonna
joking.
talk. I'm gonna talk to an ant instead. You can deal with the flora. I'll deal with the fauna. How about that?
I
Good
may have
evening, fellas.
information, and before you go, I need to make fun of Doman. Doman, very clearly, just so that you know, I'm going after the Araliacea below the tank. You do your thing now.
Now I'll talk to the ant. Ant, go ahead.
Good evening, fellas. I was consulting my tank specialist, and he says that the latest version of Abrams Sepfal 3 and photo looks legit, but he refused to answer the question whether it's taken. So tank is the newest version, the last version of Abrams tank, he says. The same version that Poland wants to buy. And that's it. And regarding I think that one of the speakers before me about some MRAPs he saw in Western Europe going east towards the Poland and Ukraine. We all know that Ukrainians got some MRAPs Max Pro, lots of them. There is some pictures of these MRAPs recently, like a few days ago on Twitter. And some of them are in a desert camouflage and some of them are army green. Thank you, that's it. You can rotate me now.
Thank you, Ant. War Pigeon. I'm sticking with the fauna here.
Hello. So two things. I wanted to ask if anyone has any news regarding any people or commissions or specialists following the Ukrainian army to document any potential Russian war crimes in the areas that are liberated, because it struck me during the interview that you had with the Orthodox priest here a couple of days ago that he said that the Russians were behaving in a more cruel fashion the more the Ukrainians were winning. So I'm very concerned regarding the potential crimes that are happening now or have happened just recently, and I think it's really important to do any documentation or thorough documentation on that as soon as possible, just to bring it to light. So that's my question, if anyone knows about that. And I also wanted to share something very interesting, which I have just noticed on Twitter like half an hour ago, and it's a statement by Mr. Danilov from the Ukrainian National Security Council, the secretary of the council. He said, "Things have changed. We will not be satisfied with neither the return of Crimea and Donbass nor the reparations for the invasion anymore. In alliance with our allies, we want full capitulation and demilitarization of Russia. So,
I
any
mean,
comments?
if you're negotiating, you shouldn't start with the middle position. You should aim high, I guess. That's the extent of my comments.
Definitely.
No, but I mean, look at what Russia has done to Ukraine, right? Look at the tens of thousands killed, indeed hundreds of thousands killed, literally millions deported. Look at, I mean, the damage done to infrastructure, housing, etc. On top of that, I think it's only right for Ukraine to aim a little bit higher.
Oh, I love the statement. I just wanted to share it and collect some thoughts regarding this. I love it.
No, I'm sure lots of people will touch upon it going forward. But I concur. Thank you, Pigeon. I think Adrian was next, and then we have David, and then if Matt puts his hand up, he can be next. Adrian.
Hey, Domen, I appreciate you burning the midnight oil here. What is it, like 12, 13 hours for you so far?
For you, it's
He started. No, Adrian. He started late. Don't praise him too much. He started late. I was already 2.5 hours on listening to Yehuda rambling about, and when finally Domen rolled out of bed.
I see. So only 12 hours for him today. He's being lazy.
14 and a half.
I know.
That's far.
Sunday. Exactly. Sunday, less than 15 hours. That is
Back to
night
work.
shift. Exactly. Back into the bloody mine.
Yeah. But tomorrow, Domen, you'll make it up and do 18. So my thought was seeing these strikes today essentially very cowardly and proving that once again proving that great Russia all we're talking about just a little while ago is essentially a shitbox of a country that can only do terrorist attacks against civilians. I keep thinking about this taboo that was said of the time, oh, you should never strike inside Russia. And I'm not saying striking civilians because Ukraine is a civilized country, but striking their power plants, striking their railway hubs, striking fuel depots in Belgorod, striking some military bases that you see in satellites, some assembly points. I mean, those are legitimate targets. And General Zaluzhny spoke about this in his interviews. Now, I don't want to speculate on this idea that the Americans are not letting them or telling them, if you strike Russia, we're not going to send you weapons anymore. I guess they're having these discussions. My thought that I want to express is that there shouldn't be a taboo anymore, and nobody should ever think that Ukraine is not justified to hit military targets in Russia, especially if those military targets somehow are involved in the rocket strikes that hit Ukraine civilian infrastructure and civilians. So I'm wondering if you guys agree with that this shouldn't be a taboo, that Ukraine is justified in rocketing supply points, fuel depots, missile. And I know there were strikes like those helicopters, drones, whatever, that Ukraine didn't claim, but direct, clear strikes where Ukraine makes its military intentions clear as it made it on the battlefield in the last 4 days. Thanks.
Yeah, go hit old supply depots. Absolutely, because what is it, the supply depot if it's not going to be used for something, and why for what was the supply depot so close to the Ukrainian border be used by Russians eventually? And at that point, I would suggest that they best dispense with them before they cross into Ukraine.
That's my point, Domen. I mean, before HIMARS was given, I think there was a month of debate on the news. Ooh, what if they attack Russia with them? And how many Ukrainian soldiers and civilians died because idiots debated, what if they bomb Russia with them? Well, Russia is a shitbox of a country that does terrorist attacks. And we already discussed on this and other spaces that their nuclear threats are complete bunk. So enough of the taboo and enough of the anything. Ukraine is very well justified in bombing military and logistical targets in Russia, and we shouldn't clutch at pearls for Ukraine being able to do it. I just wanted to share that thought before bed.
Thank you, Adrian. David?
Thank you very much, Doman and Axel and MriyaReport for hosting, and Adrian and Anton, all the speakers who have been up, and CJ for coming to speak to us about the tank situation. I'd like to ask a question about Lend-Lease and the October starting of the same. And as I'm not a military person, but I'm very interested, and have been learning to be more interested in logistics, having encountered you wonderful people who live in my phone on the Bird app. If one was going to start supplying, which we are, the Lend-Lease Act is being signed from October the 1st, wouldn't it be prudent to have things rolling at a minute past midnight on October the 1st? I mean, I don't think we're going to wait 6 weeks for stuff to make it across the Atlantic, right? That's just a question I had in my mind, and I wonder if other folks on the space have thoughts on it, or maybe even answers. If Craig were here, I'm sure he'd tell us about the US Navy and trains. But I'm just curious, I'm assuming it'll be as such. But yeah, retweet and share the space if you're listening. Visit MriyaAid.org.
Thank you, David. I'm sure the things will start rolling across the border from Rzeszów into Ukraine by October the 1st. Except at this point, at this pace, the question is what for, right? Will they start rolling purely as enhanced forward presence operation by NATO in Ukraine after Ukraine's already part of it? Who knows?
To free Rostov-on-Don.
Yes, quite. Yes, free it from the Don. No, I don't know, but I think you're very much on the right lines there, David. Why wouldn't things be done more expeditiously than not? I have a very good question here from a listener, and maybe if we can entice CJ to come back up, perhaps. But question asks: how much did landmines laid by Russians affect Ukrainians in the attempt for the counteroffensive as they approached the Russian lines? And how did they advance so quickly if there might have been mines? The questioner has seen the various things that Ryan Hendrickson has been doing in Ukraine, and is wondering how did they go about that. I think this is an excellent question. If I remember correctly, there were quite some reports of Ukrainians using the sort of flail demining tank-based engineering vehicles going ahead of armored columns, and they clear mines ahead of the column, right? So I think that's probably the answer. But if there's any more to it, Axel, is there? I don't know what else they could have done to go so quickly.
I'm playing Tank Investigator, Tank Busters.
So you're playing an anti-tank mine, because that's, or a javelin. Let's go with the javelin. Sorry. See, this is what happens when you keep me up too long. I go and make silly jokes instead.
The soliloquy and the dialogue are becoming one, Domain. It's all starting to, the lines are blurring here.
Yes, quite. Right, we have the other David who used to be a British Army engineer, who will now tell us what the Ukrainians did to bypass Russian-laid minefields and to be able to do the counteroffensive through them. David?
Well, I can't tell you what they did, but I can tell you that I saw several images of their
the rollers that they run in front of a tank. All right, so they've got, it's not actually a flail. They have these things that are rollers that are in front of the tank by about 2 meters. They're heavy and they're designed to, set set any mines off. So I saw several of those. So I'm assuming that's what they used. Of course, you can clear. There are other ways of clearing them, but if you're moving really, really quickly, and I have never seen any usage of the explosive rope or anything like that, so I would suggest that's what they've done. And importantly, they probably knew exactly where those minefields were. So, what's a really good trick with minefields? Just avoiding them. So that would be my best guess.
Thank you, David. Okay, I think this has been quite comprehensively answered. Thank you very much. Bertrand Russell's puppy.
Just following on Adrian's thoughts about targets inside the Russian territory. My understanding, unless I missed something major, was that there was never a blanket taboo for that. So military targets in the Russian territory are fine. The conversation that was ongoing a couple of weeks ago or so was mostly about HIMARS. But frankly, right now, places like Belgorod are like, I don't have the map in front of me, but something like 30 kilometers or so from the front line. So you don't need to use HIMARS for that if you really want to go for that. Seems to be a very reasonable thing that when a country is attacking, invading another country, then seems to stand to reason that military targets close to the border, at the very, very least, are a very legitimate target. And I don't see anyone questioning this very thing.
See, Certo.
Precisely, Bertrand. Sorry to jump in. No, I agree with you completely. The reason I don't think there wasn't anyone official saying that, and was strictly speaking that the press used the escalation word so much, and especially the useful idiot press used the escalation word so much and insinuated that attacking Russia would be a red line. It's like someone whispered in their ears that attacking Russia would be a red line. And it just polluted the dialogue, and a lot of people fell for it. I mean, honestly, for a second there, I believed it. Like, there must be a taboo from some officials or from people sending it. It definitely polluted the dialogue. The many ways that Russia pollutes the dialogue with its propaganda, and it was a successful pollution of the dialogue. I guess my expression of frustration and of thoughts was that we shouldn't take their bullshit anymore. That was essentially it. And you're right. I mean, 30 kilometers from the line, was that like that's within range of regular artillery. Ukraine should do whatever it feels it's militarily justified, and no idiot anywhere should tell them that would be a red line. Right?
No disagreement there, in fact.
Excellent. Can't whip a rabbit. Is that your current? Yep, can't whip a rabbit.
Good evening, everybody. Listening to the conversation tonight, I'm thinking about reparations and what a glorious state that is to think about maybe this ending one day. But what's the protocol for that? I don't know who on the call could answer that kind of question, because obviously there has to be some sort of armistice. there has to be some kind of agreement that something is over and someone has won and someone has lost. I would imagine someone would have had to have declared war, which no one has done. Is there do you look for a third party to act as an arbitrator in this? I'm struggling. This feels like a conflict unlike any other we've witnessed on an international scale. Every country's been involved. How do you begin deciding how much money Russia has to give to a country when there's been when the physical battles have all been on the one side? It feels very complex. How do you eventually reimburse Ukraine and help them build when it's such a muddy situation? Any idea? Is the UN involved in that? Like who helps set that bar to start those negotiations? What is it?
There is no basis per se. I mean, it will be on the basis of damages and the like, but it just comes down to negotiations and power dynamics and the like. It's not. No, there is no formula that you plug stuff in and it spits it out. It all depends on all the other factors.
Yeah, but I can't blame the Ukraine now for threatening to cross that red line, because I don't think they have the leverage in that negotiation until the Russians feel pain. It's been quite a kind of a clean one-sided battle. Russia's always made it sound as if if that line was crossed, that things would get serious. Their populace has felt secure in the fact that they weren't going to be invaded. I certainly can understand why the Ukraine army must at least threaten to do that to make sure they're taken seriously when it's time to negotiate a settlement. But there clearly has to be a settlement. I'm sure deep down Russia's thinking that if for some reason they do lose, they walk away and it doesn't cost them anything. This has to cost them. It has to cost them. So I'm just trying to get my head around what that looks like, how that stage even begins, because without understanding that, it just feels like it never will end. Just a thought.
Okay, the word "never" is a big word to be using for anything. It's a little bit defeatist as well. They'll figure it out. Look, let's do the step by step. Let's kick Russia out of Ukraine first, and then deal with the rest. Once Russia is reduced to only using standoff weapons against Ukraine as well, it will be a whole lot easier to contain that and their effects. So it's step by step. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's go to Darrow.
Hey, good evening again. My question is, when do we look to see any of the NATO forces actually move in? Being that Russia's bluff has been called, what's the possibility of anybody moving in?
Awesome question.
As soon as Ukraine regains territorial integrity and Ukraine can join NATO, they're going to get appropriate reinforcements from other allies, especially in the shape of Patriot batteries and air bases and other things that will keep them nice and safe. But step by step, right? Kick Russia out of Ukraine, restore territorial integrity, get under the protective umbrella of the US and the UK and France, and then.
But one thing, why would they? But Doman, why would they have to have for other forces just to say, like the U.S. and Britain, for example, we want to come in and help them repair equipment, get things moving as far as like civilian projects and things of that nature, just to help. And what's to why would that be something that expands the situation any further than it is? I mean, it's not like they're on the front lines, but it does bolster the national public, the public, etc.'s view that there are others helping them, and it's a short force of somewhat.
So I guess it all depends on what they'd be engaged in. who says there aren't any NATO troops in Ukraine. I mean, as far as Russia is concerned, Ukraine is swarming with Canadian generals and literally tens of thousands of mercenaries and who knows whom else. So as far as Russia is concerned, they're pretty much NATO's all in Ukraine already 7 times over. Did you see that very interesting segment on Solovyov's show yesterday, I think, a couple of days ago, where there was who was it? I think it was the ambassador of the Luhansk People's Republic to Russia, to the Russian Federation, or maybe the former ambassador. He was saying something along the lines of, in Ukraine, they will speak English now anyway, because they have to communicate with all the foreigners, and they're completely gone. Anyway, so whatever. As far as Russia is concerned, you're right there. Honestly, they already think it's all full of Americans anyway. So what difference does it make? That's a fair point to make. This is basically the same argument as I have for America sending Ukraine lots of Bradleys. The Russian MOD already said they destroyed 4. So clearly there had to have been some there. So clearly it was fine because they didn't really react to anything yet. So they just send more. Because what are those Bradleys doing? Especially the older ones sitting up in the high desert. Nothing. No good having them in a boneyard. Send them to Ukraine instead. I think Ukrainians would be very excited to put them to good use. So yeah, there you go. You got me around to your point of view there, Darryl. Thank you. Carl.
Hi, I want to address the rabbit with his question for a second. As far as reparations and that, I think it will be enforced by the coalition of the sanctioners. All right, like unless Russia wants to spend the next 50 years in a similar manner to North Korea has spent the last 50 years, to agree to something. And I could see it be is something like, half of their oil revenue, if they're allowed to export and interact with an international market, goes to Ukraine up until a certain point is made, or or the sanctions don't get taken off. I'm no diplomat, but that's the flavor that I could foresee.
But as you say, right, it comes down to the power dynamics. It comes down to negotiations. There's no formula that defines it. It's all on a case by case basis.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Carl. Was there anything else you wanted to address, or are we going on to Phil?
That's all. Thank you. Cheers.
All right. Very good. Phil.
Thank you, Doman. Can you hear me? Since coming up, it's
Loud
been
and clear.
very shaky. Okay, good. So first off, I just wanted to say what an amazing week for the Ukrainian army and the Ukrainian people. Seeing those videos of the liberated babushkas have been amazing, and that, like them coming up to the troops, it's just incredible. The one thing I wanted to say, because of your step-by-step comment, so what is the next step? The Russians are leaving in droves from the Kharkiv region, but we now know that some of them are heading down from Svatov that were in Kharkiv, and in all likelihood they're going to Luhansk and Donetsk. Like, is the next step to kind of cut those troops off so that they can't go and achieve their goals there? Is the next step to we've saw some Zaporizhia front good news as well, although that's kind of still in blackout mode right now. What do we expect? I know you're not the Domin, you're not the the military strategist, but like what have we been discussing? Because I haven't been on this weekend so much, so I haven't heard much of the discussion about like what do we expect the Ukrainians to do next? Like with what's happening to Russia in that context, not like any OPSEC issues.
I mean, I half expect them to be at the gates of Moscow by the morning at this rate. it just every day for the past 5 days, the rate of progress has really been increasing, and the logical conclusion, of course, is that Russia's going to cede everything to the west of the Urals by next week, and then maybe we can finally have some peace and quiet. I'm joking, of course, but I'm just astounded by the sheer rate at which Ukraine has been moving along and doing things and getting things done. So that's really what we were talking about. What's next? Up to the Ukrainians, up to the Russians as well, to a lesser degree. Who knows? Maybe on the off chance they've come to their senses and will continue executing very well-planned maneuvers of retreat and redeployment. One would certainly hope so. I would certainly hope so. I think it would save a lot of bother if they just drop their tanks where they are and walk back to that. I think that's for the best for everyone, honestly. I mean, Ukrainians will figure out what to do with all the scrap metal as time goes on.
Dolman, I didn't find the tank. I did not find the tank.
Have you looked
I can't
in
find the damn tank?
Have you looked in the northern
Yes,
meadows?
I looked there too. Yeah, I did. There's a Mars.
There's an Iris T, I bet.
Yes, as I said, there's a Mars, and it's nice, but it's very calm. I looked at it, cleaned it yesterday, still fine, but no tank. It's really disappointing.
Alas.
But I found 3 musketeers.
3 musketeers? What?
Yes.
Is that legal to carry muskets around in Estonia?
Well, one is French, one is somewhere there in the hot countries of the South by Southwest countries, and another one is in Oklahoma.
I thought he was talking about the candy bar because he said Mars, that's who makes 3 Musketeers.
There's like levels to this.
I don't eat chocolate, mate.
That's just crazy.
I know, but that's my thing, not eating chocolate. I'm happy without.
Audible gasps from the listener gallery. Sorry, go ahead, Doman.
So since we're here in the phase where we make bad puns, or not even bad ones, just very layered jokes. Yesterday, I was sent a celebratory picture from a friendly listener who said, "I'm having this sparkling wine, celebrating the life and death of the Russian Third Army Corps, born on the 12th of August 2022 at Mulino, passed away on 10th of September 2022 in Ukraine." And then I said, well, it better be a Pinot Meunier then, right? And I think that almost no one understood the joke. I know one person got the joke. I'm very disappointed in our listening public, honestly.
Chocolate does go very good with wine, just like cheese goes good with wine as well. But I like my wine in a box. No, I'm kidding. I'm a Brunello del Montalcino fan myself.
I think both Dom and I would now ask which year from which vintner and why would you?
I like Banfi. I think. Sorry, Doman, I didn't hear that.
I asked if you climb in a box to drink your wine. That's what I heard you suggest. Right. Anyway,
it's actually sangria from a box.
No, yeah, Banfi, obviously, this stuff which typically people can get in the US says you can import it, and that's fine. I understand the difficulty in that regard. But Doman, let's do the wine segment show after the win. How about it?
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I'm just wondering, Molina, Meunier, anyway.
Molino, Meunier. Yeah, okay, I get it. It's a good point. Right. So let's get. I can't get the third musketeer up, but then again, Doman, I just have to make sure that I now safely transfer us out. I will trade us back to the European side of things because Joseph and Ben are here to save us. Joseph, would you please tell the audience what on earth you just have in front of you as a list of kit?
Oh, captured equipment by Ukraine?
Yes, please. Tell us, in detail, calmly, what on earth they gave us.
Sorry, I'm looking for the list. I just had it in front of me. I was busy making a meme called how to jump from a moving tank. If anyone knows why I might be doing that. Just give me a moment here. If anyone else has the list, please feel free to read it.
No. We want it from you, Joseph. So we'll be looking hard at you now. You
Oh my
came to the
God.
you came to the classroom. The dog ate your homework. We get it. Please go back, go outside, have a look at the dog, find your homework.
Nonsense. I'm sorry. It wasn't the dog. It was the bird. You know that full well.
Ah, yeah, of course. It's that bird. By the way, Joseph, what happened to that bird on your terrace?
It was gone. I took care of it, and one day I woke up and it was gone. So I'm hoping everything worked out for it. But I have no evidence of that one way or the other. But I like to be an optimist, Axel.
That sounds like a country song. The bird's gone.
Oh my God, I might just have to go to Oryx. So yeah, we usually use Oryx as the best way to track captured equipment.
Doman, he usually finds his homework. What is it with these people?
Axel, there are no birds in country songs. Usually they lose their dog, their truck, and their wife.
Oh,
I'm not writing my essay as you come to collect them, teacher, I swear. Okay, all right, I found it.
Bird was a nice word for someone you feel, aching to feel interested in. But okay, fine, fair enough.
I think that's more sort of that's more sort of New York as opposed to where country songs are usually staged.
Okay, guys, it's a long list, and I don't know what half of this stuff is because I majored in the humanities. But here's my book report on what Ukraine captured today.
Joseph, read out slowly because we have an elder gentleman amongst us, David, who knows exactly what's on this list when you talk about it. David, listen carefully. He will speak slowly and loudly, David.
All right. So 1 T-72B, 2 T-72BAs, 1 T-72B3, 3, oh my God, this is going to get hard, T-72B3s, 4 T-72B3s OBR 2016s, I assume these are upgraded ones, 2 unknown T-72s captured, 4 T-80BVs captured, 2 T-80Us, 4 unknown T-80s, 1 T-80M, 8 MTLB, 1 MTLBVM, 2 BRM1K, 3 BMP1, 2 BMP1, goodness gracious.
So you moved on from tanks to IFVs.
Correct, yeah, these are the infantry fighting vehicles, as Axel said.
How many
These
tanks?
BMPs.
How many tanks were these before?
Captured, let's see.
$23.
Yep. That's right, yeah. Okay, so infantry fighting vehicles. So 2 BMP-1s captured, 20 BMP-2s captured, 1 BMP-3 captured, 4 BTR 82As, BTR, I believe, is like an armed BMP, if I remember correctly. Anyway, one K53949 Linza, it's damaged but captured. One Iveco LMV Reese, RYS, also damaged and captured. One R149 MA1 command and staff vehicle. 2 of those were captured. One Oregon, I assume, UR-77 Meteorite mine clearing vehicle was captured.
These are important.
Definitely, yeah, they definitely need these. Absolutely, yeah. There was a picture, as Axel said, of one mine clearing vehicle that was at the head of the tanks that clearly led the attack in Kharkiv region. So as Axel said, these are very important vehicles to recover. Next, one RKHM6 CBRN reconnaissance vehicle. Oh, sorry, that one was just destroyed, not captured. 2 BREM-1 armored recovery vehicles were captured. 1 IMR-2M combat engineering vehicle was damaged and abandoned. They're probably trying to capture it at this point. 1 MTO-AT mobile workshop was captured. 1 100mm MT-12 anti-tank gun captured. 1 152mm anti-tank. I'll just say 3 variants of 152mm anti-tank guns were captured. That's probably just easier than going through all these variants. People probably aren't that interested in those. 1 Orlan 10 captured, which is kind of interesting. We don't usually hear about those captured, just destroyed. 1 9T217 transloader for the 9K33 OSA was captured. These transloader vehicles are for reloading, very important. 5 Ural 4320 trucks captured, also important for logistics. 2 Ural 4320 tanker trucks captured. 6 KAMAZ 6x6 trucks captured. 1 KAMAZ tanker captured. 1 armored KAMAZ truck captured, and 4 unknown trucks captured, for a total of 102 destroyed and captured vehicles for the day. So, Jiminy Christmas, Axel. It's been quite a haul for the Ukrainians.
Let's be here,
Gentlemen?
Joseph. This isn't 102 vehicles captured today. No, this is 102 vehicles with sufficient photographic evidence having emerged and reached Oryx, and which the poor people who run Oryx had to diligently look through and catalog and make sure they hadn't previously cataloged these same exact images. That's just how much they managed to get through in a day. I think that's the rate determining step here. The bandwidth
Because
of the
they
people working
received
through this.
680, Dorman, because they received 680 different cases.
Man, reading all those letters and numbers really scrambled my brain, guys.
Again, they received thousands of photos for 680 separate cases.
Well, it's probably about 650
whether
separate
there
cases, right? Probably something like that.
But that's what they've said. So if that's the case, let them have it. Let them fix it and find out how many of them can be identified and verified. That's an astonishingly large number of items to be verified with a few more hundreds of photos. That's quite stunning. And it fits
I
with
had a
what
quick
Yehuda said
question
earlier today.
about the Russian soldiers. Konstantin had a post that he said two brigades were trapped. 2 Russian brigades were trapped in Izum. And my question is, I know 800 to 1,000 in a fully fledged BTG, but how many BTGs, and obviously they have been, dismantled for the past, 6 months in the war, so they're nowhere near 800 to 1,000 men in each BTG, but how many BTGs in the brigade?
Konstantin is coming up to answer your question.
Those were not
I
brigades.
think my screen's all messed up.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Just talk. I can't see you, but
So
I can hear you.
It was a I was talking about battalions, not brigades. Brigade usually consists standard brigade in a peacetime consists of around 3 battalions, and this was 2 battalions, not 2 brigades that were trapped. Large portion of the forces they moved them out. They managed to escape, but they left, to do that escape, they left behind lots of vehicles, lots of armor, lots of ammunition. So what they from the report that I had from not a report, from we spoke with a guy. He told me they think that there are around 2 battalions. So 2 battalions is anywhere from 800 to 1200. So people that are actually stuck there. Those are considered those supposed to be units that actually can fight still, so they have some level of combat readiness. And of course there are literally thousands just scattered troops that were abandoned and just running, trying to escape somehow. There's some on their foot, some on their civilian stolen vehicles, etc. So they're hunting them right now. There's a lot of cleanup going on.
And I do
Thank
remember
you for the-
Constantine. I was just going to say real quick, Phil, that I do remember Constantine, you kind of gave me a breakdown of it once. And the way you explained it to me, if I remember, and you can correct me, of course, was about 400 to 600 guys in a battalion and about 3 to 4 battalions in a brigade. So you get kind of ultimately a brigade's going to have 1,600 to a little over 2,000 guys. Is that right, Constantine?
You will have to repeat that because I was interrupted.
Sorry, no problem. If I remember correctly, the math was a battalion usually has about 400 to 600 guys. And again, as you said, like different roles are going to have different numbers, but this is just a rough rule of thumb. About 400 to 600 guys in a battalion, and then a brigade has about 3 to 4 battalions in it. So about 1,600 to 2,200 guys, something like that.
Well, brigade is much more than those. Like 3 battalions is like core battalions that do its job, but for them to function, they also have to have artillery battalions. Standard Ukrainian brigade has 2 field artillery units, 2 field artillery battalions. One of them is with reactive MLRS, like 122 millimeter grads, and another one was the tube artillery. Those are usually Akatsiya and Gvozdika, 122 and 152 millimeter self-propelled guns. And and also there is an engineering battalion, there is a reconnaissance company, and there is a lot of other supporting units that allow a brigade to operate. So in total it's much higher. And right now I definitely know that most of the brigades, they were in the wartime, they're being reinforced with the lighter infantry, the ones that are use just vehicles. They don't have armor usually. Light vehicles like trucks to transport, and so the brigade would grow like 2 times during the wartime, so it can be up to 7,000.
Gotcha. Yeah, thanks for that detail, Constantine. It's I just wanted to try to give our listeners some like broad sense of a scale there. Phil, do you have any follow up? Go ahead.
No, that was pretty much it. I just wanted to thank you for the clarification and thank Konstantin for the clarification as well. I guess one other follow-up is a lot of troops were moved from that access to Kherson without the equipment. Obviously, logistics played a role in that as well. So that means there's kitless, troops in Kherson, and then all the kits in Ukraine. So I think, that's the way the cookie crumbles for the Ruskies. Thanks.
Thank you, Phil. And with that, we'll go to Bertrand. Bertrand, go ahead.
Well, I believe the conversation has since moved on since I raised my hand, but I will still give it a short shot. So here's the thing that I want to say. My temperament is that I am typically a cautious guy, probably more cautious than almost everyone here. But I am still willing to go out on a limb and say that there are signals that the dam is breaking, not only on the ground, but at a higher level. I'm thinking about Kadyrov in a full meltdown mode, saying that mistakes were made and urging for a change of strategy. I am thinking about Solovyov mentioning that some Russian officers should be executed. Those are things that did not happen before. They did not happen at the time of the Kiev debacle, and they did not happen at any time in the last 6 or 7 months. So the gut feeling right now is that not only the unofficial Telegram channels and the like, but also places that are very close to the official channels are struggling to keep a version straight and consistent. So I don't know where this will lead, and I think nobody can know for sure. But it's probably not a crazy assessment to say that things are moving significantly at not only the ground level, but also the central level too. This is a comment to a previous speaker. So if you want to go ahead with the current conversation, I'm sorry for interrupting the flow, but I had it there and I needed to put it there. Thank you.
No, thanks, Bertrand. I mean, I think this fits broadly into what we're talking about, right? I mean, I think this military offensive has clearly knocked a little bit of sense into the Russians. I don't want to be too optimistic here, but you know, I think this is the one language they seem to understand, that their military is suffering, you know, basically complete disaster en route on the Kharkiv front, and you know, quite frankly, the Kherson front's not doing too great for them either. We're just being a little quiet about that right now because yeah, there's a lot of operational security down there, but. Yeah, in any case, I think that, yeah, it feeds into the broader picture, right? These two things are definitely related, and yeah, I think it's something we can continue to discuss if anyone is so inclined. Ben, welcome up to the co-host slot. How you doing, buddy?
I'm okay. I've got a possum, which is a bit annoying at the moment, but otherwise, everyone's fine. I had a question for you and Bertrand. What's the highest ranking person within the Russian administration who spoke of the past 3 days?
It really depends on how you assess highest ranking, right? So there is a way to assess a high ranking based on, you know, military or political rankings, and that's quite objective. But there are also rankings that are like based on visibility on media, charisma, and the like. So I will say Kadyrov is rather, despite being a clown, quite obviously, he's still quite high ranking. And the fact that he's saying that the strategy is failing and needs to be changed seems to me that it is quite significant. And Solovyov himself, while not being, you know, not having any official role, is still the face of prime time propaganda TV in Russia on the main TV channel. So the fact that he is saying not on his TV program, but on his Telegram channel that has, you know, 1 million plus people following, saying that some Russian officials need to be executed because of the failure of the operation, it seems to be quite significant, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, Bertrand. I think that's actually a good point. Kadyrov might be the sort of highest ranking guy, at least if we're looking at the people who have been candid about this. Maybe the other option would be on channel RU1, which is, their main propaganda channel. I'm sure if you guys, check any of the Russia content on Twitter, like that's a pretty common thing. They play these, Soloviev and those guys. They had a pretty kind of interesting segment where they just seem to acknowledge everything, or not, I shouldn't say everything, but they just seem to acknowledge, like, oh my God, like if we can't just deny Ukrainian ethnicity exists, like we can't, we have to like get competently, I don't know, I don't remember exactly what they said, but it was like a complete tonal 180 from, the way they've been talking about it. And there were like, I don't know, a reasonable number of like, the talking heads that they have on those programs. So there's been like definitely a tone shift. Putin actually did was like out and about a little bit early on in the offensive, but it seems like something that really rubbed the Russians the wrong way was just the sheer like tone deafness of the Russian state, or the Russian ruling class as this thing kicked off, because Putin was seen, I forget exactly what it was, but I saw a video with him, like, it was like he was like kissing flight attendants or some dumb thing that he was doing, like just trying to pretend like nothing was going on. And then, of course, Moscow's 825th birthday happened during this offensive. And so there was like a big party in Moscow, and like a video came out of all these hipsters, in Moscow dancing around, clearly military age men, they should, in theory, if their country is going through a great patriotic war of sacrifice, they should be down there fighting. And of course, because they're politically connected, or one of Putin's crony sons or whatever, they just get to go party at Moscow, and they can do it blatantly on camera. So I don't know. I think that there's just this real sense. I think the Russians, as Bertrand said, there's going to have to be some kind of bloodletting. Like their political culture wants a sacrificial victim to blame for this. I think they'll have a lot of trouble blaming Putin himself. What I'm seeing still is this narrative of the great czar. He didn't know any better. He was misled by his advisors, his cruel, corrupt, bad advisors. And so it won't be the man himself that will fall for this, but I think that the way the Russian political system works, like a blood sacrifice is necessary. I don't know who that'll be. I don't know, how exactly that'll shape up. I don't know, Konstantin, I'm kind of interested if you had like a take on this. Go ahead, please.
Well,
I think
find the button.
I'm
like
sorry, Konstantin is unclogging the sync right now.
Yeah, I think Konstantin's a little distracted. No worries, Konstantin. Yeah, I was just a little curious about your perspective on like how Russia will handle, or if you think this is a genuine tone change in Russia and it signals anything or not. But you can talk to us later about it, of course. The sync, of course, takes precedence. So I believe we had Scribe, then Abdulaziz. Scribe, please go ahead.
I have a real quick question. How are cities in Ukraine doing? Since I'm seeing news of Russia attacking several major infrastructure places in several different cities across Ukraine.
Sorry, what was the question? The mic quality is a little rough. I heard about the air defense and they're hitting the cities, but what was like the exact question?
So I after I got off after listening to Chef Zen, I can't say his name, but the chef from earlier today's interview. Zhenya. I kind of like hopped off the Twitter for a bit to do some college work, and then I got on and I noticed that there have been attacks to several different cities across Ukraine, and that Russia is trying to take out critical infrastructure. What is there any update about that?
Right, yeah. So there was an air raid alert for basically all of Ukraine except for the Crimean Peninsula today, and there have been strikes. There was a major strike in Kharkiv where a thermal power plant was hit, like a natural gas power plant. We are not sure if it was the substation or the power plant itself. Most of the reports seem to indicate it's the plant, but it's a huge complex. Konstantin's It was a substation. Okay, thank you, Axel. And then I believe there was a strike also in Dnipro. And Axel, if you could maybe fill in any that I missed. I think there were maybe a couple more.
Dnipro is confirmed. There were 2 others, but we do not know whether they hit a substation or whether it was just a switching yard.
And yeah, so there have been, this is a typical response from Russia when Russia suffers an immense military failure, as they have in many stages of this war. They'll respond with terror attacks against civilians. They knowingly targeted civilian targets in these cases. There's a couple of, we could get into granular detail here, but long story short, there's, publicly available information of people filming these places, showing that they're not military targets, and then they get hit, right? I'd say most people in this space don't need to be told that these weren't military targets, but some people still want to say, oh, these are military targets. They're not. So yeah, it's a common tactic by Russia. The hope is, of course, to get more air defense into Ukraine. They're able to shoot down a lot of this stuff. There have been cases where Russia has launched 8 missiles before, and Ukraine's been able to shoot all of them down. Sometimes they shoot down about 5 at a time. So they're very good, but it's tough. They've got a lot of airspace to defend. Ukraine's a big country, and they need more stuff. Iris-T's, the German air defense system, will be coming online shortly, I think. Relatively shortly. Axel, do we have a timeline on that, these German air defense systems?
They are on their way.
Perfect. Yeah. So that should be great news for Ukraine. And we do know that the Ukrainians have been using their air defense assets to great effect on the actual front line on the push, because Russian forces haven't really been able to effectively use their air force to slow Ukraine's counterattack down at all. So yeah, relatively good news. But as always, Russia doesn't take good news for Ukraine well, and intentionally targets civilians in response. I think that Ukraine was relatively prepared. I mean, they know the drill at this point. I don't think there were a lot of killed or injuries. Of course, I'm sure there were some. I could be wrong about that, but I didn't see major reports about a lot of people injured. So I think it was mainly infrastructure targeted, as you said. So yeah, it's kind of par for the course, I guess. I don't know. It's something that Ukraine has to deal with. I think Zelensky, of course, made a very inspiring speech today where he said, look, if we have to choose between power and you, we'll choose, no power in you, no power, no gas in you, no gas, no water in you, no water, no food in you, no food, right? So I think, the Ukraine's making its position very clear. These terror strikes aren't having the effect that Russia intends. They're not going to dull Ukraine's, morale or fighting spirit. And at this point, it's just a wasted exercise. It's a waste of Russia's, the few military resources they have left. They're wasting on this, and ultimately, it's not going to have any military effect on the battlefield. So, any follow up there, Scribe?
Actually, yeah. About Russia's military stock, theoretically, how many missiles does Russia have still left?
So they're definitely running lower. As far as I know, we don't have an actual count, and it's probably not realistic to think about them having like a stockpile of missiles and they're just going to reach into their pocket one day and go, oh crap, we're out of missiles. We'll probably see like a lower and lower usage of them. And then they also are, to some extent, we think, still producing a few missiles. I don't know the actual numbers on that. Again, all this is very fuzzy. That said, they're using very old missiles, and they're using very weird missiles. They're using their S-300, which are anti-air missiles, to target ground targets. And while you can do that, it's possible to do. It's a relatively smart missile for that job, and it's kind of a waste to do it. So that implies they don't have the kind of missile they actually want for that job. They're also using a lot of old like naval missiles, and the missiles that we are seeing used are older and older. So we're seeing higher dud rates among them. So like overall, we're seeing a pretty substantial decrease in Russia's ability to, sustain missile attacks. But overall, they've got a few different varieties of missiles. It'll probably just be a matter of them not being able to do it as intensely than them just one day kind of straight up running out of strategic missile reserves. I don't know. Do you think I missed anything here, Axel? I don't know if I'm pestering you too much.
That was perfect, mate.
Hey, yo. All right. Thank you very much, Scribe. With that, we'll go to Abdulaziz, and then we'll go to Roy. Abdulaziz, please go ahead.
Joseph, thank you so much.
I just want to get back to the subject matter before that we're discussing about the reactions in Russia to the route that we're seeing right now. Coming back to Kadyrov's speech, my take is this is not a change of tone within Russia. I don't see that happening. My take is much more that the propaganda machine and the allies of Putin are stepping up to protect him as much as they can. I think we should not forget that if Putin falls, there are legions of people behind him who will fall too. Kadyrov is definitely one of them. And he said something very interesting at the end of his speech, or towards the end of what I read, was that if things don't change and if the mistakes are not corrected and the people are not account who are responsible for these mistakes, that he would go to the leadership of the country and tell him the truth. And my feeling is that actually, if I look at what's been happening on Telegram, what you've heard from certain corners, like Kadyrov and this propagandist whose name I don't want to remember, my feeling is they're protecting Putin and the regime more than anything else. This is not a change of tone. That's not the feeling that I'm having. Just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Abdulaziz. I actually agree with you. I think that ultimately this is sort of damage control, and it's about this idea that like Putin had no idea. And actually, I tweeted that thing. I'll maybe throw it up in the nest in a minute. But one of the things they mention is Putin must have been told that the Ukrainians would greet him as a liberator, right? And someone said, "You really think so?" And then the guy says, "Yeah, he didn't just wake up one day and decide to do the special military operation. Somebody told him, right?" So, I mean, that totally feeds into like what you're saying, right? That this is all about damage control. It's about Putin was sold a bill of goods by a bunch of corrupt and bad, boyars, right? A bunch of bad advisors, and that this new tone is about insulating him from the ultimate fallout from these catastrophes by painting him as the benevolent czar who just didn't know that his ministers weren't telling him the truth, something like that. Would you agree, Abdulaziz?
No, I agree with you fully, although at the end of the day, buck stops with him as far as Russia is concerned. So we should not exonerate him fully. But I agree with you fully, Joseph, that this is what I'm seeing as the narrative that's coming out right now. But I see it also as good news, because that means heads are going to roll. And that means we're going to have other generals coming in. And that means we're going to have a different change of tactic. And that means they're going to be still in this race. So as far as I'm concerned, it's good news, because it just means more chaos on their side. So continue. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, I think if I'm going back to historical precedent, I think the precedent I look at it would be World War I, right? It's and the fall of the czars, back then, right?
Agreed.
It's
I
yeah,
agree with you
it's
fully.
and the peasants like. Go ahead, Abdul, please. Go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
I just want to say, I wouldn't be surprised if the Russian army today will start voting with its feet, like they did back in World War I, and saying, "You put us into this quagmire. We're out of this. We're leaving." I would not be surprised, and maybe we're seeing the start of it. Maybe I'm too hopeful, but maybe we're seeing the start of it, because these people have been deceived at the highest level. They've been fully deceived, and I really would not be surprised if we see the same thing again, because again, it's the same structure, it's the same mentality, it's the same thinking, it's the same culture. It has not changed at all, and we're seeing the same, the same approach like we saw in 1917. No change whatsoever.
Right. And yeah, just looking back at that example, right, it took the sort of the peasantry back then, the masses, it took them so long to decide that it was really the czar's fault, that the czar really just didn't care about them. And up until that point, it was always, they thought, if we could just talk to him, right, if we could just get in the room with this guy and explain to him what his corrupt ministers are doing, this can be fixed. And then so that went on for a long time. And ironically, from what I remember, it was the bloody the authorities shot a bunch of people who they went to the Tsar's palace to sort of ask him nicely, in the way that I was describing. We know that you're not the person at fault, and they got shot. And ironically, the Tsar was like away on vacation, so despite the many times he had sort of ignored them and not cared about them and sort of not been directly responsible for what he was doing, he totally had nothing to do with it. But that moment they decided, he shot at us. Like, he's not the guy we thought he was. He's not looking out for us. He's not just being deceived by his circle, his inner circle. He's the bad guy. And like when that turn happened, when they lost that magical bond with their Tsar that the peasantry thought they had, because at the end of the day, the peasantry thought he needs us, right? I think that Russian people think Putin needs us, right? That, like, ultimately, unlike the oligarchs or whatever. And so if we could just, get him, in the room, we can just talk to him. And I think eventually that will evaporate, right? And when it does, the turn will be very severe and significant. But maybe it won't. I mean, there's a complete possibility that the regime itself and Russian political culture is able to successfully sublimate these feelings of inadequacy and rage into a mass purge or bloodletting of the leadership that was involved in this, and that Putin will, through that blood sacrifice, sort of be spared the consequences. But yeah, just my speculation. Abdulaziz, any follow up? Otherwise, we'll go to Roy.
No, Joseph, I fully agree. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Roy, go ahead.
Hey guys, so I think a lot of people have already know that, like, I have this whole speculation thinking that Ukrainians the counterattack on the Kherson is a fixing or it's a holding action operations, and I think Joseph and Ben both disagree with me. Yeah. So, I think this is like almost a week after the counterattack in the Kharkov begun now. I think I would still insist that's probably still just a fixing operation. Like, now it's more and more clear that it seems like Ukrainians are making much better progress in the north. So things going on there must be working. So, and from what I've seen so far, I think Ukraine basically textbook copy pasted the 1944's Operation Bagration. Basically, what the Ukrainian did is what Soviet did in Operation Bagration. They deceived the Germans, thinking that Soviet will counterattack in the region of the Ukraine. So the Germans reinforced their entire most of the mobile reserve for the armors to the southern Ukraine. But in the reality, the Soviets started counterattacking in the north, in the center actually, near the what we today know as Belarus. Back then, it has its nickname called the Belarusian Balcony. And the commander of this counterattack operation, General Rokossovsky, did precisely what Ukrainian did today, which is starting a two-pronged attack, cutting off the enemy's bulge on the front line, basically seized them ability to maneuver inside the pocket. That's what this pocket in the Kupiansk and the Izum look like. But on the other, so that's why I said that Ukrainians did deceiving operation in the south to lure the Russian into reinforcing a place where Russian could not afford to lose, but also don't really have a lot of operation freedom there, because in Kherson itself is actually a city that's being it's a city that's actually being backed up against the water, the river. So Russians there have very little space to maneuver, therefore makes it the prime target for Ukrainian for Ukrainian artillery and standoff weapon to pick off. The more Russian reinforced Kherson, the more catastrophic their future would be, to be honest.
Thank you, Roy, for this point. Although we should all remember that this fixing operation you're mentioning is the one that freed Ukraine in 1944, and then went all the way to the Carpathian and the Danube, and almost ended up in Austria and Hungary. So, you know. Mic check, quickly.
Yeah, you're fine.
We can hear you. You're fine.
Fantastic, fantastic. So somebody was telling me that my mic had frozen. All right. Well, anyway, thank you, Roy, for the point. And David has his hand up, and you know what David wants, God wants.
Yeah, I do. Well, it's not that great, but anyway, I would add a little bit of detail to what was just said. Is I think what was happening was a lot more subtle than that. In that firstly, they moved significant numbers of troops down to Kherson. I suspect this was regardless if the Russians hadn't have moved their troops, they just would have changed their tactic. They've had plan A, plan B, plan Z, right? So if the Russians had just kept their guys up there in the in the east, they would have just carried on doing what they're doing, and most probably would have taken Kherson. The plan for Kherson is still ongoing, right? They've got the troops going back, so this isn't a feint in that way. They're just two different operations. I suspect they would have just gone, okay, fine. They've not moved. They're weak in this region. We'll go and take them because Ukraine has a numbers benefit. Just my thoughts on that, really.
Yeah, thanks, David. Sorry, I just had some technical difficulties, guys. Yeah, I think, it's part of it's like a little bit semantics, right? Which is the main attack, but I think, Roy, you are correct to point out the battle you referenced is all over Ukrainian Twitter, right? They're definitely talking about it, and I think it's not an unfair assumption to make that wasn't or that was like an influence on their thinking, at least to some degree, right? That is their military heritage or their military history, and it is the terrain, right? That it would make sense to look at historical battles that took place and try to learn some lessons from them. So I think that's like a good observation. Go ahead, Ben.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I agree, because what's happened is they saw the troops being moved, right, and then they went, okay, here we are. But what I was really trying to say is that if the troops hadn't have moved, they had a plan for that as well, and that was already waiting, right? And we know that because the Russians are being pushed quite hard in Kherson as well.
Exactly right, David. Ben?
Yeah, the 1-2 punch is like part and parcel of the Soviet doctrine. For it's they really they've done it. Almost every large offensive was something along those lines. You attack south and you attack north. There's so many examples at so many levels as well, like operational and strategic and everything. It was really the signature. But yeah, Roy is right in this respect. But it's very often it's not so much a feint and then the real attack. It tends to be one attack that is going to attract a lot of the enemy's attention, and the other attack that's going to cut through him like butter. Although they're, of course, they're not the only ones using it. Right? As a Frenchman, I would know some other countries have used it to great efficacy.
Yeah, I think maybe part of our reluctance to some extent, Roy, is like we've talked to and we've interviewed a lot of the guys down there in Kherson, and I mean, they've sort of painted us a picture of what's going on down there, and it sounds like a full scale like fight to me, and not like I don't know, but it's not that I think your analysis is incorrect or anything like that. I think it's more just we're using different terms or using different putting emphasis on different parts or something like that. But I think like as your observations are good, and as I said, that the reference to that battle that you mentioned, like that's all over Ukrainian Twitter. They definitely, it's not lost on them that this seems very similar to what occurred during that battle.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, I don't speak Ukrainian, so I actually don't know what's going on in their Twitter. But I'm glad I'm actually hitting on something right, because from my perspective is that I actually think the Ukraine is actually the proper successor of the Red Army. I would say that, because the Red Army units that actually hoisted the flag of Soviet Union in the Reichstag in 1945 was the 150th Infantry Division from 79th Infantry Corps, 3rd Shock Army from the 2nd Ukrainian Front. So, and the Soviet soldier who raised the flag there, he was previously a Ukrainian resistance fighter, fighting in the forest near Kharkov, as just like many years ago, just like they did today. So that's why I think the Ukrainians, they are the proper inheritor of the Soviet military martial and all their martial arts traditions, because they Ukrainian basically are the most one of the biggest contributor of the Red Army, besides Russians. So I would say they're rightfully so to claim that's their heritage. And I think part of me actually, I believe that if the Red Army is still alive, is still here today, the Stavka would be rolling in its grave for what Russian army is doing now, basically backing against every military science, every military instincts out there could be. And to be honest, I don't think Russian army should be parading in the Red Square with Red Army's banner, because they don't deserve that. Let's put it honestly that way.
Yeah, I think, maybe broadly speaking, right, I think it's safe to say that the Ukrainians have fought in, being geographically located where they were, they fought in many battles, on many sides, as you said. Like, some fought in the resistance, some fought for the Red Army, some fought for other causes. And, I think it's just safe to say that, like, Ukraine, all the people who died in those wars and things, like, Ukraine understood that those were hard lessons that were learned, right? That, like, we lost all those people, but we can learn from that. We can learn and we can improve what we have. We can improve our military culture. We can improve our understanding. And I think, I don't know, to me, it reads to me as just a lack of Russia's ability to do that, right? Like, they just don't seem to have any regard for their soldiers' lives. And as a result, when soldiers die, they don't look at themselves and say, okay, let's make sure that our soldiers don't die next time because we value them. Like, let's learn a lesson from this. And so we've just seen, I guess, maybe over the 30 years that the Russia's been not the Soviet Union, and probably before that there was probably some rot in the Soviet military system, I have to imagine. But just like, because Russia doesn't take these lessons as hard fought and costing lives seriously, we're seeing just a decay, a degradation of their military culture. And we've talked about this on the space. I wish, Roy, you could talk to Yehuda, because Yehuda's like an actual staff officer, and he does like actual battle plans and things. So I think he could give you like some great analysis of the stuff that I really can't. But I think that, like, it's safe to say that the Ukrainians have clearly learned very valuable lessons from the battles that they participated in, and the conflicts they participated in. And as a result, they've clearly become competent at military craft. And the Russians, I mean, we've seen their military camps. There's no there's no significant, the shell scrapes are barely, they've been there for months, and they haven't built a successful military camp with like basic sanitation and basic fortifications. They don't have lookout posts. They don't have any kind of barbed wire. Exactly. Yeah, it's like, I mean, to real professional soldiers, in NATO armies who are looking at this stuff with their mouths hanging open. It's like children playing at war. I mean, it's really it's a basic lack of military fundamentals. I mean, as Roy said, like even the Soviets would have known to dig out like fortifications and put barbed wire up and have watch posts and all this stuff. And it just seems like they've lost it. They're just phoning it in. I don't know how else to put it. Roy?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think seems like Ukrainians are far smarter inheritor of the Soviet Union and all its military legacies than the Russia, because there's just no other way to put it. Because, quite frankly, I find it hard to understand why. I mean, why would some Russians feel like would consider their flag of the Soviet Union to be proud to hoist in Ukraine? Because I'm like, you didn't do that. It's them. They did that. And quite frankly, I just don't think Russia has got what way. So I think the Western military scientists and military analyst always make a very, very bad assumption, is that when we look at the Russian army today, we always look at the lenses we used to look at the Soviet army, let's say back in the 90s, back in the 80s and 70s. When people start showing the image of the Red Army, we always see image like the.
We've lost Roy. Okay.
Yeah, I think I think that like
Joseph.
Oh, go ahead, Ben.
Just one quick mention to our Ukrainian friends that might be listening. We know that the Red Army was an instrument of colonization, totalitarian oppression, and the annihilation of anything that was not Great Russian as well. And while many Ukrainians were forced to take part of the endeavors of this army, I would say the weight of the full weight of the inheritance of this army does not and cannot rest on the shoulders of modern days Ukrainian, to the extent that it was a real tool for evil, and we don't want to be unclear on this point, I guess, Joseph.
Yeah, absolutely, Ben. Yeah, that's all I was going to say is, we're not sitting here saying that Soviet military doctrine was like good, or that the Soviet army was a good army or anything like that. It's more just that, I think there are if we look at Soviet doctrine, there are basics that the Soviet military employed that the Russians aren't, right? Like that they're not even following the most basic levels of the things that they did, learn in World War II. And I mean, that's just surprising to us, I guess. So I think that's what we're trying to emphasize here. But as Ben said, yeah, it's not that we're praising the Soviet army. And I certainly wouldn't consider Ukraine like an actual successor of the Soviet army. That's certainly not modeling it. And, I think, we had a Ukrainian like tank, a major general on, and who's currently fighting in Kherson. And he described the Ukrainian army.
Just major.
Sorry, yeah, thank you. He described the Ukrainian army as 1/3 anarchy, 1/3 Cossack, and 1/3 NATO standard. I think that's like the perfect quote for like to describe the Ukrainian army right now, right? It's this, they've got some NATO training. They are doing their best to defend their country with everything they have, and everyone's putting their back into it. I think that's pretty obvious from what we're seeing. That's the Cossack part, right? Their states in existential crisis, and the Cossacks came to defend Ukraine. And then anarchy, because they're switching over, right? They're going from an entirely basically Soviet standard gear, right? The old Russian or I should say, sorry, Soviet artillery pieces and things to NATO standard gear, like in the middle of a war. I mean, that's basically unprecedented. So obviously there's going to be a little bit of anarchy in there, right? So I think that's like a fair characterization of the Ukrainian army right now. That said, I think there's probably some the guys who are in charge, or like the old generals and stuff. They probably look at the stuff that happened in World War II and kind of I think that there's a reason that Ukrainian Twitter is talking about that specific battle. But yeah, I think it's broadly speaking, it's more useful to look at other inspirations for the modern Ukrainian army. I don't see a lot of Soviet Union in them personally.
Well, to be entirely honest, they still have their canteen regulations. We learned that today. But I think that pretty much stops there.
Well, Ben, with all this military stuff going on, I haven't had much time to pay attention to any numbers, any economic stuff, Ben. Has anything caught your eye, Ben, lately?
Okay, to be perfectly honest, I spent the day at a farm, so I mostly care about duck eggs and milk. But I did see a few things that were of interest, to me at least, especially regarding the size and the impact of the Russian effort when it comes to help, bolstering their economy and trying to prevent it from just collapsing. So what is happening is that a lot of companies are experiencing serious issues for one reason or another. Maybe the clearest example is the one of the Russian railways that are just if it wasn't for the Russian state, they would go bankrupt right now. They've lost any semblance of an economic ability to turn out profit. So the Russian state spent billions upon billions, and I'm talking dollars. I'm not talking whatever else they're using over there. I'm talking American dollars, as good as gold, and they're spending billions and billions of them to try to prop up their companies, and it might be starting to have a sizable economic effect. They're doing QE, neither 1, neither 2, no 3. They're doing like QEZ, and QEZ is a great way to run your economy to the ground. So that I thought was an excellent piece of news, which I wanted to share with everyone. I will say that I'm a little bit disappointed by the Ukrainian and the success of the Ukrainian offensive at the moment, because if it plays out as we all think it's going to play and pray it's going to play, we're not going to see the slow collapse of the Russian economy that we all wanted to see, and that makes me sad. I really wanted to see what was going to collapse first, where were the problems, what was going to be at play, is there going to be hyperinflation or not? So I'm not too worried. I know that the sanctions are going to last for a long, long time after the Ukrainians take back every last piece of their territory. So there will be something, but I really was hoping for a few more months of fun in that respect. But what can you say? Ukrainians, they don't like science. They just destroy our experiment like that. No, I'm sorry. I'm joking. Good on you guys. That's pretty amazing.
They're not scientists, Ben. They're engineers. They're practical people. They don't have time for such idle curiosities.
It's actually very, very untrue. But there's some of the greatest economists ever were born in Ukraine. So take that back, Joseph, or I will force you to eat an actual possum.
All right, I take it back.
I wanted to say that Mr. Y has joined us, and he does look like a huge and fluffy dog. Maybe he has a question for us.
It's Mr. Weeben.
All right, Mr. Weeben.
Sorry, I was out for like a minute. My apology. My apology. I just have a quick question. At what time will we receive like an update about like the most recent like Ukrainian military gains?
Good question. I think language should be on here this evening, which would be in maybe 3 hours, maybe 4 hours. But hopefully before then, we can get one of our more learned military scholars on here. I think Ben and I can tell you the gist of stuff, but I'm not so good with the Ukraine's moving into this town type stuff. But hopefully language will be on tonight. Ben, do we have anyone coming that we know of anytime soon? Give us more of a, like John or someone who can give us a more specific military update.
No, it's Sunday night, so John is probably hitting the town with his lady friends, and CJ has probably been kidnapped by yet more lady friends. Our only hope is Yehuda and Ryan.
I will say I'm disappointed at CJ's lack of dedication to the mission, but John I accept. John's a young lad. He should be out, with his girlfriend, not helping to defend a sovereign country from being invaded by a bunch of genocidal colonizing lunatics. But them's the breaks for poor John. He didn't get to live through the Pax Americana, I guess. But yeah, so hopefully we'll get someone up here, maybe Yehuda or something, who can give us like a more meaty military update. Ben, I'll maybe try to look at some things if you can buy me a little time.
Joseph, if we just tried to wing it, I suspect we could provoke Yehuda into coming on just to correct our ignorance.
That's true. That's a good tactic.
Brilliantly last night.
Or we can lean into it, build a real masterful, stupid interpretation of the war, and then give him something to fight against when he comes, like a real challenge.
Suffice it to say that the Ukrainians are taking back their cities and villages so quickly that it's really hard to keep up at this point.
Oh yeah, I've got people, usually when people don't listen to the space for a day or 2 or 3, they send me a message like, Ben, what has happened over the past 3 days? I'm sorry, I'm completely lost. Help me pick up. Now I've received a message of someone saying, I'm sorry, I left to do something, probably fix a sink or something, for 15 minutes. What has happened? And of course, the main change was that Joseph had dropped us and come back up, and probably to fight the possum. But that was the main takeaway. Joseph?
Well, Ben, I mean, really, right now we are just watching Ukraine just consolidate its gains over the Kharkiv front. They pushed Russia past the Oskil River, so that sort of divided that front, right? And Ukraine's basically, I mean, it's hard to kind of overemphasize like how much territory Ukraine just took in such a short span of time. But what that basically means is they probably are going to need some time to consolidate it. I doubt we're going to see any major movement on the Kharkiv front. I personally, and I'm not a military expert, as we keep repeating, I personally would say we should be on the lookout for stuff going on in maybe Kherson or maybe even somewhere else. Because I think the boys are going to consolidate up in Kharkiv, the boys and gals, and I think that they'll probably focus on other things for a little while until they get everything straightened up over there. Then they might get moving again. But that's my thoughts, Ben. What do you think? As a what our LARPing, as Daniel likes to say.
Oh, I've given up on trying to understand what's going on. I really love the initial comment that CJ made, which was that there was one company of Ukrainian tanks that charge an adversary 3 times more numerous than it. So the balance was so unexpected, should have never succeeded. They entered the Russian front and broke it, and then all hell broke loose. And after this, I don't understand. I for the life of me, I don't. Okay, there's a bridge here. There's no bridge. There's a bridge again, and they can cross by foot. The only thing is, I think the Oskil River should be renamed the Roskill River, but that's the only comment I can make on this, and try to push up the trolls, but I don't understand anything of what's going on.
And I feel like slowly in real time we're watching you morph into telling dad jokes, like from your unique Ben sense of humor is slowly turning into dad jokes, because you're a dad. But no, I think you're right, Ben. I think it's tough to say what's going on exactly. As you said, there was an early break in the Kharkiv front, and then basically what happened was Ukraine was able to get behind the Russian lines. They were able to take undefended areas in the rear that were so logistically important to Russia, because Russia relies on rail for their logistics, right? If you look at something like the US military, obviously we didn't invade Iraq and then like put a train down and like rely on a train, right? They use wheeled logistics, trucks and planes. And so if for example, a hard point, a defensive or logistics hub was lost, you could easily divert wheeled vehicles a different way. They could take a different route. This is what Ukraine does. Ukraine obviously does use train logistics. I wouldn't want to deny that, but they use a lot of truck logistics because they understand the need for flexibility on the front line, right? But so Russia's super dependent on these rail lines. And as a result, once Ukraine got behind their main defense line and they were able to go to town, they went to Kupiansk, and Kupiansk is basically required to supply Izium. If you can't hold Kupiansk, you can't really hold Izium. So they just sort of presented the Russians with the fait accompli. They said, look, we're behind you. You either turn around and fight us at a severe disadvantage and do your best to get control of this, or you withdraw because it's not tenable for you to hold the positions that you hold now, because you're going to starve out. You can't get supplied. And and then as you said, no bridges. I mean, the long story short is they used the bridges. They took out all the bridges they needed to take out in order for Russia to be isolated on that side of the river. So just like Kherson, they sort of have masterfully used the bridges and the rivers to control the flow of the Russian army and then trap them. And yeah, it's just, I don't know, it's masterful stuff. I mean, I think we all knew like rivers and bridges were important going forward, especially since we've been talking about them in Kherson like nonstop. But I don't know, it's kind of remarkable to me just how much of this is coming down to Ukraine's like genius use of their river systems to funnel the enemy into making the moves they want them to make, and then ultimately like trapping and isolating them from their own supply lines. Ben?
That you said it. You said it perfectly. Just in passing, I'd like to thank the people who sending me a lot of pictures of possums. I didn't know they were that cute. What can I tell you?
So you do read messages. That's great. Wonderful. So welcome, Akash. Good evening. Good morning.
Good evening for me. Good morning for others. It's good to be here.
Welcome to the show that never ends, unless
thank you for joining
Ukraine wins. And with that, I can hand it over to you, Ryan, and the boys.
That might mean the show is going to end sooner than any of us had expected, but there we are.
Well, don't tell Axel, but we just end the show when he goes to sleep, and we just don't tell him. We just try to make sure to have it back on by the time he gets up.
I fear nothing more than Axel finding out that we ended the show while he was asleep. That might actually provoke him into purchasing a ticket to come to Oklahoma City and hunt me down.
Oklahoma
Just a joke.
Just a joke. Oklahoma is flat tank country, right?
For the most part, yes. But we have a variety of different topographies, and there is some wooded country here. It's not all. I don't even remember what they call those things. Tumbleweeds. It's not all tumbleweeds and cows around here. I assure you.
I'm delighted to hear this. From what I've seen when flying over it, it looked pretty flat and beautiful to me. But that's fine. Now, boys, take it away. I leave you in the very, very capable hands of Akash.
I have a question for Akash. I didn't know if he had had a chance to review Zelensky's speech this evening. I have seen just a small excerpt of it, but it was so poignantly written. I thought Akash may have even helped to compose that speech.
Very kind. I'm afraid I have not yet had a chance to listen to his speech. I've been listening to speeches and reading correspondence that's a lot less inspiring. Messages coming out of Russia. I've been curious to see how people have been responding within Russia to this news. And it is, I will listen to Zelensky's speech as soon as I get a chance, but whereas the material coming out of Russia is much less eloquent, it is in some ways at least as inspiring because it's a real sense of rats abandoning the ship. It isn't a kind of full political rout as yet, but I mean, there are people like Igor Strelkov, who was head of the militia of the so-called Donetsk People's Republic, who is now blaming bad training, and Kadyrov, who is announced on his Telegraph channel that his words were, "It's astounding," and that is an unusual thing for him to say. He didn't say why it was astounding, but I think we all know why it's astounding. And he went on to say to talk about his concern that Putin and Putin's inner circle don't actually know what's going on the ground. None of this rises to the level of people being prepared to oust Putin, but it does suggest people on the edges of the inner circle are beginning to think about what life after Putin looks like for them. They're beginning to lay down markers to say, effectively, I tried to tell them he was making a mistake. This wasn't my fault. They're trying to get their fingerprints off the invasion. And that, to me, is hugely telling. And the fact that this information is getting out of Russia is itself extraordinary. Very little gets out of Russia from those people. Less still when that material is a kind of insipid criticism of Putin and his inner circles. I don't know if the end is nigh for the Russian invasion, but clearly the people who are not in Putin's inner circle, but in the second ring around Putin, they clearly think the end is nigh.
Thanks, Akash. So Akash, I think, has about an hour to give us, which is great. It's always great to have Akash up. So if anyone does have any questions for Akash, I think he's always a great resource. So please feel free. You can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Also, do please retweet the space for us. It does really help us spread the word. It helps feed the algorithm, make us more visible to people who might not otherwise know about us. So thanks so much, everyone, for retweeting the space and all that. And of course, if you can, please do visit MriyaAid.org. It's a great charity that does non-lethal aid to Ukraine. They are composed completely of volunteers, just like us here at the Maria Report. And that means there's no overhead costs or administrative costs. So 100% of all donations go directly to procuring and sending non-lethal aid like bandages, body armor, tourniquets, drones, and so forth directly to Ukrainians who need them right now. So it's a great cause, and we implore everyone to please go to the website MriyaAid.org and check it out. So with that, Ben, I think we'll go to some hands, eh?
Yeah, just one thing before, for those of you who don't know Akash yet, and to help you have questions and know which question to ask him, even though I'm pretty certain that he has the brain and the class to answer absolutely anything. But if you want to have something a bit more than politeness, he knows Ukraine intimately. He worked there to help prop up the Ukrainian governance. I think you know intimately the working on the Ukrainian administration, and you're also, I've been told, excellent at this game of polo. So anything to do with those three subjects, I think Akash would be fantastic for. And any other question where you just want an intelligent take, you can also ask him.
Absolutely. Thanks, Ben.
Yeah, I'll let you choose the hands.
Yeah, I think the order was Fella, Robert, Prince, Balance. Fella, please go ahead.
Good day. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi. Thank you guys so much for the space, especially right now. I'm just glued to this stuff. But listening to the discussion for the last little while, I was just thinking of a question about maybe in terms of Russian victimhood culture, because they seem to be still so hung up on 91 and the fall of the curtain, and oh, they were humiliated because the Ukrainians and the Latvians and everyone got their independence, and that's so humiliating for us. Not to overly mock them, but that's basically my job on Twitter as a member of NAFO. So yeah, I just would like anyone to comment on where they think this absolute terribly humiliating in front of their world, pants down. You're the Nazis that were actually way worse at being Nazis than the actual Nazis were. I'll stop ranting. Just in terms of the victimhood and their and the way that they just are so defensive about humiliations against them and their culture in all things of their propaganda. Have you seen any evidence of that yet, or anything else? Thank you.
I got a rant for that, but I've been ranting a lot, so I think maybe I'll turn it over to Ben and Akash for that. So Ben, what do you think?
I heard humiliation, and my interest perked up. I don't know. I think this is for me personally. This is mostly discourse. They've realized that they could make a modicum of sense, and they could reach an audience in the West and potentially at home as well with sort of things. But I don't think it means much to them. Like maybe if we're talking about the Chinese, they could be an argument, but the Russians, they don't feel humiliated. They know what happened in 91. For me, I would evacuate it like this, but I did not put a lot of thought into it. Joseph, do you want to ask Akash for his opinion?
Yeah, I mean, Akash, what do you think?
It's an interesting question. I agree with Ben that the Russian psychology around them being victims is actually quite bizarre. It's a kind of double thing, because on the one hand, they argue that they are a truly great nation, the greatest nation on the planet, yet they simultaneously argue that they are beset by the enmity of the entire world, that they are the victims of the world. You don't have to think about that very long to realize that there is an inherent tension between saying that on the one hand, you are the masters of the universe, and on the other hand, you are the universal victims of the universe. I point this out to say that it would be a mistake to apply logic to the emotions around that question. I suspect that when the war is over, they will simply preserve their sense of greatness by finding someone to blame. That is usually what happens in these cases. They will say it wasn't the Russian nation that failed, it was the following person, the following group, the following constituency that let us down, that betrayed us. A version of the stab in the back hypothesis that proliferated through Germany after the loss in the First World War. One last thing I would say, though, is that I'm not certain, and I don't mean that I doubt it, I'm just saying that I don't know about to what extent people across Russia really share Vladimir Putin's ambition to reconstitute the Soviet Union. It's important to bear in mind that at the fall of the Soviet Union, yes, all those other Soviet republics gained their independence, and them seizing their independence was what helped the Soviet Union to unravel. But that's equally true of Russia. Russia was one of the first states to pull out of the Soviet Union, and it was the decision of Russia to renounce the authority of Moscow as the Soviet, distinct from the Russian capital, that helped to hasten the end of the Soviet Union. Ultimately, so I always find it a little bizarre when I hear Russians talking about the tragedy of the end of the Soviet Union, when it was Russia's own decision to leave the Federation that helped to bring that about. I strongly suspect that after the war is over, the vast majority of Russians will be concerned with questions like, why isn't there enough food? Why are we all so poor? Why is there no medical care? And it will be quite some time. And although they might blame their imagined enemies for their misfortune, I think that is what will keep them absorbed for probably a few generations in an attempt to rebuild. I'll finish off by saying that if there is an analogy between Russia after the failure of its invasion of Ukraine and Germany after the failure of the First World War, that analogy does break down in that before the First World War, Germany was a great industrialized power. Russia has never been that. So whereas Germany had the capacity to rearm and become an immediate threat to the rest of the world after only a few years, I'm not sure the same holds true for Russia. That's all.
Yeah, thank you very much, Akash. I think, absolutely insightful answers. I would basically have said something similar, but much less articulate. I think the one thing I would add is, I think, basically this whole concept of national victimhood, I mean, they're ripe for fascism, right? I mean, a form of fascism where, as Akash said, they find a party to blame for their previous failings. That seems like the most obvious natural fit for the political culture and the situation they find themselves in. I think the kind of interesting wrinkle there is that Putin has gone to great lengths throughout his regime to bash down anyone who might rise up with any resemblance to something that could look like a leader in that new scheme, right? So the sort of greatest obstacle to maybe Russia's natural inclination towards some kind of foaming at the mouth, rabid, victim blaming fascist a la Hitler. I think it's like the obvious metaphor here would be right now it's Putin, right? It's just him quelching any dissent that might coalesce that could challenge the narrative that he's that could cause people to say, oh, like it's actually Putin that's causing this failure, not anything else or something like that. I don't know. What do you think, Akash? Do you think like Putin's the I don't know, like do you think that a leader more like a more nationalistic leader will take power after Putin, or maybe a less nationalistic leader? I think it sounds like you maybe are more optimistic and you think a less nationalistic. Go ahead.
I don't have any basis on which to make an informed guess at that. I think you are correct that Putin, like lots of dictators, has gone out of his way to remove people of talent rather than to surround himself with people of talent, because he's fundamentally insecure about his position. But it's interesting to look at the last transition in Russia. In other words, the reason Putin became president of Russia was precisely because he was seen by Yeltsin as being a gray and untalented man. When Boris Yeltsin's regime was falling apart, Yeltsin clearly understood that there was a risk that the next regime was going to metaphorically or even literally cut his throat for all of the corruption of his tenure. So he found a lieutenant whom he could name as his second in command, someone to whom he could pass the reins, and someone whom he felt confidently would not eclipse him before Yeltsin, was ready to go. In other words, he had to choose someone who had little talent, little skill, very little popular support, but would do what Yeltsin needed him to do after Yeltsin left. And that man was Putin. And Putin repaid his master. Once Boris Yeltsin stood down, the very first act Putin did was to pass a regulation giving Yeltsin immunity from prosecution for any of his crimes. I see a likelihood of something similar potentially happening with Putin. The fact that he has no one of talent around him makes it less likely that someone else will rise up to pull him down. But it does make it more likely that he will choose a puppet to give himself a soft landing.
Yeah, great points, Akash. As you point out, I mean, it's hard. We don't have a crystal ball, as we always like to say on the show, but I think you pointed out the mechanics of the system and how it works quite well. So, yeah, hopefully people can take away from that what they will and draw their own conclusions. So thank you very much. And with that, I believe the order was Prince, Robert, Mr. Weed Balance. Prince, go ahead.
Actually, it was Robert and then me.
Okay, my apologies. Robert, go ahead.
I was going to talk about the tactical situation or the operational situation. So if somebody wants to follow up on the previous discussion, then I'll be happy to yield to them.
Thanks, Robert. Yeah, we'll go back to that. Prince, did you have anything about just kind of our discussion with Akash about the Russian leadership or their reaction of the political class to the situation?
I have things for Akash, that's for sure. And it's very interesting that the way this subject is coming up, because what it made me think about was this past week, the Russian Federation and the UN Security Council, the Russian Federation twice called for meetings of the full Security Council, and I watched them sort of in reverse order. I watched the newest one first, and that was the wah, NATO's giving Ukraine all of these weapons type of meeting, where Russia was just basically pointing the finger totally at the West, because the West has been giving arms to Ukraine. But what I found most humorous in the entire thing in the long run was when the representative for Ukraine to the United Nations was given the opportunity to speak. He didn't really address all the whining, but he did suggest that perhaps the Russian Federation could benefit from the services of the therapy office right down the street from the UN. And I thought that was sort of masterful in the way he did that. And I was just curious if Akash had seen that and what his thoughts were.
I did see that, and I have to say the Ukrainian delegation at the United Nations has been, like so much of Ukrainian communications, masterful in the way they have used their stage. His response was humorous and contemptuous, and of course is witty and engaging for the rest of us. But from a political perspective, it shows that he is not engaging, and they are not engaging, with the tissue of lies that the Russians are putting out. We've gone well past the point where anyone believes anything the Russians say. And what the Russians are trying to do is to divert and distract the international community. The more that they can get people talking about irrelevancies, the less time and energy people have to talk about things that matter, and perhaps chart a course together. To simply effectively say, without using these words, everything that you have just said is unworthy of notice by myself and the rest of the people in this chamber. I'm just going to briefly and laconically mock and deride you, and then the grown-ups are going to carry on talking about serious matters. I think personally that delivers a well-earned rebuke to the Russians, and secondly, it makes it clear that neither he nor the rest of the community is going to play the Russian game.
Absolutely, and that was sort of my thought on it also. I confess that I fast forward through some of the responses from the countries, but most of the responses I heard were sort of eye rolling. And what was pointed out multiple times was that it was the second meeting of the week that Russia had called for, and I have to think that perhaps it might have also been a way to try to distract from the meeting that was I believe the previous day. And again, I confess I have not watched this entire meeting because I got blown away even in the introduction and in the speakers, because that one was focusing on things such as the treatment of POWs that Russia has, and the treatment they're receiving in the filtration camps and things such as that. And I felt to me like it was pointed out several times that Russia was trying to use that second meeting about the West giving arms as a way to try to take away attention from that first meeting. And if you had any thoughts on the first meeting, I would love to hear those also.
I think you're right that Russia was trying to distract from that. The remarks delivered both orally and in writing by Linda Thomas Greenfield, the US representative to the UN, focused very much on some of the issues that you've raised, the treatment not just of prisoners of war, but of civilians, and in particular children who are being ethnically cleansed by the Russians from occupied territories in Ukraine and taken into Russia. That is manifestly a crime against humanity, a very, very serious crime against humanity. And I will say that while there have been conflicts in the past where children have been stolen from their parents or taken from, quite literally, from the corpses of parents who have been killed by the occupiers and then given up for adoption to members of the occupation. We've seen that in places like Poland and in Argentina, but we've never seen it on this scale. And there's no reply to that the Russians can offer. There is no universe, real or hypothetical, where this would be in any way, shape, or form acceptable. I think you're right, therefore, that part of their tactic in calling for additional meetings on other subjects and trying to bring up fictions and irrelevancies is a way to stop people from talking about these most egregious crimes. Because ultimately, there are lots of, the Russians have broken every crime, every war crime I can think of, short of the use of nuclear weapons. But when you begin talking about children being stolen from their parents and children being given up for forced adoptions to their parents' killers, it doesn't matter where you're from or what your political system is, that cuts you in the gut. As a result, the Russians absolutely do not want people talking about that.
Absolutely. Thank you, Akash. And it just sort of all goes really well with we had, I don't think that you heard them earlier, but we had two women from Mariupol who had one had left in the end of April and one had stayed until July 5th, I believe. They were on today, and they shared their experience of getting out of Mariupol and going through filtration camps and into Russia, and then finally being able to get to Finland. So it just sort of all tied together for me today with having watched those UN meetings yesterday, and then the women coming on to the space today. So it's all very relevant and important stuff. Thank you so much, Akash.
Thank you very much, Akash and Prince. With that, I believe we will go to Mr. Wee and then balance. Mr. Wee, go ahead.
Hi. I just want to follow up on what Akash said. I think on one hand, most Russians, Vladimir Putin himself included, do not necessarily support communism, nor do they want to establish the Soviet Union per se, like the system based on Leninism, like Marxism-Leninism. However, what Vladimir Putin and a lot of Russian nationalists and his supporters want to do is to reestablish the Russian Empire, this whole Russian imperial ideology, the whole Russian imperial state established by Peter the Great, just like what John McCain said. Basically, Vladimir Putin goes to bed, dreaming about Peter the Great and the czars. So I think if you look at a lot of like the commentators on Russian TV and a lot of nationalistic politicians, they don't necessarily embrace the whole the so-called left-wing internationalism embraced by the Soviets, but rather they embrace a much more traditional, if not reactionary, and very racially and culturally based ideology of nationalism and imperialism.
Yeah, you're right.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, absolutely. This is something that has been pointed out, but deserves to be reminded on a very regular basis. Thank you, Mr. Wee. Balance, you just took your hand off, but I have not forgotten about you.
No worries. I might have. Anyway, Akash, it's wonderful to see you in the space. It was as though you were channeling my question when you used the abduction of these children from Ukraine as your illustration in your previous answer. So back on the topic of the abducted children of Ukraine, I know you as an individual that's keenly aware of geopolitical levers that are, able to be pulled. So I'm wondering if you're aware of steps that can be made by the world's citizens, subsequently us in this space, and then working out from that who are listening to you on some of the things that we as individuals can initiate to begin to see those levers be pulled for the eventual monitoring of those children, determining who they are, where they are, and how to return them back to their families or extended families as needed, if they've lost their family in this invasion, this illegal invasion of Ukraine. I'm wondering if you could give some insight on what things a citizen can do and what levers you think could be pulled in the international political systems that are not yet being pulled, that should be, or that maybe we just don't know about.
And that's a really interesting question, because I've been thinking a lot about precisely this for the past week, in part because someone asked a similar question in this space about a week ago, or last time I was here. How are we going to get those children back? And I've been thinking about it a lot, in part because there isn't an easy answer to it. In terms of what can we as ordinary people do, I think that one of the keys is to make this a political priority for our government. A lot of governments have been talking about the treatment of prisoners of war and about the return of territory, but there has been remarkably little discussion amongst a lot of the allied states, specifically about the children. The children have often, and when they've been talked about, it's often been in the context of allowing everyone who has been forcibly taken to Russia to return. But I think we would all agree that there is a special horror at the idea of children being abducted, especially children being forcibly adopted out to the families of their killers. That's one thing that those of us who care about this, and I'm sure that's everyone in this space, when we are writing to or dealing with our political leaders, we have to press them on this point so that they don't forget it. The second I would say is that when the war is over, part of the settlement with Russia, in addition to things like reparations and war crimes prosecutions, absolutely has to be for international agencies to go into the areas where we know families and children have been forcibly deported, to carry out inspections. The Russians will resist that as an affront to their sovereignty, but I don't think you get to stand on the dignity of your sovereignty after you have invaded someone else's country. The third is the Russians, after the invasion has been broken, will press for a very rapid return to normalization of relations with them. So the dropping of sanctions, the purchase of Russian gas, the readmission of Russia to the banking system. There is no way that we as citizens of democracies can agree for our states, our governments, to allow that to happen until Ukraine is made whole. And a key element of that is the return of the children. The truth is, right now we don't have an accounting of how many of where these children are. The estimates are about 250,000 children have been taken to Russia, but there is no central database that I'm aware of, either in Russia or outside of it, about who these children are. So that will be a long process of identifying everyone who has a missing child in Ukraine and trying to trace where they have gone. To accelerate that process, we have to say to Russia, you don't get to return to the community of nations until a line has been drawn under this, until we are satisfied that every child who is abducted has been accounted for. And I guess the final thing is potentially the role of non-governmental organizations in making this possible. My understanding is that a large number of the children who have been abducted have not been taken to cities in Russia, but they have been dispersed to the countryside. So they are in villages, hamlets, rural communities. It is difficult. That makes it more difficult to track them, and much more difficult for state agencies who are accustomed to working from urban centers and with all the advantages of urban centers But there are non-governmental organizations, especially religious institutions, agricultural institutions, citizen groups, that have a greater facility for this, especially ones that have some kind of cultural connection with the region. I'm doing a bit of work with the Council of Europe, trying to set up exactly that kind of group, a group made up of institutions that have relationships in the area, that understand the culture, and will be able to ferret out difficult information, like where did that child come from? That will be able to speak to people on the ground, will be able to say to them, that family didn't have a child, and suddenly a child turned up. It's painstaking work. I mean, and it will take, the real tragedy is that some of these children will not be identified until they are no longer children. That's exactly what happened in Argentina, for example, after the Dirty War. And there too, there has to be a reckoning. The people who were responsible for this have to be brought to justice. I'm sorry that I can't give you a happier and faster answer than that. And if there's anyone in this discussion who has additional ideas, please do send me a note.
Akash, I don't know if you know of Yehuda. You probably heard of him. He is taking care of an operation at the moment, which is designed to help track down as many of the deported people as possible through satellite images. There is apparently a massive effort being made in the West to exploit to the max satellite images to try to track down as many as those people visually as possible. So the problem is known and being addressed, I guess, in the speediest and most efficient manner as they can. But yeah, you're right. There will be a lot of effort to get everyone, and hopefully it will work. And we have your hand. Yeah.
Yes. Hi, everybody. I have a question about a different atrocity that the Russian military has started committing today, or at the very least started escalating, namely their attacks against the civilian infrastructure objects. I don't know, the power plants and the heating plants. And this is like, what, a month and a half before it gets freezing in Ukraine. So the question is there anything that could be done as far as, I don't know, maybe pressuring them through China, maybe, I don't know, designating them as a terrorist state? And this atrocity and this war crime is different from many others that they're committing, because they are not denying this one. They're actually flaunting it. The propaganda figures, because I'm very fluent in Russian and whatnot, so I follow a lot of that garbage. They are as much as bragging about having destroyed the Kharkov deaths, right, or calling for more of the same, knowingly doing that. In fact, calling for the Russian military with these like missiles to destroy the heating infrastructure, destroy the power infrastructure, so that people would freeze. And this has the potential of causing huge suffering. This is, I mean, I don't even know, like Kharkov still has hundreds of thousands of people there, and there are other cities. So yeah, is there anything that could be done? And because this is kind of new, this is the new type of war that they're trying to wage now. Thank you.
Okay, full disclosure, I don't think there's a military specialist on the panel at the moment, but it is definitely a question that will be addressed more directly. There is one thing which deserves to be said, is that it is a move that has been asked for by the most extremist of the Russian nationalists for already quite a while. They were saying that we're fighting with kid gloves, let's attack them, let's destroy their infrastructures, etc., etc. So there is that as a form of escalation. Short term, there's the fact that if they haven't done it initially, it's probably because it doesn't have a massive military impact. So it should not have a big military effect. And then what can be done, A, to prevent it, B, to solve whatever problem might arise if it becomes recurrent. I cannot help you there. I don't know what can be done. There's one thing which is for sure is that a lot of the activity in the eastern part of Ukraine has moved westward. Many of the companies, many of the people have moved westward. They're still in Ukraine, but they've set up shop somewhere else. So whatever impact those the cutting the electricity may have had on the Ukrainian economy, say a full year ago, it won't have now, because the Ukrainian factories and the Ukrainian workshops, they're safely further west. But thankfully, Akash has his hand raised, so I guess he has something smarter to say about it.
I don't think I have something smart to say, but I might have something to say. I think there are two things that I've suggested to my colleagues. One is that the Ukrainians have very generously said that Russian soldiers who lay down their arms will be given safe passage out of Ukraine if they wish to take advantage of it. I think that offer, which might have a few weeks ago been made more for the purpose of being seen to be made, is an offer that a lot of Russians are going to be taking much more seriously now if a retreat turns into a rout. I think it would be valuable for the Ukrainians to say that offer only extends to troops who have not been guilty of war crimes. And as you pointed out, the willful and wanton destruction of public infrastructure for the purpose of causing civilian harm is a war crime. Making that statement would at least cause some of the Russian soldiers to think twice about, do they want to do this, if they realize that at some point in the next coming days, weeks, and months, they are going to be relying on the charity of the Ukrainians to survive. The second part is in the rebuilding of the infrastructure that has already been destroyed. Western banks currently hold about $300 billion in cash that belongs to the Russian central bank. It's been frozen under sanctions. And as you point out, what makes the destruction of infrastructure unusual, this destruction of infrastructure, is that the Russians aren't even pretending that they're not doing it. That means that is a state decision. And I would argue that makes the state funds of the Russian central bank legitimate targets. In other words, I would like to see the governments that hold most of that money, mainly the United States and the United Kingdom, declare that money will be handed over, or at least some of that money will be handed over to the Ukrainians on an expedited basis to allow them to rebuild with Russian money what the Russians have destroyed. That's all.
Thanks, Akash. Yeah, that's an important perspective, and thank you for bringing it to us. Even though I would be very worried, careful about saying that there's a condition for the Russians to surrender, and even something related to war crimes, because listen, I don't think there's a lot of units which can say that they have clean hands in the Russian army at the moment. So the result is that that would be tantamount to telling them that they are not welcome to surrender. So that's a difficult situation. Mr. Buddha, we're very nice of you to come back after 2,600 years. So welcome back among us poor mortals. And please enlighten us with your divine light. Okay, I apologize for the joke. Buddha, please go ahead.
There's wisdom in silence, Ben.
Okay, to become the Buddha, you need to kill the Buddha. Let's move on to Dennis. Okay, I'm gonna go subbing somewhere. Don't mind me. Robert, I knew I could count on you. Okay. First, I will start by giving you a massive kiss on your cheeks, and then I will let you speak.
Thank you. I need all the affirmations I could get. So just as somebody asked about the situation, Chuck posted a new post where he kind of describes the situation in the north, and so I'll just kind of go over that to follow up on. And last night, Yehuda gave a great update, and he said there were, and I hope I remember correctly, tens of thousands of supporting forces backing up the lead forces in this Kharkiv offensive. And I said, that's a staggering observation. And we didn't go much into it, but the Ukrainian forces do not have to worry about their flanks. You know, a lot of people are saying, well, what if they get cut off and so forth? And Yehuda made two observations. One, they have the forces, and two, the Russians don't have anything to attack those flanks. And so what Czech points out is that the Ukrainians have captured Savatovi on the P-66 and are probably moving down the P-66 towards Severodonetsk and probably moving west, and the Russians evacuated Savatovi and are probably moving east along the H-26 to Staroblisk, and that's significant. There's already some comments on Twitter that the Russians are abandoning that town, and if you can look at the map, you will see that Staroblisk is well to the northeast of Severodonetsk. And then there's a good road going down south that would effectively isolate Severodonetsk from Russia. And so the implications there are, and the Russians are falling back because they can't stop the Ukrainians yet. They don't have the forces in place to stop the Ukrainians. And so it's in the Ukrainians' interest to push them as much as they reasonably can and as rapidly as they reasonably can, because they don't have artillery, they don't have heavy weapons, and it will take them time to establish a position far enough in the rear that they can set up their type of defensive position where the Ukrainians have to fight through artillery barrages. So this very fluid situation argues in favor of this well-equipped, well-appointed Ukrainian offensive to move pretty fast, pretty quickly, and possibly isolate Severodonetsk in the next few days. So they could also, as you've seen them up north, move up to the border, but I'm not sure that I think the political implications of them being able to isolate, if not force the Russians and the People's Republics out of that town, Severodonetsk, are staggering given what it took to grab that town. So that's what's happening. That's what Chuck said is happening up there. And that's following up from Yehuda's comment. And now we're seeing reports that the Russians in Kherson are falling back to be within artillery range of the eastern bank of the Dnieper River, or the southern bank in around Kherson, which means that they've given up on trying to supply their artillery on the left bank, which is significant. It moves the Ukrainians closer to their goal, and eventually, it's significant and moves the Ukrainians closer to their goals. So the Russians are maybe they're destroying them, but I doubt that they can move the artillery that they have on the right bank over to the left bank. So they're probably going to have to abandon that. So those are my observations on the operational situation right now. The news is all good, and we might see some even more amazing things because there's no flank, there's no line, there's no defensive line north of Severodonetsk. There's nothing there. So there could be some interesting things going on.
Thanks a lot, Robert. I think that's very clear. Buddha, I know you came back, but I'm wondering if someone wants to talk to your point. No? Okay. So, yeah, it was very clear. So thank you to you, thank you to Chuck, and thank you to whomever might be providing Chuck with this information. Buddha, please go ahead.
Just before you go on,
Oh, yeah.
if you need Joseph, I can CH if you have to run. I heard I'm trying to help out. Good evening, afternoon, and if you're in French Polynesia, good morning.
Yeah, thanks, Hugh. I appreciate it. Yeah, a lot of people actually are looking for kind of some military info if you're interested. So I do appreciate it. I'll step down. Thanks.
Well, I keep getting requests, and frankly, the military updates that I've been providing are just quite a long time to prepare, and I just don't know. Maybe if the Ukrainians could stop winning so fast, I could catch up with all of their winning. I'm here. You can co-host me, and then Ben knows what's what. Over to you, Ben.
Thank you, Yoda. I'm much relieved to learn that you two have some problems to follow what's going on, and so I feel like a lot less ashamed to be in the very same position. So, just a quick reminder to the audience: if you want to come up, ask a question, you're always welcome, and we try to be as polite and kind as possible, except for the people who don't answer when they raise their hands, and then we call on them and they don't give us a question. So, Buddha, it's your last chance. Go ahead.
Yeah, mic check. I'm using a Bluetooth thing. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. Go right ahead.
Excellent. I was just listening, and again, like everyone says, thank you so much for this space. I honestly listen to this 4 to 5 hours a day. It's the first thing I put on when I wake up. It's the last thing I listen to before I go to bed. Keeping up with everything, especially as awful as journalism, covering this war is. This is really my best resource to find out what's going on. And like you said, it's impossible to try and keep up. The Ukrainian armies and the people of the Ukraine are having such amazing successes right now. It's really inspiring, and I'm sure it's impossible to try and keep track of. And thank you for all your work. I was just listening a little bit earlier, and Akash said something that made my ears perk up, because he said that the second tier people in Russia seem to be backing away. And I remember when the war started and people were a little bit more hopeful than they should have been, I guess, about dissent in Russia. I remember hearing a lot of sociological experts and folks, historians, talking about how it's really more the second tier that Putin has to worry about rather than the first tier, because the first tier is too tied in. Their fortunes are so directly dependent on Putin and his regime that when Akash said that he saw the second tier people backing off and making space, I kind of wanted to ask Akash more about that. Is there something in particular he's looking at, and does he subscribe to that model that a regime is more at risk from the second tier people who aren't so directly tied to the primary autocrat? And if so, is there a second tier like the FSB or the army itself, or politicians or regional governors that he's keeping an eye on?
Oh, thank you, Buddha. I mean, this is one of those questions that everyone wonders about. And there's a reason why when people talk about an impenetrable system, they either used the Byzantine Empire as a metaphor for the Kremlin. The word Kremlinology means an attempt to draw conclusions from tiny bits of highly incomplete information. That has always been the case with Russia during the Soviet era and even now. I will say that, to answer your question, I do subscribe to the view that it's not Putin's inner circle that will bring him down, because he has intentionally surrounded himself with people who are his creatures. That is to say, people who owe their wealth and their position and their power entirely to him and have no interest in seeing him go. He's also gone to great lengths to keep them unstable. Prior to the invasion, you would often see him publicly humiliating the people in his inner circle and holding them up to ridicule, and doing so in turn as a way of keeping the relations within that inner circle unstable. The people who have started to make noises of doubt about Putin are not the kinds of people who are going to replace Putin. They are the people who depend on the patronage of the center to take care of them and to maintain them in their positions. And the statements that people like Strelkov, like the municipal councillors in St. Petersburg, even like Kadyrov are making, strike me as the kinds of statements that they're making so that when the next person comes into office, they're able to say, I had nothing to do with that fiasco. I tried to warn them. Therefore, you should leave me alone and allow me to continue in my position that gives me unearned power and stolen wealth. The kinds of people who are likely to pull Putin down are not the kleptocrats as well, because again, the kleptocrats have been people created by Putin. It's likely to be people within the security apparatus, senior officers within the military and within the intelligence service, out of which Putin himself emerged. Those tend to be the kinds of people who have been in the apparatus their whole lives, who really do believe in the myth of Russian greatness, who will feel aggrieved and betrayed by the fact that Putin has not only failed to deliver the Russian Empire Mark II, but has exposed the weakness and the rot within Russia, has caused them to go from being a feared state to being a ridiculed state. I suspect that when that moment comes, the person who will replace Putin will be someone who wields the knife silently. What I mean by that is that it's likely to be someone few of us have ever heard of, someone who has the support of the military bureaucracy and the apparatus, but who is not sufficiently prominent to have been cut down by Putin, but where the people around him, around that new person, will believe that he can either deliver victory to them or keep the taps flowing. In much the same way, Putin himself, as I mentioned earlier, before he became Boris Yeltsin's second in command, very few people had ever heard of him. The highest rank that he had reached was deputy leader of a municipal council in St. Petersburg. And that is precisely why he became Yeltsin's second in command, because he was seen as being loyal, grey, and not a threat. The same is likely, I think, to happen to Putin. The other question that I wonder myself is what kind of chaos is likely to unfold in Russia. It's always dangerous to try to draw a direct in Russia after they lose this war. It's dangerous to try to draw a direct parallel with historical events. But when economic, social, and political chaos hit the Soviet Union, it dissolved into its constituent parts, into Russia and the Soviet republics. It's not impossible that the same thing will happen to Russia, because Russia itself, modern Russia, is itself a federation, and the parts of the federation in Asia, for example, in particular, are accustomed to being oppressed and exploited by Moscow. It would not at all surprise me if the result of the fall of Putin is in some ways a disintegration of Russia that mirrors the disintegration of the Soviet Union. But that is wild speculation on my part.
It's not that wild, Cash. Don't be modest. It's a pretty good, I think, assessment and explanation. I want to dovetail onto that real quick. It looks as though, we again, we said that earlier, and what a great memory Buddha has. We were saying in the beginning, obviously, we had hope. I don't think it was impossible hope, but it was a hope that that enough people I'd characterize that tier 2 group of people as those who have yet to experience and enjoy the fruits of total power and being in that upper echelon, and thinking to themselves, we were hoping that they saw what we saw, that we saw a degraded military, we saw a non-functioning, just everything, a non-functioning discipline and cohesion of the Russian military in total, and thought to themselves, after they saw what they saw in the first week or two of the Ukrainians, and then up to when they had to force them, or the Ukrainians in effect forced them out of most of Ukraine. Well, I think that should have been a good, trigger, a signal to those people that this is not going to work for them, that this is a horrible idea. This is something I think a lot of us thought would happen from those who would know better. Pardon me. And the truth is they didn't, or maybe they couldn't. We won't know until many years down the road. But the reality is, it wasn't a crazy thing to think. Imagine all of these people who had spent, they're probably 20, 25 years into the system. They're doing the bidding of their bosses. They're, thinking that, it's our time to shine. In the near future, our time will be to shine. And now Putin's throwing everything away. I have young kids. My kids are 19 or 10 or 15, and I want them to have all the luxuries that the people ahead of me have for their kids. I want my kids to be at Cambridge and Oxford, and I want to be the big boss. And before I could get far enough up the chain, my legs are going to get cut off because I'm in cahoots with Putin and all of his cronies. Those are the people we thought would step up, and now it looks as though the opportunity for them to step up has just increased remarkably. Someone sent a link just recently about some general council meeting saying something to the effect of admonishing Vladimir Putin when asked about what he thinks of what's going on. The gentleman said, we have no ability to do this, that, and the other. You have lost, Vladimirovich. And then he got shut off and his mic cut. But those are the people who, and he's a little older actually, so it's a little different. But this is the situation that Russia finds itself in. And Cash is 100% right. It's going to be that gray man that's avoided purges, the gray man who's avoided falling out of a window by accident, of course. That's the person that would have a balance of power and an ability to corral the different forces within the FSB. There might even be someone the FSB, as a group, I think that is the best choice for them because they aren't particularly aggressive. Who knows? But nothing to argue with you there, Cash, and great follow-up. I think, Buddha, if that helps.
Thank you so much. It's fascinating. About Putin's history and how he rose from. I'm reading Masha Gessen's book right now, "The Future is History," and it is a big part of it. How Putin is just a faceless gray personage that no one had ever heard of, and the whole Putin agenda that he campaigned on for a decade was completely unspecified and unknown, and the potential for a very competent bureaucrat who's making the regime function right now. It's a lot to be hoped for, and I really am also curious to find out what happens when a lot of disillusioned supporters of the Russian regime are expelled or leave voluntarily from Donbass when the Ukrainian victory is complete and when Crimea is depopulated, and to see what happens then with that population of maybe 1 million people who all of a sudden have a lot of gripes and resentments. What happens from that point forward?
Yeah, and I don't want to speak to depopulation. It kind of gets close to ethnic cleansing. I think if people choose to leave Crimea because they don't want to live inside Ukraine, that's their choice, right? It might very well happen because there are many people who are interlopers who came in and stole Ukrainian homes. I just wanted to add that for clarity. Thanks, Buddha. Ben and Shipmate.
Yeah, Yehuda, I wanted to relate to your question that was asked on the space regarding the recent attack against the commodities and the electricity plants that has happened in Kharkiv and a number of other Russian cities. And I think the person asked, what are the consequences and is there a way to prevent it?
The attacking of infrastructure.
Yeah, they blew up. They blew
electrical.
up.
Yeah. I know what they did. Is that what the question is? What can be done to mitigate the attacks on Ukrainian infrastructure?
Well, how can it be mitigated, and what are the consequences in the meantime?
Well, the consequences are you don't have electricity. Do you mean what are the consequences to Russia? You mean? Sorry, I'm not trying to be funny. I just don't know.
No, I assume the consequences to Ukraine, probably both the war effort and the society at large.
Yeah, well, obviously, aside from electricity, I don't think much is going to be done to the morale. You're just going to piss off Ukrainians more. It's not going to affect the war effort much at all. It'll affect reconstruction efforts, but I mean, it's an obvious question. What will happen to the electrical grid? But at this point, these are just the desperate acts of a madman, and these are more war crimes as well. There's no military benefit. Those mechanized brigades and combined arms forces aren't plugging in their iPhones into the electrical grid in city A, B, C, or D. This is just meant to hurt Ukrainian civilians, and it's probably even a bad idea just to do that. There's nothing that you could surmise that would stop the Ukrainian military at this point. Certainly not blowing up electrical stations. So same old, I guess you could say. And what could be done? I'm not sure. I don't know if they have the ability to intercept these types of missiles. I don't know where they're coming from. I haven't checked into that yet. But overall, chalk it up to another war crime for Vladimir. That's what I would say. Okay. And I'll tell you something else. One of the senior security officials of the Security Council in Ukraine made a statement where he said, this is no longer about kicking you out of, the Russians out of Ukraine or the Donbass or Crimea. This is about the demilitarization and basically the neutering of Russia. No one wants to live beside these people in the condition that they exist. And that's huge. And they said that's in accordance with their allies. They said they're turning up the heat. They're not going for broke. This isn't Ukraine's not the poor man of Europe begging for scraps. They're going to dictate the terms of settlement, perhaps of surrender. So no, they don't want to control Russia, but they don't need Russia being in this position where they can affect and destroy the lives of millions of Ukrainians on the whim of a psychopath. It's definitely enough. It really is enough, and I think they'll have a lot of support around the world for their position. Let's go to Shipmate, and then we'll go to Dylan, and then we'll go to And.
Sweet, thank you. I was on Twitter and I had seen something about the leader of DPR and stuff that's going on there. So the question that I bring up is, or maybe it's providing some information, but can we provide some information on the importance of Donetsk and Luhansk and those representatives, and what happens when eventually those areas start to kind of crumble under the administration, and what that means for Ukraine. Yeah, that's kind of my question, if that makes sense.
Yeah, the made up DPR and the made up LNR. Nothing, no one cares what they say because they're non-existent. They're just artificial creations, a bit of a laugh. Recently, the ambassador, the FAM ambassador DPR to Moscow. Was on my not favorite TV show in Russia, and he was saying that Ukraine's not even a real country; it doesn't exist. It's an English tribe of warriors. They actually say that the English commandos are running the show, and no one speaks Ukrainian in Ukraine if they all speak English. I mean, these clowns better probably get out unless they want to face a war crimes tribunal sooner than later. But again, very little impact. It's an artificial creation. It doesn't make sense. They have most of them have fled anyway. Those who, collaborated with, with the Russians, obviously are going to have to be taken to task and tried if they've committed any crimes and charged if they're suspected of committing crimes. I will say this: I know everyone's saying are very happy with Ukrainian advances, and there are reports that collaborators' homes have been burnt, and I wouldn't be surprised if there are stories of collaborators being killed. And I personally would say that that's not the Ukrainian army we know in Ukrainian society. I'm not criticizing. I don't know enough of anything that's happened, but that's what the Russians would do. And I know that the Ukrainians have transformed their society in such a short period of time that they also know that the most important part of this picture is delivering those people to justice and not allowing vigilantism to exist as they don't need that. They don't need that label. The Ukrainians have done everything right, and they're going to continue to do it. So there are some reports, maybe some propaganda from the Russian side that Ukrainians are going to do this and massacre that, and they're certainly not. I heard some isolated reports of collaborators like these, so-called puppet government of Russia having a home burned down. I didn't hear any casualties, but even that's not allowed. And if it did happen, obviously, Ukrainian government will deal with that later. But I don't believe that this is something that's widespread. For the most part, those people who collaborated and probably have blood on their hands, probably killed Ukrainians, are responsible for filtration camps and murder, having people disappeared. They should definitely be, investigated and charged and tried. But I suspect those types are all gone. They don't want to be around to face justice. So there are those issues, and you've seen the world deal with. You've seen the Ukrainians deal with, what these Russians are doing. So I suspect you'll see more of the same professionalism and adherence to the rule of law. I hope that answers your question. I'm gonna pop on over to shipmate. Is that it?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. So, would you say that the end strategy for those two make believe areas, which I'm in total and complete agreement with you, would be treated just like Crimea, like those, the citizens of Crimea and Luhansk and Donetsk, the people would just then have the opportunity to stay or leave? Like, is that the end result in regards to the civilians there?
I'm not a doctor, but I did stay at Holiday Inn. I mean, I'm not a lawyer either. So there's that. I don't know what I mean, if these are Russian nationals who technically don't have an entrance a visa to Ukraine, even after the Russians invaded those territories, technically they are using the, I guess, illegal alien term. They're visitors from Russia who have not entered through Ukrainian passport control. They would have to probably be detained as violating Ukrainian border controls and deported. If they're not from Ukraine and they literally from Russia and just showed up recently, I suspect the Ukrainians might just give them the opportunity to leave because they're kind and say, you know what, you've been lied to and this isn't your house. Pack up your stuff and hasta la vista. That's not a crazy thing to suggest. If they are Ukrainians who, for whatever reason, have political inclination to support Russia, as long as they're not complicit in any kind of crimes, then I don't see what the problem is. But again, I'm not a lawyer and I don't know Ukrainian law. I can just say, obviously, in Ukraine, you can have people who disagree with the government, and that's not illegal. But if they are people who entered Ukraine under Russian auspices, they would technically be in the country without legal authority. I think that's fair, right? I mean, if Canada invaded the United States, and we're sorry about the first time, and we set up a banana republic in Buffalo, and Canadians went to Buffalo and lived there, and then a couple of years later, the Americans took back that territory. Technically, those Canadians that would be there legally. So, same concept, I think. All right.
Thank you.
All right, Dylan. I always like saying that name, Dylan.
Yeah. Yes. Hello. Thanks for taking my questions. Firstly, Slava Ukraini. Let us remind ourselves that Russia is an invading force which seeks to genocide a sovereign people for the sake of imperial gain, which is a cruel fabulation made real only in the butchering, frankly, of innocent people. Secondly, greetings from wet and windy Wales in the UK. My first question, if I may have two, but we'll see how we go. The first is to quote Mark Twain, history doesn't repeat itself, but it does rhyme. And with this tendentious statement in mind, can we find any salient historical precedents for Putin's position right now? I mean, has Russia or the Soviet Union found itself in a similar position, perhaps after the Russo-Japanese War, which obviously saw the advanced deposition of the Tsar Nicholas II, or indeed elsewhere? I mean, do we have precedents in Ceausescu in Romania or Slobodan Milosevic? And then I have a second question, if I may, after that.
Well, why don't we unpack your first one, because it's a little complicated.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. So you're asking, and sorry, to what end are you asking? Just personal curiosity.
Oh, well, I certainly hope that Putin will be deposed. Frankly, I'm not sure whether it will happen or not. But essentially, I'm wondering: are there historical precedents? Are there any analogous circumstances with which we can refer now to Putin's position? Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, to the first question, and you can ask the second one after. The simple one that comes to mind is Hitler. He's a guy that invaded a lot of countries, suppressed people, committed genocide. The fact that Putin couldn't do it as effectively as Hitler is just more of an indictment on Russian incompetence. That sucks. Imagine being a genocidal dictator and only not being a good one, or not even being an effective one, because your military is garbage and you didn't know about it. I mean, it doesn't end well. There's not much to say. I'm not a mind reader or a fortune teller, but yeah, there have been many dictators in the world, none really with the prominence of Russia, though, except for Nazi Germany, that had the audacity to randomly invade countries. Obviously, he's not Hitler, but the night's still young, perhaps. I think fully that he would have supported, if I believe 100%, if the Russian military was actually an effective fighting force. There are signal intelligence communications that have demonstrated that the Russians had actual Einsatzgruppen in the head murder units to go ahead and sow terrorize Ukrainians. And that's why they also had mobile crematoria, and they had all sorts of really nasty people planning to do nasty things. That's why people were tied up and shot in the head, civilians, and women raped. It just happens to be that they were not as effective as a fighting force as they had hoped. So the intent was there, I suspect, but the ability to do so, thank God, was limited. Obviously, tens of thousands. We'll find out that hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians have died in this war, and we could even probably estimate 50,000 plus have been executed summarily in a most heinous fashion. Another 50, maybe another 100,000 have been killed by indiscriminate shelling and rocket fire into buildings. Read MriyaReport, etc. So it's not for a lack of trying, I guess. That's what I'm trying to say. And what happens to dictators like that? You look at history, Khmer Rouge and massacres, as you know. These people are eventually brought to account or justice, or die, or are murdered by their own people. But Putin, I think we we're loath to equate, you know, some people are at least loath to equate Russia because of its historical fight against Nazism to Nazism, but it's you know, if the shoe fits, wear it, right? You've watched, if you read or write Russian, or rather understand it, and or you have a translating tool on your phone. I mean, you replace Ukrainian with Jew on Russian prime time, and it's the same thing. You know, and insects crush, you know, hedonistic, capitalistic, too close to the West, you know, corrupt, sneaky, every bad, you know, everything. Even when Putin was speaking of Ukrainians at the beginning of the war, he invoked Soviet propaganda towards all sorts of ethnic minorities, and it was quite horrible. So, I mean, the guy's telling us, he's acting, he's doing. Some people would, you know, easily say, well, he didn't gas 6 million Ukrainians yet. I would say yet. I'd throw the yet in there. And we have to remember, like, genocides, the Holocaust didn't happen in 6 months. You know, as far as I'm concerned, Putin is off to a bigger start than Hitler was in 1933. But maybe you might count his 1933 being 2001. So anyways, it's not really a competition, but the reality is that not for lack of trying. So there are plenty of historical precedents. I'm not sure that they really are like for like. So I don't like I wouldn't want to get stuck into a comparison. But I mean, the fact that Russia has 3,000, or had at one point 3,000 functional nuclear weapons, now I'd be surprised if they have 30. That's how incompetent I think their entire military is. And those are the people responsible for the maintenance and the deployment of, you know, said nuclear weapons. The point is that someone with that kind of power, someone with that kind of reach, behaving in such an insane way, and it is insane, right? It's absolutely insane. You know, Georgia, South Ossetia, Abkhazia, there might never been an American who'd ever heard of that place, except a diplomat posted there. So you can get away with certain things, but Ukraine, all of Europe knows Ukraine. Not all of America did, but it wasn't some backwater, and he went for all of it. He went for broke. So I'm sorry I can't give a specific reference, but I think you understand
Yehuda? Yehuda?
Yeah.
Dylan, sorry.
Yes.
If you're interested by an historical precedent, maybe you want to look at the 1866 war between Prussia and Austria. I know it sounds a bit detailed, but yeah, it's very interesting because it's the Austrian lost, and it was a large empire that thought that he was the dealer and breaker of Europe, and it lost a war that it thought it would never lose, and it followed a complete rethinking of its constitution. So if you want to start somewhere, that could be an interesting place to start to read. And there's quite a few things about the iceberg.
Yeah, well, it's not far. It's not ancient enough. Maybe we can go back to Genghis Khan.
Yes. Well, indeed. Thank you for that. Indeed, I mean, we could go back to Darius and Xerxes in 480 BC when they tried to take Athens, and it didn't work out. I mean, tyranny tends not apparently to work out terribly well, inevitably. But thank you. May I have a second question, please?
Yeah. For sure.
Thank you.
I guess just for clarity, Ben, I'm trying to give the most recent examples possible, and just because it's kind of the similar, you know, morality and worldview that people have, right? So after, say, Westphalia, perhaps. So I just want to say that I guess in a way I'm really not answering it by saying it's not really relevant, but it is, but it isn't. But anyway, go ahead, Dylan.
Yeah, and that's a good point. I mean, I can't really map 480 BC onto 2022, so apologies. Thank you. So my second question, please, is really about the fabled VDV, so-called. Let me see. Sorry, I did have some question here for it. Essentially, I'm aware that a number of them were involuntarily ejected from aircraft over Kiev fairly early, so it must have been 24th, 25th of February 2022. Are they now still in the field of combat somewhere? If not, why not? And do they still have a role, or are they essentially now defunct? And I suppose also, I mean, are their commanders even willing to go into such a situation? I mean, sorry, it's a tendentious question, but thank you if you could answer. The status of the VDV. Thank you.
Unknown is the answer. We know that they've taken heavy losses. The truth is, we won't know until there's a power play, a power move done by a pretender or a pretender to the throne, or a not so pretender to the throne. Again, that's a lot of conjecture. I wish I had a crystal ball. I don't think that the individuals themselves know where they stand, or don't know where they want to vocalize where they stand, unless they like their head not on their shoulders, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, thank you very much. Slava Ukrainian, I really appreciate the space. Good night.
No problem. Heroam Slava. Oh, where did Ben go?
Ben is getting some sleep. Yeah, so
trying to turn into a pumpkin.
So I believe And is next.
Yes, thank you. I just want to sort of to continue on this whole historical analogies and trying to project how would Putin get deposed. And the thought that I wanted to share, which I'm sure is pretty obvious, is that the current situation, the Putin's position, has similar, precedents in very recent history, and I believe we could learn some lessons from those people. Let's say Lukashenko, right? That's the dictator of Belarus. And we have seen in 2020 that he could not be deposed by the popular protest. The popular protest failed. There were massive repressions, and he just triumphed. Yes, he was propped up by Putin, but even if he just did it on his own, I suspect he may have held. Now, the uniqueness of Putin's position, and I have, as someone who has spent a lot of time in Russia over, I grew up there, and then I spent over the past 25 years speaking, traveling there multiple times a year and so forth, and seen it from the inside. Putin is unique. Putin's Russia is unique in that it's very advanced society compared to, I don't know, some banana republic with, you first have a dictator and then you have a colonel in the dictator's army who replaces him. The challenge with that would be that, for example, Moscow is a highly digital city, megapolis, and it has video cameras everywhere. They have face recognition technology. They actually apprehend people they want to apprehend within hours. So to coordinate a coup for those second and third,
not the Guinness killer. I guess they didn't get them.
Oh no, they didn't want to.
I know.
Right.
I'm just kidding. And just for clarity, just for clarification, let's be clear. When you say a really highly, what do you call it, digitized or very highly sophisticated society, I think you mean 4 cities, because the rest of Russia is not very sophisticated at all, right?
100%. Yes.
Okay.
And not even all
That's
cities. Not even all cities.
No, I said 4.
Right. Major cities such as Moscow, St. Petersburg, Ekaterinburg, I don't know, Nizhny Novgorod. You could. There's a list. Maybe
maybe Kursk. I'd say
Kursk
maybe.
is kind of the backwater.
Yeah. But that'd be the best of the worst, I'd say.
Right. It's kind of like the fulcrum. But the thing is that the protest and the deposition of Putin is not going to happen in Kursk. Even if it were to happen, it would have to happen.
Kursk is like the Buffalo of Russia.
It's yes, or maybe if you wanted some city in New York State, it's probably something smaller than that. I don't know.
Okay, anyway,
I don't know. Austerlitz. I don't know. So what I am driving at is that to expect that there could be some kind of a coup of colonels or maybe minor generals and whatnot is probably too optimistic. It seems to be impossible. The most powerful secret service, the most powerful special service kind of thing in Russia is FSO, which is his personal guard. It's the and it controls all other security services in a sense. It doesn't manage them, but it could impact, like it could get rid of a person and whatnot. So I think we may be too optimistic thinking that there could be this coup. And those deputies in St. Petersburg, they're brave people who really don't matter, unfortunately, in this monstrous state. So the question I kind of want to pose here, given that it's extremely unlikely, like Lukashenko is still in power, the guy, what's his name, Kim Jong-un in North Korea, Putin is as powerful as the North Korean dictator. He hasn't been deposed. There is no cult. It's very different from North Korea. We can talk about that separately, but it's unlikely that he will be just deposed by some inner circle machinations. I think he could be deposed if there is a massive, chaotic riot or some kind of revolution, or if there is a protracted pressure, external pressure on his state. And one of the sources of this pressure, remaining sources, it seems to be People's Republic of China. So is anything happening with trying to at least show to them that their neighbor, Russia, which is they have traditional ties to Russia and whatnot, it's an agent of chaos, that it's a destructive force, that it's absolutely not in China's interest to keep associating itself with this, and maybe that they should try to impact it, right? Because does anyone know anything about it? Because
Yeah. All right. Well, so some disagreement on your assessment. I would say that Putin is not as strong, quote unquote, as Kim Jong Un. There are many reasons why I have that assessment, and let's not get into that. But let's just say, post 1991, the one major difference between Putin's Russia and Gorbachev's Soviet Union is the engine, the ideological engine that drove society. Whether you believed in communism or not, there still was a party. The party represented a thing, not a person, and therefore it was a lot easier for people to get by, and there was a lot to get behind, rather. Now, there was a time where millions of Russians did go to the streets, and I might argue that the risks might have seemed greater, actually, because it had never happened before. So there is a precedent in Russia already for people going on the streets and giving up and saying we want change. So I think that works against Putin as well. If Putin was, say, the last Soviet premier of Russia, I think I would say niet to perestroika and glasnost, and I would say that a lot of things would have happened differently, and I don't think he would have let Eastern Europe melt away. So, but he wasn't there. It was Gorbachev, and you remember good old Yeltsin on the tanks. Russians have done it before, and I think Putin's quite paranoid that it'll happen again. And I don't think it's one person, as you know. I think it'll be, you take the geopolitical factor of 65,000 dead Russian soldiers, 100,000, 150,000, maybe 200,000 with missing an eye, a leg. You have generals giving up publicly. You have social media. Telegram is doing half of the information campaign for Russian. Telegram is doing half the information campaign for Ukraine itself, right? It's imploding right now. If you have Russian Telegram, and what we mean by that are different channels on Telegram, they're losing it, absolutely losing it. One of my favorites I like to point out, there are some really Zhirinovsky style people on Russian Telegram, and they would say, they started saying about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, that Putin was secretly Jewish, and he's conspiring with Zelensky to destroy Russia. And recently, he was upgraded to chief rabbi of Russia or something. They're like, no, he's like mega Jewish. And they're really pissed off. Why? It's all Putin. This is like the far right Russian neo-Nazi weirdos. It's incredible. So you have a whole confluence of factors. Obviously, Telegram being the least important, but you have actual losses on the ground in terms of manpower and material. One big one. Number two, land that Russia's invaded, lost. Especially Kherson. On Russian media has been babbling about Kherson being, traditional Russian city, and they've trucked people over from Crimea or wherever to talk about how happy they are to be a part of Russia. And that's something that Putin's been pushing a lot. He's been making a lot of hay of that. So there are these things. pardon me, occasionally I mute because I'm a little sick, so I'm coughing. There are all of these factors combined with general mutinies or like isolated mutinies. The truth is coming out, so to speak. And I think at that point you'd have these tier 2 people. There could be a power struggle. There could be, might fail, but I don't put it outside of the realm of possibility that there could be some kind of collective, coup or palace coup, as it's called in political science groups. So I'm not saying it's likely, but it's certainly the probability of it occurring has just jumped up tenfold in the last week alone. And I think that the next week is a very important week for Putin inside Russia. If you have more generals doing what this last general did yesterday, or rather today, where he came out and publicly humiliated Putin on TV, you see more of that. It might be the straw that breaks the camel's back with a lot of senior, as Akash has mentioned, senior security apparatus fellows and senior officers. And Shoigu and Gerasimov might take a bullet for the team because they know the only reason why they're still around is because Putin's going to blame them and kill them anyway. So they might just take one for the team and be part of the rebels that lead it. I know this is pie in the sky for now. However, I don't think that Putin's control is limitless. I really don't. He has snookered Russia with fantasies of greatness, and he hasn't provided. So at the end of the day, there are no Russian leaders or Soviet leaders in the last 100 years, Russian and Soviet leaders, who have survived this kind of loss. They really haven't. So could he pull it off, Andre? Maybe, but the chances are harder and harder as every day goes by. I think that's all I could say about that. And Andre, there's a whole ton of people that want to go. Do you just want a quick last word to you, and we're going to go to some other hands?
Oh no! I don't want to take people's time. Thank you so much, and this could be a very interesting discussion. I'm looking forward maybe someday. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
No problem, Andre. Stick around. You don't have to run. Just let's go to some other hands, unless you're busy. Bloke, I'm not sure who was next, or Akash, who was next?
Smurfies was next.
All right. Well, so I just spent an hour on the phone, not to derail the conversation at all. I spent an hour on the phone with somebody who was a retired Master Chief in the Navy. Yeah, he was a frogman back in Vietnam.
Okay.
And it could go either way, but I think I've somewhat enticed him to come on perhaps to be a speaker. So I was just curious as to how to get in touch with somebody that might be able to help me connect this, I guess.
Well, just tell him to download Twitter and send him a link to the page, and he can talk on here.
I would agree with you, except he's 81 now. He's a little long in the years.
Yeah, maybe a family member or a caregiver. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Otherwise, it wouldn't matter. Okay.
Yeah.
10-4, thanks.
Yeah. Just whatever you can do to help him out. If you're located near him, just go visit him and put him on the phone. That'd be nice. Okay.
Thank you, Smurfies. I think Mr. Wee will be next.
One of you by the way, thank you for mentioning it. Like another topic is like how like whether like China, like the PRC, or Xi Jinping himself sees Putin as a genuine ally or as opposed to an agent of instability. I want to hear more of your opinion on this regard, because one factor we got to keep in mind is that to us, I mean the United States, we see China, not Russia, as the #1 adversary. So how does that play into the so-called China-Russia alliance of convenience, or so-called like unlimited friendship, and how long would this this so-called like alliance of convenience would sustain as Russia continues to lose and also China does not get much? Like at least for now, China only sees Russia as kind of a distraction. Thank you.
Blake, you want to grab that?
Yeah, sure. So China is looking at this probably. I mean, who knows? None of us were flies on the wall when Xi and Putin were meeting so frequently before the invasion happened. But China is probably looking at this and doing a lot of thinking about how badly it has gone for Russia. And the other thing that we have to keep in mind is that Russia's economy is tiny compared to how much China relies on the European Union and North America. Basically, what Russia has done is turning out to be bad for business. And they know this. That's why recently, the Chinese sort of made it clear that they don't want any shenanigans at the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, right? And they made that clear, which is rare for them to do that publicly, right? So my feeling of the situation is that China is now in a conundrum because they have come out and publicly supported a genocide in Europe that's going to piss a lot of people off. And when they were sent a trade delegation to Europe, for example, they were expecting to walk in and talk about trade. And all the European Union wanted to do was talk about Russia. And that is not in China's best interests. Now, having said all this, China has other designs, geopolitical designs of their own, but hopefully this will get them thinking that it may not be in their best interest to proceed that way. I'm sure you're probably thinking of Taiwan yourself, right?
Yeah, I'm thinking. Yeah, wondering like if Russia's failure in Ukraine would be a deterrent for China.
It has to be. It has to be, right? Just the just the reaction of the international community, they were probably not expecting, right? And don't forget, China, they can't sell all their stuff to their own people necessarily. They have to sell their stuff somewhere, and they can choose to sell their stuff to Russia, which right now has an economy the size of Texas, and by the time we're done with it, they probably won't be able to buy much. Or they can choose to sell their stuff to the rest of the world. So I think that the Chinese leadership are going to come to a reckoning. And the other thing is comparing Chinese social media when the war broke out, which was just absolutely despicable, and their support for this genocidal invasion, and now where they're openly mocking the Russians.
Not the government so much, but like the people,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, let's be honest, both. China is probably furious with Russia because they're like, crap, we should have done this first, because they're looking at Russia, first of all, as incompetent. And the more and more people die, the hundreds of thousands of dead only hurt Chinese desires to take over Taiwan, because they want to make the invasion of Taiwan almost a fait accompli. Like, we just did it. It's done. You can't stop us. And with this bloodbath in Ukraine and this genocide, they know that the next time a superpower, a large power, rather, a regional power like China is, looks to do something dangerous, that they're going to come smack them down really hard. And that's a big, big deal. I'm sure they're furious at Russia. They probably thought 1 week it'd be over, and then now it's not. So let's get a Cash. He wants to jump in. He's a mediator. Let's mediate.
I'm just going to offer. I agree with everything you've said. I think that China must be looking at the situation and thinking the only thing they're asking themselves is how does this affect us? And on the one hand, the example of a small state that has stood up to an apparently great empire and repelled the invasion, that can't be encouraging for them when they think about Taiwan. But I think that the main thing they're probably afraid of is the fact that there has been an economic quarantine of Russia in response to the invasion. China has worked very hard in diplomatic channels to separate economic policy from other political policy, to say, for example, that their accession to the World Trade Organization should not depend on things like not having slavery that their accession to international bodies should not depend on their cooperating on environmental treaties. In other words, the whole thrust of Chinese foreign policy is that economics is separate from the rest of politics. And the fact that the rest of the world has now said to Russia, no, they're not. We're going to use economic leverage to starve you into submission if you do something that is a gross violation of international law. That must be terrifying China. On the other side of the coin, though, I think it's important to remember that China is not friends with Russia. Even though they have often propped them up, China has no friends. It has interests. And in many ways, China is well served by a Russia that is weak but not chaotic, one that is dependent on China to purchase supplies that Russia cannot obtain elsewhere, a Russia that has been crippled and humbled, but has not gone so far as to be a domino within Asia, is in many ways the ideal situation for China. It makes China the preeminent, even more so, the preeminent power in Asia. It creates a client state out of Russia. It serves China's interests. So I would not be surprised if the Chinese are hoping that Russia will be humbled and bloodied, not broken, but will be weakened sufficiently that it will be drawn permanently into the Chinese orbit.
Thank you, Akash.
Always impresses us. Always impresses us. Thank you. I'm just kidding. No, he does. And you know what? And let's be honest. Like, just watching the Chinese. I think the one thing that Twitter, besides being a cesspool of humanity for the most part, I've never really been on here. Well, I've been on here 12 hours a day since this began, a little before. Besides the incredible data that Twitter Spaces seems to take up, the next funniest thing is every Chinese diplomat. The Russian diplomats aren't even as much on Twitter, but just delusional. You talk about difference of culture and systems. Their political system is so delusional and so unaware. There's no self-awareness there. They've been plugging Russia, and now instead of supporting Russia, they're just attacking the West a lot. And their insults and their attacks are so lowbrow. You'd almost think it's a troll fake account, but it'll be like the Chinese ambassador to Brazil or something, and they're actually this silly. So we see this misinformation, disinformation all the time. Chinese are going to try to capitalize on it. They want to try to make sure that the next time around, when they try to do this to Taiwan, that the world doesn't react the way it did. And I just don't think it'll happen. That's my opinion. Hope that answers your question. Let's go to Dryfly and Jens.
Hi. I was just going to add one thing. I think you guys nailed it on the Russian coup and Putin falling. It's not going to be obvious. It's not going to be like 1917. One of the guys you had on, gosh, I can't remember who it was. It was one of the people you had on your space probably 2 months ago, who mentioned that he thought it would be when the top officers stop taking his orders, that'll be when because a dictator whose armies don't take orders is a dead dictator, whether he likes it or not. And at that point, even he will read it on the wall. It may not be the kind of storming of the street. It'll just be, no, we ain't going there. And then someone new will be appointed. So.
Yeah, I get it. We've beaten it to death. We don't know what'll happen. We're going to roll into some military stuff soon. Dryfly, any questions about what's going on militarily in Ukraine today?
I have tons of them. I mean, I hear people talking about it. Yeah, I hear people talking about it.
Because I can't stand the fortune telling anymore. We get it. We don't know.
Yeah.
I know it came up a few times. Answer is don't know.
Don't know. And frankly, it really still doesn't matter, except we need to have the guy out eventually. Right now, we got to do our job. So, okay, I'll listen. Bye-bye.
So I think you had a question about the military. Okay, well, think of something in the military. We'll go to Jens, and then we're going to talk about some updates because there are, frankly, a whole bunch that just happened. The world is changing. Too fast for updates, in fact, sometimes. Let's go, Jens.
I don't know if I can talk, if you can't stand to hear more about Putin.
Oh, God. Yes,
Oh,
when he was in grade 2, his teacher said, "You will be a great leader." And okay, go ahead, Jens. Let's wrap up the "Will Putin die soon" part, because it's
I was just going to say that if anyone had any ambition of replacing Putin, why would you replace him right now? Why would you envy him right now? That was all.
If you're crazy. There was a Russian troll I responded to, who basically said, he wanted people to feel sorry for Putin, and said, he's come a long way compared to, wait for it, Stalin. So he basically was saying that this withdrawal of Russian forces is actually because Putin cares about people's lives, whereas Stalin didn't. So I thought to myself, that's a weird take. And Putin, not so bad, not as bad as Stalin. That's talk about bigotry of low expectations. The world's a crazy place. It's an absolute crazy place. All right, got a bunch of people coming up. Jonathan has gotten up. J I, we're trying to add you, but it's not working. So might have to come back later, or close your app and come back in again. No worries, nothing personal. And
yeah, sorry. Hi.
Let's go to Jonathan and Dylan again.
Hi, Yehuda. How you doing? I
Well,
kind of have been offline for a while and catching up, and I was moving my house, and I was curious about your take on right now. I am just reading Ukraine is supposedly saying to the media that the southern offensive was a distraction from the real offensive, which was the dashing lightning, raid that they did in the Kharkiv Oblast.
Yeah.
I was curious.
Negative. Big negative. Did you just say the Kherson was a feint and it was not the real attack, and the real attack was meant for the north?
Yeah, in the media, but I'm not quite sure. I believe because they're hammering too. So
yeah,
are the Russian forces truly cut off from supplies and resupply?
Where?
Mostly in the Kherson area, but also up north.
Yes.
I heard they went to the river.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're cut off in Kherson, and there's no Russian of any import in Kharkiv Oblast.
One last question, and I'll send it to the next person.
Yeah.
But have you come across any reliable figures as to how many POWs they have taken from Russia?
Not reliable, no. How many do we suspect? The collective we. In Kharkiv Oblast alone, it could be as high as 12,000. It could be as low as 5. It's a lot.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's a lot of people.
Glory
We're
to
not gonna
Ukraine.
know, and not even the Ukrainians will know until this few days. And you have to count these people, move them. The fog of war is pretty big. The update we're going to talk about is actually Kherson. So I don't know if it's the same talking heads that said Russia would invade and take over Ukraine real quick, and then the same talking heads that said don't give any weapons to Ukraine because it won't make a difference, or the same talking heads that said the Russians will win this battle of attrition and it'll just be time before they take over all of Ukraine, or the same talking heads that said this is they don't have the ability to conduct a counteroffensive because they don't have enough troops, they don't have enough experience, or the same talking heads that said that the Ukrainians must trade land for peace because it's just not worth fighting. If it's those same talking heads that said that this was just a feint, an attempt to trick the Russians into going to Kherson, I would posit that they're wrong. So wrong 9 times out of 9. Let's go 10 for 10. The attack in Kherson is real. It's a real counteroffensive. You don't dedicate and commit that amount of force. You're there decisively engaged with brigades, tens of thousands and tens and thousands. I want to get into numbers. An incredible amount of Ukrainian forces are fighting in Kherson as we speak. It's done right now. So it's not a trick. It's not it's not 4D chess. Just because the Ukrainians exploited a weakness in Kharkiv, because they also have tens of thousands, 50,000, 100,000. They have a lot of troops. Just because they weren't throwing them to die in a meat grinder doesn't mean they didn't exist. It means they were doing what, good planners and military leaders do. They don't show all their cards. And so, here's a tip. All of the areas that the Russians were able to take, and the Ukrainians fought in mobile delays and defensives, moving backwards, letting them take Lysychansk. All of these places just happen to be a step too far for the Russians. They shouldn't have taken that far, I don't think. And is it a surprise to you that they never took Bakhmut? Why were they able to take little other areas here and there, but never Bakhmut? Are the Ukrainians on that front just Supermen and Supermen and Superwomen, and they just fought them off better with kryptonite shields or something? No, the Ukrainians were able to shape the enemy, and then when they were ready to do their counterattack, they would use their hundreds of thousands of troops to do the right thing, and that's where we're at. So I just want to point it out that it's not this 4D chess thing. It's just really, really good planning, and it's excellent execution. And I hope that helps. Robert, just a quick bit of housekeeping. Can you hear us, Robert? Are you there? Okay, bloke, don't bring up Robert right now. I have to kick him from the room so he can comes back because he's in a loop. So stop adding him because he has to close he's taking up a spot on the speakers panel, and we can't hear him or can't do anything with him. So he has to come and read.
Yeah, I can't see him on my console either.
Don't add him right now. Just send him a message. Tell him to close
the
that.
update. I'll step down now.
Yeah, thanks, Jonathan. All right. I think we had. Is it J.I. or J.J.? I can't tell.
Yeah. Hi. Yeah, but it's Jamie. A couple of things. First of all, is thank you very much, Yehuda, for all the fantastic work you've been doing. The MriyaReport's been fantastic. Having direct access and this democratization of information has been really helpful. So I'd just like to express my appreciation for all the work you've been doing. As a Brit, I'd also just like to pay tribute to Her Majesty the Queen and God save the King, long may he reign. And my question really refers to China and Taiwan, because you've been speaking a lot about China's sort of the way that they're reacting to what's going on in Russia, and the way that the West has sort of coalesced around and created a coalition. It's my view that we're talking about two completely different powers. Russia has the economy the size of Italy. China is a global superpower. So my question to you is, do you really feel that what's going on in Russia will act as a severe enough deterrent to China to stop them invading Taiwan? Because in my opinion, we're talking about two completely different sort of kettle of fish. And I think there's going to take a lot more to deter China than just what's happening to Russia. And thank you very much for listening to me. Cheers.
Well, Jamie, thanks for the kind words. It's definitely a collaborative effort here, the team that we've got. So I do appreciate the kind words. And yes, I don't think I've ever, on a personal note, very sad. I guess she had great innings, and but still, it was a change in era, and truly remarkable, a sovereign woman person. And long live the king, and long may he reign. Tough. I want to know if Akash wanted to touch on what Jamie just said.
No, I mean, I think he's correct that the circumstances of the two countries are not comparable for all the reasons he listed. China is a truly great economic power. Russia is not, and China has a solidity that Russia does not. I do think, though, that the situation with Russia will at least cause the Chinese to be hesitant, both because, not so much because they have less capacity than the Russians, but because Russia has demonstrated to China that sort of invasion, the kind of invasion that Russia mounted against Ukraine and the kind of invasion that China might be contemplating against Taiwan, will not go unanswered. Russia invaded Ukraine in part because they believed that the rest of the world would not respond with anything other than words, and they have been proven catastrophically wrong. I think the Chinese are now wondering to themselves, would that same thing happen to them? Chinese invasion of Taiwan would not unfold the way the Russian invasion of Ukraine has unfolded, but China does not want the rest of the world to come to China the way the rest of, or to Taiwan's aid the way that the rest of the world has come to Ukraine's aid. I think the other thing is that China is conscious of the fact that it can be catastrophic for a state that has pretension to global greatness to lose. You never want to get into a fight that you lose, because the moment your opponents, adversaries, and rivals realize that the emperor has no clothes, things can unravel very, very quickly. China could win an invasion of Taiwan, but that's not enough for them. They need to know that they can't lose an invasion of Taiwan. And I think enough doubt has been sown in their minds that that is no longer the case.
Great, thank you very much. This is a fantastic answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. And just some people have messaged me about claims of a feint again from the south, quoting a Ukrainian national security advisor saying how there was a deception plan in the north. Both things can be true at the same time. There is a clearly legitimate counteroffensive in the south, and there was a deception plan, meaning troops were hidden, the massing of units was kept from the Russians in the north. It doesn't mean that it's a feint in the south. It just means that they're attacking on multiple fronts, and on one particular front, the north, the Ukrainians made sure to hide or to mask what they were doing in the north. And I'm sure they've done it in other areas. So it doesn't mean it's a feint. And the comments that Ukrainian military officials, both current and it's really past, are making is not to say that the intent was to always only attack in Kharkiv and Kherson was a feint. That's what a feint is. So it's not a feint because they're taking territory. We're going to get to the update in Kherson because as we speak, Ukrainian units have actually taken more territories and more towns in southern Kherson Oblast against stiff Russian opposition. A lot of the problems there are related to terrain and the difficult nature of retaining terrain, both for the Russians and the Ukrainians. So therefore, again, I will reiterate, it was not a feint. But thank you for your comments, and I hope I've explained what the messaging from the Ukrainian side about the deception plan. That's just in forming up and shaking out their troops in the north. They didn't want the Russians to know that they were there in the size that they were. Okay, my favorite person ish, Kansas Killer. I can't speak like that. I will not. I refuse to contract ER into an A. I'm sorry. Go Kansas Killer.
Thanks, Yehuda. You can call me Kansas Bob if you want. You've
Kansas
done that
Bob
before.
is your name. I know.
All
Kansas
right.
Bob.
Hey, so I would be interested in your insights. I've been thinking about this, and if it's been said before or talked about before, I apologize for bringing it up again. But with some troops reaching the border, can you speak to how that limits Ukraine? Like, if they're not to secure the border, don't they have to have control of the area over the border? And if there are political considerations, and maybe Akash can also speak to this about controlling the border with the political limitations on not entering into Russian territory to just be, this is a defensive action, so to speak, to kick Russia out. But wouldn't that limit them in being able to secure the border itself? It's just something that I've been kind of pondering over the last few days, and I would appreciate y'all's insights on it. Thank you.
All right. Good question. So it's interesting because you've fused a couple of concepts together that shouldn't be fused. If you have a river and a bridge and you want to secure that, you have to control both sides. That's securing, and that's fair. So good marks on that one. But international borders are a little different. They're not obstacles; they're political considerations, right? So to secure the border doesn't mean you have to be on the other side of the border. That would be invading. And as a staff officer, I haven't taken my general's course yet. I don't know if I ever will, if they'll ever let me. But I don't know anything outside of the international border. So we do training for combined arms attacks and maneuver warfare until the end of the exercise is usually at the international border. So in order, this and this and this is done in order to yada yada, and yet the international border is the end state, right? So you don't want to, they don't, believe it or not, for all those who say NATO is a bunch of warmongering psychopaths. No one's taught. I mean, I'm not taught. I don't know. I think it's I don't know the name of the course even. It's not even JCSP. It's something higher. So maybe they teach that in general school. But either way, international border. Oh, he's here. Major Giroux could tell us. Every single scenario we've gotten, whether it's on a tactics course or an army operations course, really ends at the international border. So I'm not sure securing the international border means having anything on the other side. I think that's counterintuitive, as it would be invading another country, whereas everything on the NATO side is defensive. Maybe if Major Giroux could come up, because he's literally an instructor on this, and I'm not. I don't want to misspeak, especially since he's listening. So so I don't think that is the same. I think I mean there are so many factors and considerations that I don't know about, because again, I've not learned that myself, and I'm certainly not experienced in that. So I think, just if you were to ask me to spitball it, I don't know if it would be a really great idea to have a concentration of Ukrainian troops within 1 or 5 kilometers of the Russian border, in terms of I don't know. I mean, I don't think your defensive battle position should be there, but I'm sure someone else would know better. Thank God he's here, because I'm floundering. So I'd love to know that. We're taught in so many, and this gentleman here has been the creator of sleepless nights for me, as I'm scribbling traces in my shacks at D60, trying to get a trace done. What happens when you get to an international border, Major Giroux?
Good evening, Yehuda, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Yehuda, you actually did a really good job answering that question. Once you don't actually need to physically be located on the other side of the border, because as Yehuda said, that's actually invading a country, and that's what bad guys do. Good guys don't do that. So it's important for the Ukrainians to get to the border, but not cross it. Because that becomes very political, because obviously then the Russians can turn around and say, oh, look, the Ukrainians are now invading Russia, and now they can carry on with the war to a more extreme fashion, I'll suggest. But you don't necessarily have to actually physically be on the other side of the border or beyond the border to control it. The great thing is now militaries have weapons with long ranges, and you can sit back comfortably X amount of hundreds of meters from the border and still be able to fire up to it in order to control it. It's controlling a piece of geography through firepower, vice physically actually occupying the geography itself. And so I think that explains, that adds on to Yehuda's already very good answer there, Kansas Killer. I hope is that good?
Yes, sir. It is. I was just. Yeah, it does. It totally answers it. My thoughts were about the U.S. involvement in Vietnam, and how some forces would use international borders to their advantage. And that's really why I brought that up. If the international border could be used to the advantage of the Russian armed forces, if they were to amass troops on the other side, knowing that Ukraine, like you said, couldn't be a bad guy, so to speak, or take that political risk, and what that might mean for the future of the conflict.
Yeah, that's a good example too, because when the United States was in South Vietnam at the time, it was trying to protect the Republic of South Vietnam, and knew that they couldn't cross the border and invade into North Vietnam or Laos or Cambodia, even though the North Vietnamese and the Viet Cong were using Laos and Cambodia as staging areas into the fight. But then, obviously President Nixon decided, hell with that. and which so he does the bombing and the invasion of Cambodia in 1970 to try to push the North Vietnamese army to try to destroy all those North Vietnamese army sanctuaries. And of course, there was Operation Lam Son 71-9 in 1971, where American forces invaded Laos as well, the southern portion of Laos, which bordered South Vietnam. But that was the United States saying, okay, look, we've had enough of this. The North Vietnamese Army and the Viet Cong say they're not using Cambodia and Laos as staging areas, but they clearly have been for the entire war. And so now we're going to go in with the intent of destroying those sanctuaries and then withdrawing back into South Vietnam with no pretense to actually remain in Cambodia and Laos. But so that's a very unique situation. But I would suggest, given the climate now, I don't think the Ukrainians want to invade Russia or anything of the such. I think they just want to push the Russians out of Ukraine, including the Crimea and the Donbass, and then stop at the border and say, okay, look, we've kicked you out. Don't come back, please. Thank you very much. Because to cross the border into Russia, I think would involve political and strategic decisions that would have, a negative ripple effects, really.
If I may, sir, there was video today of the Ukrainians reaching the border north of Kharkiv, and they calmly walked up, replaced the Russian flag with a Ukrainian flag, lowered the gate, and propped up the stop sign, and then walked away.
I didn't know that. That's very mature of them to do that, and I think so. Obviously the Ukrainians understand. That's why crossing the borders probably a no-go.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
It strikes me that one of the things that's going on here.
Whoa, Vic. Sorry,
Yeah,
we have to go in order. So, just a reminder to everyone: when you do come up, please mute your mic, raise your hand, and just to make sure that we're not interrupting. I promise you, Vic, we'll get to you. If you could just click on the heart-shaped icon at the bottom of your screen. To the right, you'll see a little hand. You can raise that. Then I'll know that you want to speak. Perfect. That's great. Just Yehuda, I don't know if you have a follow-up to that
Yeah,
conversation.
no, I was going to just actually, I feel bad. I was going to open it up to anyone who just wanted to address that point that Major Giroux made. And that's fine. I mean, there are other questions. We have a ton of them coming up. We'll do a little military update, and a lot of it has to do with. I'd love to pick your brain with Ukrainian forces that have pushed east to Crimea, and the P-66 is a MSR there. It goes straight down into Severodonetsk, and it looks as though the majority of Russian forces are in Lysychansk, and there were questions made about the Ukrainians push south after that point, and they're able to obviously sneak around the Russians in Lysychansk. How advantageous? Some people say, is that even a good thing? Because if Severodonetsk is mostly rebelized, would they be able to use that as cover? And then I said, well, if you recall what Major Giroux said a couple months ago, and I do want to address that because it looks like that's where the Ukrainians are going, and it seems like a strange place to use. I'm not sure. Is it a staging area? Do you want to defend Severodonetsk, or do you want to have it as a route for the Russians to leave Lysychansk from? So that's one question. I just wanted to throw that out. Yeah, if you get your mind working on that, and in the meantime, we're going to go to a couple other questions there. I guess what is Dave and Charlotte and Vic.
Hello. Thank you again for this space. It's been I guess a wealth of information that I've learned about this. My question is on the because Ukraine has moved so fast and so far, do we have any sense from satellite images or others of how deep their actual lines are? Are they leaving enough troops behind to hold it if Russia should happen to come up with a counteroffensive?
Could you take that, Yehuda?
I had lost audio for a sec. I'm sorry. Can you paraphrase it then for me?
Paraphrasing, do we have an idea of the different echelons of the Ukrainians, and if they have plans to secure the areas they take, because they're moving so fast? And Dave, correct me if I've summarized this correctly, but they're moving so fast that there's a concern that they'll be able to, clean up the areas they've taken. Is that a fair assessment, Dave, of what your question was?
Yes, it is. Thanks.
Yeah, well, I hate to do it to him, but person who taught me is here. So, is this abnormal? Are the Ukrainians extending themselves? Do follow-on forces, aren't they meant to work in this fashion? Better none other than you, sir. Major Giroux.
Oh, Yehud, I'm sorry you've caught me off guard. I don't know how quickly the Ukrainians are going, and if but I can only assume that they're probably leaving soldiers behind as they advance, just for security of the logistics convoys, which would make the sense thing. But I'm reluctant to answer Dave's question because I don't know the situation on the ground. Sorry.
No worries. I think what's happened is people are impressed that in a couple of days, I guess these lead mount units of the offensive there have taken up to 60 kilometers. And it's funny, we do have someone in the audience here whose friends are in the follow-on forces, who were initially complaining that they were bored, and they have since moved. So we do have, I guess, anecdotal evidence that their follow-on forces are coming on. But when I do, like if it's an AOC trace, and the understanding, if I'm doing my time estimation, my time appreciation, I'm doing the estimate, I'm looking at follow-on forces and F poles, and they're not seamless, but they are pretty quick. And so I don't think it looks crazy from what I'm looking at. And I don't know what the Ukrainians are doing. I'm not a fly on the wall, neither of us are. But it's not beyond the realm of possibility that a finely tuned machine, or brigades moving through each other, it's kind of what they train for. Is that a fair assessment?
I will suggest yes.
Yeah. Well, that's as good as you're going to get it. I don't think it's not magic. In other words, it's something that can be done, and dare I say, I think it's obvious that the Ukrainians are doing it because they're successful at it, and they are, they're seizing terrain and securing it, consolidating and moving on. All right, let's go to Shylock and Vic.
Hi there. Thank you for taking my question. My question is it's for Jason, and it specifies the Canadian context in supplying arms to Ukraine. I know that the Canadian forces seem to be retiring their coyotes, which, although they aren't IFVs, they are armed with 20 mm cannons, and they do seem to have at least the ability to support infantry in an attack. Is it possible that we would be able to supply those to Ukraine? And kind of part B, I know we don't have a lot of Leopard tanks, but the Germans have made statements saying, oh, well, if someone were to supply some Leopard tanks, perhaps we would follow in suit. Is it possible that Canadians can perhaps break the seal and send a couple of Leopard 2s the way of Ukraine? Thank you.
Oh wow, Vic, those are really good questions, but unfortunately, I'm just a major, and decisions like that would have to be made by, officers with considerably higher pay grade than me. So we're talking generals. I mean, the Lab 25 Coyotes, yeah, they have the 25 mm cannon, and those are used for reconnaissance in particular, whereas I think the Ukrainians would probably benefit more from our Lav 6s, our Lav 6.0s, which are designed as infantry troop carriers, as armed personnel carriers. But I'll suggest that the Canadian Armed Forces were considerably smaller than other nations around the world, and we do not have the we don't have the resources that to readily give like our friends in the United States and Great Britain and France and Germany. And so the idea of giving them our labs or giving them our tanks when we have so few in our inventory would only handicap us and our ability to train on those particular armored fighting vehicles. Where we excel is we have our people, we have our soldiers, our sailors, and our aviators. And right now, I know, for example, that 3rd Battalion Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry has sent troops over to the United Kingdom to help train the Ukrainians, to help train Ukrainian recruits alongside the British and and I believe the Danish are doing the same, and maybe the Norwegians, if I remember correctly. So people are our strength, and so I think if anything, we can send instructors over to train recruits. But if we start giving up our armored fighting vehicles, well, we don't have a lot to begin with in the first place, and we desperately need them in order to maintain our modern standards of being able to fight in close combat, and in order so that, God forbid, NATO Article 5 is actually initiated in the future, that we can at least bring some of our own equipment to the fight so that we can support our allies.
All right, thank you for taking my question.
All right, thanks. Bo, you want to take over for a second, or should I grab something? Vic had a question for Jason.
Yes, I'll go back to the question of the borders. By the way, I apologize for the previous. I'm a newbie.
No worries, no worries.
The question I have is, Ukraine is going to have constant provocations from Russia. I mean, I had them tonight with the attack on the power station and so on. That's going to keep going and going and going. But they're also, it looks like they're going to they may get to the Kerch. They may certainly will get to the Sea of Azov. They get to, in a few months, they may get to a position where they have true power, like to shut down the Don River traffic, which is a huge part of Russia's foreign trade. What would you do, or what would you suggest, or how do you think about? Do you put your head down right now, ignore the provocations, and go for a position where you can hit hard? Or do you react to the provocations as you go?
Wow, what a fantastic question, Vic. The question is, it's always, how many resources do you have and how much support would Ukraine have from the international community if they wanted to deal with the provocations? I agree. I mean, let's say, and I'm very confident we're all hoping this, is that Ukraine is able to push Russia back right to the Ukrainian-Russian borders. Now I'm talking about, like I said earlier, the Donbass and the Crimea, kicking the Russians right out. And sure enough, wouldn't it be like Russia to continue poking and prodding and provoking with, attacks? Haven't we just seen this in the Middle East for so many decades? And which is why we see the continual conflict between Israel and all of its neighbors. And so I think for now, really the end state for now is let's if I'm the Ukrainians, I'm like, let's just win the war and let's push the Russians back to the borders, and we'll do the peace agreements. And if Russia still wants to be provocative, then we can start talking about, okay, maybe we should start launching missiles across the border to destroy their artillery, or let's get some more support from our international partners, so they can start putting pressure on the Russians as well in other ways. And that's stage 2, though. That's phase 2 or stage 2 or whatever it is you want to call it. Let's just win the war for now, and then if they continue provoking us, then we'll come up with the plan. Hopefully, well ahead of time, we'll come up with the plan and so we can deal with it as we cross that bridge, as people like to say. But I guess we'll see what happens in the future. And then if the international community supports and goes, yeah, you know what, they're still provoking you, let's start defending ourselves. Then you go ahead and start doing that. But in the end, I think the Ukrainians have to demonstrate that they hold the higher moral authority in this, and that they won't provoke the Russians. But if the Russians provoke the Ukrainians, then they'll be justified in being able to say, okay, we're going to launch something across the border to make sure that stops. But which just makes sense. But I guess we'll see what happens. Answer your question, Vic?
Yeah, I think you just said they keep their head down, power to the end, and then pull the pieces together to pressure Russia.
Yeah, and you know, they don't. I'm not necessarily saying that, you know, let's get to the war and then we'll see what happens. I mean, any good senior political and military leadership is always looking 2 or 3 steps ahead, right? So let's say, and again, I know we all hope this, that the Ukrainians are able to start pushing the Russians back to the border throughout the entire country. At that point, I'm very confident, before that happens, that the Ukrainian senior political military leadership are going to say, okay, what happens when we get to the border now and we've had the peace talks and we've actually shut the war down? What happens if the Russians keep provoking us? What happens if they do this? What happens if they do that, et cetera, et cetera? And then any good senior political military leadership will have thought of that ahead of time.
Was that helpful, Vic?
Yes, it was. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vic and Major. I believe next in order is just say, just say, I can't quite make the Twitter handle out there. Just say, followed by June Fan, followed by Dr. Paul.
Just say no.
Oh, hey guys, can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Hey, so
yeah, we can. Just a quick one, gents. I'm going to start collating my updates, so I gotta drop down for about 15-20 minutes to get my notes together, and then I'll swing back in, and hopefully Major Drew can stick around, because there'll be questions about the urban fight if you're still up. So I'll pop down and I'll be right back.
Thank you, Yehuda. Also, just a bit of housekeeping for everyone. Language Learner will also be in here in about 2 hours or so to do a military update. Please tweet and share the space. That's how we get the word out. And if you can, don't forget, now more than ever, we need to supply Ukraine with vital life-saving aid. So please consider visiting MriyaAid.org and making a donation. Now, please go ahead. Just say no.
Oh, no worries. I think I'll actually save my question for a little later. Thank you.
Okay.
I think actually Constantine had his hand up. I think he had a question as well, but that was earlier, so I missed him. Sorry.
Constantine.
Yeah, I wanted to say there was a question regarding overextending. You know, that's my personal opinion. I think that it's great that we have Major Drew here. Maybe he can address that. But Ukraine, you know, this attack was so swift and so successful, and Russians had lost so many troops at the moment, that I think that counterattack would be for them, you know, not feasible, because it's really hard to counterattack when you've been pushed so successfully and lost so many troops. Also, I know that for sure that there are reserve battalions in Ukraine that are waiting, you know, and I've told this a couple of times before, and I actually got people complaining, saying that why the hell are we in reserve if we want to fight? So I definitely know that there are reserve battalions and enough forces for Ukraine to hold what we got.
Thank you, Constantine. Any comments on that, Major Giroux?
No, I mean, yeah, I think Constantine. I don't think. I mean, I agree. The Russians have lost a lot of personnel and a lot of vehicles and a lot of ammunition, and I don't know if they're capable of counterattack. I think Vic's question was focused more on what happens post-war. What happens if, every once in a while the Russians lob an artillery shell over the border at Ukraine, and they're just trying to pokey chest, pushy shovey, trying to, as if they're trying to start a fight again. Not that they would launch a whole other offensive and start a second war or anything as such. I think it was just, I think that was the context to the question, that as I understood it, what happens if they just start being a little provocative?
If I could clarify maybe a bit, sir, I think both questions are somewhat related. The first question, Vix, definitely there was, how many troops would it take to secure border areas? And the earlier question was about the speed of the Ukrainian advance and whether or not they would have enough troops to secure the area behind them. That's what I understood the context that Constantine was answering. Is that correct, Constantine?
Yeah. There previously there was a question exactly regarding if Ukraine can hold so much land. It was not the latest one.
Thank you, sir, Constantine. So, sir, I hope that clarifies.
Yeah, good to go.
Okay, great. If I could just make one more little comment, let's not forget that Ukraine is liberating their territory, and when their soldiers go into these liberated towns, I think one of the greatest dangers is them getting hugged too much and people crying for joy. So it's not exactly the same type of operation potentially. Would you say that's a fair statement, Constantine?
Yeah, there is a lot of emotions right now, and when the troops are entering, I've got it from multiple people saying that this is just insane. Just so the touching moments, people are crying. Soldiers cannot hold their tears as well, and there are lots of people, who actually enter the villages that they used to live in. So it's their land. So it's it's. I mean, it's a good problem to have right now.
Thank you. I'm actually getting a bit emotional just thinking about it. Jun Fan.
Yeah, hey guys, thanks for bringing me up. Say, hey Major, great hearing your voice and talking and stuff. And I want to ask you to kind of pull on, since you're such a master of military history or aficionado or what have you, and contributor. So how would my question? I don't know exactly how to ask it, but this offensive, this joint force maneuver, in the context of the airspace, which Ukraine doesn't have air dominance, Russia is essentially impotent given the distributed air defense network. But my question is what is your best comparisons historically to a force? It doesn't have to be modern because there's not, but to a force moving in this manner with such violence and force and depth and speed without, air superiority. So that's my question.
Wow, you know what? That's I'm struggling with that because I mean, most modern warfare is based on everything from the Second World War up to the present. When you're talking about conventional peer on peer with some asymmetric elements, which is really the Second World War. The challenges, of course, is that by the time the Allies were able to gear up the industrial military complex and were able to actually take the fight to the Germans and the Japanese and the Italians, we did have air superiority. And like the German Luftwaffe was really non-existent by the time Normandy came around. and pretty much for the remainder of the war as well. But the Allies had awesome air superiority, so it's going to be very challenging because ever since the Second World War, a lot of the conflicts have been asymmetric in nature, where you've been fighting insurgencies and guerrillas, and you haven't seen a lot of peer-on-peer conflict. The only one that maybe comes to mind immediately, and I would have to research to find out, is the Sino-Vietnamese War in 1979, where you had both China and North Vietnam going at each other. But I don't know if China or North Vietnam had a lot of air support or were using a lot of air support at the time, because mostly historical books, of which there are very few, tend to focus on the ground conflict instead. And China launched a number of offensives into North Vietnam, and they punched in a few kilometers. And then the negotiations began, and a month later the war ended, and all that. But I would have to research it to find out. But that's what springs off the top of my head. But you're not going to find a lot to compare with what's going on in Ukraine right now. So sorry, June Fan, I can't really answer it without doing some research first.
Okay,
But,
and if you could, if I indulge me with one brief follow up, so because I've been thinking about this a lot, and so how would you describe? Okay, let's just talk about this little mini theater here. How would you describe the air environment? How would you describe that? I mean, in terms of, with the surface to air, the distributed network, you've got standoff, you've got this, you've got I mean, is it neutral? Is it symmetric in any way? you know what I'm saying? I mean, so anyway, I'd just love to hear how you would, if you were forced to describe it, the air situation, or whatever you call it, the posture, what would you say?
Well, I'm still getting all my news and information from the Twitter on this, and it looks like, from what I'm reading, General Mick Ryan, War of the Future, and Rob Lee, and a couple of the other generals there. It's like the Russian Air Force. Do the Russians even have an air force? I mean, that seems to be the big question, because they don't seem to be doing anything at all. Whereas the Ukrainians are just using. Even though the Ukrainian Air Force appears to be small, it's the mouse that roared, and they are using fighter jets and they are using helicopter gunships when needed and when applicable. And as with any country that has a small air force, you have to be very selective and very choosy as to what that air force is going to support when it comes to the ground offensive. So I think. In this particular case, yeah, I mean, I don't think any country's air force is not going to learn a lot from this war, because the Russian air force has been non-existent and the Ukrainian air force has been so small but mighty, but in providing the support where it's needed at times. But it's mostly the ground war that we're watching, because that seems to be where all the action is. And I'm not saying that because I'm in the Army and I'm biased, but yeah, so I don't know if I think that answers your question, June Fan, but it's not. The Ukrainians have a bit of air superiority, because they are actually using their aircraft to very good effect, even though it's not very big. I would suggest in my assessment.
Yeah, and thanks for that. And I just wanted to put, the reason I'm saying that is I'm so impressed even more that in the context of history, I'm not sure that I can't find a force that's been able to move like this that hasn't done it without air dominance. And so this is net neutral or net plus or minus. Anyway, thanks for answering. Thanks for letting me talk.
Yeah, no, and it's a fantastic point, June Fan, because really, like, this is an Air Force, like, war and conflict. It's an Army, Navy, Air Force show. And so, I mean, we saw it in Desert Storm, for example, where Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines, if your country happens to have Marines, were all brought into the fight. I mean, and that's what all modern militaries are taught, that this is, modern conflicts can mean Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines thing, and that it all has to be a joint it all has to be joint and working together and coordinated and well coordinated in order to achieve the maximum violence needed in order to impose your will on the enemy. But in this particular case, we have a bit of an anomaly because, you know, we all thought for decades that the mighty Russian military machine had reformed itself, and their Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines were going to, storm into whatever country, insert whatever country here, and really dominate. But apparently, the Ukrainians have proven them wrong, which is great.
Before we go any further, sir, did you see the video of the Ukrainian helicopter pilots flying underneath the power lines?
Yes, I did. Flying along the highways, flying underneath the power lines. That's very courageous. I have a more vulgar term for it, but I have to be an officer and use officer-like language. But yeah, that was very courageous.
I think we're thinking the same language because I've been I've been in the Griffin when the tops of pine trees and then spruce are hitting your boots on the skids.
Yeah, me too. When I was a young and foolish private with 2nd Battalion Royal Canadian Regiment, I was in the reconnaissance platoon, and so I was myself and my 3 buddies were being helicoptered in behind enemy lines, and we were sneaky peeky and trying to find the enemy and locate them and pass all the information back to our to the herd, to the rest of the battalion without getting caught. And so yeah, I've had the feeling of the tops of trees brushing the bottom of my boots too, and it's fairly exciting. But flying under power lines, it's a whole different way of being courageous as a helicopter pilot, I can say.
The situational awareness these guys must have is unreal. Bloke, I don't know the order here, so I don't know. Do you remember?
I think I do. I think it's Dr. Paul, Anthony, and Jonathan.
Thanks, guys. And hi, Major Drew. Very exciting 3 to 5 days. And I'll just make a brief comment. I think this is the first time that an Air Force in an air contested environment has used austere operations successfully, which is Ukraine, landing on highways, fields, whatever it may be. So I think there's a lot of lessons here. I think Ukraine's going to teach the U.S., NATO, and otherwise a master class of how to do this in a wartime environment. But my question, sir, is how often are operations based on a past operations template? On the Twitter, I kind of tagged you on that Operation Frederikus during the Second World War in May 1942, which looks very similar to today. I'm curious, just what's your perspective of what that is, if you know what it is, and was that used as a model template of what could possibly be done to the Russians? And honestly, the Ukrainians have outperformed Operation Frederikus, quite frankly, in the past day or so. So any thoughts on that? Are you aware of that, sir?
Oh, Dr. Paul, yeah, the challenge with military history is I can't know it all. And so this is the first time I've heard of this, and now I'm very intrigued. So I'm just wondering if you can give us a back brief on what this operation was. You say it was in May of 1942.
Sure. My understanding, I haven't done a deep dive. This the Ukrainian vet, now journalist Victor is his name. I can't remember his last name. He posted this that amazingly 80 years ago during World War II, the Russian army suffered from a similar encirclement and defeat and surrender like today in Bakaliva in Izium area. So this was called Operation Frederikus in May 1942. Essentially, it rode up more west than Kupiansk. Kupiansk wasn't the objective, but they ended up encircling a bunch of Russian troops southwest of Kupiansk and moving northward. Because obviously back then, the objective was not Kupiansk, it was not Ukraine, it was more towards Russia, right? And so the objective was to move northeast past, east of Belgorod, essentially, heading towards, deeper inside of Russia. But it had a very similar feeling to this, and I'll send it to you. I'll try to DM it to you so you can take a look. I'm very curious your thoughts on how that evolved, if you ever look into it, and kind of what Ukraine did and maybe use the strategy of what happened here, the terrain and otherwise, to kind of create the same effect.
Yeah, please DM that to me. And it's, if you're talking May of 1942, this is this is Army Group South. This is obviously Germany's. When Germany invaded the Soviet Union, there was 3 army groups: Army Group North, Central, and South. And Army Group South was driving southeast towards the Caucasus into Chechnya and Romania in order to seize all the oil fields, because you need to put gas in your tanks in order for and to win wars. And this is, of course, this is what it's May of 1942, and this is, of course, what ends. This is what, with Army Group South going southeast, this is where Hitler divides Army Group South into Army Group A, Army Group B, and he sends off Army Group A to go down into Grozny to try to muckle onto the airfields, and then Army Group B is diverted towards Stalingrad. And that becomes that very famous urban battle and becomes a huge turning point of the war itself. But so and that was Operation Wilhelm was that part of that. And so I'm wondering if Operation Frederica or Frederikus or Frederick?
Frederikus, yeah.
Frederikus, yeah. I'm wondering if that was part and parcel of Operation Wilhelm in order to push those army groups south down into the southeastern part of Russia. But yeah, please DM it to me, and I'll be very interested in reading it and seeing if it compares. It just, I mean, history never repeats itself, but there's times where it rhymes, right? So,
if I could. Oh, just real quick, I was going to finish up. So I can't DM you directly, sir. So I just tagged you on it. So check your notifications, and it should take you directly to the tweet. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Before you go, Anthony, I just want to do some house cleaning. Everyone, if you want to speak, please raise your hand, because I can't bring new speakers up at the moment. Looks like we got a full deck. So if I see that your hand's not raised, I'm going to lower you down. You can always re-request, but I can't bring more speakers up. It seems that we've got a limited number of slots tonight, which is strange, but we're working on it. Okay, I see a hand raised. Thank you very much. Anthony, to you and to all the listeners requesting, please be patient while we go through our current speakers.
But I guess before mine, Frederikus was a plan to pinch off the Izium salient that the Soviets had caused or ahead of Case Blue. So the Germans were planning to go in before the Soviets attacked. My question is, since we've seen this wonderful counteroffensive, if anyone could speak to it, if they push further in, will they be? I guess my concern is they'll create a salient of their own to be attacked on multiple sides by artillery and such. How is that a consideration in warfare when you're pushing in and attacking? Do you do a wide front, or do you do a narrow front and then spread out? Like, what is the consideration from here moving forward?
Well, yeah, what a fantastic question, and it all depends on the assessment of the enemy, and it also depends on an assessment of how many friendly forces you have, as well as your logistics tail. So the Ukrainian commanders here will have to find the balance of how far do we push without making our left and our right side susceptible to some sort of counter offensive that will bite into our flanks, and oh my god, suddenly we're surrounded ourselves and now they're having at us. And so how far the Ukrainians go depends on how many enemy forces they're fighting, not only in front of them but off to their flanks. And I'm sure the Ukrainian senior military leadership is taking this into account to make sure that the Russians can't attack into those flanks. And then how far they go to is, how many resources do the Ukrainians have when it comes to manpower, as an example. You don't want to push so far that you start thinning out your lines along those flanks, because then that allows the enemy to attack into those flanks themselves. And then so you still have you can't, again, it's the delicate balance of how far do we go without going so far that we thin out our lines. And then finally, the logistics is so key. You don't want to outrun your supply lines. We saw this, for example, in the Second World War in the Northwestern theater, Northwestern European theater, when the Allies were really pushing hard against the Germans. through northern France and into Belgium and the Low Countries, that they started out, it's a bit of a different context, but they started out running their supply lines. Everything was coming in from Normandy, and the Germans very smartly were actually destroying all the logistics ports along the coast, along the French coast and along the English Channel. And this is why it was so important for the Allies to take Antwerp and to take Antwerp in the fall of 1944. But yeah, so you can't outrun your logistics supply lines, because then, of course, the bullets and the beams are not getting up to your frontline troops, and that can be just as dangerous, because the enemy will eventually realize that and they'll attack too. So yeah, a number of factors that they have to consider as they're pushing forward. And at some point, the Ukrainians are going to have to stop and go, okay, stop. Let's resupply. Let's reinforce. Let's get our numbers back up when it comes to soldiers and bullets and beams and water. And then, once we got those numbers back up, then we can continue on, and we can make sure that the enemy isn't planning anything to attack on our flanks. Then we can carry on with this offensive. And like I said, hopefully they can push them all the way back to the borders, which would be fantastic. Does that answer your question?
It does, and I guess if I could have a follow up, should they proceed out to attack Zaporizhia Oblast, the nuclear power plant is there, and we've heard Russians, saber rattling and such. Is there ever been a military planned operation to take back a target like a nuclear power plant?
I don't know. I'd have to research that and find out and get back to you. But off the top of my head, I can't think of one immediately.
Thank you. I'm going to move myself down.
That's too bad, sir, because I offered you to the Ukrainian chain of command to lead that assault.
Well, Battle Moose, I'm going to need a good 2IC, a good second in command, and I can't think of anybody else but you to have right beside me as we go into it.
I got your back, brother. I'll do that. No problem.
And very wisely, Battle Moose, you'll agree that we should just leave Yehuda behind in the logistics just to sort us out. He doesn't need to be up in the front lines at all. We can just leave him back, please. Please, I beg you, let's just leave Yehuda back somewhere in the rear echelon.
I'm sure there's some forms he can minute, or something he can staff up the chain of command that needs to be done.
Yeah, that'd be funnier if he could hear us right now, but I'm glad we're online.
Oh, Yehuda loves logistics. Some of his best friends are logisticians. He says so all the time. He's really interested in that. So let's go to Jonathan, followed by Roy.
Hey, don't ever discount an old Israeli soldier. We have 9 lives. Well, I'm not a soldier, never was, but I actually don't really have a question. I have a response to the conversation Jason Giroux had with I think it was June Fan. I believe this may qualify, but the last time there was a major ground operation that was victorious underway was the Israeli Yom Kippur War of 1973. They did not have air superiority, especially in the first 10 or 12 days of the war. What happened was basically the massive numbers of Israeli planes were shot out of the sky, and the Air Force was essentially grounded, especially from close ground support. And what eventually happened was they were able to find ways to destroy the new capabilities of the Syrians and the Egyptians, but especially the Syrians. My father was in 67 and almost was in 73, but I read the book by Avigdor Kahalani, who was a tank commander on the Golan, and he wrote that there was almost no air support from the Israeli Air Force, but they did marshal a victory by basically, there was a thin line of something like 300 or 400 Israeli tanks holding against 1,200 Syrians until the Israeli army could fully mobilize and turn the tide of the war, which they did. And in the last 2 or 3 days of the war, the Israeli Air Force was back online and had developed countermeasures for this new type of SAM missile that the Arabs had, the Syrians had, and the ground forces were able to destroy them. So they pretty much did win a series of ground maneuvers and tank battles with almost no close air support and without air superiority.
Jonathan, that was fantastic. Thank you very kindly for that. Now that I think about it, it's funny. Colonel John Spencer and I wrote a case study, an urban warfare case study in the Battle of Suez City during the Yom Kippur War there, just at the closing days of the Yom Kippur War. And so, yeah, of course, you're right. When the Israelis eventually launched into Egypt and then turned south towards Drive Suez City, almost done without any air superiority. Thank you very much for adding to the history there. That was absolutely fantastic.
No problem. I'm half Israeli, so I know that history like the back of my hand. My father, if Sharon did not encircle the Egyptian army, my father was going to be called back to duty, and I most definitely would not exist because he never would have met my mother. So that was kind of crazy.
That's good. It's I make the same argument about my I make the same I make the same argument about my maternal grandfather. He was a U.S. Marine in the Second World War, and I always state that if the Americans had decided not to drop the atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, my grandfather more than likely would have been in the invasion force, the conventional invasion force that would have invaded the Japanese home islands. Operation Downfall. They had actually named it Operation Downfall, and it was going to have 650,000 American soldiers and Marines invade the Japanese home islands with Operation Olympic starting on the 1st November of 45 in southern Japan, and then Operation Coronet starting on the 1st of March 1946 in just north of Tokyo. But the Americans dropped the atomic bombs. Russia declared war on Japan, and Emperor Hirohito said, "Okay, we've had enough." Japan surrenders. So if they hadn't have used the atomic bombs, I don't think.
That's amazing.
I don't think I would be here today. So,
and God bless your grandfather.
Yay, nuclear war! Yay, nuclear war!
God bless your grandfather.
Yeah. Thank you very much, and for your father's service too. So.
And thank you for yours. And my grandfather on my mom's side, the not the Israeli side, he was in World War II. He campaign of Bergenville. He was on a ship. It was a troop transport ship called the Hunter Liggett, and he also later in the war he was at Pearl. So thank God for our grandfathers. They literally saved the world.
Agreed.
Real quick additional tidbit of history, and Major Giroux, I'm sure you're keenly aware of this already, but we anticipated so many casualties anticipating the invasion of Japan that we're still handing out the Purple Hearts that were ordered for that offensive today in 2022.
Yeah, I think the Americans were predicting several hundred thousands of casualties, and that they were going to wipe the Japanese off the face of the earth, because at that point, the Japanese military had moved several divisions back to Japan. Not only that, but they were training every man, woman, and child to attack the Americans with bamboo poles if they didn't have bamboo stakes, if they didn't have any weapons to shoot at the Americans. So that it was going to become extremely ugly. So I think that was one of the many reasons President Truman said, yeah, okay, we're going to have to go this route of using these horrible weapons, but we have to show the Japanese that that this has just become beyond reasonable now. We've gotten way off topic of Ukraine, but anyway.
Thank you, Major. I believe Roy is next.
Sir, have you met Roy? Roy is a budding ROTC student.
Navy ROTC. Yeah. Okay. So basically, real quick, someone who talked about the Soviets, German fought that battle in the May 1942. That's actually called the Second Battle of the Kharkiv, and it was actually led by Army Group Centers, not Army Group Cells. It was headed by the Army Group Center was actually led by Field Marshal Theodor von Bock, and the person that commanded the battle tactically was at least at the time Colonel General von Kleist, and the battle basically went the bulge is basically reversed. The German bulge on the Kharkiv all the way into the Belgrade front, and basically what German did is that the Germans retreated in the center, led Russians into taking the city of Kharkiv, but in the meantime setting up pocket near Izum and Kupiansk, and encircled the entire army group that General Timoshenko sent there, and that's created approximately 100,000 POWs. And Field Marshal Timoshenko, after that battle, was sacked by Joseph Stalin. Joseph Stalin's favorite general was actually him, because he was loyal to Stalin, and he has very little brain, and he is a very good vodka drinker. That's why Stalin loved him so much. So after that, he was basically sacked until the end of the war, and he basically was doing something like supervision of the military training or stuff like that. So nothing more serious happened to him, but there's that. And later, Jonathan, you mentioned the Yom Kippur War. So the Israeli developed a way to counter the Egyptian and Syrian SAM threat, not by attacking them, but by actually using they end up to counterattack in the Sinai Peninsula by basically driving their tank into the air defense umbrella, just to use their armored forces to destroy the Egyptian air defense system. The type of SAM is SAM-6, SA-6. It's a semi-automatic radar guided missile, and it's much more advanced than the ones that Israeli previously encountered as the SAM-2. And because of this new type of radar, new missile that use new type of fire control radar and early warning radar. So Israeli didn't have their jamming pod mounted on their F4 Phantom and A4 Skyhawk do not have the jamming frequency of these this new type of missile, and because of that, result heavy casualties in the first days of the war when Israeli trying to halt Egyptian attack by sending out their planes bombing the Egyptians crossing the canal. And Israelis identified later with the help of United States. We used our reconnaissance satellite, found a gap between the Egyptians' 3rd and 2nd Corps near Sinai Peninsula. Then Israeli punched it through and crossed the Suez Canal and got their way into the west bank of the Suez Canal, land their troops in Africa, and threatened the Egyptian 3rd Corps from behind. So by the end of the war, Egypt was almost at the brink of losing almost 300,000 men east of the West Bank, east of the Suez Canal, because they're being cut off and their supply line was being threatened. And if they want to push north, they actually could possibly take the Cairo as well, because Egypt has already deployed their most elite troops to the battle west of the Suez Canal. So Israeli only didn't destroy the Egyptian 3rd Corps is because Russia, Soviet Union at the time, threatened to invade Israel by basically mobilizing the VDVs, and United States, and even told Israel, if you destroy Egyptian troops in the eastern part of the Suez Canal, that'll mean war. And Kissinger at the time was doing the conveying all the diplomatic stuff between Israel and and the Soviet Union, an Arab country. So by the end, the deal was like Egypt got to keep their troops in the eastern part of the Suez Canal. Israel will not attack them, and Israel will allow Egypt to supply these troops, but only with water and food, not fuel and ammunition. And Egypt keep their troops until in the east part of the Suez Canal until the end of this discussion between Sadat and the Israeli prime minister, and signed the recognition agreement between each other, and returned the Sinai Peninsula back to Egypt. And ever since then, Egypt could not deploy troops in the Sinai Peninsula until most recently, when ISIS start operating in Sinai, that forced Egypt to deploy army in the vicinity of the Sinai Peninsula and keeping the Gaza Strip stable.
All right, Roy, thank you very much for that update. I do, this thing that Dr. Paul sent me, it does say Army Group South, but I think we can research that and verify whether it was Army Group Center or Army Group South. But thanks for that fantastic and very descriptive details of both battles. Thank you very much.
Hey, I do have a question from the DMs, and somebody would like you to maybe elaborate on the importance of armored personnel carriers.
Well, that's easy enough. I mean, armored personnel carriers and tanks, main battle tanks, obviously ferrying troops into combat. So if I have a choice between walking and riding, I'm obviously going to pick riding because it's certainly a lot. It's a lot easier on my feet, and it also you can obviously cover distances, greater distances, by driving in armored personnel carriers. And then, of course, and if you are engaged in combat, armored personnel carriers do serve as a way of protection for the troops until you can dismount and then close with and destroy the enemy. So ideally, whether those armored personnel carriers are with tracks or with wheels, there's pros and cons to both of those types of armored personnel carriers. But in today's contemporary operating environment, I will suggest that you do want a mechanized army, and by mechanized meaning that you want armored fighting vehicles like armored personnel carriers and main battle tanks in the fight, because they provide a lot of firepower, they provide mobility, and they provide protection.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people having trouble. That's why I think a lot of people in the military, especially in the Western military, we have a trouble trying to define what's the purpose of the M113. Because when you have something that's armored, you just have the urge to use it like an infantry fighting vehicle. But 113 is not an IFV; it's an APC. The Food and the Chemical Corporation, the one that made Bradley, later slapped a 25 millimeter automatic cannon and basically a quasi Bradley turret onto the 113 and call it the AIFV, Armored Infantry Fighting Vehicle. And then
that's really interesting, Roy. But we do have a couple of speakers that want to ask the questions of the Major, and his time is limited. So if you don't mind, could we get to those questions, please? And we can be glad to circle back if that's okay.
Oh, yeah, I'm done. I'm done. Put me down, please. Put me down.
All right.
I'm done.
Thank you. And also, everyone in the space, please raise your hand. You can do that by clicking on the heart-shaped icon and then raise your hand, because otherwise I can't want to speak or not. And that makes it hard for me to know, and I can't bring other speakers up if the deck is stacked. So please, Noah, Eking, please figure out how to raise your hand by clicking on the heart-shaped icon and the raised hand to the right, and I'll know to get to you next. In the meantime, I'm assuming you don't want to speak immediately, so we've got John Ridge, followed by Dr. Paul.
Thank you, Bloke, and thank you, Major Drew, for joining us. Major, I wanted to ask you. I heard I caught the latter end of that vehicle discussion. Didn't catch the whole thing, unfortunately. But what I wanted to ask you was, what we've seen the Ukrainians deploy, obviously, a large number of mechanized brigades, but interestingly, they've also deployed a number of motorized brigades, as unfortunately they do not have enough APCs and IFVs to fully equip their fighting force. And so they've been building up motorized brigades with trucks, MRAPs, and other related vehicles. I wanted to get your take, and maybe Konstantin can speak a little bit to the details of how a Ukrainian motorized brigade is structured. But Major, I wanted to get your take on: do you think there is a place, in the modern battlefield for motorized as opposed to mechanized formations?
Well, John, good question. And, I guess it comes down to the threat and, what do you have in your inventory? If the threat, a motorized unit is just a unit with trucks, soft skin trucks. And it's at its basic level. Again, it depends on the military you're in. If we're talking about the Canadian military, a motorized unit would be an infantry battalion with just trucks or something of the such. If you have greater capacity than that, than in other militaries, then that's fine. But if the threat is out there where, driving trucks into battle is going to get your soldiers, killed because trucks are easily destroyable, then obviously you're going to drive the trucks up to a point, and then, okay, everybody out of the truck, dismount, form extended line, move forward until we close with and meet the enemy, and then fight. So obviously, if I had a choice, between being part of a motorized unit where I know I'm going to drive up to a certain point and then dismount, and then my trucks are going to leave me, and they're only going to come up when everything's secure, the battle's over, to drop off the bullets and the beams. Or if I have a mechanized battalion or a mechanized unit where usually the armored patrol scenario carriers and the infantry fighting vehicles are armed with cannons and they can support me in the attack, obviously the mechanized unit is the one that I'm going to want to be with, because they can drive further. I don't have to dismount as early, and I can count on them for being in the fight. But if you said to me, Jay, you have a choice between walking a really long distance or being part of a motorized unit, which will at least drive you halfway there, I would say, hey, I'll hop on the back of that truck because I want to save my feet. So that's the difference between mechanized and motorized. So do they have a place in the battlefield? Yes, if you have no other choice but to use them. But ideally, you want to be mechanized all the time. But again, militaries are only so big, and they only have so many resources, and they only have so many vehicles, and they only have so many qualified drivers to drive those vehicles and man the weapon systems. And so there can be a place and time for motorized, but I would suggest that you do it if you have run out of your mechanized units in the fight.
Understood. Thank you very much. I think that there's been a couple of initiatives by some different countries to develop what are essentially trucks with MRAP standard levels of protection. But I imagine that at some point you're just talking about what is essentially an APC, and it becomes a mechanized formation in all but name, I would imagine.
Yeah, seen. I don't know those developments.
Thank you, John, for the question, and thank you, Major, for the answer. We have two more speakers, Dr. Paul, followed by Joe. Just heads up, everyone, Language Learner is here to do his military update. So we'll be taking a few more speakers. Now, Noah and Eking, you've been up on the speakers panel for a while. I can't tell if you want to speak or not because you haven't raised your hands. I can't bring other speakers up. So
I can, yes, I would like to speak. Sorry, I would like to speak. I'm not familiar with the protocol, so that's my first time. So I apologize. Yeah, I would like to make a quick comment, if possible. Can I go ahead?
Yeah, I think your order was first, so go ahead, and then it'll be Noah, Dr. Paul, and Joe, and that'll be it because Language Learner will be doing his military update shortly. Go ahead, Eking.
Yeah. I guess I listened to the speaker about the Kibur War, the war between Egypt and Israel. I just want to make a quick comment. I think the Israeli fought a good war. I think the Egyptian did. I want to say something. Exactly what's happening right now between Russia and Ukraine is similar to what happened between the Israelis and the Egyptians. I think I'm an old enough, so I watched the war in 1973. So I saw it right hand. I didn't watch books. I didn't read books. I know it firsthand because I was there. And what the Israeli was really, we have Sam blocking the Israeli from able to give any ground support. And what the American did, they gave him the HAM, the HAM, the one that's been used by the radiation, the one that's been used by the Ukrainian now to disable all the radar system. That's how the Israeli was able to penetrate and go through. They disabled the radar system and all the SAM become blind at this point. I just want to make that comment. So there is some contradiction in what they're saying, but basically the main idea, the Israeli was able to make a breakthrough because they were able to disable the radar system for all the Russian missiles. That's all. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Eking. And if you don't mind, I'm going to drop you down because I can't bring other speakers up. It's Noah, followed by Dr. Paul, and then Joe.
Hello. So I also wanted to comment about the Israeli war in 1973. I remember watching a bunch of documentaries about that and was basically amazed at how the Israeli armed forces were able to mobilize quickly and effectively, and especially take advantage of the terrain that they had, especially in the Golan Heights, where Centurion Shatkal tanks were able to use their crews were able to use their effective gunnery skills to mainly hold off the Syrian advances. Because from what I've researched is that the Israeli tank crews had very good training in when it came to gunnery and mainly battlefield organization when it came to where to put the tanks on the battlefield to effectively hold down their positions. So that's all I wanted to comment on.
Yep, thank you very much. Dr. Paul, I believe you were next.
Language, are you ready, or did you need some more time?
I'm about ready to go. If you and Joe want to go first, then I'm happy to go after.
Okay. Real quick. So, Major Giroux, we were talking about logistics earlier of sustaining Russian offensive, and what's interesting is they are capturing lots and lots of bullets. You talked about bullets, beans, water, fuel. Conceivably, they probably captured fuel too. So, how much of that actually factors into sustainment of the operation, or how difficult does it delay it potentially? Right. Yehuda's been talking about the POWs. And I didn't believe him, quite frankly, because he's talking about like 20,000. But I finally saw a video of literally thousands of Russian POWs, and so I actually believe it now. Prior to that, I only saw 10 or 20 at a time, maybe. So what are your thoughts on that? And how easy is it to kind of integrate a captured enemy's bullets into the supply chain as opposed to having to sustain it yourself?
Yeah, fantastic question, Dr. Paul. And this is one of those unique cases where some of the weapons being used are being used by both sides, and then Russia has some weapons and weapons platforms that are strictly made in Russia, and then Ukraine is using some NATO weapon systems and weapons platforms as well. But there's all kinds of examples throughout history where you see, for example, in the Second World War, where you see, Canadian soldiers carrying German submachine guns. or you see American soldiers in Vietnam carrying, weapons that were used by North Vietnamese army and Viet Cong soldiers. So, I think if the Ukrainians if the Russians are abandoning their ammunition and their weapon systems or their trucks or whatever it is, whatever piece of equipment, the Ukrainians have to take that and throw it in, making sure, I'd be bringing in engineers. This is just my, because I used to be the officer commanding the counter improvised explosive devices cell at my former unit. So I'd be bringing in engineers just to make sure none of that stuff has been booby trapped and rigged to explode. And once that's clear, get it into the inventory and get it to the people who need it, because amateurs talk tactics, but professionals talk logistics, as Napoleon said. And one of the unique things I think about this counteroffensive is, as I mentioned earlier, how long can the Ukrainians go before they start outrunning their supply lines? At some point, they're going to have to stop and resupply. So integrate Russian weapons and ammunition into it, just as long as you know how to use it. And that's the other challenge too, really, is that, back in the Second World War, a bullet was a bullet and you could almost put it in every weapon and it would work. But now weapons systems and weapons platforms have become so specialized, that you need training on that particular gun or that particular weapons platform, sometimes weeks and weeks of training just on that one system, so that you can master it and be good at it. So if the Ukrainians and the Russians share some weapon systems or weapons platforms, because they happen to be neighbors and they happen to be doing that, then hopefully the Ukrainians can integrate that stuff quickly and do a minimum amount of training on it, in order to use it against the Russians. Why not? I think I've already seen videos and photos of the Ukrainians using Russian artillery guns against the Russians because they've been captured. Hey, if it saves you having to shoot your own bullets and artillery shells, etc., then why not? Because, like I said, you need the bullets and beans to fight the war. And Dr. Paul, I've forgotten the second part of your question. Sorry.
Oh, I think you captured most of it. Honestly, I was just going to follow up and say, my recollection of Operation Iraqi Freedom, and this is from CNN, so I'm by no means a master strategist like Putin. But just to say, I think it was 300 kilometers that the third ID went before they had to do exactly what you said. At some point, they're going to have to stop and resupply, and I think that's what it was for the third ID. I've done the measurements on the map of Ukraine from Kupiansk on upward towards the border of Russia, but I'm just curious, what is the distances? What is the range? I'm frankly stunned and shocked and awed with the amount of territory recaptured. And of course, a lot of it's due to just Russia withdrawal, but that's the same thing. It's even better without having to kill anybody.
Yeah, I remember a few years ago when the Cold War was on, and good God, the Third World War was going to happen, and it was either going to go conventional nuclear, it was against the Soviet Union. And I remember Canadian military historian and journalist Gwen Dyer was saying the ironic thing is as much as we prepare for this big war, tanks can only drive about 20 kilometers before they run out of gas. And so you literally have to plan operations, only, these little bites at a time, because at some point your tanks, and because tanks were huge, tanks were big, they still are, by the way. They're not obsolete. Whatever those people out there are saying that tanks are obsolete, I've never obviously seen a tank or worked with tanks or understand what they're capable of, or understand tank tactics, techniques, and procedures. No matter how big the war is going to get, you're only going to be fighting 20 kilometers a day, because you're going to run out of gas at some point and you need to refuel. The Ukrainians, Dr. Paul, I share very happily. I share how shocked and stunned you are, because the Ukrainians just keep driving, and that demonstrates a good logistical system, because they're understanding that they need to get the bullets, the beans, and the gas into the vehicles so that they can keep pushing the Russians back. So bravo to the Ukrainians for that.
But they're saving a lot of water by not going into urban combat. It seems, right? They're bypassing towns. Now, I'm guessing territorial defense cleans up the mop-up crew. Is that how it's going, you think?
Yeah, I don't know, and that's another thing too. I'm just absolutely stunned that the Russians. I mean, their operational and tactical um, thinking throughout this entire conflict has been, much to be desired. In all honesty, but the fact that they gave up the urban areas when they could have really shown. I mean, this is what I was saying a couple weeks back. Like the Ukrainians demonstrated what happens. How you when you conduct an urban defense, how many casualties you can inflict, and how many resources the attacker uses up. Even though the attacker usually wins in an urban fight, it still uses a lot of resources and manpower and bullets and ammunition and casualties. And the Russians here had an opportunity now to put the shoe on the other foot. I mean, the Ukrainians were defending at Mariupol. They were defending at Severodonetsk. They're Kyiv and Kharkiv at the beginning of the war. So the shoe was on the other foot. The Russians had this great opportunity now to do an urban defense to really whittle away at some of the resources, and they gave up Izium without a fight. They gave up all these other urban areas without a fight, and it just boggles my mind as well that I'm glad they did it. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad they did it. But it just boggles my mind that they're giving up these opportunities to really slow the Ukrainians down, and they're just fleeing instead. I mean, which is great in all honesty. But yeah, I share your surprise.
One final comment, and then we can move on. A couple of weeks ago, maybe a month ago, I said, back in World War II, the Germans said that they'll kick open the front door and the whole house will collapse. Is it a fair assessment? That's exactly what happened with the Russians here.
Well, yeah, I mean, Hitler said that you just have to kick in the structure or kick in the door and the whole rotten structure will come falling down. He was talking about the Soviet Union, of course. So let's not jump to conclusions yet. We've just things are going great. That's fantastic. But again, I'm not a fortune teller. I'm a military historian, and so my crystal ball works just about as good as anybody else's. You've heard me say that lots of times on this space. So yeah, let's hope the Ukrainians can keep the momentum, and let's hope the Russians don't have something cunning, up their sleeve. But I don't know if the whole rotten structure is going to come down yet. But things are looking good. Let's just hope the Ukrainians can keep up the tempo without exhausting their soldiers and keep pushing the Russians back.
Thank you, Dr. Paul and Major, for the question and answer session. We'll go to Joe, and then we'll go to Language for his military update, if that's okay.
Yeah, thank you, guys. I value this space. Thank you for the information you put out. I have two questions. One, perhaps will be dealt with by Language. So if it is, please I'm happy to wait and listen to his rundown. So I'll go first with the one that perhaps won't be. I'm concerned about these reports that Russia is disabling power plants throughout Ukraine. As an energy investor and someone who takes a lot of time studying energy, I mean, energy is life. Energy is the economy. Are these reports true? And what's the prognosis for Ukraine being able to restore power? And if not, what are the implications thereof? And then, I have a follow-up, which might be again moot if Language is going to cover it anyway.
So, in real quick, yes, there was strikes against a number of Ukrainian energy infrastructure. Frankly, an escalation we haven't seen before. That being said, in some regions, especially in the Sumy and Poltava regions, so the area to the west of Kharkiv, they're saying that broadly electricity has been restored, although Ukraine's largest coal power plant was shut down as a result of the strikes. And separately, the nuclear power plant in Enerhodar was taken offline in a controlled manner, which is also going to affect the electrical supplies for the country broadly.
Okay, what about the ones further west? of course, the ones near Kharkiv are important, but I've seen power plants throughout the country, literally covering the entire country of Ukraine, with power plants being targeted and shut down with missiles and such. Are those reports accurate? And what are the prognosis for those power plants?
So, yes, those reports are accurate. There's been some that seem more speculative. There was one about strikes on a Ukrainian nuclear power plant somewhere in Western Ukraine. I haven't seen any confirmation of that. It may be a little bit more speculation. What also appears to be the case is that this may have coincided with some kind of cyber attack on top of destruction of physical infrastructure, although that's quickly being worked out. So Ukraine is coming back up to power in the Western region specifically. Around Kharkiv, I wouldn't be surprised if that takes a little bit longer.
Great. And this one, please stop me if you're going to cover it. I'm hearing that Russia's on the verge of outright surrender in some of these regions in the east, not far from Izium, and I'd be glad to if you guys are able to confirm or deny that.
I think aside from Izium proper, which is a group that's still not fully captured, although Ukrainian troops do broadly control the city, there's still probably a couple hundred to maybe 1,000 Russian troops still there. Aside from that, I'm not seeing indications of Russian mass surrender, though I am seeing indications of Russian panicked retreat, even in areas where, frankly, Ukraine isn't and won't be for several days, even if they choose to.
Thank you so much. Great information. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, Joe, if you don't mind, I'd like to add too, we have to remember that although the Ukrainians are making great gains right now, there's still a lot of territory occupied by the Russians in the Donbass and the southern part of the country. And as long as there's Russians on Ukrainian territory, I'll suggest that Mr. Putin will not surrender his forces that quickly. That's, the mindset of most dictators, I'll suggest.
Thank you. And language, if you can indulge me for 30 seconds or maybe a minute, and Joe, I would like to speak to these attacks on the Ukrainian infrastructure and what Zelensky had to say about it. And I'm going to read directly from a translation of his speech. He said, when responding to this, these savage attacks on infrastructure and civilians, he said, "Do you think we are one people? Do you still think that you can scare us, break us, force us to make concessions? Don't you really get it? Don't you understand who we are, what we stand for, what we are all about? Read my lips. Without gas or without you? It's without you. Without lights or without you? It's without you. Without water or without you? Without you. Without food or without you? It'll be without you. Cold, hunger, darkness, and thirst are not as frightening and deadly for us as your so-called friendship and brotherhood. But history will put everything in its place. And we will be with gas, light, water, and food, and without you." And I thought that was a beautiful way of responding to those attacks. Now, without further ado, language, anytime you're ready, you can begin your military update. Thank you.
I thought you should have your own intro music, buddy.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I did throw up the text and a map in the top. It's also the most recent tweet I put out. I encourage those who want to follow along to open up one or both. We are trying to do this with a couple maps. Usually I use the ISW map, but they are understandably a little overwhelmed with everything, and their map is just a tad bit out of date. So we're going to be using another map from actually the Georgians, who have done quite a good job. Actually, they just updated theirs from 3 p.m. Okay. We're still going to be using the Georgians map just because, frankly, it seems accurate and it may be a little easier. But I encourage everybody to pull one or both up as they can. To you, Major. Sorry.
Yeah, my apologies, language. I know you want to get started. I'm just going to have to drop out of the report. So I just wanted to thank everybody for the questions tonight. And I hope I was able to add to the conversation. So Badamus Bloke, thanks for co-hosting. Language, thanks. I'll drop out now. I'll listen to the report, your update, but then I'm going to have to depart for the evening. Thank you very kindly.
Thank you very much, sir. Really appreciate it.
When
you, bro.
you come back, sir, we'll have intro music for you.
All right. So that should be enough time, hopefully, for those who are on mobile. If you scroll up to the top of the screen, you click on the last thing up at the top in the nest. Should be audio and text, or rather text in the map there. We are trying to work with making this a little easier to follow, so there's a visual aid, because otherwise it's just 30 towns with the same unpronounceable name, and that can be hard to follow along with. And also the text, because again, some of these names are not quite as intuitive, or at least they're not for me, if it's not ones you've heard before. But as per usual, we will be starting around Belarus, proceeding clockwise, ending with some general statements, and then we'll take some questions. So without further ado, let's get to it. So this is the military update for September 11th, 2022, day 200 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. In Belarus, nothing has really changed. There continues to be protracted Belarusian military drills along the border, as well as now Ukrainian drills along the south of the border. Moving towards Kiev in central Ukraine, Zelensky thanked his citizens for their bravery and sacrifice over the last 200 days of war. And then, as was frankly much better read out, he reiterated that if it's a choice between heat, food, electricity, or Russia, then we will go without you, in reference to Russia. The Prime Minister of Ukraine, Denis Shmyhal, stated that Ukraine plans to be part of the European Union in 2 years, and that Ukraine expects to move at a faster pace than previous countries' accessions. In the evening, Russia fired missiles at a number of power plants in the Sumy and Kharkiv regions, leading to a loss of power a large swath of eastern Ukraine. It is gradually being restored. Russian telegram channels and propagandists celebrate this turning off the lights and say that they should have done this day one of the war. This is an escalation by Russian forces in their deliberate damage to power generation infrastructure on a massive scale. As of time of writing, power supply was broadly restored to the Sumy, Dnipro, and Poltava regions. Moving east towards Sumy, harassing strikes continued over the day with no other major changes, and approximately 95% of the arable land in the Sumy region has been sown and some early harvesting has begun. Additionally, some 60,000 internally displaced people have been received in this region, as it has become, frankly, more safe than a number of other regions of the country. Moving further east towards Kharkiv, or Kharkiv city proper, Russian troops appear to have fully withdrawn from their base at Kozacha Lopan, which is due north of Kharkiv city. If you're on the map, you'll see one of the blue arrows pointing there. This being the largest Russian base in the region, and with Volchansk on the other side of the river having been captured by Ukrainian troops, it is likely that Russian forces have retreated back into Russia already along the entire area north of Kharkiv city, or they will do so in short order. As said, Ukrainian troops across the Seversky Donetsk River to the east have raised the Ukrainian flag over Volchansk and the border crossings to the north on both sides of the Seversky River. The battle for Kharkiv city has effectively ended as of today, while the threat of missile and rocket artillery strikes from Russian territory continues. The former head of the Ukrainian intelligence SBU in Kharkiv Oblast, who had been dismissed from his position in May, was detained on suspicion of treason today. The details will be released tomorrow. He had been dismissed for, quote, selfishly caring only about his own interests rather than working to defend the city. Moving south and east to deal with Kupiansk, the Ukrainian offensive in the Kharkiv region continued today, with confirmation of Ukraine having recaptured the western half of Kupiansk all the way down the Oskil River, all the way south to Oskil itself. Ukrainian troops have additionally been visualized pushing all the way to the Russian border in several areas, indicating a Russian general retreat. To preface, the Ukrainian forces have continued to advance at a massive pace as Russian troops generally fall back in a disorganized retreat into either Russia proper or across the Oskil River. The loss of major Russian supply lines and material will change the balance of this war. Ukrainian troops in the northeast of Kharkiv, so if you start with Kharkiv city, you just follow the road northeast across the big river there, have successfully recaptured the border areas near Vovchansk, and then much further to the east, Vilhuvatka, that is the greatest extent to the northeast here of Ukrainian control, indicating the most direct access from Belgorod in Russia is now cut off. Ukrainian troops due north of Kupiansk, so if you follow to the next large river and to Kupiansk, head straight north to Dvorchina, that is Dvorickhna. It is the next major city upriver on the Oskil. In general, it appears that Ukrainian troops are choosing to stop at the Oskil River rather than chase Russian forces across it at this time. Likewise, Russian troops have broadly retreated across the river. While there is currently no credible evidence to suggest that Ukrainian troops have managed to fully cross the river in Kupiansk to capture the eastern section of the town, Russian forces on the far side of the river are generally still in panic amid claims of Ukrainian special forces and partisan saboteurs. Russian troops yesterday were seen broadly moving east back towards the Luhansk Oblast, following the Russian government claims of consolidating in LPR territories. This was most evidenced in the town of Svatov, Svatove. This is following the road east from Kupiansk, goes a little bit southeast. You'll see it. It is the next major Russian supply hub from Kupiansk towards Severodonetsk, and Russian troops were seen leaving there with about 24 vehicles, causing a bunch of confusion. Otherwise, south of Kupiansk, Ukraine has continued to consolidate their control over the main highway all the way down to Izium and Oskil. Additional huge quantities of Russian equipment and ammunition have been seized along this front, with some 100+ confirmed videos and images of captured Russian equipment. The leadership of the Russian Western Military District, who was in command of this area, has been removed from his command following the disastrous losses here. Two-star General Bertnikov had only held his position for 15 days, starting just before this Ukrainian offensive. He managed to break the record of his predecessor, who had commanded the grouping for 3 weeks. Ukrainian troops revealed they had been firing air-bursting rocket artillery shells with propaganda leaflets into Russian lines immediately before the offensive, indicating that their options were either to die as cannon fodder for nothing or surrender. These were timed to explode immediately above the heads of the Russian forces, both as a way to indicate this could have been a real rocket and also to grab their attention. Pensions will begin to be paid out starting this week in the liberated territories as a way to alleviate some of the humanitarian crises already being found. In summary, Ukrainian troops have managed to steamroll further north and south from captured Kupiansk and have essentially liberated all of Kharkiv Oblast west of the Oskil River, including to the Russian border in several occasions. Over the past 5 days, Ukraine has recaptured more territory than Russia has been able to capture since April. Estimates range into more than 3,000 square kilometers. In terms of captured equipment, the most outstandingly positive, speculative, and arguably pie-in-the-sky estimates, so there's certainly no more than this, and they may be less, would be that 7,000 Russian soldiers have been captured, 450 main battle tanks, 1,380 armored vehicles, 54 artillery pieces with ammo, 20 air defense systems, and 11 various pieces of special equipment such as electronics. True numbers will emerge over the next several days. Right now, we're just dealing with estimates, which do tend to be a little higher. Moving south towards Izium, Izyum, Ukrainian troops released video today of them raising the flag around several points in Izium city. However, there are apparently some straggler Russian forces in the area that did not successfully evacuate yet, and the city is likely still contested to an extent. The Ukrainian government says it is too early to call it as fully liberated just yet. Further to the east, across the Seversky Donetsk River, Ukrainian troops continue to apparently menace towards Yampil and Liman, Lyman, and reportedly Russian forces in Liman have committed to an urban defense, and as such the town is not yet captured by Ukrainian troops. The destruction of Russian ammo depots in this area will likely impede the Russian defenders, although the lack of Ukrainian heavy equipment, as they've had to cross the river with, at best, heavily damaged bridges, may also slow the Ukrainian offensive into the city. Russian forces have thus far been unable to push against Ukrainian troops enough to reclaim territory taken on the northern bank of the river. Moving further east towards Seversk and Lysychansk, while Russian forces continue to shell into the Seversk region, they appear to have been dislodged somewhat from the town immediately to its east. There are reports of Ukrainian troops being spotted on the outskirts of Lysychansk, and Ukrainian forces notably took control of the town midway to the north, Bilhorivka, and reportedly the Russian position in the refineries due east of Seversk at Verkhno-Kamyanka. The majority of Russian forces appear to have moved their attention south towards Bakhmut or withdrawn to other locations. Speaking of Bakhmut, and starting from the north and running through the city and then to the south, fighting continues in the northeastern suburb of Soledar, with Russian forces having been pushed back, attempting an assault towards the south of the town in the suburb of Bakhmut-Ski, apparently repelled. In Bakhmut proper, shelling continues, and Russian forces have reattempted assaults into the southeast region of Bakhmut city, repelled in intense fighting. To the southeast of the city proper, Russian forces are confirmed to have taken the former Ukrainian strongpoint of Kodema, as well as managing to clear out some of the Ukrainian fortified positions in the hills to the west, indicating that Russia will be able to open up another line of attack towards South Bakhmut. Russia is also focusing its efforts on other access points to South Bakhmut, although the presence of Ukrainian strongpoints and minefields have hampered their movements. And unfortunately, Ukrainian troops in the region continue to repeat concerns about supplies. Moving south towards Donetsk, Russian and Ukrainian troops continue to skirmish along the front lines, with Russian troops continuing attempts to push further into the southwest suburb of Marinka and more to the northwest around Avdiivka. It appears that Russian forces in this southwest area are also attempting to push out into some of the rural communities, more so towards Vuhledar, and we will talk about that town when we get to the south. There are reports of a possible Ukrainian offensive from New York, not the one with Manhattan, the one that's spelled NIU, south and southeast towards the Horlivka suburbs, the next major city due northeast of Donetsk, with Ukraine saying today they had repelled a Russian assault from the direction of Oza-Yanivka. This lies towards the connecting highway between the two cities, although it is considerably further than anyone had assessed Ukrainian positions being. Ukraine attempted an assault towards Pisky to the southwest of Avdiivka and potentially en route to the Donetsk airport yesterday. This assault was repelled, with Russian artillery destroying at least 2 tanks and some Ukrainian troops being captive, including a contact on the ground. Not every battle is won, unfortunately. But luckily, that contact is still alive, although ransom notes were received by his family. Russian forces attempted assaults northwest of Pisky after repelling this attack yesterday towards a Ukrainian bridge controlled in Vodyan. They were repelled. The head of the DPR proxy government is still missing in action following video of him driving out of town yesterday. His resignation note, however, is dubious at best, as he probably doesn't have a lot of value if he resigns his position. Moving south towards Mariupol along the coast, the situation remains grim, and there is not predicted to be enough heating infrastructure to make the city generally livable through the winter. Russian forces were visualized moving additional equipment towards Mariupol today, although it is unknown what the ultimate destination is. Russian troops have already picked up and moved a number of heavy equipment previously deployed out of the city to unknown points further to the north and west. There was also a propaganda concert there, but I'm not even going to dignify that talking about it. It was held right outside the Opera House that was leveled with massive civilian casualties. Moving to Zaporizhzhia and the southern axis, Ukrainian troops continue to shell along the front lines with Russian forces and accumulate supplies. The number 6 and final reactor at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant was put into cold shutdown mode after its backup power line was restored yesterday. The full shutdown of reactor operations will impact electrical supplies in the region, but it also diminishes the chance of a radiological event. The reactor is currently entirely offline as of a couple hours ago and cannot be restarted quickly. Russians are nervous in this area. Poor Igor Girkin, noted FSB propagandist extraordinaire, a large quantity of Ukrainian military equipment has been spotted around the Ukrainian strongpoint of Vuhledar, that is Vuhledar. It's about 100 kilometers north of Mariupol. This Ukrainian strongpoint began removing mines around it today, and Russian forces responded with heavy rocket shelling on the area. Igor Girkin stated that, quote, the situation in this region is not much different than the one that took place in the Balaklia region a week ago, unquote, and drew reference to the lack of Russian troops in the area. Moving west towards Kherson. Across the Kherson front today, the ongoing Ukrainian operation continues. Russia launched 19 airstrikes, and there were 3 Ukrainian airstrikes, which, along with over 270 Ukrainian artillery strikes, were responsible for eliminating 40 soldiers, 4 tanks, 4 armored vehicles, 3 artillery guns, 3 ammo depots, 1 UAV, and 1 ferry crossing. The increase in Russian airstrikes and decrease in Ukrainian airstrikes have continued for the past several days. In summary, the front in Kherson remained relatively stable today in the south, although there are reports of Russian troops withdrawing back from the northwest of Kherson city due to supply issues. We're going to start from the west of Kherson, move clockwise. To the northwest of Kherson city, Ukrainian troops have allegedly pushed down further on the sides of the M14 highway, reaching the town of Barvinok to the east of Kislivka. This is the main highway leading from Mykolaiv down to Kherson. There are unconfirmed reports that Russian troops have been withdrawing back towards Kherson city in this area as they have expended large quantities of artillery ammo that they cannot adequately resupply. In response, they are trying to withdraw further south so they can be under cover of Russian artillery arranged on the south bank of the Dnipro River, which is much more easily supplied. One uses considerably more artillery on defense than attack, and with the diminished Russian supply lines and ammo depots, this makes some sense. Broadly speaking, Russian troops are reported to have withdrawn some 5 to 10 kilometers back towards Kherson. This withdrawal, if true, will give Ukrainian forces likely even more artillery range into Kherson and its surrounding environment. It will also possibly increase Ukrainian artillery coverage of the Dnipro River itself, further hindering Russian pontoon operations. In short, this is a bad situation for Russian forces west of Kherson, and it speaks to the supply shortages that they are dealing with. North of Kherson, near Sny-Horivka, along the western bank of the Inhulets River, that's the Serpentine River you'll see to the northeast of Kherson city if you're following along, it continues to be struck by Ukrainian artillery, and there are reports of a Ukrainian ground assault on their positions starting yesterday. There are reports that Russia may be retreating from their final base on the western side of this river back across the river, as they can. Fighting continues, if we move further northeast, to the southwest of Davidi Brid, near Suky Stavok, the large area where Ukrainian troops were able to cross the Inhulets River and are attempting to make gains towards the western of the 2 major supply highways for Russian forces northeast of Kherson. The Ukrainian units in this area have been under heavy airstrikes, and their forward momentum has apparently slowed considerably. The maximum extent of Ukrainian troops is believed to be the Stepov-Shakov area, which is immediately to the west of the highway proper. You should see that represented with some arrows, blue arrows, on the map. Further to the northeast from here, there is no apparent update since Ukrainian troops took Vyskopelia several days ago, as Russian artillery fire seems to indicate the front line here has not materially changed in the last week. Ukrainian forces are believed to be skirmishing around Novovoskrenske at their maximum, the one arrow pushing through on the map. And then, despite previous reports that Zolota Balka, the town furthest to the east, really basically touching the river along this front line, had been retaken by Ukrainian forces, per contacts on the ground who were a little aggravated, there is still a Russian military presence north of the town that they quite literally almost ran into. Thusly, it cannot be said that Ukraine has managed to maneuver down the eastern highway to a great extent in the last several days. There are reportedly a number of Russian pontoon barge operations moving into Kherson city from the south across the river, and these continue to be hit and targeted daily. There is reportedly evidence of a Ukrainian close air support mission near Kherson, which Russia claims is actually the aircraft being shot down, despite the fact the plane veers out of frame away from the explosion. Missile strikes and partisan attacks continue in Kherson, where the local military recruitment center and other targets were fired upon. Apparently, Russian reporters in Kherson are being prohibited from open reporting or publishing combat footage. Russia generally continues to clamp down civilians in Kherson, Citizens who approach the bridge near Kherson or the Novokokha Dam are threatened with being shot on sight. Moving to Odessa, the Black Sea, and Crimea, reportedly in the Black Sea, there are 3 ships with about 18 missiles available for use after the strikes today, and stormy seas have increased the risk of free-floating sea mines exploding near the shorelines. A man set off fireworks in the Odessa city of Balta. Despite the ban and celebration of the Ukrainian offensive, he was served a court summons. Some Odessan citizens are protesting at a large construction company that had inadequately prepared electrical supplies to their homes, which now have ludicrously high electric bills due to the war. Since the war began, more than 100 missile strikes have been launched into the Odessa region. As a result, 138 residents were injured, 76 were killed, 3 of them children. It was possible to save 42 people and restore more than 100 buildings. In general, yesterday, Ukrainian forces eliminated 400 soldiers for a total of 52,650, 33 armored vehicles, 18 tanks, 4 artillery guns, 19 cars and trucks, 3 aircraft, 1 helicopter, and 4 UAVs, with the losses most pronounced in the Donetsk and Kherson regions. In very rapid situations such as we've seen, it is better to be delayed in info and accurate rather than trying to be first with repeating rumors that may be false. Resentment grows among Russian citizens in Russia in the face of ever-present recruitment efforts and the consequent lack of pay and military deaths on the front lines. Hysterically enough, one Russian governor stated he would personally love to fight in Ukraine if he just wasn't holding office, at which point a petition has been started by his local residents in order to send him there. Propaganda videos of Russian troops training in the east have shown terrible form and training, with one group just having a local shoot over their heads while they all ran around and took pot shots downrange, not even towards targets. Kadyrov criticized the Ministry of Defense of Russia for the retreat in the Kharkiv region, says he wants to go to the Ministry of Defense and Putin to, quote, explain the situation to them, unquote. Remains to be seen if now that he seems to have been told to step down from his previous position in Chechnya, whether he can still get away with his rather boisterous tone. Allegedly, Russian forces are supplying DPR and LPR conscript troops with D1 and D44 artillery guns, which were made in 1943 and 1946, respectively, and also defective ammo that has been improperly stored for decades. One of these guns exploded 2 days ago, killing 4 crew members. The picture sent to me of this gun appears to be from the winter, but given that there's recent activity in the last week on Russian social media asking for firing tables and other technical documents about these guns, indicates that they are likely using them. Looking forward, the intent of Russia is apparently to stabilize the northeast front along the Oskil River, and it remains to be seen if this comes to pass. Per open source reports, the Ukrainian rapid movement in the northeast comes by using numerous wheeled vehicles supported by larger mechanized forces with a number of NATO supplied equipment. Approximately 50% of the known Ukrainian stockpile of equipment donated has yet to be seen, indicating potential use elsewhere. Regarding this, if you see something, say nothing. Otherwise, if there's any questions, thank you for letting me speak. I'll stick around.
Thank you, Language. Thank you very much. Folks, there's probably a lot of questions for Language. Please raise your hand if you're in the speaker section. I can't tell if you want to speak if you don't raise your hand. And because other people might want to request, I might have to drop people down if their hand is not raised. So please raise your hand if you have questions for Language Learner, and he will probably respond directly to you. Also, please share and retweet the space. That's the only way we can get the word out. And please visit MriyaAid.org. Right now, with this offensive underway, the need for non-lethal aid has never been greater. So please, if you have a few extra dollars, the best place they could be spent would be to save lives, save Ukrainian lives. Language, I'm going to hand over to you and let you take the hands directly. I think that works best for you, right?
Sure. I don't know exactly who was first, but just going off what's on my screen, let's start with Phil Scumpia. Go to A Fellow Against Fascism and then to Tim. And I see Roy Lee is also up here, so we'll go to him afterwards if he's got any questions, as well as Misfit and Dr. Ball.
Thanks, Language. I just had a simple question. With all the chaos that was going on as the Russians were routed and retreating, how were they leaving like these, behind the lines strongholds like Svatov and, Kupiansk? Were they leaving in military vehicles? Were they like leaving with anything that's usable, or were they just leaving in civilian cars? And the same thing, now they seem to be going to Luhansk and Donetsk. The reason why I ask is, can they be, pushed into other battlefield areas like Bakhmut, where they can put pressure on the Ukrainians there? Thank you.
Yeah, so we've seen the Russians have been retreating with everything available to them, up and to including bicycles in some notable cases. Generally, further east, they tried to pull back with military vehicles. They even did this to the west in the advance of the Ukrainian offensive. However, there's also been footage of both the Russians and collaborators basically hijacking civilian cars, sometimes at gunpoint, and driving them off just to get out of Dodge. Whether they can actively be redeployed further south towards Bakhmut or other areas, it's going to take, at absolute minimum, I would hazard a week to get there if they all suddenly wake up tomorrow and they're firm and focused, and I doubt that's going to be the case. So while there's still certainly a time-sensitive nature to some possible Ukrainian operations in other areas with these forces being redeployed, it's not something that they can just teleport over to.
Thanks, Language. And just a small follow-up to that, could the Liman offensive could the Ukrainians use some focus there and towards Seversk and Lysychansk to take pressure off of Bakhmut as well, where it seems the Russians are focusing? Because if the north of that line collapses, I would assume that it would be more difficult to hold the south as well. Thank you.
So yes and no. Remember that between Lysychansk and Severodonetsk, most of those bridges are destroyed, and the Russian attack didn't come from across the river. It came from down south, from Popasna up in north. So destroying the northern Russian lines, while would certainly put pressure on them, and they could be assaulted from an entirely different axis, it doesn't necessarily mean that they would all collapse. The forces in Bakhmut are being broadly supplied more so from the east and the south. So until you can deal with those, they're probably not going to be changed. Horlivka, the major city south of Bakhmut, has been Russian controlled since 2014. And as a result, the supplies there are pretty well solid, although there are still those speculations about whatever Ukraine is doing out of New York closer towards Horlivka.
Thank you, Language.
Thank you. Let's go to a fella again who had their hand up, then to Tim, to Roy Lee, to Misfit, and to Rosalie.
Hey, you answered my question with the last one, so thank you.
All right, in that case, let's go to Tim.
Yeah, hey, hello from the good old US of A. Just wanted to call out all the fellas and thank them for their service during this war. It's quite an interesting phenomenon. And just want to let you know, around Spaces on Twitter, there's actually a lot of pro-Kremlin voices out there. So if you get an opportunity to kind of seek those out, search and tell them the truth. If you can, tell them how things are actually going. They're quite shocked when you let them know. So wanted to call that out for a second. But wanted to ask the panel or the group, like, what exactly is going on inside of Russian politics right now? I know the situation in Ukraine past 6 months have not gone according to the plan of Vladimir Putin, Dmitry Medvedev, and many others within the power structure of Ukraine. What exactly is going on behind the scenes, and what's developing that normal people can't kind of see?
Language, do you mind if I take that?
Please.
Yeah. So two things, Tim. One thing, let's try to keep the questions to specific to Language's military update because he doesn't have a lot of time, and we can always circle back to that question. I will say just offhand that not many people, including many Russia experts, have any clue what's going on. It's almost impossible to know. So let's let Language finish his update and take all the questions related to his update, and then maybe we could circle back to that. If that's okay with you, please.
Understood and appreciate the candor.
Yeah, broadly speaking, what we're seeing publicly in Russia is people pointing fingers at each other. But beyond that, we can't really tell more. It's definitely entered the public consciousness more than it had a week ago, but it's becoming a game of who's to blame more so than, directing it at Putin. Aside from that one outcropping of, I want to say, Duma members in St. Petersburg, which was immediately quashed, there's been no indications of anything else happening behind the scenes. With that, let's go to Roy.
All right, guys, real quick. I have a quick question. So, seems like the power plant in the Zaporizhia is being shut down. I have a quick question. That has 25% of the Ukrainian entire power production. What is the Ukraine going to be using for the remainder of this the winter to heat up their house?
So it's a good point. It had already been drastically reduced. I want to say they were operating with 5 out of 6 reactors at the start of the war. It might have been 4 out of 6. Since then, it's been systematically reduced because of Russian damage to electrical lines, so on and so forth. Right now, for the last week or so, it's only been running on one single generator or one single reactor that has been officially shut down as of a couple hours ago. There is other power plants. However, the fact remains that there's going to be critical infrastructure losses going into the winter, and it's going to be a very cold and challenging winter for the broader population in Ukraine. Firewood sales have already spiked in Western Ukraine because if you can use it, that's something you can depend a lot more on than perhaps some of the gas and electric supplies, especially given Russian targeting of the latter. Does that answer the question, Roy? All right. With that, let's go to Misfit, then Rosalie, and then to Dr. Paul.
I think Rosalie might have been before me. If she'd like to go, I'm happy to wait.
No, go ahead.
Okay, a couple quick ones for you, Language, and thanks again for the update. It's much appreciated, and same for those who keep running this great space. I wanted to ask, you mentioned heavy strikes on Ukrainian positions in the Kherson region. I was kind of under the impression that Russia was pretty limited as far as how far they could travel in the airspace there. I wonder if maybe you could speak to that. And then a quick follow-up to, well, a separate question would be, there were rumors, or I thought maybe you had talked about Crimea yesterday. If you have any info on Crimea. Thanks.
Sure. So we'll hit Crimea first. That's, for those listening, that is due northwest of Severodonetsk on the far side of the river, so the northern side here from Ukrainian positions. There was a lot of allegations swarming around yesterday of Ukrainian troops being in the area. While that isn't continuing to manifest, there is some of the photos that were shared seem to have been older ones. There were really heavy strikes on Russian bases and ammo depots in the area. Those, frankly, all burned down in pretty short order. Beyond that, aside from the fact that this supplies the Russian forces at Liman, where there may be some reinforcements headed, but that's also unclear. There's not a whole lot more to report there. As far as airstrikes in the south, and this delves a bit into how Russia uses their air force, they use them like they use their artillery, i.e. they don't give them a lot of freedom. They don't say, fly here, find something and kill it. They say, you go to this town and you shoot at everything you can, and then you leave. Russian forces have been doing that with airstrikes, specifically in that breakthrough area the Ukrainians have made in northern Kherson. Their airstrikes have gone, they went up dramatically. They had like 31 strikes a couple days ago, then down to 7, now up to 23. There is Ukrainian anti-air forces there. Ukrainian airstrikes have also notably decreased in the south by a fairly large factor. They went from being in the low 20s to being in the single digits. I suspect Russia is exerting its air force in a more aggressive way because they did lose 3 planes today. But frankly, Russia does possess better air-to-air missiles than Ukraine does, in that they can shoot from further away. And so it may be rendering the airspace more dangerous for Ukrainian fighters, and as a result, more permissive for the Russian ones if they're willing to keep sustaining these casualties.
Yeah, that makes sense. They kind of burn in and target and run out. It's not so much that they've got time to loiter there, given the air defense assets that Ukraine does have there. It sounds like to me.
That seems about right. I mean, I haven't seen any evidence of loitering Russian strikes. Mostly they zoom, fire a missile, and then boom out of there. I know I'm using zoom and boom wrong, but I don't particularly care. So that seems to be what they're doing. They're not necessarily flying over the battlefield, dropping things willy-nilly. They're still shooting from tens of kilometers away when they can. There was some footage today of 2 Russian jets, possibly in the south, though it's not explicitly clear, that were flying overhead, fired some really dumb missiles from a decent range, and then took fire from some anti-air man pads. So either like a Stinger shoulder launch missile or an Igla. The first one kind of managed to evade the missile. It looks like his wingman took a shot, though, and started leaking fuel or burning smoke of some kind. So the fact that they can still be targeted by really just anti-air missiles that were developed in the 80s and beyond is not it doesn't mean they're going to be able to fly wherever they want, to put it mildly.
Well, the reason I asked the question really stems from there was kind of a blanket statement made that Russian fighters weren't able to enter Ukrainian-controlled airspace, for a significant period of time. And my understanding was that this, this was a factor as far as the areas that you were speaking about, Snihurivka, the northern bank there in Kherson in the south. So could you maybe clarify that? Do you know the statement I'm speaking of? It was like, Russian fighters. Yeah.
Yeah, it's something I actually said, repeating it from the Ukrainian government. I think they are kind of hedging. As I'm looking at these videos now, they may be kind of hedging their bets when they're saying that these Russian fighters are not flying over Ukrainian-controlled airspace. I think they're meaning areas that Ukraine de facto controls as their positions, i.e. before they weren't flying over Kharkiv city, they weren't flying into Sumy Oblast, they weren't flying, into the northwest of Kherson or north into Zaporizhia, right? But where those lines get drawn between Russian-controlled areas and Ukrainian-controlled areas does start to get a little bit more muddy. And the fact that there's footage of Russians firing dumb missiles, which can still travel, several kilometers before peeling off, indicates that, maybe the statement's being a little more generous than perhaps it could be. Also, with Ukrainian air defenses and whatnot, they moved them up very quickly in the east, and Russian planes really didn't attack there. Here across the river, perhaps they've been slightly more limited, and as a result, they're relying more on these man pads in order to try and keep their airspace clear. There have been videos from the east actually of essentially a Ukrainian soldier just rocking and rolling in the back of a pickup truck with a couple anti-air launchers and using that to guard things. So the true extent of Ukrainian air defenses is still currently unknown, unfortunately. And perhaps the statements made before were a little more optimistic and a little less, explicitly clear to the situation on the ground.
Makes sense. Thank you. And I'll circle around for another question later. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Rosalie and then Dr. Paul.
Hi. So CJ earlier shared that in the past week there's been about 9,500 square kilometers that have been liberated, and if they could somehow keep that pace up, that the war would be over in 89 days. And the other thing is that Constantine shared that he believes that there's reserves, which suggests that the military is not overextended and perhaps able to rotate. Is this pace sustainable for a military that has the logistics and manpower? Or is it just too much of a sprint? And then also, should we expect like an accelerating sort of pace because they've lost access to supplies and can't fight if they don't have supplies?
So I'd say broadly, yes, we will. I'm always very hesitant to call things as this is the high watermark, but if Russia's back isn't broken, they've certainly lost their Achilles tendon here. The true amount of equipment that they have lost is going to come out over the next several days, but it is massive. Whatever the number is, it is not something they can afford to lose, given tremendous inadequacies they already have. However many thousands of soldiers they've lost, either killed, wounded, or captured. Also things they can't afford to lose. It's why they've been going to the point of recruiting people from psychiatric hospitals. They're not doing well as far as that goes, right? However, can Ukraine keep this up indefinitely? Every front is different, right? Here we saw a generally under-reinforced and really poor lines of defense, which very well may be true elsewhere around the battlefield, of Russian defenders that melted away in many cases before they ever came in contact with Ukrainian troops. Ukrainians were capturing towns with 3 pickup trucks and an armored personnel carrier behind them, and maybe having a shootout with 2 or 3 holdouts who missed the bus. If they tried to run this towards Donetsk city, it would probably be a different story, unfortunately. We didn't see any major urban combat, which is fantastic. They were able to motivate the Russians to leave before that. But every battlefield is a little different. We are running up against the terrain obstacle of the Oskil River, and there's no indication thus far that Ukrainian troops have managed to cross it in force or will be able to do so, though I could very well be wrong on that. I think it's hard to say, well, if we keep up this pace, then it'll be over in 89 days. It's possible, certainly, but the relatively flat area of northeastern Ukraine, ideal tank country, as people have said for a while, is a different beast than perhaps the south or the east, especially as we start to move into areas that have been Russian controlled for 8 years and do have, at least allegedly, more defenses. But as far as supplies and what will this do to Russia, I imagine this will hasten the deficiencies they have. And as far as reinforcements and have they outrun their supply lines for Ukraine, even the Russians are saying the Ukrainians have more people in reserve. This isn't it. And as I mentioned in the update, this is only approximately 50% of the NATO equipment we have seen sent to Ukraine has been seen in this, which stands to reason there's another 50% somewhere else. And if they can repeat this, well, then we start to talk about, general withdrawals and retreats and whatnot across a much larger section of the battlefield. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Dr. Paul, and then to Scott, and then to Joanna.
Before we do language, I just have to remind people that if you want to speak, please raise your hand. Otherwise, I got to drop you down because we've got lots of requests to ask language questions, and I can't do that if there are too many speaker spots that are taken by people who don't have their hand up. Okay, so excellent. Just raise your hand. Let me know that you do want to ask a question or speak. Tim, I know you have a follow-up after this. But if I do have to drop you down, please feel free to re-request. Sorry for the interruption. Carry on, language.
Yep, I want to say the next person was Misfit, and then to Scott, and then to Joanna. Misfit, are you there? Do I have the order wrong?
Yeah, oh, sorry. I didn't know you called on me. Okay, so I wanted to ask another question about the South. I had read that there was a possibility some Russian units were retreating to be covered by artillery fire on the east bank of the river because supplies are becoming such an issue. Have you seen anything to that effect? And if so, could you speak on that?
So yeah, that's in Kherson, specifically to the northwest of Kherson City. And I'll try and find the picture and throw it up. There are allegations that because the Russian forces to the northwest of Kherson City have expended so much artillery ammo and they cannot get more easily, that they are not pulling back across the river, but they are pulling back towards Kherson City, where Ukrainian or Russian artillery on the south side of the river can cover them. And because this Russian artillery doesn't need to go over hill and dale to get our ammo, they can actually resupply, right? So we're not presently seeing a balance of Russian forces move south across the river. At least we aren't yet. Frankly, we've been seeing more Russian forces moving north across the river than anything. However, we are seeing hopefully a gain of 5 to 10 kilometers in the northwest, which means that then Ukraine artillery will be able to range further into Kherson proper to destroy targets, as well as possibly hit more things in the river, including some of those Russian artillery guns on the far side.
Yeah, that makes sense. Appreciate that.
All right, let's go to Scott, then Joanna, and then to Jose Neto.
Yeah, two questions. The first one is I wanted to follow up on Rosalie's question. She had mentioned the 89 days, but one of the things that I don't think that you mentioned in kind of responding to her is kind of the fall weather that there's a Rasposita or something that basically people are kind of saying it's going to start raining, and within several weeks. So the tempo of this operation, even if it's sustained, likely doesn't have to go on for all that long, because they're kind of going to run up into kind of weather conditions where, sustaining an offensive for very long might not, be sustainable, and where it's likely going to get frozen, somewhat frozen by the weather to some extent before too long. Is that your assessment? That, I guess that's my first question.
I think getting into the winter is going to be hard. There's a lot of folks in the Ukrainian government, including Zelensky himself, who said these are going to be the hardest 90 days of winter we've had in a lifetime. And that applies to the civilians as well as to those fighting in the field. And I could go on for a long time about what cold is and what cold means and what cold does to you when you can't get warm. The question, and it's the $1 million one, will Ukrainian forces be able to sustain offensive combat operations when it gets to -20, right? Do we think Russians can? Probably not. They've already, had issues with that in February. Will they be able to do that for a longer time when they don't have all the resources they had in February? I suspect not. But there's a reason why in Afghanistan there was the fighting season, and it was when it was warm and not when it was cold, because it sucks to be on a hike and be cold and get your feet wet. It's another thing when you're got people shooting at you and you can't go somewhere to get warm. Russia took a lot of cold weather related casualties early on, and unfortunately Ukraine did to some extent. So that's going to be a question we're going to have to see as that develops. I just don't know which way it's going to go.
And yeah, the second question that I had was, I had seen a bunch of stuff come out from sources that I would say that, tend to be more favorable towards Russian narratives about, a failed counterattack in Pisky. Is that something that was somewhat significant? It seems like they may have mentioned only one vehicle, and it seems like people may be trying to point to, anything that can be pointed to as a Russian victory at this time. Is that, something that more or less should be ignored, or is that something that actually was, happened and was somewhat significant?
Unfortunately, I know it happens because a mutual contact was captured and his family got a ransom note today. So that did happen. 2 tanks were destroyed. Not every assault's a victory. People die. It's a war. This was one of the bad times. Russian forces have pushed into Pisky. Ukrainian troops had basically marked the entire area for artillery strikes and were doing quite well. Russian troops pulled back. Ukrainian forces pushed in, tried to continue the momentum, and ran into an artillery barrage that they didn't really see coming. So, that's just about the long and the short of it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Let's go to Joanna, and then to Jose, and then to William.
Thank you. I am not quite sure about how much territory in Donetsk and Luhansk were taken after the February invasion, as opposed to what was taken, 8 years earlier. And I also have heard that in those areas, not only are there, Russian, like pro-Russian partisans, but also that a lot of pro-Ukraine people left, and then Russians were brought in to populate the area. And so I don't know what the dynamic is for those areas, but it seems from what I've been hearing that the areas of East Russia, like around Mariupol, that people who were kind of pro-Russian, now they hate Russia. Like everybody hates Russia. And the DNR, if that's the name of them, like they're getting conscripted, their people are getting dragged off the street and sent to the front. Like, so how effectively will Russia be able to hold that area, the so-called republic, as time goes on, even though they've been there for 8 years and it's quite fortified? What are the people who live there like? Have their feelings changed? And so that even to the extent that they may have supported Russia, that now they really don't support Russia? Because, we hear so much about the kind of that area, and it's well fortified, and it's, geographically hard to penetrate and so on. But what do you think the people that live there feel, and will that affect any further action to retake that area? That's my first question. And my second question is, now that everybody is saying, oh, gee, Ukraine could win, we should give them what they want. Can you just tell me, if you were Zelensky or somebody in charge of getting equipment for Ukraine now, besides things like really warm winter clothes, but actually weapons that the Western countries have held back, are they now, what would you get to win? Like, because they're saying, oh, if we give them equipment now, they could win, and so, like, what would you give them? Thank you.
So good questions. The first one being about broader perspectives towards Russia and the occupied territories. They're bad. The Russians have literally flooded mines and told the mine workers, see, you've got no opportunities now. You might as well come serve in the military. And then when they die, they roll their bodies into a ditch and tell the wives and families, oh, he deserted, or we can't give you money for whatever reason. That doesn't tend to breed a lot of positive warm and fuzzies, right? Does this mean you're going to have large partisan operations there? Probably not. Frankly, 8 years of repression has done a pretty good job at weeding that out of people. You can kick a dog enough times, it's just going to go sit in the corner and try not to get kicked anymore, right? What does that look like when Ukrainian forces start to push into there? I don't know. I'm going to challenge that anybody really expected Ukraine to take this territory this quickly, even the Ukrainians. So it may happen again, because Russia's manpower issues have not gotten better since this offensive began. In fact, they've gotten worse. But it all depends on whether Russia can keep to their defenses. Will Ukraine be able to make inroads with their intelligence services as partisan operations continue? Most likely, yes. People who have watched their family members get butchered or had to hide their husbands and sons in their basements for months so they don't get conscripted and sent to die tend to be a lot more open towards, yeah, I'll send you some pictures of where the Russian troops are, just leave me out of it. As far as the second question, I'm certainly not in charge, nor should I be. If I was Zelensky asking for everything, I would have asked for F-16s 3 months ago. Maybe they did. I would have asked for longer range, more modern NATO weaponry that can get put on the aircraft they currently have. We know they did. And I would ask for longer range rocket artillery. They can hit targets further away, a thing they continue to agitate for. And then on top of all that, which is what they've said within the last week, is we want you to let us take the gloves off and start shooting into Russia. If he can do all that, and while there's political considerations about raining missiles on Belgorod, both for and against, that would hasten the end of this war. That's the real big thing. More aircraft that they can use, more training on aircraft that they can use in the future that will drastically change the game. There's a reason the U.S. military focused so much on owning the air. And then if they can't do that, then getting longer range missiles like ATACMS and other stuff. Does that sort of answer the question?
Yeah, and I just wonder now, could that happen? Like, is there much more of a possibility of that happening now? Because what I had kind of heard was that the West was supplying enough weapons that they weren't getting defeated, but they weren't giving them enough weapons to win. And so, is there a sense now that Ukraine will get what it needs to shorten the war?
Well, if I might intervene here, Jonah, clearly Ukraine is winning. They're actually achieving historical winning. We haven't seen anything like this. I think it's been compared to, the 1973 Egyptian-Israeli war or Arab-Israeli war. Ukraine is absolutely kicking Russia out of their country. So they've got what they need. They're going to get what they need, and they'll continue to get what they need. So at this point, I'm not particularly worried. The Ukrainians absolutely know what they're doing. Their general staff have demonstrated exceptional planning and ability, and they are fighting bravely and with tenacity, and I'm expecting a very good outcome. So far so good. So I wouldn't worry too much about the Ukrainians not getting what they needed, because right now they seem to have what they need. And let's not forget that currently their biggest arms supplier is Russia. So.
Okay.
Yeah, you basically said all there is to say on that.
Yeah, I'd say give them more. There's more to say. Give them what they want. Give them everything. So I'll stop now. Bye. Thank you.
Well, nothing to stop with. Talk to your elected representative. Keep the pressure on, especially if you're in America. That's probably one of the best things we can do.
Now, I'm an American who moved to Canada many years ago during the war in Vietnam. So.
Okay. Well, then contact the Canadian Parliament, I guess. They may actually answer calls. My representative doesn't.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to William and then to Misfit. I think we may have lost Jose.
First, can I get a mic check? I'm in a rural part of the country. All right, perfect. So I was going to make two quick points about a couple of things that were being talked about. Cold weather, first off. So I think sometimes when this conversation is brought up on this channel, we have people who are, diehard military folks like Chuck and CJ and folks like that talk about cold weather. You have people who may not be used to the military style stuff, and I do not think about the cold weather as much as I think it's talked about in general, media and stuff like that. We have a lot of really good technology these days to keep ourselves warm when you're a fighting force. And also, again, we're trained as soldiers to go through the hard part of stuff. So the idea of cold, if you're going to the Arctic, that's a different story. But if you're in a place where it's just regular, different types of seasons going on, whether it's a really cold season, say if you're in the northern part of America, etc. We have the technology and the equipment to make life on a day-to-day basis pretty okay. The difference with that is supply, because you can only be cold for so long. You can only rely on Under Armour and things like that for so long. So the idea of hot meals, knowing that you're going to get rotated back after you've been out in the cold for a few days, those are really things that are important. And those are all things that bode well for the chances of the Ukrainian fighting force, or like not the chances, but I guess the potential of victory. Because what Ukraine's going to be able to do is, again, any Russian force inside of the Ukraine territory, they have to deal with the idea of partisans. They got the idea of really bad supply chains, where Ukraine is able to, again, take ground and also backfill it with local forces, police, etc., to then also have a good supply chain. So I think that the conversation about cold weather is a little overblown. I mean, we have conversations about terrain with trucks and tanks and stuff, but I think that the Ukrainian fighting force is going to be just fine being able to fight in the cold weather, because all it takes is a little bit of guts and dealing with the cold and good equipment. And I think that they're going to get all of it. We need to supply them with everything they can, but I think we have the technology when it comes to cold weather gear to make this winter not that bad for Ukrainian fighting force when it comes to actual combat. The second thing in language, I did not realize you had somebody connected with the onslaught or the engagement earlier today. And what I wanted to say is that,
not necessarily, the friend of a friend.
Yeah, sorry, a connection. War is a terrible thing, and even in Iraq and Afghanistan, if you lost one person during deployment, it was a bad thing. So I always will say that it's always bad. But we've seen many reports over the last few weeks of where we've seen combat operations, maybe a movement to contact, which is considered a mission, an objective, be considered, because it's the only thing that's caught on video, as the counteroffensive. So I've seen a counteroffensive fail in the south because one company of Ukrainian soldiers got stopped. That happens in war. It happens in war that a platoon of tanks and infantry go on the offensive and they get knocked back. That is not a counterattack. So I wanted to make sure for folks who aren't military folks, when you see a video and the only thing you see is a view from a UAV, that's only one small part of the battlefield. So when you hear a counteroffense got stopped because a few tanks got blown up, unfortunately, that's the horrible aspects of war that we have to deal with every day. And again, Ukraine is not only, they may lose a couple of punches in a fight, but the overall 12 rounds are going to go to Ukraine, no problem here, if that makes sense.
Very well said.
Please drop me down.
Sure. Jonah, if you click on those three buttons at the top right of your phone, and then it says switch to listening. If you click on that, you'll be able to drop yourself down.
She can also click on her profile picture and it'll give her the option.
Oh, I didn't realize. Let's go to Misfit.
Yeah, language. I wanted to ask you, I'd seen kind of differing reports about what's happening east of the Oskil River in the Kupiansk, Izium vicinity. I've seen reports of Russian troops fleeing towards Svatove and Starobilsk. And I'm just wondering and I've also read where, Russia kind of planned on one hand to set up a defensive posture on the east bank of the Oskil River. And on the other hand, Russian troops fleeing for these, the further and further areas towards the east. Do you have a handle on kind of what's going on east of the Oskil River right now, or is it something that you can talk a little bit about? And if not, I would understand also.
So as best as I can tell at this point, Russian forces have been generally panicking on the east side of the river. There may or may not be some limited Ukrainian partisan special forces folks working there. But any rumors of a Ukrainian general offensive on that side of the river, as of, well, frankly, 6 hours ago, are extraordinary claims and require extraordinary evidence that I have not seen. There is, frankly, Ukraine took more territory in a faster time than they initially anticipated. As the joke I've heard a couple times is, we didn't think the first line of defense would be the only line of defense. Unfortunately, the Oskil River is a line of defense. And with a number of the bridges blown, it's not an impassable obstacle, but it's certainly something that you shouldn't just sprint across. There were a couple attempts down near Oskil itself and Borova. Ukrainian forces were pushed back across the river, and the Russians were able to broadly detonate or control the bridges. So that's as far as I know right now.
And just a quick follow-up to that, it seemed like a number of troops were able to escape or withdraw from the Izium area, around that same area you were just speaking about, Oskil, Borova. Do you have any idea a rough idea of how many troops might have gotten out from being caught in that kind of cauldron there, Izium?
It's difficult to say because I don't have a good number on how many were there. I have heard speculative reports that there's 25,000 people still in Izium. That's bullshit, to put it mildly. There probably wasn't more than 15,000 to 20,000 west of the Oskil River. To be quite honest, the estimates were somewhere between 15 to 30 battalion groups, and those were many of them at half strength. If I was going to split the difference, I'd say there might have been 15,000 people all the way from the border of Russia all the way down to Izium, and a number of those just beat feet. I wouldn't be surprised if we see somewhere around 1,000 troops caught in Izium right now, but a number of them were able to get out. They kind of did punch through the first Ukrainian group that got down there, who then pulled back because the Russians were just moving with such speed and such large numbers that, yeah, you can sit there and blow up a couple vehicles, but these guys are retreating, but you only have so much ammo, and if you see 20 armored vehicles coming your way, well, discretion is the better part of valor, right? So if I was a betting man, I'd say several hundred to maybe 1,000 are still there.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Hungry Mind and then to Daniel.
Thank you. I have a question. There is a rumor in Chinese society that Vladimir Putin was just overthrown. Can you confirm or clarify?
That's probably not true.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Let's go to Daniel.
Okay, about Putin, it's close language. It's very, very, very close. He just postponed the meeting with General Staff yesterday in the evening. There are troops of Central around Moscow. They blocked all the center of the Moscow with huge trucks, so no people go to the Red
That
Square.
was because it was Moscow's, I want to say, birthday of some kind.
I know.
Yeah.
Also, there were elections, local elections. So it's a general feeling that things are very tense. What I want to ask, few things. First, I saw a column of Russian crossing the Oskil River, probably Kamianka. And after that, ZSO on War, after posted that video recorded on drone, they put it the results of artillery strikes on that convoy. And it seems the last logistical convoy was obliterated. A lot of Kamaz trucks made it pieces. What I want to ask, sorry, because I was not present half hour ago when you start to present your military update. What I saw in Telegram channels was three things. First, movement to Donetsk. I understand there are movement to Donetsk of probably offensive. Second, in Luhansk, retreat is much farther east than Ostil River. And this is just a goodwill of the Russians. And already partisans start raising flags anywhere around Severodonetsk. Third, Operation Command South said they shut down 7 missiles caliber and KH, and 2 were shut down, if I remember well, around somewhere in central. Fourth, the partisans from Kherson ask intensively updates from the civilians around Novakakovka. And it's not something usual. I saw hits in Kherson city this night, and I have a feeling we will see not in Donetsk area push, but around Zaporizhia. Sorry, this I find this morning. I hope you can illuminate me with something. Thank you, language.
Sure. So there's a lot to unpack there. As far as Russian logistics being destroyed on the east side of the Oskil River or in that area, that does seem to be likely. Something that is also getting a little confused is that there was a group of Russian forces that attempted to reinforce Kupiansk and were just broadly destroyed. So there's some crossover there. A number of these were logistic units that were dropping off ammo and just got annihilated pretty much where they stopped. There's also been reports of Ukrainian strikes further east over the Oskil, although notably Ukraine artillery really hasn't advanced that far enough to do it yet, nor is Ukrainian Air Force operating quite to that level yet. So while they have the capabilities, they're not all immediately available just for fire missions. I'd say give it probably a couple days to get set up, and they'll be able to, especially with the likely hundreds of thousands, or at least 100,000 shells at the absolute minimum that they've been able to seize from Russian forces. And then as far as questions about Kherson, I may have kind of misunderstood it, but yes, we are seeing more activity around Novakakovka. There was a very large ammo depot that was blown up and burned for about 90 minutes. And then as far as the south goes, around Donetsk, we will simply have to wait and see. And I think that's all we can really say on that for right now. Does that answer your questions, or may I have missed one there?
Yes, mate. I saw something also, Defmon or Andrew Perpetua, is a push to a village in straight direction to Mariupol, and was not something like maybe or no, is a clear push there.
We will have to wait and see, and I think we should leave it at that. With that, if anybody may have missed parts of the update, I did throw it up in the nest at the top. You can see the audio and the text there if you want to take a look at it. And frankly, just because the more eyes I get on it, and since I've started asking people to do this, believe it or not, it's helped a lot more than just my ego. It has had a couple more people sending me information. If you're willing to retweet it, the more people look at it, the more informed people look at it, the more people I can get going, hey, did you know about this? Did you know about this? Or you were a little off on this one. This is how you can correct it. And it lets me continue to build that network. That makes things easier for me. So if you would be so kind, it's up there in the nest. It's on my profile. Knock yourself out. Also, please share and retweet this space. There's a number of fantastic speakers here with a tremendous amount of information, and you really can't get it anywhere else. So both of those, if you would be so kind. And then with that, let's go to William.
So I'm going to do a senseless plug for this amazing space, MriyaReport, right? So you got folks like Language, Yehuda, Axel, Ryan here. I am very lucky that I get to be someone who gets to create readouts and give updates to folks, a large group of folks. And if I was just simply going by local news channels or national news channels, etc., you would never know really what's going on. And I want to go back to talking about how important this space is, not only for supporting organizations like MriyaAid, which is so critical to this fight, But simply being able to provide so many listeners with really, truly up-to-date issues, no BS, no frills, but real objective thinking when it comes to battle sites and also humanitarian sites and financial sites, everything you can think of. So again, we've seen over the last couple of days a lot of folks who have big degrees and big titles start to backtrack and talk about things, but people like Language, who has been giving so many people updates for so long, that have been both measured but also in a more realistic term. I can't thank you enough. So again, that's my shameless plug for all y'all who do this 24 hours a day to support freedom, democracy, and the great people of Ukraine.
Well, thank you, brother. That's very kind of you to say.
Well, thank you, William. And Language, it looks like that clears the people with their hands raised. Again, everyone, if you have a question, please raise your hand. Make sure that the question is germane to the topic, and we'd like to hear from you. And we'll be doing a co-host swap soon. So I know our hand that is a locked account. So let you up. Please raise your hand if you would like to speak and unmute your microphone. And let us know if you have a question or question about Ukraine.
Kudos to all the volunteers here. This is an amazing space. A general question for you, Language. The average person in the States elsewhere gets a significant amount of their news from CNN or network news, etc. Can you just help me understand where you get your information from? Is it X% Ukrainian Telegram channels, Y% Russian Milblog Telegram channels, or a lot of personal contacts that you have developed over the years, or through referrals through the space? Thanks.
So it's hard to distill it down quite that far. A lot of it comes from fantastic individuals that I talk with either on Twitter or in other mediums. War Monitor 3, Andrew Perpetua, both fine folks. I link their maps for a reason, because I use them and I trust them. Occasionally something gets here or there, but we're all only human. They have fantastic sources. There's a number of Telegram channels. There's a number of private chats. There's a number of blogs of locals. I would argue that 90% of all my information is not coming to me in English, which is really the biggest thing. So there are times I feel, I'm not going to say I feel fraudulent doing this, but if you were willing to sit down yourself in front of a computer and, just blast through, learning, Ukrainian, you'd probably be able to pick up a lot of this too. So everybody should, go to your library, get a, Mango Languages or something. But that's really the bulk of it. It's mostly Ukrainian, Russian language sources, and then folks that I've been able to talk to that I trust. And then some personal contacts that I've been able to make, more so over the months than over the years, to be quite honest with you.
I think it's absolutely amazing that the amount of information available in that way, or just generally from open source information. This war is so different from all the ones in the past in that regard, I believe.
Oh, very much. I mean, I posted a video today that I had seen. It's public. It's out there. It showed up on a Telegram channel of the Ukrainian guy with the helmet cam storming a Russian trench, and you're seeing, him dropping Russians 10 feet away from first-person view. It's nuts. In previous wars, I'm sure I want to say date myself on this, but I was looking and I was doing light stuff like this all the way back to Libya in 2011, watching Gaddafi's forces roll up the coast. And there you were lucky if there was a combat photographer nearby who took a picture that was grainy from 10 miles away and that said something that may or may not be true. Here, Ukrainian troops capture a town, and 20 minutes later, you've got a video on Instagram or TikTok showing that they are, where they are, and here it is. And then 10 minutes later, you've got somebody on Twitter who's geolocated it. it's really information overload at some point.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, brother. Let's go to Daniel, and then I will have to run.
Okay, language. I will read something what this you published. Past week, they say these numbers. 3,150 soldiers killed. 6 planes, 7 helicopters, 105 tanks, 38 UAVs, armored combat vehicles, 187, anti-aircraft vehicles, 6, MLRS 17, artillery systems, 116, trucks and things like that, just 169, and radars, 11. But they have a disclaimer. These are just killed and destroyed. Nothing about wounded and captured, which they say is a huge number. My question is very, very simple. I think I missed yesterday an update. How many prisoners were taken? We have a number?
So we have estimates right now. The full number, all we know is that it is, quote, in the thousands. The highest, craziest, most ludicrous estimates. So it's no more than this. And I put that in the update tonight. I want to say the highest estimates I've seen from UA War Mapper, who's generally pretty on the money, although frankly these numbers do seem a little high, is 7,000 Russian troops since this started, which is substantial. We do know that there's been at least 100 captured vehicles. His numbers, so don't hold our feet to the fire on it. The most crazy ones are 7,000 soldiers, some 450 tanks, 1,380 armored vehicles, 54 artillery guns with ammo, 20 air defense systems, and then 11 pieces of special equipment like communications and other, more technological stuff. That's the highest number that I have. And I'd say it's certainly no more than that, and it's probably a little bit less. But we do know of at least verifiably
3 brigades of soldiers captured.
That's what he's saying. All I know is that the Ukrainian government has said it's not hundreds, it's thousands, and we're having logistical issues transporting all these guys. 7,000, I think, is the high water mark as far as I've heard, given the amount of soldiers that were there when the Ukrainians swept through. Though, like I put in the update today, something they did very well was dropping leaflets, but they didn't just drop them from a plane. They fired them at your head with a rocket artillery system, and then they would blow up, 50 feet in the air above you, which has both the effect of A, grabbing your attention and making you read it, and B, realizing that didn't have to be filled with leaflets. That could have been explosives, and I could be dead right now. So there's a real impactful way of getting through to you. These guys aren't playing around, and they just gave me a chance. Maybe I should either take it or run.
I understand they made something like this. First, they send a mass SMS in all Russian numbers, asking them to surrender. I think Nance put this on Twitter almost 1 week ago. The tactic was something like, you shoot first, and then RT barrage, and after that, ask them to surrender. And this was a general tactic. Maybe they are not 7,000, maybe are half. And from this half, maybe some of them, not some, a good chunk of them are DNR and LNR. But the numbers are staggering. And I'm very, very curious how many lieutenant colonels, at least 2 we know, how many high-ranking officers are.
There's a good Twitter account. I want to say it's Ukrainian officer or Russian officers killed in Ukraine. It's at Killed in Ukraine. They have it as of 20 hours ago. The number is 1,133. So then they do add them day by day. So at least several captains. and majors in the last couple days. So that
Just
is
killed, not captured. Killed.
that's just killed. Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to tell exactly how many got captured, and we're still waiting on confirmation. If that was in fact a Russian 2-star general that got captured, there's good evidence that it's not the case. But we know that they're losing people they can't replace because it takes years and years and years to get a competent officer, even in the Russian military. So
When you retreat from the border inside Russia, not just Kharkiv Oblast, and when you retreat east from Luhansk Oblast, there's not only the contact line. So they try probably to go to all defensive lines because they have a shortage of infantry and think it's better for them to defend there. I imagine maybe the numbers are not so wrong. 3 brigades of soldiers captured. Okay, I think I spoke too much. Let others speak. Thank you.
all good. Thank you, brother. So I'll break bound rule. I'll go to William. I don't know if it's for me or for the space, but then I do have to skedaddle somewhere else.
Hey, language. I'm not gonna belabor the point. Thank you so much. I was gonna kind of just back up the idea of combat losses. So if you want to jump off, I'm happy to let you go, brother.
All right. Well, hey, thank you guys all very much for letting me speak. The update's at the top. Take a look at it. Let me know if there's anything that you find confusing or inaccurate. My DMs are always open. And otherwise, have a wonderful evening. Take care.
Thank you, language. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, language.
If you don't mind, I didn't want to keep language here, but I kind of wanted to explain something that I saw as a regular infantry soldier that understands what it takes to keep an infantry company or platoon or battalion running. Is that throughout this war, we've seen Ukraine do a great job of capturing Russian vehicles, overwhelming forces. Whether they're on the offensive or defensive, they've done a very good job of that. The very unique part of the last couple of days, and CJ can talk about it, but it started with a bunch of mobile artillery and artillery pieces being taken over. But what we've seen over the last few days is not just infantry fighting vehicles and tanks, but command vehicles, anti-air units, cooking sites, supply sites. What we've seen when it comes to Russian actual hardware, and we only see so much, right? We only know how many videos are being put out there. But when you start to see, mobile cooking segments being captured, trucks in or mobile kitchens, you've got command vehicles being driven past on flames. You've got anti-air equipment. You've got artillery that fires long range. What is there's a very successful counteroffensive going on, and they're moving drastically in behind the lines. So I think to Daniel's point, I think it was that just looking at the material that we're taking, that the Ukrainians are taking in on a very quick basis, for every one of those command centers, there's probably another 2 or 3 that are being taken over. You're only seeing so much of the battlefield, and with this big of a space. And what we always have to remember is that Russia had to occupy a large area of ground, not only a front line where they had an enemy, or not an enemy, a defender that they were fighting against, but also all the ground behind them. And we learned this in Iraq and Afghanistan, is that you can't control that big of a territory. And what we're seeing is a dedicated freedom fighting country deciding to fight back and fight against these folks. But when you see a supply convoy that has no combat arms being overrun, there's problems, and that's when the route's on.
Thank you, William. I think Daniel wants to speak. We're doing some stuff in the background, so excuse us if there's a few minutes of silence while we try to sort stuff out. We're about to do a co-host swap. Daniel, did you want to respond to William?
I want to say something different than William. I saw something which was very interesting with in Telegram channels of Ukraine, ZSO at war. They said something like, we captured more self-propelled artillery from Russia than Germany gave to us. And was also a disclaimer, this is not bashing to the Germans, and we thank you very, very, very much for your help. And I support that, and I hope everybody understands how bad it is to say about Germans and French military help is not constructive. But what is interesting for me, if I remember, Panzer H-2000 sent by Germans, and not big numbers, probably 10, 20. And I think they captured at least a brigade of Russian 152 and 122 self-propelled artillery. We have any idea, not only Oryx, but other sources, how many self-propelled guns come from Germany? Maybe they didn't publicize anything most than what we know, 10, 20, but I have a feeling are much more.
So I apologize because I'm not going to be able to answer that question. I do not know exactly how many what I will tell you is that one of the most critical parts of this war was a few months ago when not only Germany sent some very high quality self-propelled artillery pieces that could do precision guidance that, along with Army American HIMARS and 177s and 109s, all of these things, right? This is great, but I think that I'm not sure the numbers, and I'm not going to try and count them. But what we saw over the last few days, right, is a brigade of artillery units getting overrun. We saw Russian self-propelled artillery. One of the most key parts of the Russian fighting force is self-propelled artillery, the ability to engage, move to another position, re-engage. We were seeing self-propelled artillery pieces being taken over by small arms fire, which, again, in this kind of a war shouldn't happen, but it's happening. So, all for what I can tell and from what I can assess is that over the last 48 hours is that Ukraine has gained more weaponry from the Russian forces than a lot of the aid packages that got put together. Now, I'm not going to call out any countries or anything like that, but we have seen a significant amount of self-propelled artillery pieces, etc. We've seen companies full of tanks. The most engaged tanks in the Russian artillery, the most advanced ones, being taken over in groups of not one or two, but 10 or 15. So right now, I'm not going to try and count numbers against how much NATO has given, because we don't know, because we also saw pictures today, unrelated. And I'm sure Axel's going to have to wake up in the morning and start looking at plant and fauna to see if there's a real tank in America, in Ukraine. But what we do know is that Ukraine, against all our odds, has put one of the most impressive counterattacks in history in place, and in turn has gained a massive amount of equipment by overrunning Russian forces, sometimes without even a fight. And to get 10 T-80s or T-90s in one without being damaged, it's just crazy. And the fact that they're not blowing their own tanks up when they retreat shows that these people don't really care about it. So I apologize if I can't answer the question about how many German tanks or artillery pieces are in there, but I'm pretty sure that the gains that Ukraine's going to make over the next few days is probably going to gain quite a bit back. But I again, that's not the greatest answer in the world, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to add. Like, it's just, it's crazy. When I said earlier that this was historic, I wasn't just saying that, it is historic. This, okay, 8,000 square kilometers in a week, most of it being achieved in a week. Um, that's nutty. That's absolutely nutty. I don't think that. Um, I don't think there's a historical precedent. I know Germania of the East tried to compare it to the 1973 Yom Kippur War, but this is different again. So it's absolutely stunning victory. I don't know what to compare it to. Even if you look at the advances that were made in 1991 and in 2003 against Iraq, where there are these really fast advances, and these the Schwarzkopf's Hail Mary pass. Even that was done in a situation of complete air dominance, where the surveillance advantage was clearly with the Americans, right? Here, you've got Ukrainians who, haven't had the luxury of doing a 3-month bombing campaign, who didn't start with a surveillance advantage, but built one and managed to pull this off. It's breathtaking, but it does also show. Let's never forget that they are being invaded by let's be blunt, genocidal maniacs, a horde of I call them not an army but a horde of rapists, looters, and pedophiles. And I'm sorry, but they're just despicable. They're not even an army. And I'm sorry to say that, but they've demonstrated this. They're not professional. It's a horde. They loot when they're in occupied territory for a certain period of time. We've seen their what they leave behind. It's absolutely disgusting. I'm going to go on a rant, so I better stop now. Yeah, William, what can I say? You had your hand up. Did you want to add to that?
Let it flow, bloke. Go right ahead.
No fault for railing against these SOBs, right? And I think that we need to make sure. It's not railing against SOBs; it's railing against wrong, and we're on the right side of this history here. And I had a big thing to say, but then I think I got distracted by your emotion and your talking about this. But going back to again, sorry, I apologize. I got a little off base there because it means a lot, But again, you've got Ukrainians that are fighting for their country, and one of the big points that I keep telling to people. People keep comparing this to Iraq, and I've compared this to Iraq or Afghanistan, whatever it is. But I always try to make sure there's a caveat of it. Is that what's happening here is it's a country defending themselves, and we've not seen that right in this latest history. And the idea that in Iraq, so we first went to Iraq. I went to Iraq a year after, a little under a year after the first invasion. But there's no way if we were fighting tank platoons or tank companies, we could have controlled that entire sector. We were lucky that we had to deal with major cities, major metropolitan areas in the country. And even though the shock and awe that we did, the major invasion, right? It took a year later, and into that second deployment of American and NATO troops in Iraq, to realize that we had an insurgency, that realized that we had to bump our stuffs up. So we had to start adding soldiers into the cities. So the idea that to control that big of an area, the amount of soldiers we had in our major cities in their surge, whether it was the battle for Ramadi or Sadr City, Abaniya in Iraq, the amount of American soldiers were massive in these very small areas. What Russia did was they came in and took a giant piece of territory over, but they had a front line. And we never had that in Iraq or Afghanistan. That's where we've got to draw a comparison, and we have to stop the comparison. And what we saw was a well-trained soldier group of not only soldiers, but the what Yehuda would talk about, the planners, right? The people who have battle planned this fight out for years, and knowing that, here's the supply chains, here's the places that Russia can cross the river. And when we see all this put together with new technology, is we see a country that's willing to fight for their freedom, taking it to a bunch of Bolshevists, a bunch of fascists. That, I mean, again, those privates and specialists, they don't give a shit what they're doing. They're in a country, they're about to die, and that's what we're seeing right now. Is they're about to leave, and the more Ukraine can do, the better. And again, a rant I'm going on. I apologize.
No need to apologize. The other thing I'd like to point out, what blows me away is the amount of innovation that the Ukrainians were able to pull off. Yesterday, John Ridge, who's on the space, he's just like uber geek, but very well spoken, was able to explain what they've cobbled together in terms of their air defense system, and it just absolutely blew my mind, right? Like what they're able to put together in the way of innovation, and how they display adaptability, and just so many of the things that we've come to respect. Daniel.
I remember well 1 year ago when Russian massive troops at the border, and it was a very political front from Europe, from America, trying to explain to Russians, don't do this shit. Please don't do it. Because they know the public opinion in your country, in my country, was something like, they will never do it. Who is so mad to do something like this? I was sure, and I don't want to claim I'm a prophet or I have some experience, but I was sure there will be an invasion. I never imagined they will push to Kiev, but I was sure they will attack. And something I want you to remember, keep inside, and please, for the name of God, don't treat small countries with small aims, with small interests, patronizing them. Because what I want to say is very easy to understand and very clear. After the annexation of Crimea, every politician in every Eastern European country said to big countries in Europe, to Americans, because you lead NATO, you lead this League of Democratic Countries. Please be careful with Russians. Please don't imagine you can make deals with them. Please understand our concerns. Imagine a fortified Crimea, meaning make Black Sea interdicted for a lot of things, not only military. Please listen to us. And the answer was very, very similar. It's not about Germany, France, United States. And it's not about Macron, Sarkozy, Merkel, Scholz, Trump, Obama. I will not say anything against Biden. Sorry. For me, that guy saved Ukraine. And you need to understand, everybody overhype very, very hard Russian army. Everybody. I don't saw anyone to say, you know, their army is very weak. You know, they have a problem with command and control. They are a parade army. They try to scare the neighbors in the west of them. But we had annexation of Crimea. We had a lot of attacks against Ukraine in cyber, economically, politically. We have the incident with Belarusians after their small try to, not small, because there are hundreds of thousands of people in the streets at the elections. We had a huge crowd of people masked by Navalny against Putin years ago. And if a country is small, let's say Latvia, says, be careful, listen to us. We have experience. We understand them. We know what they're capable of. Please listen. Is very, 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 very important. Because, you know, allies are very good in moments like this. Sustain the supply chain, giving help, giving material equipment for Ukraine, send them fuel, food, medicine. All is great. And I'm very proud of Eastern Europeans. But also, before something like this happens, before we need to fix a huge problem, a war, listen your Eastern European counterparts, your allies. They are not stupid. They are not paranoid. We understand better the situation here. And listen to us can make all the costs be lower. You need to pay political costs, maybe some economical problems, but not a war. Please listen to us. And not now, next time, because it's essential. And things like this can be similar in other places. Just that.
Yeah, Daniel, look, I couldn't agree with you more. Look, let's face it, who was right and who was absolutely catastrophically wrong? You know, the Poles, the Latvians, Lithuanians, Estonians, they all saw this coming. You know, Romanians, everyone who had a experience with Russia and who knew what they wanted, a free and democratic state. They all knew, and they warned the Europeans constantly, continually. I will give credit to the Americans and the British. The Americans saw this coming. They shared their intelligence, which is extremely rare. They did try to preempt this. So, maybe I don't want to single. I do have to single France and Germany out here, though, because they have a responsibility. The idea that they thought they could demonstrate leadership in Europe, I think that's absolutely dead now. They've been so wrong and made so many embarrassing mistakes. I'm just astounded. Poland is leading Europe now. Estonia, Latvia. These countries are leading Europe because even now, I mean, today, Macron was on the phone again with Putin, for goodness sakes, to discuss what? I have no idea. I would be waiting for Putin to call to say, look, can I keep Crimea? And then the answer is and he should be calling Zelensky. What the hell is sorry, I'm getting a little bit emotional here, but what the hell is Macron doing on the phone with Putin? Idiot. It's just so. So Daniel, like, I don't want to be too angry and single out countries too much, but on the other hand, I think the leadership in Europe has shifted quite a bit. I think that many of the Eastern European countries have demonstrated that they understand Russia very well, that they were right, and that the other European countries were wrong. And hopefully, Daniel, you won't have to worry about this condescension in the future. I think that Europeans will realize that they do have to listen now. The world will realize that they do have to listen. And I think those days of this condescension towards Eastern European countries, I think those days are long past. It's over, and hopefully we've all learned from our mistakes. These are my opinions, folks. They're take them for what they're worth. Rant over, William. And I see Rosalie's coming up. She's probably going to tell me everything I'm doing wrong.
No,
but-
look, I just want to say, so, again, I'm a quasi infantry soldier. I do a lot of legislative work in DC. I'm able to stay up here for about 2 hours here. So I wanted to just offer my support to you and Ryan. So I can stay up here if anyone wants to talk about some infantry stuff. If they want to talk about just the idea of like actual soldiers moving through a combat zone. I'm not CJ. I'm not Yohida. I was a staff sergeant, but I can tell you a lot about infantry stuff. So I just want to hang out here to help support you and Bloke and Ryan when it comes to just some combat stuff. If you need it, I'm here. I'm happy to help.
Much appreciated, because I'm just a city.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, William. Rosalie.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of add or comment on what Daniel was saying. And I think that there is very much, at least, the people that I interact with, and that's actually a really wide range of people who are across the political spectrum. I think there is a very, it's definitely new awareness of these Eastern European countries as incredibly industrious. They know what they're talking about. And something that they have that I think really resonates with Americans is that they are not afraid to stand up to a bully. And so I don't know that I think after the war that everything will totally change, but I just think from the US perspective, there has been there's the ability for Germany or France to project authority. I think is just it's been badly damaged, but I think we have a lot of candidates who are willing to step into that role. And I just look at these countries like Estonia, and I think that there's so much to be gained from working more with these countries. So yeah, I definitely just I see a shift there, and I just want to reassure Daniel of that. And on the one comment he had really struck me, because it is something that I think is an attitude that people have, and it's that these countries are paranoid. And I don't think that they are. And that is something that I still, even before this renewed invasion, some of the most gifted, like knowledgeable people in disinformation research come from these ex-Soviet states, or countries that have lived along a border with Russia. and they're always right. They're always right. But it's like I never, I'm always like, really? How do you know those are related? And it's, they won't be able to show me the evidence. They're just like, we know how this goes. We know. And and I won't believe them until we can connect it with evidence, but they're always right. And I think that idea that they're paranoid is something that is also going to fall to the wayside, because I think that, you know, um, they were not alarmist, and that is very clear.
Rosalie, I have a question for you. First of all, did you see the DM that I sent you a couple of minutes ago?
No, I did not, because I am reading through the most wonderful meltdowns from propagandists, and I just love it. But I will open that message now.
Well, apparently some Sputnik radio DJ based in DC has realized that there may be an information op going on, and he thinks he has it all figured out. And I laughed maniacally when I saw his first tweet, and then he followed it up and doubled down. And it's so
Oh yeah,
stupid.
this account is it gets retweeted by Russian state affiliated accounts a lot. So I think
Go
that
figure.
that says everything I think you really need to know. Yeah, so
I wasn't familiar with the gentleman until today, and I was flabbergasted by his ignorance. And then, like I said, he doubled down with a follow-up tweet, reiterating the same presumptions that he had arrived at before. And as soon as I started looking through the comments, it suddenly became apparent that he is apparently working for Sputnik Radio. So no conflict of interest there whatsoever. But
right.
he's lining himself up for epic self-owns on Twitter, and I don't know how he thinks this is going to work out for him, but good God, man, like, just delete the tweets and save your dignity while you can.
Well, a lot of those stations, they did actually pay really well. Like if you were really good at being a propagandist. So I don't know this, like, I'm not very familiar with this individual or anything like that. I just know that they get retweeted by the Russian state, but I have seen others that are paid very well. There was another comment that was right about as ridiculous as this one. It was somebody who was seriously posting that Russia could defeat NATO. Like, I mean, this was a recent tweet that they just said, and I was like, what? Like, the Russians have been fleeing occupied areas on bicycles, and they're handing out guns from 1946. Like, where are you getting your information? It was just like, oh my gosh.
The cognitive dissonance knows no lows. Like, they're really setting the hurdle as low as it can go. Like, if you go lowest common denominator and then bring it down 2 more rungs, that's how much effort they put into this stuff that they're spewing on social media.
Or one thing I wanted to say really quick about NAFO is there is increasingly, they're shifting resources toward trying to deal with it, which is just endlessly entertaining to me, as their soldiers are fleeing on bicycles, that they're worried about the cartoon dogs on Twitter. I had seen, I would say, starting in July, figures that I know to be affiliated with the Russian state, trying to kind of like deal with it in a couple like more subtle ways, kind of trying to manipulate NAFO. It was not successful. And then there were some articles. There was a Sputnik one in August, and then of course now there's been RT. I am seeing more figures, talk about it. talk about how to deal with it. And it's clear to me that one of the things that they're handing out, I don't think they got the list by just looking for NAFO in people's profiles. I haven't figured out how they did it, but it's some sort of network map to like tell them like who to block and stuff. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see more kind of ridiculous stuff like this. And I think that just really speaks to how effective NAFO is, and it is remarkably effective. And I think I've told you guys, I'm not sure, but I am looking at researching these NAFO seriously. And I'm also talking with Ivana Stratner about it too. So
Good. I look forward to reading some of your research when it's published. No pressure whatsoever. It looks like we have a speaker request. I'm add a new speaker who has a very interesting profile picture. Hey, Jan, do you have a question or a comment about Ukraine?
No, just for now. For 2 days I didn't read. I was reading on. Saturday I was reading, following how Ukrainians pushed everything back. So everything is much better now. I don't know. I just wanted to listen to what everybody's talking. Maybe somebody has some suggestion for related to Ukraine. Then I would like to watch some movie when I'm tired from all the following everywhere on all the channels, clubhouses, telegrams, and Twitter. What kind of movie you can recommend for about war?
About the war in Ukraine?
Just in general, maybe if some is better, maybe there's something new.
I don't have much time for leisure reading or fictional movies at the current point. I would only recommend a documentary called Winter on Fire.
Winter on Fire. Somebody can write in Twitter here in replies down there. Maybe somebody has some idea. Winter
on Fire. It's a documentary about the Revolution of Dignity in Ukraine in 2014.
Winter on Fire.
Yep, should be available on Netflix. I think it's also free on YouTube.
Yeah, cool. Okay.
It's a good one. Check it out.
Yeah.
Well worth your
time. Thanks. Yeah.
William, go ahead.
No, Winter on Fire is that's a barn burner of a movie, right, Ryan? I think it's great. I think it explains a lot about what's going on right now. The barn burner is that Russian forces are fleeing from Ukraine. I think it's a barn burner of an episode, if you don't ask me. But that's me trying to be Axel a little bit. But for Rosaline, real quick, some of the work that I do on a professional level is we found that there was a dramatic increase in targeting of U.S. veterans when it comes to extremist organizations, organizations that peddle certain kinds of conversations and demographics and things like that. For a lot of us organizations that are on a certain, say, a different size, one of our jobs is to counteract that. What we've seen is that the creation of the ideologies and I guess not community so much, but these forms of thinking are very simple-minded things. They're like the front line of the Russian forces, where once you break through them, it's pretty easy to get through. But there's things like I've worked on is the Orders projects during the 2020 election, where we worked with people who were with National Guard members, things like that. But we've seen this very this increase in targeting of veterans and people who are patriotic people to change their mind to one way. Can you explain a little bit? Like, I've seen a lot of that starting to break down when the breakdown of the Russian forces, whether they're losing ground, they're not making ground, that propaganda has started to not make it down to the ground floor. So just like we've had to target propaganda in the military and veteran forces, I guess the question would be like, what can you see happening right now? Can you see propaganda working, or pro-Ukrainian messaging working right now?
Are you talking about like on the ground in Ukraine on Russians, or are you talking
more in America? Sorry, more
Okay.
in America. I apologize. Yeah.
No,
America.
that's okay. It's really difficult to say. I don't want to say that there's propaganda necessarily working on it, because just because a view necessarily like aligns with the Kremlin doesn't necessarily mean that it's fair to throw somebody in. They might have a view that aligns, but they're not necessarily. In the US, Russia specifically targeted US veterans. We know this. And some of my thesis research was talking about this, and it's the trauma that can happen to soldiers, I think, makes them more vulnerable. And I think that Russia understands this. And I think extremist organizations understand this. And there are changes that happen in the brain that are associated. I won't get into it, but in terms of what is, I think it's really difficult to make kind of like a broad statement about, because it's not really visible,
Hey, I'll, if I can help you out real quick.
Yeah.
We're not talking about every veteran in America. What we're saying is that we have seen a concerted effort to target veterans, right? So that targeting might only affect one or two veterans, etc., right? So, but what we've seen is that from Russia, from extreme organizations like you're talking about, there's been an escalation in targeting, if that makes sense. Not saying that there's more people from that group, but
they're amping up their targeting.
Yeah, they're targeting. Yeah.
Do you think it's more people, or they're just putting more effort into the same number of people?
No, they're targeting certain demographics. So the veterans population is directly being targeted at a higher rate than the general population of America.
That is all. Yeah, that is it. Normal, like, okay, so veterans have always been targeted like at a higher rate, but would you say it's increased since like the invasion?
So since the invasion of Ukraine, so this is where we'll take a we know the targeting. We know over the last 20 years there's been an increase in targeting, things like that. Since Ukraine happened, we wouldn't say, I wouldn't say we have data that show the exact direct targeting of veterans, but the messaging and demographics of the targeting that I think Russians have been really pushed on have targeted two groups of people, and that's far right veterans, and there's besides far right of Americans, I think there's a far right veterans being targeted, but also far left veterans have been targeted at a pretty hard rate. So not saying, so if that makes, I apologize, I want to try to, this is a complicated conversation to have across.
No, you're absolutely right.
But yes, both sides of them have been targeted. I would say the right a little bit heavier, but yes.
Well,
yeah.
Go ahead, Rosalie.
I think that
Sorry, I opened a can of worms on this one. I apologize.
No, you're fine. We can bring it back to like not talking about anything partisan, but I think that our veterans have been targeted for a lot longer than maybe we're appreciating. I think that the general public in the US has been targeted for a lot longer than we're willing to talk about. That is something that I've documented. I was able to find conspiracy websites from the original SARS outbreak with the exact same Russian scientist stories about labs and they're coming from Russia, and they're being published on these websites, some of which also published stuff about COVID-19, which was really like, it's things don't change. So I think this has been going on a lot longer. I guess I kind of am struggling with maybe what the question is, but I think that it's a concern. I think it's more effective than people understand. And I think the reason that we underestimate its effectiveness is because very often when we look at these methods, and Dr. Emma Bryant in the UK, her research talks about this, is that we look at a general population and we apply a method and we go, okay, well that wasn't significant, that didn't work. Well, they're not targeting everybody. They're targeting specific individuals who have vulnerabilities, and and we know, just in terms of information. So information that's designed to inform people and disinformation, they differ in a couple of ways. One of the giveaways with disinformation is it uses a lot of moralistic language, and it appeals to values, and this can often really line up with people who've been in the military and who have those values. They're not a bad thing, they're good, but what the Kremlin does is they take what is good and they make it bad. They use it against us. So kind of not really.
Well, do I have a bad connection or does William?
He was breaking up for me.
Loud and clear, Brian.
Your audio was breaking up for a second, William. I don't know if maybe you're having spotty Wi-Fi or not.
But sorry, what I was going to say is that they're targeting specific groups, and we know that people are not just specific profiles, but also the timing is important. And this is something that I have wondered about with what has gone on in Ukraine, with some of the trauma that people are experiencing, and then these groups appearing in these areas. I wonder sometimes if they're not leveraging that as a vulnerability. But yeah, this is a concern. I worry about it all the time, and I would love to talk more about this with you, kind of like in a sidebar. So I hope that gives something.
Well, I can offer something in real quick too, keeping this completely apolitical. It doesn't have anything to do with left or right. The advent of social media and the ability of these social media companies to quickly determine what your preferences are, either for media consumption or things you like, things you read, to determine your political affiliations based on who you're friends with and things like that, allows advertisers of all sorts, not just nefarious actors like foreign governments like Russia specifically, but even commercial advertisers, to micro-target their products or their material to specific subsets of our society. So it's hard for someone who's on one end of the political spectrum to see how that stuff might be employed towards individuals who don't have the same thoughts or political affiliations that they do. But on a larger scale, it allows them, whoever's disseminating this information, and I'm speaking of Russia specifically, not ShamWow at the current moment, or whatever TV product they're trying to sell. Russia's trying to sell disinformation, and they can micro-target that information towards people in a way that makes them extremely receptive towards that bad info. And they can basically come up with a different flavor for every different subset that they want to target. Just like Baskin Robbins, you can get 31 flavors of mis or disinformation and feed it to the whole spectrum of American voters or opinion havers or any other number of people in all kinds of, they can do the same thing for European audiences. They can do the same things for Russian audiences. And that ability to spread their information far and wide has 1,000 times more reach than putting an ad in a newspaper or a magazine. They can micro-target it so well that they can feed 6 different lines of BS to individual subsets and still get their point across with much more amplification than they ever could putting an ad in Sports Illustrated or in the New York Times. And it appeals to more people because they're saying something different to everyone with the same end goal in mind, but they can, make it a lot more subtle, and they can make it a lot more seductive. And
It's
that's
usually, or
a
sorry, it's
hallmark of Russian disinfo, is to come up with 6 different flavors of a story and something that appeals to everyone, so they can pitch, one line of BS to the ultra far right and one line of BS to the ultra far left, and then they can tag or target racial demographics above and beyond that, and nobody's really ever the wiser unless they're a professional disinformation researcher and somebody like Rosalie who looks at this stuff from a 30,000-foot view.
One of the things I was going to say is that the targeted content tends to, I don't think it's more subtle. I think it's more extreme, and they can be more extreme because they're talking to a smaller audience. And
Exactly. And
yeah.
and thank you for clarifying
Normalize
that. They can be more extreme to the audience they're targeting, but I think it's more subtle because I wouldn't be fed the same Facebook advertising or Twitter advertising that you're fed, because they're targeting me as a male middle America white guy, and they might be targeting somebody else with a whole nother line of crap. And I don't know what they're targeting you with, and you don't necessarily see what they're targeting me with, except for the fact that you're a professional disinfo researcher, so you look for all of the BS. I guess I should have said it's not more subtle, but it flies under the radar better.
Yeah, those dark ads, campaigns where we don't even know what people were shown. This is a real concern, and it is a real concern because it's very easy for them to find our former military officers, and to target them. And it's just a concern in general. I'm very concerned about U.S. veterans. I don't think that we take care of them. And I think that we need to do a much better job. That's kind of another topic, but yeah. So these are, I think, a threat that we really don't appreciate, and I think that this tends to be underappreciated because everybody thinks that they're not influenced by it. But I promise you that you are. I am. Everybody is affected by it. And actually, Latvia did some research into this type of hybrid warfare. And even the people who knew the disinformation wasn't true, knew what was happening. There was a shift in their perception at a societal level. And the longer that they were exposed, it was their sense of truth was eroded. And these are, and then it's not the only society. So it's just much more concerning than I think people appreciate.
Yeah, and even beyond Russian disinfo, political parties of both affiliations are using the same targeted advertising, and completely benign people trying to sell fidget spinners or whatever other product they're trying to hawk use the same data and information from social media companies to target their audience and sell a product. So it's not always malicious, but the same benign advertising capabilities can be deployed for very malicious reasons, or nefarious ones. I see Craig has made it up. Never mind. Let's go to hands real quick. William, Peter, Bunny, and BBS.
Yeah, so I'll make it real quick. So someone who works that I focus a lot on disinformation on U.S. military veterans. So there's a lot of people in the audience that are from all across the world. We've got a large number of veterans from the Iraq, Afghanistan war that are in our society that are part of this group. So, but talking about Rosalie, we're gonna talk about this stuff offline. But there's a reality to it. There's a reality of streams of information. There's reality of social media. But what we would really want to bring this back to is MriyaReport, which is an organization who's been working 24 hours a day to provide real information that can counteract propaganda that turns into PTSD, that turns into other things for other people. But MriyaReport is giving good information about the war in Ukraine, the war that Russia brought to Ukraine's door. So I just wanted to use this as a segment. Rosalie, we're going to talk later about this. Trust me, because I got a lot to talk to you about. We'll find a time to do that. But for right now, for our listeners, Ryan, I'll let you go. I'm still here. If anyone wants to talk about infantry soldiers, if anyone wants to talk about how a platoon of Humvees destroys a city, I can actually talk to you about that because I've done that. But besides that, I'm here to help. Talk to y'all later.
Thank you very much, Will. Peter, go ahead. Craig, I think he wants to chime in on this convo too. I wasn't trying to completely steer us back in the other direction, but thank you for keeping us on track, Will.
A lot of things going on right now in this space. I want to thank you all for being here, first of all, because you are here. You are intelligent enough to get here. You are smart. You've gotten past everything else, broken through all the barriers, and you're here now listening to real-time analysis from good, succinct people. And you've heard them all before. Yehuda, who will always judge you. Always. We don't know why, but he will. It could be about a cappuccino. You never know. We have wonderful people here from the petroleum industry, aka Ryan. Logistics, Craig. His secret name is Grand Funk Railroad. Always referred to him as that. Rosalie here talking about disinformation, which is one of the most important things that this space fights against 24/7, 365. Not yet. Hopefully we don't get to 365, but 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, this space fights against disinformation. That is one of the most important things. Your opinions matter. The way you vote, no matter how you vote, matters. The thing about Russian disinformation is it wants you to believe in nothing. Nothing is real. Nothing matters. That's it. Complete apathy. Whatever, man. It's for someone else, man. No, you have to partake in democracy every single day, in every single way. You must participate. And since you're here, I already know you do. But you also have to bring it to the people. You have to bring it to the people around you. You must do it. You are called upon because you're here in this space to bring democracy to more people around you, to make sure there is no apathy, to make sure Russian disinformation that is infecting the people around you saying, it doesn't matter. No, it does matter. You have to have an